The sky's fissures seeped a viscous, dark purple haze, intertwining floating magical shards with fallen mech debris, forming a perilous net above the city. This world, shattered by the impact of multifaceted laws, bore witness to the celestial tribulation of a cultivator that rent the cross-sea bridge asunder. Swarms of insectoid creatures from another realm nested within the ruins, while uncontrolled espers unleashed energy surges that threatened to shake half the urban expanse. Ordinary citizens cowered in fortified underground shelters, listening to the heart-stopping roars above, praying for calamity to pass them by. They may have relinquished their hopes for divine intervention, yearning instead for a protector amidst the chaos. At that moment, a figure draped in red and blue sliced through the smoke-laden horizon. With precision, his webs ensnared the plummeting billboards, ushering frightened pedestrians to safety. He adeptly shielded the trap from the onslaught of feral beasts even amidst the struggle against torrents of chaotic energy. He reminded citizens in the corners to remain vigilant. No one knew the origin of this sudden Spider-Man, only witnessing him carve out safe havens through agile swings and athletic leaps on the edge of turmoil. As ominous sounds echoed from the depths of the haze and a colossal shadow loomed, everyone realized that the formidable entities lurking in the unknown had finally taken notice of this red and blue guardian striving to protect amidst the disarray. This time, he was perhaps safeguarding the last flicker of hope for a world teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 1. The Game of Superheroes. Dust danced in the slanting sunlight of the storage room. Parker held his breath, his fingertips gliding across the thick dust on the surface of an old laptop before pressing the power button. The screen defiantly flickered to life, revealing a familiar wallpaper of blue skies and white clouds marked by the passage of time. Parker's gaze quickly fixed upon a vibrant icon in the corner of the desktop, a black spider emblem against a red backdrop, titled Marvel Spider-Man. It's still here, Parker mused, a nostalgic smile curving his lips, recalling the pirated copy he had procured for $5 during his student days, which had accompanied him through countless sleepless nights. He moved the mouse and double-clicked the familiar icon. The anticipated game launch screen failed to materialize. Instead, a massive, rotating spider emblem filled the center of the display, emanating an ominous, increasingly bright red glow. The casing began to heat up, emitting a low, resonant hum. Something's not right. Parker's heart raced, instinctively wanting to close the laptop. A blinding white light erupted, accompanied by a surge of static electricity, forcing Parker to shut his eyes as a prickling sensation coursed through his skin. Moments later, the brilliance faded, and the crackling ceased. When he opened his eyes once more, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. The old laptop had vanished. In its place stood a device exuding an aura of futuristic technology. Its sleek red and blue metallic casing housed a three-dimensional spider emblem that pulsed as if breathing. The keyboard area transformed into a smooth, translucent touch panel, with a flowing band of eerie blue light around its edges. What? Is this black technology? Parker's heart raced as he cautiously extended a finger to touch the cold metallic surface. The screen instantly illuminated, no longer displaying the familiar operating system interface. A sleek, sci-fi UI commandeered the entire display. Superhero Control Terminal activated. User identification, Parker DNA bound. Initial guiding program launching. Then, an extravagant card drawing animation took center stage. Countless shadowy cards whirled in the virtual space, and a prominent message appeared. Draw your initial hero template. Confirm cancel. Parker fixed his gaze on the blinking confirm button, his throat tightening. This was far beyond his comprehension. He glanced around his somewhat desolate apartment, now devoid of anyone since his parents' passing, leaving him all alone. Can life get any more absurd? He self-deprecatingly murmured, yet his expression sharpened with a flicker of long-lost excitement, the stirring of possibility within him. To hell with it, he declared, no longer hesitating, decisively tapping the confirm area on the touch panel. The speed of the card's rotation abruptly intensified, transforming into a blur of light before coming to a sudden halt. A crisp, melodic sound resonated as a card flipped over, filling the screen. A classic red and blue bodysuit adorned with the iconic spider design, depicting a lithe figure poised in a preparatory stance, brimming with youthful vigor. Hero template loaded successfully. Codename, Spider-Man. Status, not joined shield initial stage. Core abilities, web swinging LV1, spider sense passive, spider strength agility LV1, chatterbox AI simulated personality trait. Shall we commence the initial deployment? YN. The ultimate Spider-Man. It really is him. Excitement flickered in Parker's eyes as the vibrant, chatty youthful hero from the animation sprang to life before him. Without hesitation, he pressed the Y key on the virtual keyboard. The screen dimmed momentarily before brightening again. The perspective shifted to first person. It felt as if Parker himself stood at the edge of a skyscraper's rooftop. Before him lay an astonishingly realistic cityscape at night, radiant neon lights merging into rivers of luminescence, towering edifices resembling a forest of steel, and a miniature flow of traffic below akin to glowing ants. The evening breeze seemed to waft through the screen, brushing against his face. In the Parker perspective, the red and blue figure of Spider-Man, just seen on the card, landed in a perfect crouch at the rooftop's edge. He gently swayed his head, seemingly surveying the environment, his movements fluid and natural, imbued with an exhilarating tension. The entire interface resembled a highly immersive game HUD. The upper left corner displayed a chibi version of Spider-Man's avatar alongside a simplified health stamina bar. The lower left corner showcased the currently available skill icons, only the web shooter icon was illuminated. The lower right corner featured a transparent projection of a virtual joystick and action buttons jump, attack, special skills, etc. A system prompt emerged at the center top. Mission, initial combat test, familiarize with controls. Objective, navigate safely through the urban jungle. Warning, abnormal energy fluctuations detected in this world, proceed with caution. Parker took a deep breath, placing his hands on the laptop's touch panel and keyboard, as if grasping a game controller. He tentatively slid his finger upwards on the touch panel, executing the jump command. On screen, Spider-Man executed a swift somersault at the rooftop's edge, landing deftly on a higher ventilation duct. Cool, Parker couldn't help but exclaim. Next, he attempted to press the virtual button for web shooting while directing the touch panel towards a slightly shorter office building in the distance. On screen, a pristine white web shot forth with precision, firmly adhering to the top of the target building. Simultaneously, a youthful, slightly playful voice emanated from the system's speakers, not as dialogue, but rather as background audio from the character. Wow, this feels amazing. Let's see how high I can swing. This voice feedback was generated by the system AI based on the chatterbox trait. Parker chose not to respond. No response was needed. He focused intently, his thumb pressing the swing button. The screen suddenly tilted forward and accelerated. Accompanied by the intense sound of howling wind, Spider-Man surged forward, propelled by the tension of his web as he leaped from the edge of a skyscraper, slicing through the night sky towards his target building. Parker felt as though he were truly flying, his heart racing and blood surging with exhilaration. He watched the vibrant red and blue figure on the screen darting freely through the steel forest, unable to suppress a smile. This mutated computer and mysterious system had opened a portal to an extraordinary world for him. What he needed to do now was to control his hero like a true player, exploring the city that was both familiar and alien, along with the secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. His fingers twitched, preparing to attempt the next combination move as the combat wheel icon quietly illuminated in the lower right corner. Chapter 2. Aspiring to become a superhero. His fingertips glided swiftly over the cold touchpad, every subtle movement translating precisely into the red-blue figure's agile maneuvers through the jungle of steel on the screen. The keys on the keyboard clicked rhythmically beneath Parker's fingers, akin to the stirring notes of a rousing march. As Parker pressed the Q key and swiftly adjusted the view, Spider-Man's wrist flicked, and a solid white web shot forth, adhering perfectly to the edge of a distant glass-walled building. Immediately, Parker's thumb struck the spacebar with force swing. A fierce rush of wind filled Parker's ears as the screen plunged forward, accelerating. The sensation of weightlessness surged through his visual nerves into his brain, and he could almost feel his stomach clench slightly. The sharp angles of the skyscrapers rushed past him, dissolving into blurred lines of light and shadow. Below, the city streets resembled glowing veins, with miniature vehicles and pedestrians moving like slow pixels. This is absolutely amazing, Parker couldn't help but exclaim, adrenaline coursing through his veins. The sense of control, the fluidity, and the unparalleled immersive experience far surpassed any Marvel Spider-Man game he had played before, even eclipsing the limits of all VR devices. Each swing, each rapid dash against the walls, brought an almost tangible sense of freedom, as if breaking free from the bonds of gravity. This feels incredible, he marveled, his eyes glued to the screen. Spider-Man was utilizing his formidable adhesion to run vertically up the exterior wall of a building adorned with air conditioning units and pipes, his movements as swift as if he were walking on flat ground. Parker traced intricate paths on the touchpad, and Spider-Man leaped and tumbled like the most agile of monkeys, navigating the complex FOD while deftly avoiding protruding obstacles, occasionally executing visually striking backflips, all accompanied by system-simulated fragments of exuberant dialogue befitting the ultimate Spider-Man persona. Whoa, this wall friction is just perfect. Or check out my upgraded gecko walk. However, this exhilarating feeling of free flight was abruptly interrupted by an unusual scene unfolding on the streets below. Parker instinctively zoomed in. No longer mere blurred pixels. He saw clearly that the crowd on the street was thrown into disarray by the bizarre figure clad in a costume, careening between buildings. Some pointed at the sky in terror, stumbling backward as if fearing the monster might suddenly plummet. Others frantically pulled out their phones, shakily aiming their cameras at the red-blue figure high above. Many wore expressions of confusion and anxiety, whispering to one another while gesturing. The blaring of car horns echoed, clearly a sign of traffic disruption. A few bold young individuals shouted excitedly, attempting to capture this incredible scene with their phones. Is this real? Parker controlled Spider-Man to land on the edge of a shorter apartment building, momentarily lifting his fingers from the keyboard. Leaning back in his gaming chair, he stared at the still model of Spider-Man on the screen, subtly adjusting his stance to maintain balance, a wave of cold reality instantly dissipating the fervor of the game. He picked up his phone from the edge of the desk, the screen lighting up to reveal the time. Just an ordinary afternoon. He opened the browser, his finger hovering over the search box, unsure how to proceed. Searching for a red-blue spandex-clad figure appearing over the city? That seemed utterly absurd. His mind involuntarily churned with memories of those online novel plots he had once read. The protagonists with their golden fingers, some behaving recklessly, treating lives as mere trifles, annihilating entire families under the guise of decisive action. Others indulging in the creation of sprawling harems, viewing female characters as mere playthings and trophies. And still others, emboldened by their power, acting as patriots, relishing in a twisted pleasure that transcended the confines of rules. Parker felt a tumultuous unease roiling in his stomach as he thought of those fan-created works he had encountered, where protagonists endowed with superpowers donned the guise of heroes, yet behaved like the most despicable of criminals, ruthlessly belittling those with a kind heart. What is this? He murmured, his voice laden with disdain. This is nothing but scum. He shook his head sharply, as if to cast away these nauseating thoughts. His gaze refocused on the computer screen. The red-blue figure standing quietly at the edge of the rooftop cast a long, solitary shadow in the fading light of the sunset. A peculiar sense of connection surged within him. This Spider-Man he controlled, composed of cold data, possessed no thoughts of its own, no concept of good or evil. It was merely a tool, a hero template endowed with immense power. Its actions, its justice or evil, were entirely contingent upon the hands gripping the mouse and keyboard upon him. Parker. He recalled his childhood, not in the virtual realms of gaming, but in front of the television. On the screen, Ultraman stood resolute to protect humanity, never flinching even as the colored timer on his chest flashed wildly. Kamen Rider rose time and again, battered but unyielding. To defend the innocent, the members of the Super Sentai shouted their battle cries. Fighting side by side for a shared belief, the armored warriors summoned their shining armor to confront threats from the shadows. And there was that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man from the Marvel Universe, whose motto "with great power comes great responsibility" had long since been etched into his very bones. Those heroes, their radiant brilliance, emanated not from the sheer magnitude of their powers, but from the choices they made after acquiring such powers, choices to protect, to sacrifice, to ignite the flame of hope amidst darkness. I cannot be as selfless as they are. Parker gazed at his hands and murmured. In reality, he was merely an ordinary office worker who had lost his parents, leading a monotonous life from 9 to 5. He was acutely aware of his insignificance and limitations, often choosing silence in the face of injustice. Selflessness, that required an immense courage and pure conviction, questioned whether he had yet reached that height. But Parker's gaze sharpened, locking onto the Spider-Man on the screen with newfound determination. But this is a game. A powerful, almost stubborn thought arose within him, dispelling the previous confusion and discomfort. Playing a game is experiencing another life, isn't it? It's about trying out dreams that cannot be realized in reality, in a safe environment, isn't it? Just as in a game, he can embody a fearless warrior exploring uncharted territories, a sagacious mage delving into ancient sorcery, or a cunning assassin executing impossible assassinations. So now, in this game intricately woven with reality by a mysterious system, why can he not assume the role of a superhero? A hero akin to Spider-Man, utilizing his powers to aid others and combat malevolence? There is no need to attain sainthood, one merely needs to do what is right within their capabilities. Much like completing tasks in a game, he must embark on his heroic quest. This notion was like a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples through his heart, growing clearer and more resolute. A long-lost, unadulterated thrill supplanted the previous negativity. Indeed, that is it. Parker abruptly straightened his posture, placing his hands back on the keyboard and trackpad, his gaze brimming with determination and a hint of eager anticipation. Since the system has provided me with the Spider-Man template and granted me the ability to control him, then in this game, I must act as a true Spider-Man. At the very least, I cannot perform worse than the me in the game. He inhaled deeply, as if resolving something monumental. His fingertips deftly glided over the trackpad. On the screen, Spider-Man, perched at the edge of a rooftop, seemed to receive a silent command, executing a swift backflip and landing gracefully on the side of the building. Without hesitation, Parker skillfully pressed the combination for web shooting. The target was locked onto a uniquely designed sports arena dome in the distance. The pristine white webbing sliced through the dimming sky. "Go?" Parker uttered under his breath, his thumb pressing the spacebar. The crimson and azure figure propelled forth like an arrow released from a bow, imbued with a newfound, purpose-driven momentum, soaring towards the city's more vibrant districts. The evening breeze caressed his from Parker's perspective mask, as the city below illuminated in a cascade of lights, casting his shadow upon the luminous glass facade, elongated and surreal. Thus, beneath a city night yet to be fully unveiled by supernatural entities, amidst the gazes of countless ordinary citizens, some filled with fear, some with curiosity, and others with bewilderment, an oddly clad figure in a vibrant red and blue suit began its ascent between the skyscrapers, officially stepping onto the stage. No one knew whence he came, nor the reason for his arrival. All that people knew was that on this night, the skyline of the city was thoroughly illuminated by a dynamic flash of red and blue. Parker remained utterly engrossed in the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips, unbeknownst to him. He had no inkling of what awaited him ahead. Would it be street thugs? Or perhaps the anomalous energy fluctuations mentioned in the system prompts? Or even the enigmatic official organization overseeing superpowered individuals? All he knew was that at this moment, he was gripping the joystick, stepping into an unprecedented and genuine heroic game under the guise of Spider-Man. And this game had only just begun. Chapter 3, in a world where Parker was engrossed in the exhilarating experience of embodying Spider-Man, deftly maneuvering through the urban jungle. A different atmosphere loomed elsewhere in the city, one shrouded in a weighty silence known only to a select few. The conference room was designed with a stark simplicity, its deep gray, sound-absorbing walls, matte metallic long table, and 5 ergonomically crafted chairs surrounding it exuding a chilling formality. The sole source of illumination emanated from embedded shadowless lights in the ceiling, rendering the room as bright as an operating theater. The air was permeated with a faint blend of ozone and disinfectant, mingled with an indescribable low-frequency hum, a byproduct of the high-intensity shielding field in operation. At that moment, a holographic projector hovered in the center of the room, casting a high-definition video segment. A red and blue figure defied gravity, leaping from the rooftop of a skyscraper. White threads shooting from its wrist, deftly attaching to a distant signal tower, its body tracing an exquisitely smooth arc before vanishing between the towering buildings. Below the video, precise coordinates, speed estimates, and energy readings scrolled past. Snap! The projection was halted, freezing the frame on the iconic moment of the red and blue figure suspended in midair. To the left of the head seat sat a tall, poised woman, her demeanor as frosty as her appearance, clad in a tailored deep blue uniform. The insignia on her epaulette was not a conventional police badge, but an abstract shield shape formed by circuit patterns. Her long, raven hair was meticulously pulled into a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of hawk-like, piercing eyes. She was Lin Kuei, the captain of the operational team, codenamed Blue Sunflower. According to the Drone Tracking Unit, comprehensive evaluations from the City Surveillance Network nodes 7 through 12, and reports from our field agents. Lin Kuei's voice was as clear and calm as her appearance, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The target was tentatively codenamed Red Blue Spider. It could be confirmed that the individual active in the skies above the city was not any known awakened being or anomalous entity. The extraordinary mobility, strength, adhesion capabilities, and energy thread projection apparatus exhibited by this entity surpassed conventional technological boundaries, leading to the preliminary determination of a new, unknown supernatural ability user. Her slender fingers glided over the tactile control panel before her, bringing up enlarged screenshots that showcased the intricate textures of the tight-fitting battle suit and the spider emblem on its chest. The attire was strikingly distinctive, arguably flamboyant. Seated diagonally across from Lin Kuei was a young man with tousled golden hair, clad in a t-shirt emblazoned with an anime character, who exaggeratedly yawned, nearly slumping in his chair, a stark contrast to the somber ambience of the meeting. He was codenamed Flashpoint, his real name Li Shua, one of the youngest awakened individuals in the district, possessing the ability of short-range spatial jumps. Were the newcomers of today so audacious? Did they fear that others might overlook their anomalies? Dashing about in tight-fitting suits, as if attending a comic convention? Is he, perhaps, a narrow-minded individual who merely blinks? Or is he, in fact, an artist of performance? A voice tinged with sarcasm emerged. The speaker, a young girl with shoulder-length pink hair and black-rimmed glasses, sat beside Li Shua, adorned in a standard deep blue uniform. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing delicate wrists adorned with an intricately designed silver bracelet. Her codename was Ling Dai, her real name Su Xiao, possessing the abilities of mental perception and faint psychokinesis. She adjusted her glasses, her gaze sharp from behind the lenses. Last week, that charming young man, upon awakening, attempted to exploit his paltry mental suggestion to achieve 100 conquests at a nightclub, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Uncle Poncher's mighty punch, rendering him utterly helpless, now languishing in the medical department as stasis chamber. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the burly man seated across from her. The man, known as Pancher, was aptly named, standing close to 2 meters tall. His muscles were taut and defined, and even the oversized uniform could not conceal his formidable strength. His codename was Pancher, his real name Zhao Gang, endowed with the powers of physical enhancement and rock-like skin. At that moment, the chiseled features of his square face were etched with disapproval, his thick brows knitted together. Su Xiao was correct. It was better not to mention such scoundrels. The crux of the matter lay with this red and blue spider. His voice rumbled deep and powerful, akin to distant thunder. Regardless of his personal inclinations, the brazen display of his abilities in public, clad in such ostentatious attire, was a flagrant affront to the authorities. Did he not comprehend the societal panic this could incite? The ramifications would be dire if ordinary citizens became widely aware of such anomalies. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking softly. Enough of this fruitless debate. A gentle yet authoritative voice interjected. The speaker, seated to Lin Kuei's right, was a young man with smooth, aqua-blue hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He wore an immaculate white lab coat over a neatly pressed shirt and tie, a researcher S badge affixed to his chest. His codename was Shun Tong, his real name Lan Yuan, serving as the chief analyst and medical advisor for the district, gifted with exceptional information processing and logical deduction abilities. His slender fingers delicately brushed along the rim of his glasses, his gaze calm and profound. Our immediate priority is to assess the target's behavioral patterns, ability levels, and potential risks. Lin Team, aside from the ostentatious urban sightseeing, is there any record of specific behaviors? In particular, has there been any substantial threat or disruption to public safety or order? Lin Kuei nodded, his fingers gliding once more across the control panel. The holographic projection shifted, displaying several new surveillance clips and footage captured by citizens' mobile devices. Scene 1. A trembling elderly woman, burdened by heavy shopping bags, stood helplessly at a bustling intersection. The red and blue figure descended from above, gently assisting her, signaling for vehicles to halt. The action impeccably executed, and then safely escorted her across the road, waving goodbye to a camera, presumably the recorder, before departing. Scene 2. A small tabby cat finds itself ensnared in the high branches of a sidewalk tree. Emitting a heart-wrenching cry, a figure clad in red and blue adeptly ascends the trunk, gently cradling the frightened kitten and placing it into the arms of an anxious little girl. Amidst her adoring gaze, the figure performs a backflip, vanishing from sight atop the building. Scene 3. A delivery rider on an electric scooter tumbles to the ground while swerving to avoid a pedestrian who suddenly darts into his path, scattering meal boxes across the pavement. The red and blue figure reappears, assisting the rider in riding himself and his scooter, while hurriedly gathering the scattered boxes, albeit in a somewhat flustered manner. Finally, the figure gives the delivery rider a thumbs up before swinging away on a web. The conference room descends into a brief, exceedingly delicate silence. Ha ha ha! Li Shuo is the first to break the stillness, slapping the table as he bursts into laughter. Helping an elderly lady cross the street? Rescuing a kitten? Assisting a delivery rider? Ha ha ha! What is this? A community-friendly Spider-Man? How down-to-earth! Captain, are you sure we haven't tuned into the wrong channel? This is an anomalous event report, not an awards ceremony for the city's top 10 good deeds. For the first time, Zhao Gang's stern expression shows signs of cracking. He parts his lips as if to speak, but ultimately exhales a heavy sigh, rubbing his temples. What sort of threat is this? The behavioral pattern is excessively benevolent. He feels his fists somewhat adrift. Su Zhao's previously frosty demeanor instantly melts away as her eyes sparkle while fixating on the red and blue figure delicately cradling the kitten. How compassionate! How adorable! Look at how tenderly he holds the cat. Goodness, he even helps gather the delivery. What a celestial, angelic type, superpowered being this is. Her mental perception seems to detect a certain harmless, even positive emotional fluctuation emanating from the visuals, causing her fondness for this mysterious target to surge. Lan Yuan adjusts his glasses, a stream of incomprehensible data flashing rapidly across the lenses. A faint, almost amused curve appears at the corner of his mouth. The behavioral logic exhibits a profound altruism, inclined to assist the weak and resolve everyday dilemmas. The application of abilities is precise and restrained, with no signs of aggression or energy instability observed. While his attire is flamboyant, his actions are profoundly approachable. He pauses, glancing at Lin Kuei. Were the energy readings for the target? Is there any possibility of disguise or mental manipulation? Lin Kuei accesses another set of data. The energy readings are stable, with a unique fluctuation pattern, not matching any known supernatural spectra. The mental interference monitoring array detected no abnormal fluctuations throughout. Initial assessments exclude the possibilities of mental manipulation or illusions. The behavior is spontaneous. Given this, Lan Yuan lightly taps the table, producing a crisp sound. I propose that I and Flashpoint form the initial contact team. The focus will be on non-confrontational engagement to assess his willingness to communicate his identity and the source of his abilities. Rock and Spirit Butterfly will serve as secondary responders on standby at a safe distance. Team Leader Lin will oversee command from the center. He turns to Lin Kuei. Although the target's actions are harmless, his very existence presents a significant variable. We must swiftly comprehend him and whether there lies more beneath the surface. Lin Kuei's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately settling on the vibrant red and blue figure frozen in the holographic projection, his eyes filled with profound intensity. Approval granted for the contact plan. Operation codename, Weaver. Operational guidelines. Observe, assess, engage. Use of force is strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. Exercise utmost caution. The target's capability rating is provisionally classified as high mobility with unknown potential. Immediate preparations for action are underway. Understood. Acknowledged. Comprehended. Several voices responded, the atmosphere in the conference room tautening once more with the anticipation of action. Li Shuo rubbed his hands together, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Su Xiao wore an expression of eager expectation. Zhao Gang remained serious, though a hint of scrutiny lingered in his gaze, while Lan Yuan had already pulled up a city map, commencing the planning of the engagement route. Meanwhile, in Parker's apartment, he remained blissfully unaware that every move he made was being observed by a mysterious organization. He was completely engrossed in the newly refreshed computer screen before him. Just as he maneuvered Spider-Man to execute a flawless swinging rescue of a cat, mentally lamenting that this task seemed tailor-made for Spider-Man, the screen suddenly flickered. The once sleek and futuristic interface receded like a tide, replaced by a layout he found immensely familiar, an impeccable replica of the Marvel Spider-Man game. On the left side of the screen, a clear task log unfolded. Neighborhood friendly. Assist citizens in resolving minor troubles, 15. Progress bar shows 20. City Guardian. Prevent street crimes, 0-3. Explore. Discover and scan city landmarks, 0-10. Challenge. Web Slinger. Complete a perfect swing exceeding 500 meters uncompleted on the right side. A richly featured equipment skill wheel appeared, though most areas remained in a locked gray state. The icon for the web shooter glowed brightly, accompanied by the label Basic Biological Webbing Storage, 87. Below were tabs for suit, devices, and skill tree. Most striking was the city map displayed at the center of the screen. The map was presented in a highly detailed 3D format, depicting the very city in which he resided. At that moment, several flickering golden exclamation marks were scattered across the map, prominently located near the spots where he had previously assisted an elderly woman and rescued a cat. A few red crime icons were faintly visible in more distant neighborhoods. Wow, a task system, map markers, an equipment wheel? Parker exclaimed in delight, marveling at the intelligence of the system. I was just thinking how much this resembles a game, and it has truly transformed into a gaming interface. Is it adapting and optimizing based on my cognition and operational habits? Excitedly, he moved the mouse and clicked on the nearest golden exclamation mark. Task details popped up. Task: the lost shopping bag. Description: Grandma Zhang accidentally lost her shopping bag containing her blood pressure medication on her way home and is in a state of distress. Please help her retrieve the medicine. Hint: based on Grandma Zhang's description, it may have been lost along the section from Wudong Road to Maple Lane. Use spider tracking, not yet unlocked, or search carefully. Rewards: city reputation, neighborhood 10, experience points 50, random materials 1. The task description was imbued with a sense of life, leaving Parker in a state of amusement, yet simultaneously enveloped in an odd sense of satisfaction. This mission was perfectly aligned with his vision of the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, not about saving the world, but rather addressing the minor inconveniences of those around him. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly maneuvered Spider-Man, skillfully coordinating mouse movements and spacebar jumps, swiftly heading towards Wudong Road. As he observed the agile red and blue figure swaying gracefully in the setting sun on the screen, a broad smile spread across Parker's face. All right, time to dispense justice. He flexed his fingers, his gaze sharpened, eager to discover what daily tasks awaited Spider-Man in this game. He remained oblivious to the minuscule blue diamond cursor at the edge of the system map, rapidly approaching the location of the Spider-Man he was currently controlling. Chapter 4: Anomaly of this world. The neon lights of the city flowed beneath the night sky, elongating the shadows of the trees in the park into eerie shapes. In stark contrast to the modern ambience surrounding it, an incongruous figure materialized in a secluded corner of the park, clad in a faded gray robe, marred by indeterminate stains. The wide sleeves fluttered gently in the night breeze. Yet, the skin revealed beneath the robe exhibited an unsettling, patchwork pallor, its movements imbued with an unnatural rigidity. This individual, or rather, this entity, greedily inhaled the city air, thick with exhaust fumes and the scent of fast food, emitting a raspy, grotesque laugh from its throat. I have returned. I am finally back. Its voice was hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper scraping against skin, infused with madness and twisted hatred. So what if the spiritual energy is thin? Once I regain my strength, those ants who drove me to the brink of death, those celestial beings who deem me insignificant, I shall extract your souls and refine your essences, reducing you to dust. A terrifying bloodlust suddenly ignited in its eyes, the dense malice almost tangible. In the realm of cultivation, it had once been a lowly practitioner, beset by foes and on the verge of death. In its desperate bid for survival, it had succumbed to the path of darkness, transforming itself into a grotesque puppet of flesh. By incessantly consuming the blood of the living and donning fresh skins, it had managed to persist until now. The robe it wore was merely a tattered veil to conceal its decayed essence. Upon returning to its homeland, it felt not nostalgia, but an insatiable craving for blood and a pathological hunger for power. Yearning for the new, its rigid head slowly turned, the ghastly white orbs locking onto the nearby children's playground, where several unsuspecting children frolicked in carefree pursuit. A non-human grin stretched across its face, revealing sharp, white teeth glistening with viscous saliva. Like a marionette, it advanced with a stiff yet unnaturally swift gait, silently merging with the shadows of the trees, edging closer to its prey. A new red dot? In the park? Parker deftly maneuvered Spider-Man through a web-slinging challenge between skyscrapers when his attention was suddenly drawn to a conspicuous, pulsating scarlet skull marker at the edge of the map. It was located not far from Maple Leaf Park. Without hesitation, he clicked on the marker's details. Encounter, anomalous entity code, corpse puppet, threat level, Confirmed aggressive, unknown energy response. Status: hungry, targeting civilians. Recommendation: immediate intervention. A zombie? Or perhaps a transcendent being? With a raised brow, Parker felt no fear. Instead, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. This world was indeed richly diverse. A threat? Perfect for a trial run to assess the combat system of this game. As a seasoned player who had relished action games for years, his first response to the emergence of an elite monster or minor foe was always a fervent desire for challenge. Fear? That was a sentiment reserved for novices. His fingers glided across the keyboard, leaving a blur in their wake, and Spider-Man abruptly halted his graceful swing, plunging like a crimson and azure comet toward the park where the skull marker lay. The zombie sorcerer was mere meters away from the children, its gnarled fingers slowly unfurling, claws glistening with an ominous, dark sheen under the faint glow of the streetlight, wisps of grayish-black corpse energy visibly seeping from its fingertips. "Hey, you over there, master of performance art. A moment, please." A voice brimming with youthful vigor, laced with a teasing tone, sliced through the park's oppressive atmosphere. The zombie sorcerer froze, rigidly turning its neck. At the entrance of the park, atop a street lamp, a figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit crouched, one hand propping up the lamp's shade, the other casually waving as if in their own backyard. What? A flicker of astonishment and extreme annoyance flashed in the blood-red eyes of the zombie sorcerer. What is this nonsense? Wow, such bravado. Are we preparing for some retro-themed comic convention here? Spider-Man exaggeratedly tilted his head, the white lenses of his mask narrowing. Lost? Are we? Need assistance finding the nearest funeral home? Or perhaps you'd like me to check your fortune for the evening? A friendly tip: your center brow is dark. A portent of doom. As Parker let Spider-Man deliver the system-generated banter befitting the character, he swiftly adjusted the camera angle with his mouse and keyboard, locking onto the target. On the screen, a crimson bar marked the zombie sorcerer's health. 100, with the name Corpse Puppet displayed alongside it. A faint, undulating gray-black aura enveloped its body, evidently a state or shield effect. Seeking death. The zombie sorcerer was thoroughly incensed by this flippant demeanor. Emitting a shrill, inhuman wail, it lunged with its right hand, claw slicing through the air toward Spider-Man's face, while simultaneously, its left hand gripped a short sword of archaic design, shrouded in dense, dark energy, silently stabbing towards Spider-Man's midsection. The movements were swift and ruthless, surpassing the limits of ordinary individuals, accompanied by a chilling, sanguine wind. Parker's gaze sharpened before the screen, but his fingers moved with greater alacrity. Just as the gnarled claw was about to graze the mask, a sudden flash erupted at the edge of the screen, radiating outward in a rapid, pure white ripple. Simultaneously, a sharp, brief beep resonated through the headset. "Spider sense. Evade," Parker silently chanted, abruptly flinging the mouse to the side, while his left index finger almost simultaneously struck the evade key. The Spider-Man on the screen exhibited an astonishing flexibility and speed, his body arching backward as if devoid of bones, narrowly dodging the gnarled claw aimed at his face. Seizing the momentum of his backward lean, his right leg lashed upward like a whip. A resounding thud echoed as Spider-Man's foot landed precisely on the spine of the short sword thrust by the zombie priest. The immense force nearly sent the sword, shrouded in dark energy, flying from his grasp. "Wow, that was close. Your method of greeting is rather exuberant." After executing this fluid sequence of evasion and counterattack, Spider-Man completed a backflip and landed gracefully, continuing his banter. However, ambushing is hardly a commendable habit, especially when your nails appear to have gone untrimmed for, let us say, at least 3 months? Poor hygiene can lead to illness, dear Mr. Zombie. Parker maneuvered Spider-Man around the zombie priest, maintaining a safe distance. The zombie priest, enraged after missing his strike and being struck in return, emitted a low growl reminiscent of a beast. As he swung his gnarled claws, shadowy afterimages trailed behind, and the short sword glimmered with a sinister light, unleashing an onslaught akin to a tempest. Each claw strike sliced through the air with a piercing sound, and every thrust of the sword aimed for vital points, corroding the ground with hissing pits from the dispersing cadaverous miasma. Yet, Parker, seated before the screen, had entered a state of absolute concentration characteristic of seasoned players. His eyes fixated on the screen, reflecting the incessant flickering white light prompts, and the subtle pre-movements of the enemy. With every emergence of the white ripple, Spider sensed. His fingers accurately tapped the corresponding evade key on the keyboard, allowing the Spider-Man on screen to glide, flip, and twist in various extreme postures, flawlessly avoiding all attacks. Left dodge, mouse left pull key, Spider-Man sidestepped, the gnarled claw barely grazing his suit. Backflip, key space, Spider-Man executed a mid-air flip, evading the sweeping sword light. Wall cling, key mouse turn, Spider-Man instantly adhered to the nearby tree trunk, dodging a fan-shaped claw strike. Simultaneously, Parker seized every opportunity between attacks to strike back. Webbind. Press key to aim at the leg. Release. A viscous strand of white web shot accurately toward the zombie priestess ankle, attempting to hinder his movement. Web strike. Aim at the head. Key rapid tap. A concentrated web projectile slammed toward the adversary's cranium. Close-range flurry. As Spider-Man approached, he unleashed a rapid succession of powerful punches, straight jabs, hooks, and sweeping kicks, delivering a series of resounding thuds to the chest and abdomen of the zombie sorcerer. The relentless barrage forced the sorcerer to retreat, his robes torn in multiple places, revealing the gruesome patchwork of flesh and writhing dark tendons beneath. The bloodlust in his eyes intensified, and a surge of grayish-black corpse energy erupted from him. Futile. Can the feeble forces of mortals harm my undead form? He bellowed, his voice echoing ominously. With a swift motion of his gnarled hand, surrounded by swirling dark energy, he unleashed 3 tangible, foul-smelling claws that cut through the air in a fan-shaped arc toward Spider-Man. They moved with astonishing speed, covering a vast area. Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared in Parker's earpiece, signaling impending danger. Is he pulling out the big guns? Parker thought, exhilaration coursing through him. A smile crept across his face as he deftly maneuvered his controls. With a quick flick of the mouse, he shifted his view dramatically to the right and backward, while simultaneously pressing the retreat and jump keys. At the apex of his leap, he struck the web shooting button, targeting a distant streetlight. With precision, the webbing hit its mark. Parker immediately released the button and gripped the swing key tightly. In a split second, Spider-Man, as if pulled by an unseen thread, executed a near-horizontal, extreme ground-hugging maneuver, narrowly evading the lethal claws that sliced through the air above him. The claws grazed his back, crashing into a nearby tree with a thunderous impact. With a resounding crack, the tree, as thick as a bowl, splintered, its severed edge revealing a charred, corroded surface. Brilliant! Parker couldn't help but applaud his own audacious feat. Spider-Man, ever the showman, chimed in. Wow, I almost became Spider Sashimi. That disfiguring claw of yours packs quite a punch. Once safely perched, Parker beckoned the panting zombie sorcerer with a flick of his finger. I believe it's my turn now. His gaze sharpened as he noticed a brief, weakened status icon appear beneath the sorcerer's health bar. Now's the time. Sample this. Parker's fingers glided across the keyboard, initiating a command chain. In the distance, atop a high-rise building, a discreetly designed micro-drone, adorned with urban camouflage, firmly locked onto the battlefield with its optical lens and energy sensors. Behind the camera, the command center's large screen displayed a clear split between the drone's visuals and energy readings. Target's energy is surging. Attack mode recognized. Highly corrosive energy claws, exclaimed the analyst, all evident in his voice. The red and blue spider is counterattacking. His movement patterns and attack sequences are impeccably programmed, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. Another technician reported, "DBI, the flashpoint has reached the periphery. Should we intervene?" The communication channel inquired. Lin Kuei's gaze remained fixed on the screen, where a red and blue figure deftly maneuvered amidst the spectral claws of death, while the zombie Taoist roared in suppressed fury. His eyes were sharp as blades. Maintain observation. Record battle data. Deep Eye. Analyze the newly emerged energy weakness. Flashpoint. Secure the park's entrances to prevent civilian casualties. Do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Let them fight first. Chapter 5. Contact with official organizations. The zombie Taoist's corrupt poison-shredding claw was narrowly evaded by Spider-Man, the wild energy cleaving a nearby tree in half, emitting acrid smoke from the severed trunk. This full-force attack evidently drained a considerable amount of energy as the swirling gray-black aura around him visibly dimmed, and the weakened status icon below his health bar became more pronounced. Now is the moment. Parker's eyes sparkled with intensity as his fingers flew across the keyboard. He granted the enemy no respite. Seizing the opportunity, while the zombie Taoist was briefly stunned from the failed attack and the backlash of his own power, Parker commanded Spider-Man to swiftly shoot out 2 strands of web. Whoosh, whoosh. One strand expertly ensnared the zombie Taoist's wrist that clutched the short sword, rendering him unable to strike. The other wrapped around his arm, which had just executed the claw attack and had yet to retract. Got him, Parker exclaimed, simultaneously pressing the right mouse button with force, the preset strong pull key. On the screen, Spider-Man kicked off the ground, his core erupting with astonishing strength, propelling himself backward like a cannonball, aided by the web. Roar! The zombie Taoist barely had time to emit a reluctant growl before his entire body was yanked off balance by the tremendous force, akin to a ragged sack flung through the air, crashing violently against a nearby park bench. Boom! Crack! The sturdy metal bench twisted and warped under the impact. The zombie Taoist's robe was completely shredded, revealing the ghastly, stitched flesh beneath, and his health bar plummeted significantly, plunging him into a severely injured state. The aura of death that surrounded him nearly dissipated, leaving him to futilely thrash on the ground, emitting raspy breaths of despair. Done. Parker sighed in relief, his fingers lifting from the keyboard, gazing at the downed elite foe on the screen, a surge of accomplishment swelling within him. A threat? With proper execution, it was hardly anything formidable. He stretched his slightly sore fingers, a triumphant smile spreading across his face like a seasoned player who had just conquered a challenging level. Wow, that was it. I thought I could watch the show a little longer. A youthful voice, laced with disappointment, chimed in. Li Shua crouched on a branch of a large tree, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, a peculiar metallic cube in his hands. His eyes unblinkingly focused through the gaps in the leaves at the conclusion of the battle in the park center. Impressive efficiency. Blue Yuan, standing in the shadows beside him, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting the scrolling data streams on a miniature tactical tablet. The energy response of the new target had plummeted to its nadir. The threat neutralized. The combat style of the red-blue spider is highly programmed, exhibiting a 100 evasion rate, seamless attack coordination, and remarkably low energy consumption. He furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly taken aback by this outcome. Moreover, did he not speak rather excessively? Lan Yuan, rarely one to engage in sarcasm, made a quip, evidently exasperated by the incessant bombardment of system announcements. From a master of performance art to a disfigured claw, and now to a friendly neighbor's declaration of termination. He was, without a doubt, a walking cacophony. Aksun, Lan Yuan Gongman Suki Din. Li Shua smirked, at your service, Lord Deep Eye, his figure instantly blurred, vanishing as if merging with the very air. The next moment, just as Spider-Man prepared to ensnare the zombie priest with webs, 2 figures materialized at the edge of the battlefield without warning. One of them was Lan Yuan, still clad in his immaculate white lab coat, exuding calmness, while cradling a fist-sized metallic sphere that radiated a faint blue glow. The other was Li Shua, who cheerfully waved at Spider-Man. Hey, Chatterbox, that was quite the performance. Spider-Man's movements momentarily faltered. Parker halted his actions, and the white lenses of his mask shifted toward the 2 newcomers, seemingly sizing them up. The system, responding to the current situation, instantly generated a voice in line with Spider-Man's character. Wow. Finally, some audience members? Are you high-tier spectators with your own teleportation portals? This is far more efficient than the NYPD. Wait, what's with your uniforms? Parker noticed the abstract circuit shield emblem on their attire. Without further ado, Lan Yuan gently tapped the metallic sphere. Buzz. The sphere instantly expanded, transforming into numerous slender energy beams pulsating with blue arcs, precisely enveloping the struggling zombie priest as if they were living entities. These beams not only firmly restrained his limbs, but also penetrated his body, forming a type of energy suppression field. The faint corpse energy emanating from the zombie priest dissipated as if encountering a nemesis, the bloodlust in his eyes extinguishing to reveal only emptiness and silence. A final, reluctant whimper escaped his throat before he completely lost consciousness. Mission: encounter an anomalous entity corpse puppet. Completed. Reward: 500 experience points, city reputation, mystical side, 50, unknown material, decayed sutures 3. Attention, unknown. A system notification popped up above Parker's screen. Capture complete. The target has been contained. Lan Yuan reported calmly. His voice transmitted back to the command center through some device. He then turned his gaze towards Spider-Man, who remained in a vigilant stance. Unknown superpowered individual, codenamed Red Blue Spider. We are the Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau, responsible for addressing such incidents. Thank you for averting this potential crisis. Wow, that sounds really cool. Spider-Man, system voice, appeared intrigued, exaggeratedly shrugging his shoulders, but no need for thanks. Just another day in the life of a friendly neighborhood hero. It must be said, your response time is something that New York could learn from. They always arrive tardily, only after I've dealt with the villains, and then they rush to take fingerprints. He rambled on, blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently disclosed crucial information. A flicker of insight crossed the gaze behind the blue-tinted lenses. New York? He seized upon this significant geographical reference, and with a peculiar accent and unfamiliar uniform style, a hypothesis rapidly formed within his astute, analytical mind. You are not of this world. He made this statement assertively, rather than as a question. Oh, Spider-Man scratched his head. Well, this is a long story. In any case, I currently reside in this friendly neighborhood channel and have no immediate plans to relocate. The system skillfully sidestepped the core issue while tacitly affirming the other's assumption. Allow me to introduce myself. Blue Abyss maintained basic politeness. I am Chief Analyst Deep Insight. This is Action Team Member Flashpoint. He gestured towards the curious young man with blonde hair, who was intently examining Spider-Man's suit. Wow, official. Cool. Spider-Man appeared genuinely pleased. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Although I suspect you don't have my file in your database yet. Spider-Man. Blue Abyss quietly repeated this name, committing it to memory. In light of your demonstrated abilities and position, he glanced at the captured zombie sorcerer. We formally extend an invitation to you. Join us. Your capabilities could be better utilized. With access to resources, intelligence, logistical support, and even assistance in exploring the reasons for your arrival in this world, we can collaborate to uphold the secrecy and order of this realm. His tone was sincere and rational, imbued with an undeniable persuasive quality. Before the screen, Parker felt a flutter of excitement in his chest. Joining an official organization? It sounded like a promising choice, with protection and resources. Yet, he controlled Spider-Man to experience the freedom of being a hero, to embody the pixelated justice he held in his heart. Joining a hierarchical, rule-laden official institution? What difference would that make from a mundane job? What he desired was to swing freely through the city, combating visible evils and aiding those in need. Much like in a game, Parker's fingers lightly tapped the keyboard. On the screen, Spider-Man tilted his head slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Then, he raised his hand towards Blue Abyss and Li Shuo, performing the classic gesture of shooting webs with his middle and ring fingers curled in, while his thumb, index finger, and pinky extended in a distinctive pose. Wow, that sounds great. Mr. Deep Insight, Mr. Flashpoint. Spider-Man's tone remained buoyant, tinged with a subtle detachment. However, I prefer to be a friendly neighborhood freelancer. Joining a club entails too many rules. Moreover, he pointed to the sky. This city's rooftops still need a chatty red figure to liven them up. Farewell. As soon as the words left his lips, Parker had already pressed the web launch button, aiming at the towering television antenna in the distance, and simultaneously struck the spacebar with fervor. Whoosh! The web sliced through the air. Hey, wait. We can give you time to consider. Li Shu instinctively shouted. But it was too late. The figure of Spider-Man, propelled by the web's tension, soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. An extraordinarily graceful, powerful aerial flip ensued, as the red and blue silhouette traced a beautiful arc across the night sky, seamlessly merging into the silhouette of the steel forest, leaving behind only the fading echoes of the system-generated farewell voice. Don't forget to leave a 5-star review, dear friends. Until next time, Lan Yu gazed at the rapidly vanishing red dot and the cursor on the tactical tablet, representing the opponent's swift movements, the lenses reflecting the city's light pollution, revealing no emotion. He calmly addressed the communicator. Target Spider-Man has declined the invitation and has disengaged. Behavioral pattern analysis updated. Highly independent, friendly disposition, yet exceedingly unpredictable. Continuous observation is advised. Priority elevated. Li Shuo clicked his tongue in dismay. TSK, he runs so fast. I wanted to ask him where he got that suit made. His words may have been excessive, yet he found the individual quite intriguing. Parker watched the icon representing Spider-Man darting swiftly across the city map, heading toward the newly generated golden exclamation mark, Quest, the lost key, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Rejecting the official invitation felt akin to dismissing a potential alteration in gameplay. Instead, it brought him a sense of satisfaction in maintaining his original intent. He picked up the phone on the table, the screen illuminating. Without hesitation, he opened the most frequently used search engine and quickly typed in the search box, Spider-Man. The chatty hero in spandex, New York's friendly neighbor. The search results displayed: Spider-Man, Baidu Encyclopedia, Marvel Comics character, Spider-Man series of films, Dubon movies, Ultimate Spider-Man animation, Billy, Spider-Man Spandex, Taobo. Not a single news item or piece of information pertained to the scene that had unfolded in the game. Local news, social media, and short video platforms were eerily silent. Parker's gaze sharpened and deepened instantly. He set down his phone, his attention returning to the computer screen. That agile figure in the virtual city's lights, who had just vanquished a supernatural monster and declined the official organization's invitation, felt so vividly real. Indeed, Parker murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously caressing the cool keyboard. The world within the computer and the reality in which I exist are not one and the same. There lies a city of supernatural abilities, populated by zombie Taoists and official organizations, in need of friendly neighbors. This realization did not instill fear or alienation. Rather, it ignited a profound curiosity and a peculiar sense of mission deep within him. In that world, the Spider-Man he controlled was a genuine variable that existed. As Parker straightened his posture, his hands returned to the controls, his gaze intensely focused on the pixelated hero racing toward the mission point on the screen. A smile of excitement curled at the corners of his lips. Another day of friendly neighborhood tasks awaited him. He gently maneuvered the mouse, and just as Spider-Man was about to collide with a glass FAAD, he executed an incredibly fluid sidewall kick, using momentum to alter his trajectory. With a flick of his wrist, a new web shot forth toward the pinnacle of a uniquely designed arch bridge. The red and blue figure traced a thrilling yet graceful arc through the air, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the urban night sky. Behind him, in the distant heavens, a remarkably discreet micro-drone trailed silently, like a specter. Chapter 6. The daily life of Spider-Man. The dust from the battle in Maple Leaf Park settled, efficiently and discreetly managed by the world's official organizations, as if the events had never transpired. Yet for the ordinary citizens of this city, another marvel emerged like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples quietly spreading outward. Parker, controlling Spider-Man, became an indefatigable pixelated ranger, darting through the steel jungle of the metropolis, efficiently clearing the task markers on the map. Lost key. He discovered a set of keys adorned with a teddy bear dangling between the slats of a park bench. Following the task's hint, he scanned the vicinity and quickly pinpointed a young girl, her eyes red-rimmed from anxious searching through her backpack. Spider-Man descended from above, landing precisely on a lamppost, and shook the keys playfully. Hey, look what I found. Make sure your little bear doesn't get lost again next time. Amid the girl's delighted squeals and the gaze of her phone's camera, he executed a backflip and vanished. Neighborhood friendliness 25, he assisted an elderly gentleman, struggling to push a heavy cart up a steep incline to reach the top. As the old man expressed his gratitude with a heartfelt, "Thank you, young man," Parker responded with a signature Spider-Man salute, then swung away on a web, continuing his journey. City Guardian 13. In a narrow back alley, he stumbled upon two thugs attempting to assault a late-working office employee. Spider-Man descended from a fire escape like a wraith, expertly ensnaring one thug with a web shot to the face, rendering him immobile against the wall, while a swift leg sweep dispatched the other to the ground, followed by several strands of webbing to secure him. Addressing the shaken office worker, he advised, "Next time, stick to the main roads, my friend. Farewell." He then disappeared into the alley, leaving behind the thug's curses and the bewildered yet grateful gaze of the rescued individual. These seemingly trivial neighborhood interactions, captured by countless eyes and smartphone cameras in the information age, were magnified and disseminated widely. The entry for the chatty spandex-clad hero soared to the second spot on the local social media trending list, with a celebrity gossip still reigning at the top. Captured from the girl's perspective, Spider-Man hung from a lamppost, jingling the keys with a buoyant tone. The video was shared wildly, with the comments section exploding. Ah, his voice is so youthful and energetic. I give his entrance a perfect score. No fear of him becoming arrogant. Did only I notice how steadily he landed? Even Newton's coffin couldn't contain it. The eyes on his mask still move. How adorable. Such strength. Maneuvering the cart is as effortless as child's play. From a distance, high-rise buildings capture the scene. Spider-Man is hanging upside down, obscured face, sweeping legs, and binding his adversaries in one fluid motion, as smooth as a film production. Suddenly, the barrage of comments shifts. What the heck? Such skill. Is this special effects? It's too seamless. The skyscraper. I was terrified at that moment. Though he spoke a bit too much, his combat skills were undeniably sharp. Is he merely putting on a show? How could he be so conveniently helpful everywhere? Doesn't he fear being mistaken for a weirdo dressed like that? Is this even legal? On the colossal curved main screen, trending topics, key video clips with comments. And a blue cursor representing Spider-Man's rapid movements across the city map, marked as an observation target by Deep Eye, are displayed side by side. Data streams cascade like a waterfall on the adjacent small screen. Lin Kuei stands tall at the command platform, her posture unwavering, yet her brow is slightly furrowed. Li Shual leans casually against the control panel, a newly replaced energy bar clenched between his teeth, pointing at the comments and laughing heartily. Haha, everyone knows this guy is a chatterbox. Su Xiao sits at the analyst station, her fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard, dismissively remarking without looking up. Though others may be talkative, their efficiency in resolving matters is never lacking. Zhao Gang stands nearby, arms crossed, his expression serious as he observes the footage of Spider-Man subduing a robber. The movements are clean and decisive, effectively halting crime, which is commendable. However, his lack of discipline is concerning. Power without restraint ultimately poses a risk. Sitting at the central analysis desk, Lan Yuan's gold-rimmed glasses reflect the screen's cold light. He pulls up a heat map of Spider-Man's completed tasks and a timeline of his actions. The behavioral patterns are remarkably consistent. He calmly analyzes that he prioritizes friendly neighborly tasks with low risk, 65, reacts swiftly and efficiently to criminal activities, 25, with the remainder dedicated to exploratory movements. While his routes appear random, algorithmic backtracking reveals the emergence of a patrolling path centered around specific landmarks, such as the TV tower and sports dome. The energy consumption curve remains astonishingly stable. He pauses, pointing to the online public sentiment analysis chart. Social feedback shows 78 positive emotions, curiosity, admiration, gratitude, 15 neutral, memes, questioning the technology, and 7 negative, concerns over loss of control, questioning legality. His friendly neighbor positioning has unexpectedly garnered immense public affinity. At that moment, a secure communication request pops up in the center of the main screen, labeled as Headquarters Foundation. Lin Kuei's expression sharpens, and she immediately connects. East China Command Center. Lin Kui, a composed, imposing middle-aged man appears on the screen, dressed in a sharply tailored dark gray uniform, with insignia on his shoulder more intricate than Lin Kuei's. He is Zhou Zheng, the deputy director of the headquarters, codenamed Foundation. Captain Lin. Zhou Zheng's voice is steady, yet carries an invisible weight. The red and blue spider, or rather, the Spider-Man incident, has drawn significant attention from the headquarters. The intensity of public sentiment has surged excessively, surpassing the conventional thresholds for covert management. His behavioral patterns are intriguing, yet fraught with greater uncertainty. The headquarters has mandated, first, immediately elevate the monitoring level of the target, Spider-Man, to a heightened state of vigilance regarding potential strategic significance, deploying Shadow-class tracking drones. I wish to observe every swing and energy reading he exhibits. Second, deep insight. I have reviewed your analysis report. How confident are you in the conjecture regarding his possible origin from another realm? Third, what are the findings from the assessment team regarding his refusal to join? Lan Yu promptly interjected. Deputy Director, regarding the speculation of an alternate dimension. I base my assertion on 3 points. Firstly, the New Yorkie mentioned has no corresponding entity on Earth, and his accent and linguistic habits exhibit distinct non-native characteristics. Secondly, his uniform style and abilities do not align with any existing spectrum of supernatural powers or technological pathways, standing uniquely apart. Thirdly, and crucially, he presented a comparative image showing Parker's search for results in the real world following the Park confrontation, and we monitored global networks and the deep web, uncovering no valid information regarding his true identity or the organization behind him. Considering his self-identification as Spider-Man and the cognitive discrepancies he displays, the likelihood of his origin from another realm exceeds 87. Li Shua eagerly added, "Assessment of contact? That fellow is nothing short of a loquacious libertarian." Deep Insight earnestly invited him to join, and he responded with a friendly freelancer neighbor remark, accompanied by a peculiar gesture, before darting off. He was impossible to detain. However, he scratched his head, noting that he did not seem malevolent, merely overly fond of posturing and rambling. Zhou Zheng listened intently to the report, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze profound. The visitor from another realm possesses a highly programmed, controllable template with a behavioral inclination towards altruism, yet resists control. He pondered for a moment, updating the foundational directives. Maintain heightened monitoring, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Attempt to establish informal communication channels. Deep Insight. You shall take the lead in studying the manipulators or sources of will behind his behavioral logic. Focus on gathering data regarding his energy characteristics, particularly the unique fluctuations that may arise during his arrival or connection to the alternate realm. Furthermore, he turned to Lin Kuei, instructing the public opinion guidance team to intervene, steering online discussions towards urban legends, performance art, and high technology, thereby downplaying the essence of his superpowers. The principle of concealment must remain unyielding. Understood. Acknowledged. The group responded solemnly. As the communication concluded, the atmosphere in the command center grew increasingly tense. The elevated monitoring level signifies that every action of Spider-Man will be under the vigilant scrutiny of headquarters. On Lanyu's lenses, the map reflected the still jubilant blue cursor in motion, accompanied by the quietly increasing tiny red dots representing higher-level tracking drones. Parker yawned, rubbing his somewhat sore eyes. On the screen, the map displayed that most of the golden exclamation marks had transformed into completed green check marks. Friendly Neighborhood, 55, completed. City Guardian, 33, accomplished. The experience bar surged significantly, and the city's reputation elevated to the Friendly Neighborhood level. Time to wrap up. Parker gazed contentedly at Spider-Man, poised on the edge of a lofty skyscraper's rooftop, bathed in the golden glow of the dawn's first light. His red and blue costume shimmered brilliantly under the rising sun. He maneuvered Spider-Man into a stretch, then stood silently, facing the sun. In that moment, both within and beyond the screen, an extraordinary tranquility enveloped the scene. Parker relished the satisfaction of controlling a hero, having completed his task list. Unbeknownst to him, the character he commanded had become the epicenter of a digital tempest, and he had been elevated to the highest surveillance level by a vast and clandestine organization, even speculated to be from another realm. He was only aware that in the world behind the computer, his controlled friendly neighbor had just navigated a busy and fulfilling night. He closed the game interface, allowing Spider-Man's silhouette to linger in that morning light. Stretching languidly, Parker prepared to fetch himself some breakfast. Chapter 7. A marvelous world. The chilled aluminum can of cola produced beads of condensation in his palm, and Parker took a satisfying gulp, the carbonation invigorating his throat and dispelling the afternoon's drowsiness. Sitting before his computer, his fingers lightly brushed against the technologically sleek superhero control terminal adorned in red and blue. The screen illuminated at his command, revealing the familiar city skyline once more, where the red and blue figure stood serenely atop a signal tower, gazing down at the ceaseless pulse of the city below. Ah, as he played, Parker felt the refreshing sensation beneath his fingertips, observing the vibrant virtual silhouette on the screen. And a peculiar sentiment surged within him. It truly felt like managing an entirely different life. In this realm constructed of data and systems, Parker could cast aside the trivialities and solitude of reality, wholly immersing himself in the exhilaration and responsibility of being a hero. As he guided Spider-Man back into the daily routine of his friendly neighborhood, addressing several newly emerged golden exclamation points, helping lost foreign tourists find their way, securing a dislodged billboard with webbing, Parker noticed a once dull icon in the lower right corner, a spinning golden gear, now radiating a soft, persistent golden halo, pulsing gently. Oh, had he accumulated enough points? Parker's eyes brightened. This was the hero points accrued from previous task rewards. He swiftly moved the mouse, clicking on the glowing gear icon. The interface instantly transitioned into a high-tech lottery space. The backdrop was a profound cosmic nebula, with two enormous, stylistically distinct vortex gates suspended in the center. The left vortex gate, a deep blue, within which countless silhouettes of heroes spun, labeled above with hero recruitment requirement, legendary hero points, 0-100. The gate stood firmly closed, displaying a prominent locked icon. The right vortex gate, a dazzling gold, revealing an array of bizarre, shimmering items, weapons, shields, potion vials, mechanical parts, etc. within. Above it read, equipment supply available points, 100,100. The swirling vortex gently rotates, emanating an enticing glow. At its center lies a colossal draw button. Parker realizes that merely hero lotteries are insufficient. Rarer points are indeed required. Unfazed, his gaze fixates on the golden vortex door to the right. The item lottery can only extract equipment compatible with the heroes one already possesses. He murmurs to himself. His mind instantaneously flooded with myriad fragmented memories of Spider-Man's spectacular gear. Various suits from the comics, symbiote, Iron Spider, Stark technology from the films, drones, holographic projections, and bizarre inventions from the animations, spider skateboard, gigantic mechanical spider. 400 MA. Parker suddenly chuckles, reminiscing about the uniquely styled Toei version of Spider-Man. If only he could draw Leo Patton, that mechanical giant would surely clear the game with a single strike. Shaking his head, amused by his whimsical thoughts, he unhesitatingly presses the golden draw button. Buzz. The screen vibrates slightly, and the golden vortex accelerates, transforming into a blur of light and shadow. An exhilarating and anticipatory electronic sound effect resonates as countless item phantoms swiftly glide by, their speed rendering them mere splashes of color. Moments later, the vortex's velocity dramatically decreases, ultimately coming to a halt. Clang! A crisp and melodious sound effect rings out. A beam of golden light shoots forth from the vortex's core, hovering in the center of the screen. As the golden glow dissipates, it reveals a pair of web shooters, more intricate than the basic model, with fluid lines and glinting with a metallic sheen. Beside it appears a detailed description. Equipment. Web shooters SHIELD. Optimized version. Source. Ultimate Spider-Man Animated Universe. Quality. Superior. Blue. Effects. Basic function enhancement. Web range 20. Stickiness 15. Launch speed 10. Special modes unlocked. Electric web. Fires webs infused with a mild electrical current, capable of briefly incapacitating targets. Small area. More effective against mechanical energy entities. Slow gel. Launches a viscous gel blob, significantly reducing the target's mobility over a large area. Emergency parachute. Automatically activates a small web parachute during free falls. Manual activation required. Note, sponsored by Director Fury, don't lose it, kid. From an unnamed agent. Oh, it's this, Parker exclaims in delight, as dormant memories instantaneously awaken. He quickly grabs his phone, opens the ping video, and rapidly searches for Ultimate Spider-Man gear. Several classic clips emerge. Spider-Man incapacitating robots with electric webs, trapping Rhino with slow gel, and clumsily deploying his parachute during a high-altitude mishap. I remember now. Fury upgraded it. The features are quite comprehensive. Parker exclaims excitedly, rubbing his hands together. He notices that the original basic web shooter icon in his equipment tab has been replaced by this cooler blue icon. Eagerly, he yearns to test the new functionalities. As he was preparing to maneuver Spider-Man to find a suitable location to test his new equipment, a figure unexpectedly materialized on the adjacent rooftop of a slightly shorter office building at the edge of the screen's perspective. It was Lee Shaw, the Flashpoint. Today, he was not donned his uniform, but instead wore a black hoodie emblazoned with peculiar symbols and tattered jeans, his signature golden hair still strikingly visible in the sunlight. He seemed to have teleported, slightly swaying upon landing, and then waved energetically towards Spider-Man with a grin that conveyed a mix of relief and familiarity, as if to say, "Finally found you. Hey, Spider-Man. Busy? Got a moment to chat? Just for a bit." His voice resonated clearly through the system. Parker's fingers hovered above the keyboard, momentarily taken aback. Was someone from the official side reaching out? Or was it this seemingly unreliable Flashpoint? His previous interactions with Deep Sight had been entirely system-generated. Could this time be different? Why not give a shot? Curiosity overcame Parker. He controlled Spider-Man, equipping the newly installed launcher. and aimed at a ventilation duct on the edge of Li Shua's rooftop. Whoosh! A notably swifter and more stable white web shot forth with precision. Parker pressed the swing key, and Spider-Man was instantly propelled towards the rooftop where Li Shua stood. However, perhaps due to the need to acclimate to the new equipment or Parker's desire for a more impressive landing, he attempted a somersault just before reaching his destination. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the red and blue figure comically splat against the gleaming glass facade of the office building. The white lenses of the mask seemingly rattled by the impact. Li Shua's mouth fell agape, his hand suspended mid-wave. The smile on his face instantly freezing into a look of bewilderment, as if to ponder. Who am I? Where am I? What have I just witnessed? Meanwhile, Parker, behind the screen, covered his face in embarrassment. Damn, the new equipment is too powerful. I overdid it. Thankfully, Spider-Man, the system, promptly reacted in accordance with his tenacious and stubborn nature. He extricated himself from the glass wall, executing a neat backflip and landing gracefully on the rooftop, nonchalantly brushing off non-existent dust. Hey, Flashpoint, how's it going? Spider-Man, system voice, greeted with exuberance, as if the earlier mishap had never occurred. The large white eyes on his mask blinking in unison. Of course I've got time. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is always ready to listen. What's up? Is there some oblivious fellow in need of justice's web? Or perhaps Spider-Man leaned in a bit closer. Your cafeteria's food is lacking today, and you want me to help order takeout? Only then did Li Shua emerge from his stupor, rubbing his eyes and striving to erase the shocking scene from his mind. He managed to re-establish a smile, tinged with fatigue and sociability. Neither. Thanks, buddy, but I got enough takeout for now. Primarily, the task assigned above has prompted me to engage with you, to converse and deepen our understanding. He shrugged helplessly, as you might expect from someone with an official background. We always have to put on a facade, drafting reports to prove we are not slacking off. Spider-Man immediately emitted a sound of realization, nodding vigorously. Oh, I understand. Well, report literature, all for the sake of livelihood. Long live understanding. Li Shua observed the other's perceptiveness, and his taut nerves seemed to relax slightly, even infused with a sense of camaraderie. It is truly rare to encounter someone as understanding as you, who possesses the ability to comprehend human speech. He seemed to have opened the floodgates of his woes, unable to restrain himself from lamenting. Previously, we encountered those newly awakened youngsters, or those who appeared from some obscure corner of the world, each one with their noses in the air, proclaiming that their fate lies in their own hands, and that the official stance is merely that of a dog on a leash, declaring themselves the best in the world. He rolled his eyes dramatically, mimicking that particular tone of youthful bravado. What gives you the right to control me? I shall wield my abilities as I see fit. Join your ranks? It would only stifle my growth. For heaven's sake, Li Shua lamented, raking his fingers through his unruly blonde hair. I truly question whether 9 years of compulsory education were in vain. Has basic public safety awareness and social responsibility been fed to the dogs? And what of those traversers? He lowered his voice, imbued with a sense of worldly wisdom, regardless of whether they hail from ancient times or alternate realms. 8 out of 10 arrive with a delusion of grandeur, believing themselves to be the chosen ones, returning to dominate the world and establish harems, utterly oblivious to reality. Is a lack of common sense now a prerequisite for traversers? Parker, seated before the screen, was left dumbfounded, forgetting even to sip his soda. Goodness, the world within this screen is astonishingly vibrant. A plethora of eccentric individuals with extraordinary abilities and traversers abound. Moreover, judging by the fluency of Li Shua's grievances and the depth of his discontent, it is evident that the official response to such incidents has become routine. The depth and capacity for response of this official organization are undeniably profound. Wow, Spider-Man exclaimed, filled with admiration or perhaps sympathy. Your work sounds to be of hellish difficulty. Not only must you contend with monsters, but you also have to serve as counselors and disciplinarians for a bunch of troublesome children. Remarkable. A salute to all those laboring on the front lines of managing unruly youths. Spider-Man even performed a rather unorthodox salute. Li Shua was amused by this exaggerated tribute, waving his hand dismissively. All right, no need to belittle us. Chatting with you is quite enjoyable, far more so than writing reports. Next time, if there is a chance. His words were abruptly cut off. Emergency task alert. Location, Central City Bank. Incident, armed robbery. The robbers are heavily armed and have taken hostages. Threat level. Recommendation, immediate intervention. The blaring red alert and urgent beeping instantly engulf Parker's screen and headphones. It appears that the friendly neighbor is in a hurry. Spider-Man instantly shifted into a serious and swift demeanor, exclaiming, "Flashpoint, reconnect. Remember to send my regards to Mr. D-Bye." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Parker's fingers had already pressed the button on his new web shooter, aiming at the tallest skyscraper in the city center. "Hey!" Li Shuo could only manage to shout 2 words. Spider-Man's silhouette had already shot forth like a released arrow, propelled by the enhanced webbing's superior traction, soaring toward the source of the alarm with unprecedented speed and momentum, leaving Li Shuo standing alone on the rooftop, watching the rapidly diminishing red and blue trajectory. He let out a resigned sigh and spoke into the communicator. "Brother Deep-Eye, communication interrupted." Yet a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He had begun to realize that this Spider-Man was indeed quite intriguing. Chapter 8. The classic bank heist. Lin Kuei lowered her gaze, tugging at the faded cotton shirt that clung to her frame, the frayed cuffs brushing against her wrists with a rough itch. A few strands of hair, tousled by the wind, fell across her forehead. She raised a hand to smooth them back, feeling a slight static charge as her fingertips grazed the strands, prompting a soft click of annoyance to escape her lips, the end of her sigh laced with an inexplicable vexation. Currently, a figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit was leaping around the city, engaging in acts of heroism, while she, the designated overseer of these extraordinary beings, found herself forced into taking a leave by the young men in her team, who insisted that if she didn't take a break soon, she would surely start sprouting mushrooms in the monitoring room. Unbidden, memories of her parents surfaced in her mind. Her mother, apron stained with the remnants of frying eggs, clutching a crumpled menu, her voice resonating with a brightness that could lift the roof. "You're finally back. Hurry and withdraw some cash from a bank. There's a new wonton shop at the corner that serves the shepherd's purse filling you always raved about as a child. You must indulge today." Her father stood nearby, his reading glasses slipping down to the tip of his nose, chuckling as he nodded, a plastic bag already in hand, claiming he needed to pack some food to take home. Just as warmth flooded her heart, it was abruptly frozen by the scene before her. Lin Kuei crouched on the cold tile floor of the bank, the chills seeping through her thin jeans, causing her to shiver slightly. Nearby, a woman in a red scarf was using her sleeve to wipe away tears, her muffled sobs piercing the air like fine needles, tightening the atmosphere. 7 or 8 masked robbers loitered in the hall, their boots thudding ominously against the floor. The cold, metallic sheen of their guns glinted menacingly, the barrels sweeping over the crowd, and each time one passed near her, Lin Kuei could sense the breath of those around her hitching in fear. The classic bank heist scenario had the audacity to unfold on her very first day off. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of her own reflection in the glass of the counter, and instinctively, she held her breath. A layer of gray mist rapidly spread across her pupils, akin to glass immersed in icy water, exuding an air of lifeless chill. However, this grayness lingered only for half a second, receding like a tide, leaving behind a lingering dryness in her gaze. She forcefully closed her eyes, her nails digging deep into her palm, yet it was of no avail. Ever since that fateful day, every attempt to wield her abilities was met with a dull ache that constricted her heart. She cautiously shifted her position, her fingertips brushing against the restraining strap concealed within the fabric of her shirt. This was a portable binding apparatus, the width of a palm, edged with luminescent strips, specifically designed to subdue uncontrollable individuals with extraordinary powers. Its presence now felt particularly ironic. With her other hand, she reached into her pocket, encountering the icy grip of a stun gun. The compact, black body, fitting snugly in her palm, had a textured handle that pressed against her skin. The magazine was fully loaded, yet against these armed robbers, such meager firepower was akin to wielding a toy. A soft beep resonated as Lin Kuei activated the miniature communicator disguised as a Bluetooth headset. Turning her face, she concealed her mouth with her hair, lowering her voice to a barely audible whisper tinged with barely discernible tension. "East District, Pingy Road Bank. At least 5 armed robbers seem off. Hurry. Are we just going to dawdle and wait to die?" Suddenly, The leader of the robbers kicked the glass counter with a resounding bang that pierced the air, sending shocks through the eardrums. His voice, gravelly as if sandpaper had scraped wood, issued a harsh command as he pressed the barrel of his gun menacingly towards the bank staff. Push the cash box out. One more second, and this bullet won't discriminate. The woman being threatened trembled like a leaf in the wind, her fingers hastily fumbling on the cash counting machine, which stuttered several times before finally spitting out stacks of cash. Sweat mingled with the dirt beneath her nails, her face as pale as parchment, her lips quivering. Okay. Just a moment. Linguiscase sutendi frose. She fixated on the nearest robber, and, as he turned, a flicker of light, no larger than a pinprick, flashed within the depths of his eyes, swift as an illusion. But the sensation of emptiness in that instant was unmistakable, akin to a marionette abruptly yanked by its strings. Her body momentarily stiffened. It was control. Lin Kuei's heart skipped a beat, her fingertips hovering over the communicator. Who was orchestrating this? At that moment, her peripheral vision caught a shadow against the ceiling. A patch of red and blue clung to the edge of the overhead lamp, resembling a moving color block. Lin Kuei's eyelashes fluttered violently, her breath nearly catching in her throat. The red was a glaring scarlet, and the blue held a slight grayish hue, adorned with the emblem of a black spider on her chest. It was that tight-suited boy. Instinctively, she wanted to lower her head, yet her gaze felt ensnared, fixated on the figure clinging to the ceiling like a gecko, moving with an almost soundless grace. The fabric of the suit glimmered under the light, the metallic edges of the web shooter occasionally reflecting a glint. Was this fool attempting to play the hero? Lin Kuei clenched her jaw, her eyes rapidly scanning the surroundings. A schoolgirl huddled in the corner with her backpack. A bespectacled gentleman cradled his briefcase protectively. The faces of all present were etched with terror. This boy appeared young. If he acted impulsively, bullets could easily find their mark among these innocent souls. Now was the time for stealth. A youthful voice, transmitted through some device, resonated softly, barely audible to Lin Kuei alone. As she lifted her gaze, she caught sight of the crimson and azure figure whispering something to her wrist. With a deft flick of her fingertip, a thread as fine as a hair silently shot forth. The furthest robber from the counter, with his back turned, was smoking, a small hole burned into his hood by the smoldering cigarette. The spider silk expertly ensnared his wrist and ankle, and in an instant of sudden tension, before a muffled groan could escape his lips, he was yanked violently into the air. Another strand of spider silk seemed to come alive, swiftly wrapping around his mouth and ultimately adhering him upside down to the wall, mere centimeters above the ground. The gun that had fallen to the floor was dragged into the corner by the silk, the entire sequence unfolding with the swiftness of a gust of wind. The onlookers remained oblivious, except for Lin Kuei, who discerned the fading spark in the robber's eyes as he was bound, dimming like extinguished starlight. Her pupils contracted, a sudden chill racing down her spine. The execution of this maneuver was far too practiced. The control of force and timing was anything but the recklessness she had presumed. Lin Kuei abruptly lowered her head, her hair cascading to obscure half of her face as her fingers drummed rapidly on her knee. Did this individual recognize that the robber had been neutralized, or was it merely the wisdom of experience? The thought of alerting the remaining criminals, of the puppeteer behind them becoming aware of him, made her temples throb. She could not help but let out a sigh, this time laced with a deeper sense of helplessness. A deeply concealed superhuman, a gang of subdued robbers, a multitude of unarmed hostages, and here she was, a leader rendered powerless. This charade was growing increasingly chaotic. Chapter 9. Confrontation with the robbers as the wail of police sirens erupted at the end of the block. Spider-Man secured the last of the robbers, brandishing a steel pipe to the ATM with his webbing. It certainly carried a sense of thrill akin to that of an assassin, though one might say if I drew Batman, it could indeed be justified. After all, the Arkham series is the pinnacle of superhero gaming. Parker's fingers danced over the keyboard as he leaned closer to the cola resting on the desk. He noticed a sudden surge of spider sense on the screen. A burly man engulfed in flames burst forth from behind the shelves, his fist ablaze as it crashed towards an elderly woman crouching in terror. The crowd erupted in screams, shocked by the apparent capabilities of these criminals or the sight of a robber ablaze. Just then, a youthful voice rang out. Coming through, Spider-Man shot forth 2 strands of web, twisting them into a cross to deflect the flames, simultaneously using the recoil to dive towards the elderly woman. Bracing his back against the second wave of scorching heat, the intense sensation seeped through his battle suit, flames flickering across the screen in a dramatic display. Another superhuman. This scene was truly iconic. A superhero thwarting a robber. Parker chuckled to himself, acknowledging the glitch, yet recognizing that classics never fade. Especially when one finds themselves as the hero. That's quite the temper. My friend, Spider-Man remarked, shaking his scalding wrist. Perhaps you should try an iced Americano to cool down. Before the echoes of his voice faded, a nearby shelf came crashing down, and a towering giant, exceeding 3 meters in height, burst through the wall with a safe in tow, cement debris scattering in all directions. Parker, responding swiftly to the system's prompt, clicked the mouse with alacrity. The Spider-Man on the screen caught sight of a terrified little boy weeping at the giant's feet and instantaneously shot out a web, ensnaring the brute's ankle. Securely grasped, with a sudden tug on the web, Spider-Man pulled the giant off balance, swiftly cradling the boy and flipping over the cash register. Just as he deposited the child with the huddled mother, a crackling sound pierced the air. Lin-Kei was aiming a stun gun at the giant's lower back. Blue arcs of electricity gleaming ominously in the dim light. To your left, she suddenly called out, alerting Spider-Man before him. With remarkable agility, Spider-Man performed a quick roll, narrowly evading a fireball hurled by the hulking figure. Oh, splendid. Assistance from a comrade. Parker noted on the map that the icon did not represent an enemy, but rather an ally. Seizing the opportunity, Lin-Kei pulled the trigger, sending an electric current surging across the giant's exposed skin. He groaned and collapsed, the safe clattering to the ground. Well-coordinated miss. Spider-Man whistled, deftly shooting a web to ensnare the fire-wielding man's arm. But your weapon packs quite a punch. Where did you procure it? Was there a coupon at the time of purchase? Focus. Lin-Kei retorted succinctly, firing another shot to incapacitate the giant who was attempting to rise. Was her ability to jest in such dire circumstances a testament to her character or a display of confidence in her capabilities? At that moment, a piercing screech of tires echoed from outside. Spider-Man leaped onto the ventilation duct, prying open the grate to witness a truck crashing through the barriers. Several figures faintly visible in the back. Hey, someone has decided to withdraw from the game. This simply won't do. I purchased a ticket. Well, all right, I didn't. Spider-Man called out, vaulting through the opening and shooting webs to swing onto the truck. The vehicle roared to life, accelerating at an astonishing pace to flee the scene. Good evening, passengers. Spider-Man tapped the roof of the truck. This hijacking service has concluded. Please fasten your seatbelts. Oh, it appears you don't have those. As he spoke, he had already severed the windshield wiper and pried open the window lock. Just as one of the robbers raised his weapon, he was met with a web ball thrown by Spider-Man, which left him utterly disoriented. He leaned in to seize the steering wheel, violently jerking it as the truck weaved toward a nearby container, the tremendous impact nearly dislodging him. Let us experiment with a marvelous gadget from S.H.I.E.L.D. A virtual icon appeared on the launcher in Spider-Man's hand, switching to an electric web. The robbers' eyes widened with alarm as they aimed their weapons, eager to retaliate. However, Spider-Man's web was faster, and the electricity discharged from the launcher swiftly incapacitated them. Fortunately, our friendly neighborhood hero never resorts to lethal force. Parker observed the scene on the screen, giving a thumbs up to the little web slinger. Safe driving. Thank you for your cooperation. Parker forcefully tore open the truck's door, swiftly entered to seize the steering wheel, and promptly pressed the brake while turning the key, causing the vehicle to come to a gentle halt before the tunnel entrance. The wailing of police sirens surged from all directions, their red and blue lights casting shimmering reflections on the wet pavement. Well then, the reliable police officers have arrived. It is time for our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to depart. After uttering this phrase, Spider-Man prepared to swing away, for his daily tasks remained unfulfilled. He felt a pang of solitude as he gazed at the extraction screen. This world craved more heroes. Perhaps Batman, Superman, Iron Man, Ultraman, Kamen Rider, Armor Warriors, and the Super Sentai. Indeed, Parker was merely yearning to unlock more new characters. Meanwhile, Lin-Kei, who had been protecting ordinary citizens inside the bank, unexpectedly appeared at the scene. Observing the chaos wrought by the truck on the street, she let out a silent sigh. leaning against the truck's door. Spider-Man noticed Lin Kuei waving a black badge in front of the police. "Spider-Man," she called out from a couple of steps away, her trench coat still dusted with debris. "May I have a word? It concerns these superpowered individuals and you." "Apologies, ma'am, but Spider-Man has more pressing matters at hand. If this is about commendations, let us discuss it another time," he replied, shaking his head as he raised his hands and swung back into the heights of the towering buildings. For a moment, Lin Kuei found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, this individual was a person of remarkable character. As she watched the police arrive in succession, she realized that further investigations awaited. Were the bright lights in the robber's eyes a result of external control, or was there another explanation? It seemed a holiday was ill-advised. "Oh, pardon me, madam, do you have a moment?" Spider-Man's voice echoed once more. Lin Kuei turned swiftly, her brow furrowed as she regarded the reappearing Spider-Man. Parker couldn't help but quip. The task on the screen blinked, indicating a dialogue mission. Why hadn't this been mentioned earlier? Initially intending to complete his daily objectives, he was suddenly prompted to engage in conversation with the woman before him. "All right, I admit, my prior inclination to leave was purely an attempt to appear impressive, which was rather unwise." Chapter 10. A conversation. Lin Kuei and Spider-Man stood face to face atop a communications tower, steeped in dark purple hues from magical embers. Below them, the city resembled a patchwork quilt, crudely stitched together, with streams of vehicles and crowds bustling about, traversing this land shrouded in mist. The howling wind, infused with a scent of sulfur, created a palpable distance between them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Kuei quelled her agitation at witnessing yet another neighborhood suffering under the energy storm. Her voice pierced through the wind. "I am Qin Kuei, your official companion from prior encounters. Spider-Man, we need to talk." Her black ponytail danced wildly in the tempestuous winds, yet her gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the mask adorned with those incongruous, adorable large eyes. Before the screen, Parker rubbed the corners of his weary eyes. The neon lights of the virtual city cast shadows upon his weary face through the window. He relished the narrative, savoring the sensation of embodying a hero. Yet at this moment, Lin Kuei's familiar, officially stamped persuasive rhetoric emerged, reminiscent of the anticipated system prompt, heralding a classic scene of persuasion. Parker mumbled, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Listening, Lin Kuei's voice exuded an undeniable authority, tinged with a barely perceptible worry. "Since you proclaim yourself a knight, you must comprehend that the present circumstances are far more intricate and perilous than you might imagine. Personal heroism is untenable in this world, rent as it is by diverse laws." Lin Kuei deliberately emphasized the term knight, attempting to evoke a sense of responsibility. "Wow, madam. Should I consider the title Spider-Man as a product of cultural exchange? Ordinarily, I ought to be called Spider-Person, which, frankly, sounds like the product of some villainous laboratory. Well, I understand what knight signifies in martial arts novels, but I might resemble, a rather active community volunteer, perhaps with a touch of spider genetics." The tone of Spider-Man retained the characteristic exuberance of youth, even as he exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders. Lin Kuei astutely detected the subtle shift in his demeanor, concluding, "Based on your reactions and linguistic habits, you might still be a student. Your youth should not be squandered donning a mask and risking your life to intercept every falling billboard." Lin Kuei's tone intensified, imbued with a sense of counsel. "Your abilities are a precious resource. You could easily pursue formal channels. Join the police or join us. We possess a comprehensive system, support, and intelligence that would enable you to make a far greater impact, and in a safer manner." Lin Kuei took a small step forward, attempting to bridge the distance, demonstrating sincerity. She had witnessed far too many individuals with power who had lost their way, and the masked figure before her, who frequently appeared at disaster sites, filled her with both admiration and concern. Spider-Man did not turn, his voice emerging from beneath the mask, rendered somewhat indistinct by the wind. "Miss Qin Kuei, beneath this mask lies the burden of those I do not wish to implicate. This responsibility should not rest upon their shoulders. You are aware that donning the mask is to evade the risks that responsibility entails." Lin Kuei's voice suddenly rose, tinged with suppressed fervor, as she seemed to recall certain harrowing events, those who exploited masks and chaos to perpetrate atrocities, leading to tragic consequences. "Therefore, It is all the more imperative to cease this behavior. Such actions convey an exceedingly dangerous message to the public, that obscuring one's face permits one to act with impunity. Today, you may conceal your face to save lives, but tomorrow, another may don a mask to take lives. Order must be founded upon rules, not upon individual, unaccountable benevolence. Lin Kuei clenched her fists, her knuckles turning slightly pale. "I'm sorry." Spider-Man remained silent for several seconds before uttering these two words. This apology was not for his actions, but rather a complex response to the order that Lin Kuei represented. Thus, relinquish this identity. Lin Kuei seized the opportunity to press further, her tone once again softening, imbued with a sincere invitation. Return to your life. If you find yourself lost in this fragmented world as a foreigner, we have a dedicated department to assist you in assimilating and settling down. Should you still yearn to alter the prevailing circumstances with your abilities, my invitation remains open. Join us. You are not alone in your desire to amend this disarray. We see companions, collective strength. At this moment, Lin Kuei exhibited not only the vigor of a leader, but also an unwavering conviction in the quest for order amidst chaos, professional and compelling. Spider-Man finally turned, the large white eyes of his mask seemingly gazing directly at Lin Kuei. "I apologize, Spider-Man, yet I wish to remain a friendly neighbor. Long ago, someone of great significance to me imparted a profound truth. With great power comes great responsibility. This may not be an obligation." Spider-Man's voice carried a weight that transcended age. "But this is my choice. I merely wish to aid every individual I can reach with my web." This sentiment itself is a form of moral coercion. Lin Kuei swiftly retorted, her logic sharp and clear. "You have not signed this contract. No one can compel you to bear responsibilities beyond your capacity, especially at the expense of your own life and future." Lin Kuei regarded the figure clad in the tight suit before her. The gravity and resolve in his words instilled in her a profound sense that this boy harbored an extraordinary story. Perhaps those very experiences forged his seemingly obstinate belief at this moment. "My goodness, this Miss Ching Kuei surely knows how to articulate her thoughts." With reasoning that is both coherent and compelling, Parker mumbled, rubbing his temples as Lin Kuei's words struck a chord with his occasional doubts. This feeling eerily resembled the nostalgia of revisiting Kamen Rider Kuga. Indeed, what obligation did Yusukurgo Dai and his companions bear to endure the anguish wrought by the Garanji? Was it worth it, with no applause, only scars? Spider-Man's voice interrupted Parker's reverie and pierced through Lin Kuei's inquiries. He straightened his posture, his tone now resolute, imbued with a youthful and almost pure determination. "Because I am Spider-Man, and I wish to do so." He raised his hand, the web shooter aimed at a distant, precariously swaying building. "If you need assistance," he paused, his voice unwavering, "I will do my utmost." Parker, seated before the computer, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it's finally over. My daily tasks remain unfinished." Lin Kuei ceased her discourse. She simply stood there, watching as the red and blue figure unhesitatingly leapt from the high tower. The web latched onto its target with precision, with a deft swing. He resembled a meteor tearing through the despairing sky, vanishing once more into the swirling smoke and eerie purple mist. This time, she distinctly sensed that this stubborn friendly neighbor would no longer readily respond to her summons. A complex emotion spread within her, an amalgamation of helplessness, concern, and perhaps a hint of barely perceptible respect. Chapter 11. The mysterious figure. A chilling sense of emptiness enveloped this space, as though time itself had been frozen. This place was not a room in the traditional sense. Rather, it resembled a fragment forcibly severed from reality, suspended in the crevices of the multiverse. Within this pure, oppressive darkness, a solitary figure stood like a gravestone. Theodore, codenamed the Obsessionist, appeared increasingly pale and gaunt under the intangible glimmer of light. His sunken eye sockets housed two hollow orbs that resembled miniature black holes, seemingly capable of slowly drawing in and crushing the very souls of those who dared to gaze upon him. The meticulously tailored, deep purple suit he wore exuded a sense of stale grandeur amidst the eternal darkness. Beneath his meticulously combed hair, his long, bloodless fingers unconsciously caressed a pocket watch. The watch itself seemed forged from solidified shadows, its dial pulsating with ominous, ever-changing ethereal light. Each touch of his fingertips created subtle, Imperceptible ripples in the surrounding darkness. Obsessionist, what are the additional gains in your plan? A female voice, laced with a mocking tone, abruptly shattered the suffocating silence, akin to an ice pick scraping across glass. Theodore's lips curled into a wide, almost grotesque smile, incongruous with his pallid visage. Of course, it has failed. His voice bore no trace of regret. Instead, it was filled with a euphoric delight akin to discovering a new toy. The emptiness in his gaze was suddenly ignited by a morbid excitement. Oh dear! Accompanied by a light-hearted sigh, the darkness rippled like water, revealing the voice's owner. Ella, codenamed the Shadow, appeared as if materializing from the gloom. Her deep gray combat suit perfectly accentuated her athletic and graceful form. While her right eye was obscured by a cold silver mask, leaving only her left eye, a bright amber hue, gleaming with a feline curiosity. Her short black hair was neatly styled, with a few strands dyed purple that emitted a faint halo of energy even in the pitch blackness. With her fingers interlaced beneath her chin, she exuded a languid yet subtly dangerous elegance. So, the carefully selected cannon fodder you chose has all been eliminated? The officials are quite swift, aren't they? The officials? No. Theodore emitted a series of nervous chuckles, abruptly covering his eyes with one hand, as if to suppress the frenzied light surging within. It was through their terrified eyes, just before they lost consciousness, that I witnessed a flash of red and blue lightning. A child, dressed in a red and blue suit, effortlessly dispatching them one by one like a bounding spider. Ha ha ha! How amusing! Truly delightful! The obsessionist laughed so heartily that his shoulders quaked, his fingers gripping the shadowy pocket watch with increasing intensity. Oh, Ella elongated her tone, and within the depths of her singular amber eye, something appeared to flit past with alarming speed. Was it surprise? Was it caution? Or something else entirely? She refrained from further inquiries, gracefully and silently turning away, her deep gray silhouette merging seamlessly with the ink-like darkness that enveloped her, leaving only fleeting glimmers of her purple-tipped hair, shimmering briefly before vanishing like a scorpion stinger. The cold glass facade of the skyscraper mirrored her absence, while Spider-Man, resembling a true arachnid, firmly adhered to the vertical wall, suspended upside down. One hand grasped an open notebook with neatly penned assignments, while the other held a pen, swiftly sketching on a propped-up notepad. Thus, you see, when these two equations are combined, doesn't it all become clear? He explained with youthful vigor and patience, his voice modulated by the mask. The iconic white eyes of his mask narrowed slightly in concentration, lending a lively spark to his demeanor. The young boy standing inside the large window, whose brow had been furrowed in confusion, finally relaxed, his face illuminating with a joyful smile. Oh, I understand now. Thank you, Spider-Man. You're welcome. Remember, when faced with challenges, courage is as vital as a clear mind. Spider-Man gave a thumbs up, the white eyes of his mask curving as if smiling. He could see the rekindled confidence in the boy's eyes. That's so cool. Spider-Man. The boy's attention was quickly captivated by Spider-Man's defiance of gravity. His small face pressed against the glass in wonder. How do you stand on the wall like that? Just like in the movies. The secret? Spider-Man lowered his voice slightly, adding an air of mystery. Eat your vegetables, especially broccoli, and exercise every day. Also, his tone turned serious. Study hard and grasp the laws of physics. Knowledge is power. Little one, master it, and you too can achieve the extraordinary. Yes. The boy nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. His small fists clenched with aspirations and motivation for the future. It's a deal. Keep up the momentum. Goodbye. With a flick of his wrist, Spider-Man shot a web towards a higher billboard support. He released his feet, his body falling freely under the force of gravity. Yet in that moment of descent, the web tightened, propelling him into a powerful swing, his red and blue figure slicing through the sky, disappearing into the chaotic outlines of the skyline. The boy lingered by the window, gazing longingly in the direction of the hero's departure, the daunting problems in his notebook seeming less intimidating. Meanwhile, Parker lowered his hands and rubbed his weary eyes. The flickering lights of the virtual city faded from his tired face as a notification appeared on the screen. Daily task. Neighborhood assistance completed. A smile unconsciously crept across Parker's lips as he softly mused, "This is Spider-Man's daily life, even in another fractured world." although it was merely a game for him. The satisfaction derived from helping others and igniting hope felt profoundly genuine. Parker rose to his feet, stretching languidly, the subtle crackling of his joints resonating in the stillness. The virtual hero's adventure had reached a temporary pause, drawing him back to the pull of reality. He approached the narrow, desolate entrance of his apartment, pausing momentarily. The room was filled only with the low hum of an antiquated refrigerator, the emptiness so profound that he could hear his own breath. His gaze swept across the vacant living room. A fleeting glimmer of solitude flashed in Parker's eyes, swiftly replaced by his habitual resilience. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the frigid air and the red and blue figure that existed on the other side of the screen, embodying a fragment of his beliefs, murmuring, "I'm off to work, Spider-Man," his voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with a solemn sense of commitment. "See you this afternoon." The door clicked softly as it locked, leaving behind the solitude of silence and temporarily sealing off the perilous, heroic dimension that belonged to Spider-Man. Chapter 12. Su Zhao's life. The afternoon sun lazily filtered through the window, marred by fine cracks, casting mottled patches of light upon the noisy classroom. Su Xiao, clad in a somewhat faded, deep blue tracksuit, resembled a snail attempting to retreat into its shell, her form languidly sprawled across the cold desk. The sounds of laughter, frolic, and playful shouts surged around her like a tide, yet they felt as if separated by a thick layer of frosted glass, blurred and distant. Her thoughts had long since drifted away from the hormone-laden ambience of this classroom, entangled in the experiences of the past few days. Since joining the organization through a rigorous selection process, she had encountered a myriad of extraordinary individuals, superhumans, cultivators, and even beings from other realms. The transformations wrought by power were manifold. Some wielded it for extortion, becoming malignant tumors in the shadows of the city. Others speculated and profited handsomely. And still others, like her, chose to join the official organization, striving to maintain a semblance of order amidst the chaos, despite the relentless fatigue and peril that often accompanied such work. Yet, the image of that figure, clad in a red and blue suit, deftly navigating the ruins of the city and the storms of energy like an acrobat, utterly transformed her perception. The name Spider-Man swirled in her mind. Over the past few days, she had utilized her access to scrutinize a plethora of drone footage and city surveillance clips, almost entranced by the movements of this enigmatic vigilante. He rescued an elderly person dangling from a precarious billboard. He single-handedly, or rather, with his webs, halted a runaway vehicle. He reunited a lost child with their parents. He even ensured a cat trapped in a tree descended safely. Each scene was astonishingly vivid. What struck Su Xiao most profoundly was the almost instinctual, inexhaustible kindness emanating from Spider-Man. He seemed perpetually in motion, eternally seeking the next soul in need of aid, lifting fallen bicycles, repairing burst pipes, mediating minor street disputes. Every detail meticulously addressed, as if his to-do list was perpetually filled with acts of compassion, completing one task only to refresh and embark on the next. It was as if she were an incessantly online entity, tirelessly refreshing tasks and perpetually racing towards the next coordinate in need of assistance. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Xiao abruptly shook her head, causing a few strands of hair to sway. A hint of frustration tightened her lips. It was all Li Shua's fault, that gaming enthusiast. His incessant chatter about quest chains, behavioral patterns, and player perspectives had so ingrained in her psyche that she now viewed reality through a gaming filter. Hey, protagonist of a novel, are you just lying there lifeless, waiting for a divine system or an old master to bestow wisdom upon you? A deliberately elevated voice, laced with palpable sarcasm, pierced through the barrier of Su Xiao's thoughts like a needle. The owner of the voice, Zhao Lily, the class's vivacious spirit, stood with her arms crossed, looking down at her with unabashed mockery. Su Zhao's body stiffened momentarily before she buried her head deeper between her intertwined arms, resembling an ostrich confronted with danger. The faint scent of laundry detergent from her sportswear enveloped her, isolating her from the piercing gazes and unkind words of the outside world. How dull. Always in this lifeless state, coward. Zhao Lily huffed, her lips curling in disdain. When she realized her attempt to provoke a reaction was futile, she turned on her newly purchased shoes, their sound echoing as she departed, seamlessly merging into another group of giggling girls. It was only when the jarring laughter faded into the distance that Su Xiao slowly straightened up, a sense of resignation washing over her. She raised a hand to adjust her somewhat cumbersome black-framed glasses, her gaze behind the lenses dim and despondent. She detested the connotations that accompanied her name. Su Xiao, a moniker so overused in online literature that it seemed to mockingly bear the aura of a protagonist. In this ordinary high school class, she was a complete anomaly, shy, silent, her presence as insubstantial as air, perpetually bewildered by the trending jokes and topics among her peers, let alone integrating into any cliques. This name merely provided those tedious individuals with yet another excuse to ridicule her. In truth, she longed to escape this place. The cold desk, the meaningless clamor, and the scrutinizing or derisive glances left her feeling suffocated. She yearned to return to her base, even if it was rife with more tangible dangers and pressures. There, she felt genuinely needed. At least there, she could communicate fluidly with her teammates in the action group, share common goals and language. And her abilities and efforts would be acknowledged and valued. Yet the seniors in the organization, particularly her mentor, were adamant. She must complete her education and maintain her identity as an ordinary student. Their reasoning was lofty, insisting that one must not detach from the soil of ordinary life. And that observation was part of the mission. She needed a point of anchorage. A point of anchorage? Su Xiao silently sighed, finding this rationale both pale and powerless. Was this loud, discordant classroom truly the anchor she required? Wasn't it, rather, the very reason she wished to flee? Just then, the harsh sound of the class bell sliced through the chaos of the break. The broadcast was soon interrupted by the unperturbed voice of the head of instruction. Attention all classes, please organize your students to assemble on the playground immediately. I repeat, assemble on the playground at once. Today we are privileged to welcome back our distinguished alumnus, Nora, the Chief Executive Officer of Nova Power Group, who will be delivering a speech. The mere mention of Nora's name sent a ripple through Su Xiao's heart, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. Within the corridors of internal briefings, Nova Power and its youthful leader were names of considerable weight. Adjusting her glasses, Su Xiao ambled toward the playground with a blend of confusion, a faint hint of professional vigilance, and a reluctant resignation as she was forcibly yanked back to reality by the throng of students around her. The vivid images of red and blue momentarily faded from her mind, replaced by the frosty visage of the Ice Queen, eternally poised and sharp-eyed, gracing the covers of business magazines. What might her speech entail? Parker, weary from the day's toil, returned to his abode, a bag containing freshly purchased instant noodles and beverages in hand. The struggles of the day had culminated, and now it was time for Spider-Man. With a smile, Parker closed the door and retrieved his high-tech computer from the cabinet. Let's see what daily tasks await today. Upon activating the screen, he noted a significant guest among today's assignments. Chapter 13, School Anomalies. The playground was teeming with students, the early autumn sun casting its unrelenting rays, accompanied by an unwelcome warmth. Standing at the fringe of the crowd, Su Xiao felt akin to a pat of butter on the verge of melting under the heat. On stage, Nora towered like a runway model, clad in a perfectly tailored silver-gray suit that glimmered with a cold sheen under the sunlight. With her signature calm and unwavering tone, she spoke of leadership in adversity and the benevolence of technology, her voice resonating clearly throughout the playground via the loudspeaker. However, what truly made Su Xiao feel the weight of adversity was the surging tide of voices and emotions surrounding her. Wow, those legs! That aura! This is what a top-tier socialite looks like. Nova Power. I heard their cleaning robot costs more than my dad's entire annual salary. Are those colored contacts? That icy blue is absolutely stunning. I wonder if she has a boyfriend? Hee hee. The boys murmured excitedly, their envious exclamations laced with a hint of crude speculation, piercing Su Xiao's consciousness like a multitude of tiny needles. In such a densely packed crowd, her mental perception felt akin to torture. A torrent of unfiltered thoughts and hormone-driven emotions washed over her consciousness like murky tides. Her complexion paled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming at her temples, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her athletic wear. Saikik poyution, susiao elementi dinguerli. Who will rescue me? There is someone here on the brink of drowning in the noise of reality, desperately in need of silence. As this overly dramatic thought surfaced, she couldn't help but let out a bitter smile beneath her mask. Truly, she had been influenced by Li Shua. Even her pleas for help came with an element of sarcasm. In Parker's apartment, the computer screen emitted a gentle blue glow. He had just completed a routine task for friendly neighbors and was leisurely sipping on a soda when suddenly, a rapid flicker in the corner of the screen caught his attention. A crimson triangular warning sign beckoned to him. A major task? Parker's eyes brightened, and he set down the soda can. He promptly clicked on the icon, and the smart screen instantaneously transitioned, projecting a holographic mission briefing. Urgent task. Campus under siege. Location. Number 7 High School. Eastern District threat level. Rapidly escalating anomaly description. A high-intensity, spatial distortion energy field has enveloped the target building, completely severing internal communications. An explosive surge of unidentified biological signals has been detected, suggesting an incursion by an otherworldly parasitic entity. Mission objectives: 1. Breach the energy barrier and enter the campus. 2. Investigate the source of the anomaly and attempt to contain it. 3. Primary objective: rescue and ensure the safe evacuation of all personnel on campus. Mission rewards: Spider Mask upgrade component, enhanced filtering and communication enemy identification function, rare item extraction point. A high-level task and a new mask. Parker's excitement surged, fatigue evaporating in an instant as his fingers flew over the keyboard to confirm acceptance. Let us get to work, Pajama Baby. On the screen, Spider-Man's figure materialized atop the highest signal tower near the school. The red and blue suit stood out brilliantly in the sunlight, and the iconic white eyes of the mask narrowed slightly as he focused on the campus, now enveloped by a visibly distorted, shimmering lavender energy field. The alarm seemed to echo in his ears. On the playground, Nora's speech had finally concluded. She nodded slightly and, flanked by school officials and bodyguards, made her way toward the administration building. The students erupted in joyous cacophony, surging like a tide toward their classrooms. Su Xiao moved along with the flow. Her soul thought to endure until school was out. Perhaps she could catch Spider-Man's live stream afterward to see what neighborhood tasks he had accomplished. That would certainly be more healing than enduring the Frost Queen's admonishments. However, just as she stepped into the corridor of the teaching building, she gasped. What was that? Oh my, look at the sky. What is happening? The glass is shaking. Panic-stricken screams and discussions erupted. Su Xiao abruptly looked up, her heart nearly stopping. Above the school, the once clear sky was now obscured by a violently fluctuating energy membrane, resembling boiling paint. The energy displayed ominous shades of dark purple and sickly green intertwining, the edges twisting and expanding like a colossal inverted bowl sealing off the entire campus at a visible pace. The window glass emitted a high-frequency, buzzing vibration. This is bad. Su Xiao's pupils dilated. The training she had received as an official member quelled her panic in an instant. She immediately held her breath and focused, spreading her mental energy like a web to its maximum extent. The sights she perceived sent shivers down her spine. The eerie energy field not only severed the physical realm, but resembled a colossal petri dish, suffused with a chilling, viscous miasma of insatiable spiritual corruption. Even more terrifying, countless minuscule, malevolent life signals began to materialize throughout the teaching building, proliferating at an alarming rate. Without a hint of hesitation, she retrieved a specially designed emergency communicator from the pocket of her tracksuit, a black cube no larger than a matchbox. Upon pressing the button, the communicator screen merely flickered with a blinding red light, emitting a cacophony of shrill, meaningless static. The signal had been utterly jammed. Damn it, Su Xiao muttered under her breath, her gaze sharpening instantly. Without a moment's pause, she swam against the tide of panicked students, darting back to her classroom on the second floor like a nimble fish, desperate to retrieve her backpack. It remained there, containing the standard emergency gear and her encrypted identification credentials. She needed to locate the school administrators or the security chief immediately to organize an evacuation. Every second was of paramount importance. Bursting into the classroom, she seized her black backpack from beneath her seat and deftly unzipped it. At that moment, the screams from the corridor and adjacent classrooms escalated into chilling wails. Help! What is that? It's crawling on my face. Xiaowen, what is wrong? Wake up! Su Xiao's heart sank to the depths. She rushed to the classroom door, and the scene before her churned her stomach violently. In the corridor, she witnessed some students with grotesque white, thumb-sized flesh worms clinging to their heads and necks. The worms writhed, their sharp mouthparts viciously piercing the skin. The assaulted students immediately rolled their eyes back and collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. Yet mere seconds later, these students rose again in an exceedingly bizarre, stiff-jointed manner. Their eyes were vacant and devoid of life, yet their movements were unnaturally synchronized as they silently and forcefully seized their terrified, screaming classmates, pinning them to the ground. Even more spine-chilling, though successfully attached, white flesh worms would suddenly split open in their midsection, rapidly dividing like proliferating cells, producing smaller larvae. These newly birthed larvae, akin to white maggots, precisely launched themselves towards nearby unclaimed students. Neural parasites, or perhaps a new insectoid species. Su Xiao recognized this horrifying tactic, the intense visual shock rendering her pallid, but her instinct for survival and sense of duty overshadowed all else. Swiftly, she extracted 2 pieces of equipment from her backpack. In her left hand, a compact high-voltage stun gun, the blue charging indicator gleaming. In her right hand, a matte black metal baton, approximately 30 centimeters long, known as the Volt Grip, a non-lethal restraint device. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao pressed the button at the end of the baton with determination. A faint buzzing ensued, and with a swift motion, gleaming alloy segments sprang forth from both ends of the baton, extending its length to 1.20 meters. Simultaneously, the cerulean high-voltage arcs danced like frenzied electric serpents, swiftly enveloping the entire staff, emitting a jarring crackle that sent chills down the spine. Who could have anticipated that my first independent encounter would be of such hellish difficulty? Su Xiao inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure, her gaze fixating on a student, now a host to a parasite, who had just knocked down a girl. With agile steps, she sidestepped forward, her electrified staff crackling with energy as it sliced through the air, aiming precisely at the white, writhing flesh worm that was dividing upon the student's neck. With a bone-chilling crack, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh, the worm convulsed violently, shrinking into a charred remnant before falling away from its host. The controlled student collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, rendered temporarily incapacitated. Su Xiao quickly retreated, leaning against the classroom doorframe, her vigilant eyes scanning the corridor, now teeming with more controlled students and airborne larvae. Clutching her still crackling electric baton and stun gun, her heart raced with trepidation. Was this an outbreak of insect swarms triggered by spatial anomalies? Or perhaps an assault by the entropic nightmares? How could this calamity manifest directly within the school? What repercussions would society face afterward, as she struggled to fend off the encroaching puppet-like students? Su Xiao fervently prayed within her heart for her companions to swiftly recognize the anomaly unfolding here. Chapter 14. Spider-Man to the Rescue. Parker was entirely absorbed, his fingers dancing across the keyboard and mouse. The figure of Spider-Man swung through the urban jungle at breakneck speed, each precise web-slinging shot igniting an exhilarating rush. In mere moments, the red and blue figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, landing deftly atop a communications tower, just a street away from the cordoned-off 7th High School. The scene on the screen revealed a colossal, translucent energy dome completely enveloping the campus. This dome was not static. Its surface churned like boiling lava, a tempest of dark violet and sickly green energy swirling within, emitting a faint, disconcerting hiss at its periphery as it seemed to scorch the very fabric of reality. An invisible force field distorted the view within the dome, rendering the school buildings and playground hazy and unstable. Outside, chaos reigned supreme. A dense throng of people clogged the streets, parents rushing in alarm, curious onlookers, and journalists armed with their cameras. The air was thick with cries, inquiries, and panicked discussions, coalescing into a cacophony of despair. "My child! Let me in! My child is inside!" A mother cried out, recklessly charging towards the membrane-like energy barrier. As her hand brushed against the swirling dark violet light, bang! A muffled thud erupted. A powerful repulsive force surged forth, violently flinging her away, crashing to the ground several meters distant, with a painful groan escaping her lips. "This accursed thing! It won't let anyone in. What is happening inside? Hurry, save them!" Panic spread like wildfire, just as the crowd teetered on the brink of chaos. The sharp wail of police sirens grew louder, approaching rapidly, A multitude of uniformed police officers and special forces personnel clad in emergency vests forcibly separated the crowd, erecting a human barrier while stridently maintaining order with megaphones. Step back. Everyone retreat. It's dangerous. Do not approach. The scene was chaotic. Perched atop the tower, Spider-Man surveyed the tumultuous streets below through the wide white eyes of his mask, taking in the desperate throngs, the bustling law enforcement, and the ominous energy dome that loomed like a colossal bowl above the campus. His stance resembled that of a poised cheetah ready to spring into action. In the lower right corner of the screen, a crimson task prompt flickered once more. Breach the energy barrier and enter the campus area. Task chain initiated. All right, folks, it's time for Spider-Man to shine. Parker exclaimed as he grabbed a handful of chips and washed them down with a gulp of ice-cold cola. His fingers dancing over the keyboard to hit the confirmation key, his eyes alight with excitement and focus. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes below, amidst the gasps of astonished officers and the frenzied clicks of reporters' cameras, the red and blue figure leapt dramatically from the tower. The webbing sliced through the air with a whoosh, aimed precisely at the rooftop of the main school building. In the moment the web was about to make contact with the energy dome, a miracle transpired. The barrier that had ruthlessly repelled parents and left the police helpless rippled like water disturbed by a stone, merely creating a faint, almost imperceptible wave at the moment Spider-Man's webbing and body touched it. There were no explosions, no repulsion. The red and blue figure seemed to pass through a harmless holographic projection, swiftly vanishing into the ominous glow of the energy dome, disappearing from sight. Only incredulous gasps remained outside. Inside the corridor of the teaching building, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, sweat, and an indescribable sweet, fetid odor reminiscent of decaying fruit, emanating from the charred flesh of the parasitic creatures. Su Xiao leaned against the cold wall, gasping heavily, her chest rising and falling like a bellows. Sweat soaked her bangs, clinging to her temples and glasses. The electric baton in her hand crackled with a ghostly blue arc, each swing growing heavier. She once again swept aside an approaching student puppet with vacant eyes, deftly striking off the larva that had just split from his shoulder. Damn it, why am I a logistics specialist with a focus on mental perception, playing exterminator here? Su Xiao couldn't help but mutter, her voice a weary rasp. She attempted to zap the mother creature that was splitting in the distance with her electric gun, but those grotesque flesh worms seemed endowed with primitive intelligence, maneuvering the possessed students to shield themselves from her shots. When the current struck a human body, the student convulsed and fell, but the flesh worms seized the opportunity to leap forth. Fortunately, the high-voltage current of the electric gun appeared to have a powerful paralyzing effect on the worms themselves. A direct hit would leave them temporarily incapacitated. Gritting her teeth, Su Xiao swung the baton, batting away the incessantly leaping larvae as if playing baseball, the electric arcs etching brief streaks of light in the dim corridor. While engaging in battle, she exerted every effort to maintain her mental perception network. Within her sensing range, the cold dots of light representing the parasitized were densely clustered and continuously increasing, while the fearful lights, symbolizing normal individuals, flickered like dying candles in the wind, swiftly extinguishing. However, despite the despairing signals of this tide of insects, she remained unable to penetrate the veil of energy interference enveloping the school, failing to discern any clear source of anomaly or the mental fluctuations of the controller. Despair coiled around her heart like a frigid vine, as her physical strength rapidly waned. The buzzing of her electric baton seemingly losing its vigor, its energy reserves reaching a critical state. At this rate, exhaustion was inevitable, and the thought of becoming a mindless husk sent chills down Su Xiao's spine. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from around the corridor's bend. 3 imposing men, clad in school security uniforms and towering like iron towers, emerged. Their expressions were vacant, their movements stiff yet remarkably powerful. To make matters worse, they brandished transparent riot shields and hefty rubber batons. It was evident that the flesh worms could not only manipulate their hosts, but also wield their knowledge and instincts to utilize tools. This is bad. Su Xiao's pupils dilated in panic. Faced with well-equipped foes of overwhelming strength, her electric baton and stun gun felt woefully inadequate. One of the security puppets charged at her first, its heavy rubber baton swinging down with a fierce whoosh. Su Xiao nerurivarif. the baton crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, she thrust her electric baton toward the exposed neck of her assailant, aiming to strike at the flesh worm. Clang! Another security guard's riot shield blocked her attack, just in time. The powerful recoil sent a sharp pain through her wrist and left her hand numb. The voltage grip slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground several meters away. The third guard baton followed closely behind, with no way to evade, and her remaining stun gun still in the process of recharging, the dim blue indicator barely illuminated. She instinctively raised her arm to block, bracing for a blow capable of shattering bones. In that critical moment, a vibrant, slightly playful young voice resonated through the corridor like a celestial melody. "Hey, this won't do, gentlemen. I must say." Three big men ganging up on a girl with a little stick? How unchivalrous. -10 points. Su Zhao's head snapped up in surprise. There, a figure clad in red and blue, almost ghost-like, descended from the ceiling. With a flick of his wrist, he launched 3 streams of milky, viscous webbing with pinpoint accuracy. One ensnared the rubber baton that was about to strike Su Zhao, while the other 2 firmly secured the riot shields held by the 2 guards. "Let us go," exclaimed Spider-Man, yanking back with force. Whoosh! The rubber baton flew from the guard's hand, and the 2 heavy riot shields were wrenched from their grasp, crashing against the wall with a loud clang. The 3 security puppets instantly lost their most threatening weapons. Su Zhao's heart raced wildly, nearly bursting from her chest. It was Spider-Man. He had arrived. A wave of immense joy and security washed over her in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed a nimble roll, swiftly retrieving the grip of Volt from the ground, while simultaneously creating distance and re-establishing her defensive stance. Spider-Man's movements were nothing short of fluid grace. As he launched his weapon, his body pivoted effortlessly, and his feet landed firmly. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a barrage of webbing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More strands of webbing, resembling precise flashes of white lightning, instantaneously ensnared the 3 burly security guards who attempted to rush forward, binding them thoroughly. The resilient webs wrapped around their arms and legs, securing them firmly against the wall, rendering them incapable of movement despite their frantic struggles, only able to emit meaningless grunts. All set. Spider-Man clapped his hands, turned around, and the iconic white eyes on his mask softened slightly as they regarded the still-shaken Su Zhao, seemingly conveying concern. "Hey, are you all right? Not injured, I hope, my, formidable classmate?" Chapter 15. Seeking the source now is not the time for idle chatter. Su Zhao's voice rose slightly in urgency as she pointed towards the corridor below. The parasitized students, their gazes vacant, surged forth like a tide. Temporarily halted by the 2 layers of resilient web Spider-Man had previously deployed, thrashing and colliding against them with their rigid arms. The webs contorted violently under the immense pressure, emitting a disconcerting creak, on the verge of being breached. Parker's expression sharpened, his fingers dancing swiftly across the mouse. The Spider-Man on the screen reacted with lightning speed. Without hesitation, he extended his right arm, wrapping it around Su Zhao's waist, holding her tightly. Try not to move. Before the words left his mouth, the web shooter on his left wrist had already fired. Whoosh! The milky, viscous webbing adhered precisely to the apex of the observatory atop the opposite building. The powerful retraction force surged instantly. Su Zhao felt her feet leave the ground, a sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness gripping her. The world spun around her, the swarm of insects and buildings receding rapidly. Instinctively, she shut her eyes tightly, her hands clutching Spider-Man's arm as her heart threatened to leap from her throat. All that remained was the howling wind and the distant, muffled roars, silenced by the webs. Moments later, accompanied by a gentle tremor, the 2 landed steadily on the flat edge of the rooftop of the opposite building. Su Zhao's legs weakened, and she leaned against the cold railing, gasping for breath, her stomach churning. Safe landing. Now, this brave classmate, Spider-Man released his grip and gracefully perched on the railing, his mask's white eyes regarding the still-rattled Su Zhao with concern. His tone returned to its usual buoyancy, though tinged with seriousness. "Can you tell me what strange new classmates have infiltrated this open day? They don't appear very friendly." Parker surveyed the entire campus from a screen on the playground. In the corridors, even behind the windows, swarms of slow-moving yet single-minded parasitic puppets crowded together. They surged like an army of ants, searching for any uninfected target. This scene indeed bore a striking resemblance to a post-apocalyptic zombie film, as Parker surveyed the nearly overlapping crimson enemy markers on the map. A wave of intense discomfort washed over him, triggering his trypophobia. He couldn't help but vent into the microphone. With such a commotion, we might as well summon the protagonist from Prototype. It would certainly be more cathartic. The vivid images of writhing white fleshworms lingered in his mind. I have no idea where these creatures originated. Su Xiao forced herself to regain composure and quickly added, they seem to have materialized suddenly alongside that energy shield. Oh, I forgot to mention, I am a member of the official organization, codenamed Spirit Butterfly. Given the urgency of the situation, she disregarded confidentiality protocols and revealed her identity, knowing that the Spider-Man before her was currently their only formidable ally. Wow, that sounds really cool, Spider-Man exclaimed, tilting his head in surprise, his masked eyes widening in unison. However, he soon adopted a tone of mild disapproval, but sending an underage girl to the front lines against such adorable creatures? Your department really needs to reconsider its youth protection policies. Beneath his reproach lay an evident concern. This is hardly the time to discuss organizational policy. Su Xiao exclaimed, exasperative, stamping her foot in frustration. At a time like this, he's still fixated on the age issue. Apologies. It's just a professional habit. My sense of humor sometimes emerges at inopportune moments. Spider-Man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his mask's large white eyes playfully blinking. You know, as a friendly neighbor, one must lighten the atmosphere, even in a pestilential crisis. I know. Su Xiao instinctively nodded, her eyes behind her glasses gleaming with recognition. I've observed you. You speak like that when helping grandmothers cross the street or rescuing kittens. It's quite charming and humorous. She spoke rapidly, then suddenly realized the oddity of her words, her face flushing crimson. Wait, why are we discussing your sense of humor so casually in a life-and-death situation? Surrounded by mindless zombies? This is not right. A profound sense of dissonance heightened her alertness. She promptly closed her eyes, concentrating her mental perception abilities, akin to a finely tuned radar, scanning herself and the surrounding mental fluctuations, searching for any unseen influence manipulating their thoughts and creating this bizarre sense of ease. To her relief, nothing seemed amiss. Parker observed Su Xiao's vigilant demeanor as she closed her eyes, glancing at the taskbar flashing with prompts such as eliminate parasites and locate anomalous source, along with a dense array of red dots. He resolved to temporarily set aside his unease. All right, let's put the youth issue on hold for now. Our immediate concern is to cool down these enthusiastic fans below. Spirit Butterfly, having had close encounters with these little cuties, do they have any weaknesses? Perhaps they are sensitive to light, fire, or even bad jokes. Spider-Man crouched at the edge of the rooftop, surveying the hellish scene below, his tone growing somber. Electric shocks. Su Xiao immediately opened her eyes and declared emphatically, I just attacked them with a stun gun and an electric baton. Striking those white flesh worms directly can instantly paralyze or even exterminate them. The struck host will immediately collapse, temporarily incapacitated, while the potential for after effects from the unconscious state remains uncertain. This method stands as the most effective means of incapacitation thus far. She spoke with remarkable speed and clarity. Moreover, my ability lies in mental perception. Grant me a moment as I endeavor to scan the entire school, identifying the locations of most anomalous energy fluctuations or spatial instability. The source is likely situated there. Now is not the time to dwell on official versus unofficial matters. Electric shock? Parker snapped his fingers off screen, a smirk gracing his lips. Did you hear that? Your new toy is coming into play. He swiftly switched the webbing recipe in the game interface from a standard binding web to an electrified web, shimmering with eerie blue electricity. Received. Action restriction and pest control services, courtesy of Spider-Man. His voice radiated excitement as he turned to give Su Xiao a thumbs up. Focus on locating the nests. I'll handle the minions. Hold on tight, Ling Dai. No sooner had he spoken than Spider-Man leapt decisively from the high building. His body fell freely through the air, yet at the moment of descent, his wrist flicked. Zap! No longer merely a milky white web. It transformed into multiple strands of electrified netting, crackling with blinding blue arcs, precisely ensnaring the cluster of parasitic beings below. Puffed. Zap. The electric web adhered to the white flesh worms, unleashing a formidable current. Blue and white electric serpents danced and surged through the throng. The directly struck white flesh worms emitted faint crackling sounds, instantly charring and curling up. The parasitized hosts convulsed as though their bones had been extracted, collapsing in waves into deep unconsciousness. The once dense encirclement was suddenly cleared over a vast area. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Parker couldn't help but cheer at the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The precision of controlling Spider-Man to strike the parasites while sparing the hosts afforded him a delightful blend of exhilarating gameplay akin to mowing grass and strategic operations. Spider-Man swung rapidly through the chaotic campus, leaping and shooting. Each release of the electric net cleared a segment of the area with remarkable fluidity and efficiency. Standing atop the high building, Su Xiao suppressed her astonishment and an inexplicable thrill. She swiftly seated herself cross-legged, closed her eyes, and immersed herself in the ocean of mental perception. Invisible mental ripples emanated from her, like the most sophisticated sonar, rapidly expanding, penetrating walls, and sweeping through every corner. Below, Spider-Man's vibrant and efficient red and blue figure, at the periphery of her mental perception, radiated warmth and strength, providing her with reassurance. She needed to act more swiftly. Concentrating her mind, she filtered out the cold signals representing the parasites and the faint waves indicative of the unconscious. Suddenly, her mind jolted, her perception, as if magnetically drawn, abruptly locked onto the direction of the gymnasium in the northwest corner of the campus. The spatial distortion emanating from there was as intense as a beacon in the night. Moreover, there existed an exceedingly subtle yet malevolent sensation, akin to the simultaneous opening of countless cold, multifaceted eyes, casting a psychological gaze upon her. Eureka! The source lay within the gymnasium. Su Xiao abruptly opened his eyes and called out to the figure clad in red and blue amidst the swarm below, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Chapter 16. An unusual individual within the principal's office. The imposing redwood desk and the walls adorned with certificates of honor were now shrouded in the eerie shadows cast by the ominous, swirling purple-green aura emanating from outside. A stifling silence pervaded the air, starkly contrasting with the chaotic roars echoing from below. Nora stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, her posture as erect as a pine tree, her ice-blue eyes sharp as a hawk's, intently observing the hellish scene unfolding below. The students, resembling lifeless puppets with vacant stares, moved stiffly while grotesque. Pallid fleshworms writhed and split upon them. This was no familiar commercial crisis or technical dilemma. It was a blatant and incomprehensible invasion of the abnormal. Her elegantly arched brows knitted in deep concern, and her finely sculpted jaw tightened slightly. The sight was more visceral and revolting than any classified briefing she had ever encountered regarding multifaceted disasters through unconventional means. Nora tilted her head slightly, casting a glance at the principal, who had just been fervently recounting the school's history, now rendered unconscious from sheer terror and shock, slumped against the leather chair. Indeed, Nora murmured to herself, her voice as cold as a mountain spring. The anomalies of this world were even more insidious than described in the reports. Just as her words hung in the air, a series of muffled, relentless thuds erupted from beyond the heavy wooden door of the office. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if some heavy object was violently battering against the door. The doorknob shook violently, dust cascading down. There was no panic, no screams. In an instant, Nora's gaze shifted from observer to hunter. She swiftly turned, taking several strides towards the seemingly ordinary platinum bag she had brought, which was, in truth, reinforced and equipped with signal jamming technology. Her slender yet strong fingers deftly unlocked the combination, retrieving several pieces of equipment that gleamed with a matte metallic sheen. Power amplification wristbands, a pair of sleek silver-gray metallic forearm guards, the inner surfaces embedded with minuscule bioelectrical sensors. Nora adeptly secured them around her slender wrists. The agility-amplifying ankle bands, crafted from the same material, fit snugly below her calves. Tactical goggles, a pair of avant-garde protective eyewear with deep blue lenses. As she fastened the wristbands and ankle bands, a faint yet distinct hum of electrical current resonated. The miniature, high-efficiency capacitors within the devices activated instantaneously. Microcurrents precisely stimulated and enhanced the associated neuromuscular groups. Nora felt a surging sense of power coursing through her limbs, while her body's agility and reaction speed ascended to an entirely new level, as if invisible shackles had been cast aside. Following this, she donned the tactical goggles. The deep blue lenses illuminated instantaneously, overlaying a clear interface within her vision. An analysis of energy field intensity, thermal imaging of biological signals, distinctly outlining the parasitic forms colliding outside, a structural perspective of the building, and a straightforward threat level assessment. Finally, she withdrew 2 compactly designed handguns from a concealed compartment in her bag. These were not traditional firearms. Rather, they were prototype products from Nova Dynamics' internal laboratory, non-lethal stun guns. The gun bodies glimmered with a ghostly blue energy indicator. Nora expertly checked the charge status, her slender fingers deftly manipulating a hidden red knob, pushing the output power directly into the crimson zone on the dial. The weapons emitted a higher frequency hum, the indicator shifting from blue to red, flickering incessantly. This power far exceeded civilian safety standards, potent enough to incapacitate a bull in an instant, and potentially capable of inflicting permanent damage to electronic devices. How dismal! Nora regarded the makeshift emergency gear adorning her, a stark contrast to her exquisite, high-end ensemble, and couldn't help but frown slightly, murmuring a quiet complaint. Her multi-million-dollar, fully equipped Silver Wing combat system and flight pack were currently locked in the trunk of a bulletproof vehicle, a distant remedy for her immediate predicament. She did not rush out. Years of business negotiations and crisis management had instilled in her a habit of deliberation before action. Moving closer to the window once more, she utilized the tactical scope's zoom and thermal imaging capabilities, calmly analyzing the behavior patterns of the parasitized students, the distribution and reproduction speed of the fleshworms. A cold rationality calculated rapidly in her mind. Was there hope for these hosts? What was the fatal weakness of the fleshworms? Was direct physical removal of the hosts the optimal solution? At that moment, her gaze was firmly captivated by a lithe figure darting between the distant academic buildings. A person clad in a red and blue bodysuit, donning a mask, was swinging swiftly between the high rises with an exceptionally elastic white rope. Even more startling, cradled in that figure's arms was a petite girl with glasses and striking pink hair, a vivid sight amidst the chaos. They were rapidly advancing towards the gymnasium at the northwest corner of the campus. A vigilante in a bodysuit, and the girl? Nora's tactical scope instantly locked onto the pair. The data stream on the lens, refreshing rapidly as it attempted to analyze the composition of the rope and their trajectory. Yet the results indicated an unknown material with an anomalous kinetic model. The domestic situation was proving more complex than she had anticipated. Just back in the country to address her alma mater's donation affairs, she stumbled upon such a tumultuous welcome. A hint of icy derision flickered in her eyes. However, certain deeply buried fragments of memory were stirred by the chaotic scene before her, the frantic alarms of her personal flying device's dashboard, her father's last muffled screams over the communication channel, and the engulfing, deathly stillness of the stasis clouds. Her fingers tightened around the stun gun, knuckles paling. There was no time to linger in the past. Nora instantaneously centered her focus, her gaze sharpening with renewed determination. Whether for self-preservation or to unveil the truth behind the anomaly, she must take action. She surveyed the relatively secure office and glanced at the unconscious principal. To remain? To await an uncertain rescue? Such behavior was far from Nora's character. Taking a deep breath, Nora made her decision. Utilizing the extraordinary agility augmented by her enhancement device, she took a few running strides and skillfully leapt onto a sturdy office chair, propelling herself into the air like an elegant cheetah. Rather than choosing to break through the perilous main entrance, her objective was the robust tempered glass window. Crack! With a sharp sound, her elbow, empowered by the augmentation device, struck with pinpoint precision, shattering the specially crafted tempered glass in an instant. The shards cascaded like crystalline rain. Without a moment's hesitation, Nora's form soared through the breach, landing gracefully on the air conditioning unit platform outside. Her movements were clean and efficient, exuding a trained elegance. The biting wind rushed in, carrying the chaotic roars from below. Nora swiftly scanned the area, her tactical visor calculating a route that circumvented the main throng of parasitic beings, utilizing the air conditioning units, drainage pipes, and protrusions of the building to navigate. Without a shred of doubt, her agile figure, aided by the enhancement device, glided like a gray specter, rapidly and silently scaling the exterior walls of the high-rise, leaping towards the distant red and blue figure swinging between the buildings. She needed intelligence, she needed allies, and that figure clad in spandex was evidently a promising breakthrough. Chapter 17. The insectoid Parker's fingers tapped mindlessly on the keyboard, his gaze unfocused on the screen. The red and blue figure he controlled was skillfully swinging with a pink-haired girl amid the perilous campus buildings. The tension, reliance, and even a hint of barely perceptible excitement emanating from Su Xiao behind her glasses were conveyed through the intricate modeling, so real it seemed beyond mere code. Was this truly just a game? Parker murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. He had already suspected that this world could not be merely a game. This computer, capable of rendering such authentic scenarios and immersing his consciousness, defied all logic. Reflecting on the narratives he had previously encountered where protagonists believed they were playing a game, only to discover they influenced or inhabited another real world, Parker pondered the implications. Yet, even if it were a game, it mattered little. Parker had played many games before, as if experiencing another life. The inhabitants of this world were merely composed of flesh and blood, while those within the screen were but data. If that were the case, Parker instinctively rubbed his arms. As for romantic subplots, he could do without them. It wasn't that he resisted romantic moments. On the contrary, it would be gratifying if the character he controlled garnered more affection. However, that foolish boy in the spandex on the screen was Spider-Man, a name etched into Parker's mind by his Uncle Benjamin saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." And Parker knew all too well the fate that awaited Spider-Man. Those who were close to him, lovers, family, friends, seemed perpetually ensnared in the shadow of tragedy. While such misfortunes often leave indelible marks, they can also forge epic tales of heroism. Yet, at this moment, as a player manipulating him from behind a screen, Parker feels an overwhelming, albeit untimely, desire to protect. Let this world's Spider-Man at least attain a slightly happier conclusion, even if it is solely through my guidance. How I overthink. Shaking his head, Parker attempts to refocus. The immediate concern is to progress through the game, though the level of freedom is rather excessive, almost as if, before he can finish his thought, his peripheral vision catches a glimmer on the small map in the lower right corner, a vibrant green, defiantly shimmering amidst a sea of hostile crimson. Its location is precisely within the vicinity of the instructional building they just traversed. Green? An ally marker? Is it reinforcements from the official forces? Parker's spirits lift, and his fingers glide over the directional keys. Whoever it may be, having additional assistance is always welcome. The Spider-Man on screen swiftly alters his swinging trajectory, executing a neat pirouette as he hurtles toward the green marker. Wait, Spider-Man? The direction is wrong. The gymnasium is over there. Su Xiao clings tightly to Spider-Man's neck, her body jolting with the sudden change in direction, the sensation of weightlessness eliciting a gasp from her lips. Confused yet trusting, she refrains from resisting. Almost simultaneously, her powerful mental perception captures an anomalous signal. Amidst the chaotic, frigid mental noise, a particularly clear, vibrant, and benevolent life form emerges, just below their diagonal position. Wait, over there, at the edge of the rooftop of the instructional building, there's a normal, uninfected life response. Su Xiao urgently points in that direction, her voice tinged with the excitement of discovering a survivor. Received. Spider Express, mission guaranteed. Hold on tight. Spider-Man's voice remains buoyant, the white eyes on his mask seemingly brightening as he flicks his wrist, shooting a web precisely toward the location Su Xiao indicated, accelerating once more. However, just as they are about to reach the rooftop's edge, boom! A thunderous sound, akin to the Earth's insides rupturing, erupts unexpectedly from the center of the playground below. The entire instructional building trembles violently. The glass windows emit a mournful cry on the brink of shattering. Beep, beep, beep. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, a blinding crimson spider sense alert icon on the edge of Parker's screen flashes frantically. The piercing alarm sound tears through the background music in his headphones. Danger. Parker's pupils constrict. Years of gaming instinctively prompt his fingers to strike the emergency evasion combination keys with lightning speed. The Spider-Man on screen responds with remarkable swiftness. In the mere fraction of a second before the shockwave of the explosion reaches them, he curls his body around Su Xiao mid-air, simultaneously unleashing several strands of webbing, not for tethering, but anchoring them firmly to the sturdy, load-bearing wall beside them. The formidable force of contraction abruptly yanked the two individuals laterally from their original trajectory of descent. Su Xiao, caught off guard by this sudden and extreme maneuver, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, prompting an involuntary scream. Instinctively, she followed Spider-Man's vigilant gaze, and her breath caught in her throat. In the center of the playground, a colossal hill composed of countless pale, writhing fleshworms surged chaotically, coalescing into a singular mass. These squirming, damp creatures seemed to be manipulated by an invisible giant hand, stacking and shaping themselves at a visibly rapid pace. In an instant, a grotesque and gargantuan humanoid figure, formed from innumerable fleshworms, rose from the ground. Its height surpassed that of a 5-story academic building, casting a nauseating pallor over half the playground in its massive shadow. This insectoid giant bore no distinct features, only two swirling, abyssal voids formed by dense clusters of worms, as if devouring the very light around them. Its arms, a meager assemblage of countless tiny appendages and torsos, lifted slightly, directly pointing at the recently evaded red and blue figure and the pink-haired girl suspended in mid-air. A chilling, viscous, and terrifying will, imbued with a primal hunger for consumption, enveloped the two like a corporeal chill, locking onto them in an instant. Parker gazed at the close-up shot on the screen. The details of the countless fleshworms writhing, compressing, and merging on the giant's surface were magnified, overwhelming him with a visceral sense of revulsion and horror that crashed over him like a cold tide, stirring his stomach violently, nearly causing him to regurgitate the potato chips he had just consumed. Did he harbor some vendetta against these worms? It was utterly repulsive. He fought to suppress his discomfort, though his fingers trembled slightly from anxiety and chills. The true challenge seemed to have only just begun. Had it appeared so soon? Parker pondered whether there was a youth protection mode on the screen. Otherwise, he might find himself avoiding the sight of worms for quite some time. Chapter 18. The battle commences. Su Xiao tightly shut her eyes, her complexion as pale as parchment, her forehead beaded with fine, cold sweat. Her mental perception operated like the most sophisticated scanner, compelled to absorb every grotesque detail of the insect giant. Millions of pallid fleshworms writhed frantically upon its immense form, compressing and merging. The slime secreted from its surface manifested in her mental perception as a chillingly slick texture. The innumerable tiny mouthparts opened and closed, producing a low frequency, hissing sound akin to countless nails scraping against a chalkboard, burrowing directly into the depths of her consciousness. The nausea was overwhelming. Su Xiao could not suppress a dry heave. The dual assault on her physiological and psychological state, nearly pushing her to the brink of collapse. This was an unrelenting torment for her mental perception abilities. Did they not realize how much girls despise this? Before the screen, Parker shivered in empathy, his stomach churning. Yet, he had no time for discomfort. On the screen, the massive insect giant stirred. Its colossal arm, awkwardly fashioned from countless tiny appendages, swung down with great force. A grotesque, pallid mass, compacted from a multitude of writhing flesh worms and measuring the size of a small automobile, hurtled through the air with a chilling whoosh, akin to a cannonball, aimed directly at Spider-Man and Su Xiao. Even more terrifying, midway through its trajectory, the grotesque mass detonated with a sickening explosion, showering countless flesh worms in all directions like a celestial shower of doom, or perhaps the fireworks of hell. The area of coverage was vast. Beep, beep, beep. The spider sense alert erupted instantaneously on Parker's screen and resonated within Spider-Man's mind. Damn it. Parker could not suppress a curse, his fingers instinctively pounding the keys representing spider sense and high-speed, evasive maneuvers. Each keystroke coincided with the frantic beating of his heart. On the screen, Spider-Man transformed into a streak of red and blue lightning, in the death zone engulfed by the rain of worms. He executed astonishing maneuvers with unbelievable agility and foresight, a ground-hugging dive to evade the core impact, followed by a near right-angled turn to dodge a swarm of worms on the left, his body narrowly grazing between two support pillars. With a swift flick of his web, he anchored himself to the ceiling, narrowly escaping the deluge of flesh worms raining down. Each evasion was perilously thrilling, every change of direction executed with sublime finesse. "Help!" Parker cried out in desperation while maneuvering. Which genius designer conjured this nightmare? "All I have is an electric net. It's manageable against solitary foes or small groups. But how do I contend with this gigantic slime that scatters like a celestial maiden? This difficulty curve is skyrocketing. Couldn't I at least unlock an antimatter cannon or gather a few allies first? This is the kind of task that should be left for Superman, Batman, and Iron Man." In an uncontrollable flash, the overwhelming sense of helplessness brought to mind the scene in Marvel Spider-Man 2, where Peter was crushed beneath a refrigerator, brutally overwhelmed. Alongside that heart-wrenching line, "I don't deserve this city. No, this cannot be. I don't play Spider-Man to endure this. I cherish the hero who rises again, no matter how many times he is knocked down, the neighborly champion who remains cheeky amidst adversity. It's the kind-hearted, resilient Peter Parker beneath the mask." Parker abruptly shook his head, forcing those pessimistic thoughts away. "Wait, I need to concentrate." He inhaled deeply, refocusing his gaze on the screen. "I am controlling the animated version of Spider-Man from the Ultimate Universe. The younger, more spirited version, yet equally resilient. A Spider-Man with leadership potential. The tragic narrative from the comics shall not replay here. Uncertain of what would transpire should Spider-Man perish in this game-like interface, he fervently hoped it was not a one-life scenario. As though affirming Parker's resolve, the Spider-Man on the screen executed another daring maneuver to evade a burst of the worm rain, spinning midair with a fierce twist. Swiftly adjusting his stance, Spider-Man securely cradled Su Xiao while unleashing a barrage of web-shooting projectiles from his wrists. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No longer a mere binding electric web, but rather a dense, milky ordinary spider silk projectile, like a precise sniper bullet. It was aimed at the relatively vulnerable joints of the insect giant, though merely a temporary accumulation of countless bugs, attempting to scale the buildings, as well as those impending insect spheres ready to burst. Although it could not inflict substantial damage, the viscous webs significantly hindered the movements of the insect giant, delaying the throwing and dispersal speed of the insect spheres, thereby granting Spider-Man precious moments to breathe and maneuver. "Spider-Man." Su Xiao clung tightly to his neck, her voice clear amidst the rushing winds, imbued with an unprecedented calmness and determination. "Send me down on that rooftop, the one with the water tank platform. I will support you with the electric stun gun. My mental perception can help predict its attack trajectory. Trust me, I am not a burden. I possess the ability to protect myself." Her gaze, shining resolutely through her lenses, reflected unwavering conviction. This sudden hellish battle could not transform her into a fearful bystander waiting for rescue. The large white eyes on Spider-Man's mask seemed to glance at her without hesitation. "Understood. Passengers, please secure yourselves. Our next stop is the safe platform." No sooner had he spoken than he flicked his wrist, sending a resilient web precisely adhering to the edge of the sturdy teaching building Su Xiao had indicated. With a deft aerial swing, utilizing centrifugal force, Spider-Man launched Su Xiao towards the relatively open rooftop platform, well beyond the direct attack range of the insect giant. Su Xiao adjusted her posture midair, executing a graceful roll and landing steadily on the dust-covered cement platform. She promptly knelt, swiftly retrieving the Azure electric stun gun from her backpack. The gun's muzzle glowed with an eerie blue light once more, her gaze sharp as an eagle, her mental perception functioning like an invisible radar, tightly locking onto the immense target exuding boundless malice below. "All right, big guy." Spider-Man alighted gracefully atop a tall lightning rod, facing the sky-darkening insect giant, adopting a classic combat stance. His voice emanated through the mask, still carrying that signature, incongruous levity. "Now it's just the two of us, oh, and those millions of little cuties on you. Time for a party." Chapter 19. The triumvirate convergence Spider-Man transformed into a fleeting red and blue specter, testing the very edge of death. He weaved through the torrential downpour of flesh worms hurled by the colossal insect giant and the wall of parasitized students, every dodge executed with pinpoint precision. The web spun and the concrete jungle crafted temporary escape routes, allowing Spider-Man to narrowly evade the assaults of the flesh worms. Hey, this is unacceptable. While navigating the onslaught, Spider-Man couldn't resist the banter. Outnumbering me? Resorting to biological attacks? How uncouth. Referee, that's a foul. With a quick flick of his wrist, webs crackling with azure arcs shot forth. Zzzzz. The electric grid precisely envelopes a small region teeming with flesh worms and parasitized students as a surge of high-voltage electricity erupts, permeating the air with the acrid stench of charred protein. The struck flesh worms convulse and turn to cinders, while their host collapses to the ground. Yet, despair wraps around them like a chilling vine. The monstrous size of the insect giant is overwhelming. The damage inflicted by the electric grid pales in comparison to its mountainous physique, composed of countless flesh worms, akin to attempting to melt an iceberg with a mere lighter. Even more terrifying is the creature's formidable regenerative and adaptive capabilities. The portion of the worm horde that has been singed will detach from the giant, much like a gecko shedding its tail, willingly sacrificing that part. The surging tide of worms below swiftly fills the void, and new, pallid flesh worms rapidly cover the area, as if the prior damage had never occurred. The efficiency of the attack has been suppressed to its lowest point. Hold on, Spider-Man, from a nearby rooftop. Su Zhao's clear voice pierces through the chaos. She kneels beside a water tank, her complexion still pale, yet her gaze is strikingly focused and sharp. The electric shotgun in her hand fires steadily, each leap of the eerie blue arc precisely detonating a flesh worm attempting to scale the building or striking critical points on the parasitic puppets' necks. Her mental perception acts as an invisible radar, not only predicting the extensive attack trajectories of the insect giant, but also scanning for threats in a 360-degree radius around Spider-Man, alerting him in time to evade the approaching horde or puppets from blind spots. To the left rear. 3. Above. The rain of worms has dispersed. Splendid. Lingdai. Spider-Man performs a somersault, narrowly avoiding the sweeping arm of the giant worm, seizing the moment to give Su Zhao a thumbs up. This is true teamwork. Love it. Parker, watching from the screen, cannot help but nod, envisioning scenes of spirited special effects teamwork. As long as it doesn't tee in like an Ace Ultraman plot, he thinks, ugh. What am I saying? However, the situation remains dire. Su Zhao's mental perception suddenly sharpens. She clearly sees that the flesh worms scattered throughout the campus seem to have received some invisible summons, surging forth like a white tide from every corner, hallway, and window, frantically converging towards the gymnasium, the core battlefield where the insect giant resides. The rooftop she occupies is no longer safe. Several flesh worms have already crawled up through the drainage pipes and wall crevices, slithering towards her ankles like repulsive white slugs. TSK. Su Zhao's eyes narrow, and she swiftly changes her target. The electric shotgun accurately fires at the approaching larvae, while her other weapon, the Volt Grip electric baton, sweeps through the air, forcefully sending another flesh worm flying. But the sheer number of the horde is overwhelming. She is compelled to constantly move and evade on the cramped platform, the charging indicator of her electric gun beginning to flicker urgently, her stamina depleting rapidly, and the situation grows perilous. Just at this critical moment, a sound far more potent and dense than the electric shotgun in Su Zhao's hand rips through the air, accompanied by the deafening crack of ruptured worm bodies. A multitude of robust, destructive beams of crimson electricity surged forth, akin to precise surgical blades, instantaneously vaporizing the most threatening flesh insects surrounding Su Zhao into charred remnants. Startled, Su Zhao spun around, her pupils narrowing in astonishment. There, a tall, striking figure, resembling a swift and agile cheetah, was rapidly scaling the steep exterior wall of the academic building. The silver-gray enhancement devices affixed to her hands and feet glinted with a cold light under the sun, each leap and grasp imbued with superhuman strength and precision, perceiving the vertical wall as a mere pathway. The deep blue tactical lenses on her face flickered with streams of data, and the two sharply designed firearms in her hands emanated tendrils of smoke, the very source of the astonishing electric discharge moments ago. Nora? Su Zhao's mind momentarily stalled, as she recognized the queen of the commercial empire by recalling her internal data on significant figures and the extraordinary abilities and equipment displayed before her. What was happening? Is Nora also an ability user, or is she simply one who is aware of the abnormal existence? A colossal question mark erupted within her mind. Nora executed a nimble roll, landing gracefully at the edge of the rooftop platform where Su Xiao stood. Her ice-blue eyes, sharp as blades, swiftly scanned Su Xiao and her standard equipment, then briefly glanced at the struggling Spider-Man and the repulsive insect giant below. Instantly, she formed a preliminary judgment. This pink-haired girl exhibited combat prowess, far from being an ordinary student, a variable deserving of attention. Their gazes briefly intertwined in the air. Su Xiao's eyes reflected an unmistakable shock and confusion. Nora's bore a cold scrutiny with a hint of subtle inquiry. It felt as if the air had solidified for a moment, the thunderous roars below and the crackling of electricity serving as an eerie backdrop. How to explain? How to inquire? Countless thoughts raced through their minds. Just as this delicate and awkward silence was on the verge of being shattered, a sharp warning echoed through the air. "Watch out!" Spider-Man's urgent warning accompanied the shrill sound of slicing air as it approached rapidly. A terrifying projectile, vastly larger than before and composed of countless flesh insects, was hurled with all the might of the insect giant. It was not aimed at the rooftop, but rather anticipated Spider-Man's swift trajectory. Although Spider-Man, utilizing his extraordinary reflexes and spider sense, narrowly evaded the core impact. The force of the insect rain dispersing as the projectile whizzed past was overwhelming, akin to being struck by a speeding truck. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated. Under the astonished gaze of Su Xiao and Nora, that valiant red and blue figure was sent careening, like an uncontrolled bowling ball, crashing down between the two ladies with a thud, stirring up a small cloud of dust. The rooftop was instantly engulfed in silence. Only the distant roars of the insect giant and the chaotic cries from below continued to echo. Su Xiao, Nora. Moments later, Spider-Man, lying on the ground, gradually lifted his body, nonchalantly shaking off the incident. He wobbled his head, and the iconic white eyes on his mask blinked innocently. Raising a hand to inspect his palm, he complained into the air in a tone laced with confusion and indignation. "Hey, this is unscientific. I clearly made the move." He gestured with open fingers. "Yet I was the one who got knocked away. Referee, someone's cheating." Parker, watching from the screen, covered his face. What was initially intended as a display of bravado only made him find the Spider-Man before him endearingly charming. Chapter 20. Water conducts electricity in the abandoned industrial district far from the core battlefield of 7th Middle School. The air shimmered slightly due to residual energy waves. Li Shua's figure flickered like a phantom amidst rusted pipes and crumbling walls, vanishing and reappearing. Each phase jump he executed sent subtle ripples through the space. Beads of sweat covering his forehead as he breathed rapidly. Leaning against a broken concrete pillar, he quickly wiped the sweat from his chin, his vigilant gaze fixated on the enemy ahead, who seemed to meld with the very environment. Cloaked in a tattered mantle that refracted light, the figure appeared indistinct, its presence hauntingly minimal. It was the phase wisp of Entropy's nightmare. Just moments ago, when Li Shua attempted to contact Su Xiao or headquarters, a silent spatial cut nearly severed the wrist holding his communicator. The device was instantly rendered useless, leaving behind only the crackling sound of electricity. Had he encountered a fellow traveler in this cursed place? A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Li Shua's mouth, but the fire of defiance burned brightly in his eyes. He seized a twisted rebar lying at his feet, locking onto the target's position with his mental prowess. With a whoosh, the rebar flew like it had been hurled by an invisible hand, slicing through the space where he had just vanished and accurately aimed at the next phase coordinate where the phase wisp might emerge. Not far away, another struggle between power and decay unfolded. Bang, bang, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed like the tolling of a heavy bell. Zhao Gang resembled a mythical giant, his entire body transformed into a hard, gray-white stone, muscles bulging. He was in a primal clash with his enemy, Rust. Each strike of fists and feet erupted in dazzling sparks and the grating sounds of metal on metal. Rust, encased in thick, corroded armor, moved like a fortress, the crimson electronic eyes flickering coldly from the helmet seams. Rust's massive hands, enveloped in a dark green energy field, left visible corrosive dents on Zhao Gang's rocky body with every strike. causing stone dust to flake away. Despite Zhao Gang's immense strength, each touch of decay made him feel the very structure of his body loosening. Old Zhao. Li Shua's voice suddenly rang in Zhao Gang's ear as he used a short distance jump to appear beside his comrade, narrowly deflecting an invisible phase cut aimed at Zhao Gang from the side. Something was amiss. The rhythm of attack from these two individuals suggests they have no intention of exerting themselves. Rather, it feels as though they are merely stalling us. Li Shua gasped for breath, his gaze sweeping over the rusted barriers, as formidable as a copper wall, and the elusive mayflies, a surge of unease swelling within him. Zhao Gang's rock-like visage revealed no discernible emotion, yet his eyes bore a grave intensity. Withstanding a heavy blow from the rusted foe, he staggered backward a few steps, the sound of his fists striking together reminiscent of stones grinding against one another. Indeed, their intention is to restrain us. There is likely greater upheaval elsewhere. We must act swiftly to break through the blockade and contact headquarters. He struck his stone-like fists together, producing a resonant clang, reigniting his fighting spirit. The two stood back to back, one steadfast as a boulder, the other as nimble as a specter, resolutely adopting their battle stances, determined to tear through the line of obstruction before them. The scene shifted back to the rooftop of the 7th High School. Spider-Man rubbed his shoulder, the large eyes on his mask curiously darting between Nora and Su Xiao, ultimately fixating on the dazzling firearms in their hands, crackling with electric sparks. Parker glanced at the green symbols marked on the map, realizing he now had two allies. Wow, ladies, I must say, Spider-Man's tone brimmed with unabashed envy and desire. Once we finish this insect banquet, you absolutely must tell me where to procure such marvelous weapons. My little spider web is utterly ineffective against this slime king. Akin to a mere squirt gun, I desperately need an upgrade. He exaggeratedly spread his hands, pointing toward the colossal creature below that continued to writhe and roar. Nora's icy blue eyes, visible through her tactical visor, narrowed slightly, functioning like the most precise scanner, swiftly analyzing Spider-Man's demeanor, his habitual movements, and the fabric of his red and blue suit. Agile in action, his words were lively, possessing extraordinary strength and the ability to launch sticky substances. With ample combat experience, yet a somewhat erratic style, she quickly formulated a professional assessment in her mind. Meanwhile, Parker exhaled in relief as a new mission prompt appeared in the corner of the screen. Tactical coordination. Utilize environmental resources to defeat the insect giant. Indeed, there is a crucial item suggestion. I almost thought we'd have to whittle down this health bar purely through sheer effort. Parker flexed his fingers, preparing for the tactical execution phase. At that moment, Spider-Man's gaze was irresistibly drawn to a massive, rust-covered water tank atop the nearby building, as well as a fire hydrant on the playground that had been knocked askew. Almost simultaneously, the interface of Nora's tactical visor highlighted the water flow icon and the prominent water sources, the tank, the hydrant, automatically marking and enlarging them. Su Xiao's mental perception also distinctly outlined the contours of those two water sources, and a bold idea erupted like a lightning bolt in her mind. The three exchanged glances, unspoken understanding passing between them. A clear and audacious battle plan was instantaneously reached. Water and electricity, wide-scale crowd control. Everyone. Spider-Man's voice resonated with an unprecedented excitement as he pointed towards the water tank and fire hydrant, ready to deliver a high-pressure shower therapy package to the unhygienic giant below. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Nora's lips, a hint of approval amidst her icy demeanor. Su Xiao nodded vigorously, gripping the electric shock gun tightly, his focus razor-sharp, poised to guide the current. Action! Spider-Man exclaimed, launching himself like an arrow released from its bow. He swung first towards a fire hydrant, his wrist flicking the web with precision, not to ensnare, but to lasso the crooked metal nozzle. Utilizing the immense force of gravity and momentum, he yanked it with a sudden jerk. Boom! A thunderous crack resounded. The stout fire hydrant was wrenched from its moorings. The high-pressure water trapped in the pipes erupted like a liberated white dragon, surging skyward with a deafening roar. A robust column of water shot up several meters high. Without pausing, Spider-Man harnessed the water's recoil to soar once more, his web skillfully adhering to the massive water tank's supporting frame. With a fierce shout, Every muscle in his body tensed beneath his suit, and leveraging the tremendous centrifugal force, coupled with his extraordinary strength, he yanked violently, creaking and rumbling. The support structure groaned under the strain, and the enormous water tank was forcefully toppled from its base. The murky, rust-laden water cascaded down like a flood breaching its banks, inundating the colossal insect giant below. In an instant, a significant portion of its massive form was drenched. Countless flesh-like worms writhed and struggled within the turbulent waters. The bug giant, now soaked, momentarily seemed shocked, but soon erupted in a more ferocious roar. Its vast body twisted violently, and the enraged swarm surged, coalescing into a colossal insect ball, intent on obliterating the bothersome red and blue creature. Now is the moment. Here comes the spider's onslaught. At the precise instant the insect ball was about to be unleashed, Spider-Man let out a fierce roar in mid-air. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed an unprecedentedly massive, pulsating superconductive electric net, shimmering with blinding azure light, aimed directly at the drenched insect giant. Simultaneously, atop the building, Nora and Su Xiao, their gazes sharp as blades, simultaneously pulled the triggers. Nora had pushed the electric gun to its utmost overload mode. Two beams of high-pressure electric current, as thick as a child's arm and entwined with destructive crimson light, roared through the air, striking precisely at the core nodes of the electric net. Su Xiao's electric arc erupted with its maximum intensity, targeting the vast puddle formed beneath the insect giant from the gushing hydrant and flowing sewage. Ding! Boom! Three powerful currents converged as the electric net descended from above. Nora's overloaded pulse and Su Xiao's guided ground current instantaneously intersected and exploded upon the drenched insect giant, creating an unearthly blue and white superconductive electric field that enveloped the entire creature. The current surged through the water at the speed of light, coursing through the colossal body comprised of countless flesh-like worms. Not a single worm could escape. Crackle, 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 the cacophony of explosions. A sound magnified 1,000-fold beyond the crackling of popcorn sent shivers down spines. Countless charred insect carcasses fell like black raindrops, cascading downwards. The enormous form of the insect giant, akin to a snowman tossed into a steel furnace, visibly disintegrated, crumbled, and collapsed amidst blinding light and a thick haze of acrid smoke. Ultimately, it transformed into a mound of black residue, emitting wisps of smoke and a burnt aroma. On the playground, only the hissing sound of the high-pressure water jets persisted, accompanied by occasional sparks dancing atop the massive remnants. Parker gazed at the magnificent yet relieving scene on the screen, exhaling a long sigh. He removed his headphones, massaging his throbbing temples, and stared at the still-smoking heap of protein char when an unexpected thought struck him, tinged with dark humor. If only that kind of macho man could see this. He would surely drool, exclaiming, "Behold this perfectly charred, tender protein, so delightfully crunchy." Ha ha! Parker chuckled at this ill-timed notion, as the fatigue from the tension mingled with a surreal sense of victory. This game truly is exhausting, he thought with a laugh. However, upon glancing at the task progress bar, he realized that this endeavor was far from over. Chapter 21. The mysterious woman observing the still-smoking, enormous black remnants on the playground. The trio felt a fleeting sensation of exhaustion. The hissing of the high-pressure water jets became the sole backdrop, while the air was thick with the peculiar scent of ozone, burnt flesh, and damp dust. Spider-Man exaggeratedly patted his chest, the large white eyes on his mask appearing to relax slightly as he proclaimed, "Done. Obstacles cleared. Now, let us venture to that insect nest of a stadium and uncover the truth." No sooner had he spoken than he flicked his wrist, shooting out a web with precision, and gracefully swung back to the rooftop platform where Su Xiao and Nora stood, landing securely beside them. Nora did not respond immediately. Her sharp gaze swept over Spider-Man before settling on Su Xiao. The icy blue eyes behind her tactical visor held an undeniable inquiry. "Do you know what has transpired here? What is the source and purpose of this invasion?" Her voice was calm and direct. After this chaos, she sought answers. Su Xiao sensed Nora's scrutinizing gaze and the questions it bore. Through her heightened awareness, she faintly perceived the turmoil within Nora's mind, which was not fear, but rather a profound curiosity about the anomaly's origin intertwined with a buried obsession related to it. Her intrigue appeared to run deeper than ours. Su Xiao contemplated. Spider-Man schlugt, his innocent white eyes blinking behind a mask. To be honest, not a clue. We just arrived to put out the fire. He gestured toward Su Xiao, but this lady, radar miss, is incredibly capable. She indicated that the strongest signal of strange energy is emanating from the stadium, likely its source. So we say this, very cool lady? Are you planning to find a safe house and sip hot cocoa to calm your nerves? Or will you join us in tearing the roof off that insect den? Evading and hiding are not in my nature. Nora shook her head slightly, her movements crisp and decisive. She adjusted the charge dial of her stun gun, shifting from the dangerous setting back to high efficiency. The deep blue tactical visor shimmered with unwavering resolve. The truth lay within the gymnasium. Please allow me to join the investigation. Her posture conveyed unmistakable intent, collaboration. Just as Su Xiao was about to nod in agreement, her expression abruptly changed. She abruptly closed her eyes, extending her mental perception like an invisible net, striving to pinpoint the source of the anomaly in the direction of the gymnasium. But in the next moment, Su Xiao opened her eyes wide as if struck by lightning. Her pupils filled with incredulous horror. No, it is not in the gymnasium anymore. Su Xiao's voice trembled slightly with shock as she urgently pointed to the platform below where the three were situated. That signal, the most intense source of anomaly. It is moving at an incredible speed. It is coming towards us, right below. Spider-Man and Nora reacted with lightning speed. Without hesitation, the two instantly positioned themselves back to back in a combat stance. Spider-Man's wrist-mounted web shooter stood poised, while Nora's stun gun was swiftly raised. The data stream in her tactical visor updating frantically. The air atop the rooftop seemed to thicken, leaving only the heavy breaths of the three. Amidst this suffocating silence, a figure silently emerged from the shadows at the center of the platform. It was as if she had always been there, merely overlooked by the light. Parker gazed at the sudden appearance of a scarlet warning box on the screen. Final threat emerges. Weaver Vivian Legray, alongside a character model that exuded an oppressive presence. Instantly realizing that the earlier insect giant was merely an appetizer. Well then, the battle is about to continue, Parker thought, his finger hovering over the button, his mind fully alert. The female model on the screen indeed radiated an eerie beauty. Her pallid, grayish-white skin, slender form, and the living robe woven from countless writhing threads, along with her similarly textured long hair, moved as if animated by an unseen wind, exuding an inhuman aura. Her hollow, icy gaze resembled two lifeless glass beads. Vivian appeared to completely disregard the three, her delicate hand, also shrouded in a thin layer of threads, cradling a complex, prism-shaped device that flickered with an eerie green light. At the device's core, a continuously morphing dark purple energy swam like a living entity, emanating a disquieting pulse. Fear collection complete, her cold, hollow voice resonated, akin to rusted gears grinding together, uttering a few fragmented and emotionless words, as if merely confirming the result of a program. Only then did she slowly raise her lifeless eyes, her gaze piercing through the tactical visor and Spider-Man's mask, precisely landing on the red and blue figure. Spider-Man attempted to break this eerie stalemate. He cautiously stepped forward, landing a few meters away from Vivian, spreading his arms wide, striving to maintain a friendly tone. Hey, distinctive lady? Perhaps we could have a chat? Concerning those insects and this exquisite flashlight? He gestured towards the device in the other's hand. However, an unforeseen transformation occurred. In the very moment Spider-Man's words fell, Vivian's figure vanished as if erased by an eraser, leaving only a fleeting shadow in her wake. In the next instant, she had inexplicably appeared before Spider-Man, with their faces so close that their noses nearly touched. Wow. Spider-Man was taken aback by this sudden display of fervor, his heart racing as he relied on his extraordinary reflexes and the frantic warnings of his spider sense. With an extreme backflip and 2 strands of web shooting backward, he swiftly propelled himself back to Su Xiao and Nora, his heart pounding. Madam, while my charm may be a bit overwhelming, this rapid progression of intimacy upon our first meeting is rather too swift for my comfort. I might just blush. He patted his chest, still shaken. Similar kind? Vivian's vacant eyes seemed to flicker ever so slightly, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, creating barely perceptible ripples. Her gaze was fixated on Spider-Man, as if she were scanning a rare treasure. Simultaneously, the remnants of the scattered flesh worms on the playground, not entirely eradicated, began to converge towards her feet like summoned soldiers, forming a writhing white carpet around her. This scene unequivocally confirmed her as the source of this calamity. Su Xiao and Nora exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Without a word, they raised their weapons once more, their energy indicators glowing brightly. Similar kind? Hey, listen. Spider-Man assumed a battle stance, his voice laced with seriousness, attempting to correct this perilous misunderstanding. Spider-Man, class Arachnida, those little creatures of yours, they are clearly of the class Insecta, are they not? We belong to entirely different families, not to mention orders. Biologically, we are worlds apart. So, how about you put down that dangerous flashlight, and let's have a proper conversation. Spider-Man endeavored to alleviate the tension with some biological knowledge. However, Vivian seemed entirely oblivious to or unconcerned by his scientific explanation. A rare flicker of what appeared to be delight emanated from her hollow voice. Yet, it swiftly reverted to a tone of cold finality, but I must return. Hardly had she spoken when the space behind her was torn asunder by an unseen force. A rift flickered with unstable purplish-black light, an abyss of chaotic vortices silently yawning open. From the rift came a chilling hissing sound and chaotic streams of energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Vivian turned and stepped toward the chasm. Just as her figure was on the brink of being wholly consumed by the chaos, she paused. The head, draped in silken threads, twisted at an angle surpassing human limitations, slowly and completely turning to face him. Those hollow, frigid eyes, akin to the most precise cameras, locked on a Spider-Man-esque mask, greedily capturing every detail of the red and blue outline and the white lenses, as if to etch them deep into her consciousness. Hey, wait a moment. Spider-Man instantly comprehended the intentions of his adversary. With a flick of his wrist, a milky white web shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the device in Vivian's grasp or her very being. Yet it was too late. The web merely passed through the rapidly dissipating afterimage left by Vivian, futilely adhering to the empty air where the rift had vanished. In the atmosphere lingered only the chilling, sweet metallic tang of the silk and an enormous enigma. Almost simultaneously with the rift's disappearance, the pale purple energy barrier enveloping the entire campus flickered like a dying bulb before vanishing without a trace. The cacophony of sirens, shouts, and the thundering of helicopters from the outside world surged in abruptly. Curiously, the mountain of charred insect corpses on the playground, along with the scattered remnants, instantly lost all color and form, transforming into countless minute, gray-white particles that danced away with the wind as if they had never existed. Only the ravaged buildings and unconscious students bore witness to the grim reality of the recent nightmare. Parker gazed at the golden characters that popped up on the screen, proclaiming mission accomplished, campus collapse, level evaluation, along with generous reward notifications, yet he felt no urge to respond. He removed his headphones, leaned back in his chair, and observed the red and blue figure standing bewildered amidst the wreckage of the rooftop, alongside a similarly pensive Su Xiao and Nora. Is it over? Parker murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. I expected at least a confrontation, though, judging by the circumstances, it seems the three of us combined might not be sufficient to contend with her. Reflecting on Vivian's eerie teleportation, her peculiar fixation on Spider-Man, and that chilling gaze before her departure, a wave of intense unease and curiosity surged within him. A kindred spirit must return? This game grows increasingly intriguing. The foreshadowing buried here, who knows when it will be unraveled. Chapter 22. The new hero, Super Moose, is it truly over? Su Zhao's consciousness felt akin to a sponge drained of its essence, weary and sprawling. Her unique ability to perceive biological energy fluctuations swept across the campus like receding tides. The nauseating, cold energy orbs that represented the insect's existence, sticky and repugnant, vanished as if erased by an eraser. In their place emerged countless weak yet warm, chaotic pulses belonging to humanity, awakening from their stupor. A long, trembling sigh, laden with the relief of survival, escaped her lips. The nerves, taut to their limits, suddenly relaxed, and her legs could no longer bear the weight of her body. With a thud, she collapsed onto the cold, cement floor, slightly smeared with an unidentified viscous substance. Her back propped against a partially collapsed wall. The effort to maintain extensive perception and guide Spider-Man and Nora's actions had nearly drained her last vestige of mental strength. And now her temples throbbed while darkness danced before her eyes. In confronting this sudden and unimaginable horror crisis, it seemed as though she, a mere high school student, had exhausted every ounce of courage and strength within her. Sweat dampened her brow, clinging to her pallid cheeks. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind nearby, the figure of Spider-Man in his red and blue suit adjusted his white diamond-shaped goggles, his keen gaze sweeping over the classmates who groaned and staggered as they rose from the ground. Their eyes were clouded with confusion, accompanied by a headache reminiscent of a hangover, as if they had completely forgotten the terrifying ordeal they had just endured, merely feeling as though they had inexplicably drifted into slumber. Was it direct death? Parker sat in his bedroom, leaning forward, fixated on the live feed transmitted from Spider-Man's perspective. Observing the bewildered students, stretching their limbs, his mind raced with calculations. The notion of a parasitic biological weapon of such magnitude, capable of mental manipulation, had not resulted in immediate fatalities? This defied logic, or perhaps was an integral part of the mastermind scheme. Furrowing his brow, Parker's fingers unconsciously danced across the keyboard. Surely, there wouldn't be a narrative twist where the antagonist seeks redemption? If such a scenario were to unfold, may it not be overly kitsch? Countless comic book and web novel plots flashed uncontrollably through his mind. If, in the end, a character were to reveal that they were coerced or harbored a tragic past, only to be a stunningly beautiful individual, there would be an over 80% chance of them being forcefully redeemed and seamlessly joining the protagonist circle. Heaven forbid they be one of those characters stained with the blood of innocence, who, despite their heinous actions, are vindicated by mere charm and a few poignant lines. Nonetheless, Parker secretly cherished the notion of a happy ending, provided the characters were well crafted. Was he that a bit hypocritical? He was merely a player. The plot's progression adhered to its own rules, and whether he accepted it or not, the story unfolded as such. He shook his head, pondering. Engage or evade? Nora's visor captured the swift approach of a black special operations vehicle at the school gate, accompanied by personnel clad in standardized uniforms, their movements swift and decisive. The gleaming metallic equipment they bore signaled their intent to resolve these incidents. Direct engagement? Nora's mind raced, the nanotech suit's assistance providing various probability analyses, allowing her to gather first-hand intelligence and comprehend the official assessment and subsequent actions regarding the incident. Yet, the risks were substantial: exposure of identity, restricted movement, and immediate cost-benefit analysis was completed. This was not a place to linger. Casting a glance towards Spider-Man and Su Xiao, Nora turned to retreat to a more secluded area. I must take my leave, she murmured. As her words faded, her figure melded into the air like a drop of ink dissolving in water, quickly becoming faint and transparent, ultimately vanishing entirely, leaving behind only a subtle disturbance in the warmth of the air. Until we meet again? Spider-Man keenly sensed Nora's departure. I should also withdraw. Spider-Man murmured softly to himself, raising his wrist. With a soft whoosh, a milky white web shot forth, precisely adhering to the pinnacle of a distant water tower. With a surge of strength in his arm, he swung gracefully into the air, tracing a crimson arc as he swiftly vanished between the buildings. Sitting on the ground, Su Xiao, though drained of her mental energy, retained a keen perception of her surroundings at such close proximity. A complex array of emotions surged within her. They were enigmatic and formidable beings, their allegiances shrouded in ambiguity. Yet undoubtedly, it was they who had salvaged everyone from this catastrophe, herself included. Struggling to lift her head, Su Xiao gazed toward the direction where Spider-Man had disappeared, then swept her eyes over the vacant space where Nora had once stood. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly, imbued with a subtle determination and a rebellious impulse. If you wish to continue our communication, you can reach out to me later. I want to mention this to my companions. Her voice was faint, almost wavering, yet it resonated with remarkable clarity in the desolate ruins. Though uncertain if her words would be heard, she uttered them nonetheless. Clearly, these two individuals preferred to remain concealed from the official organization they belonged to, eschewing recognition in favor of independence. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Did this count as a betrayal of her organization? She clenched the hem of her uniform, wrestling with her conscience. Yet, they were her saviors. The captain had indeed advised that with powerful unknown entities, one should prioritize engagement and guidance, avoiding antagonism. This could be considered a strategic contact, right? Yes, it was to lay the groundwork for potential future collaboration. Su Xiao endeavored to convince herself with the captain's words, her cheeks slightly flushed, burying her small act of defiance and the hope that they might reconsider deeply within her heart. Parker deftly maneuvered Spider-Man to a safe landing atop the roof of an abandoned factory. He eagerly rubbed his hands together, impatiently summoning the system interface visible only to him. Task completed. With a mere thought, the visuals danced before him. Major crisis task. Campus parasite nightmare completed. Rewards dispersing. Gained experience points. A robust golden beam of light surged into the experience bar, representing Parker's Spider-Man, visibly causing it to ascend at an astonishing rate. Ding! Congratulations! Spider-Man has leveled up to 4. Parker beamed as he witnessed the enhancement of his abilities. He had leveled up. Excitedly, he pumped his fist in the air. The rewards interface continued to pulse. Gained Spider Gadget Communication Mask X1. A virtual, sleek, silver mask model with a futuristic design materialized, revolving before him. Item description, originating from the game Marvelous Spider-Man. This is a classic piece of equipment belonging to Peter Parker. It is not an ordinary mask. It houses a miniature quantum communication array that can bypass conventional signal jamming, enabling encrypted, stable, interdimensional, permissions required, instant communication with preset key contacts. An essential tool for initiating critical side missions, assembling temporary teams, and calling for external assistance. Ah, this communicator? The excitement on Parker's face slightly waned as he pursed his lips, initially hoping to draw the spider motorcycle or that incredibly cool hoverboard. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that something is better than nothing and stored the item in the equipment section of his system backpack. Just as he was about to close the interface, a line of text shimmering with vibrant colors suddenly leaped into view. Special bonus reward. Hero character draw, card X1. Upon seeing this, Parker's eyes widened in astonishment, the earlier disappointment evaporating in an instant. A character card. He could summon a new hero now. How marvelous. He was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his chair. This was far more thrilling than acquiring new equipment. He immediately accessed the system's main menu and found the previously dimmed Hero Summon icon, now radiating a soft and enticing golden glow. Taking a deep breath and with a sense of reverence akin to that of a pilgrim, he mentally clicked on Use Hero Character Draw Card. Hero Summon System activated. Before him, an expanse of a vast starry sea unfolded, with countless glowing points representing different heroes flickering against the profound cosmic backdrop. Numerous black cards arranged themselves and began to spin. One blurred hero silhouette after another emitted varying auras. Some are fiery and intense, others cold and sharp. Some heavy as mountains, and some agile as the wind. There were even silhouettes with distinctly different styles mixed in among them. May the gods of heaven bless him. Please let him draw something formidable. Iron Man, Thor, Doctor Strange, or even Superman would suffice. If all else fails, a Wolverine or Deadpool would be entertaining as well. Parker held his breath nervously, fervently praying in his heart, and then pressed down hard on the central start button of the roulette. Buzz. The roulette began to spin at high speed, the blurred silhouettes coalescing into a flowing band of light, dazzling to behold. Parker's heartbeat surged uncontrollably. After a few seconds, the rotation of the black cards noticeably slowed, gliding past one enticing silhouette after another, ultimately stopping at a square with a rather peculiar design. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a new hero, Super Moose. A brand new character card, seemingly made of plush material, floated before Parker. The card's backdrop featured a bright, cartoonish sky with fluffy clouds. At its center stood a doll-like figure. It appeared to be soft-bodied, with light brown plush fur and clearly visible stitching. It donned a slightly ridiculous blue bodysuit, complemented by a vibrant red triangular pair of underpants. A transformed emblem adorned its chest, and a small, matching red cape billowed behind it. Most striking were the enormous, fluffy antlers atop its head and the remarkably serious, button-stitched expression on its face. Parker's anticipation and excitement instantaneously froze. His mouth agape, eyes bulging wide. His brain seemed to stall for a few seconds. Doodly-doo super moose, a vibrant voice, with a hint of cartoonish flair, resonated directly in his mind. Huh? Parker suddenly regained his senses, blinking fervently as he leaned closer to the virtual card, nearly pressing his face against it. What in the world is this? A super moose? A doll? Is this a hero from a comic series? He wore an expression of bewilderment and disbelief. Wait, this seems oddly familiar. It resembles something from a childhood cartoon, perhaps Jackie Chan Adventures. With a mind swirling with questions, he tapped to view the detailed information on the character card. Hero, Super Moose, Source, Jackie Chan Adventures Universe. A superhero doll infused with life by mouse talisman abilities. Extraordinary strength 1. Possesses astonishing power that belies its doll-like stature, capable of effortlessly lifting several tons. With remarkable destructive force. Super Speed 1. Exhibits lightning-fast burst speed over short distances. Flight 1. Capable of free flight with excellent maneuverability. Fearless Spirit. Embodies an unwavering sense of justice and courageous valor, derived from its design. Doll Body. Core feature weakness composed of ordinary plush, fabric, and stuffing. With extremely low physical defense. Vulnerable to piercing from sharp objects, incineration by fire, corrosion by strong acids, and excessive moisture which may lead to mold. Note: should the core structure, such as seams tearing or stuffing leaking, be severely damaged, it will lose its mobility and require repair and reactivation. Remarks: a powerful companion imbued with childlike wonder and surprises. Please care for it, as you would a treasured collectible, avoiding washing machines or encounters with rambunctious children. Its powers are real, yet its body is undeniably fragile. After perusing the description, Parker fell into a prolonged silence. He instinctively raised his hand and slapped his cheek with a resounding pop, attempting to confirm he was not dreaming. Thus, he muttered to himself, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Was this a low-budget version of Superman, or a comical character with a glass cannon attribute? Gazing at the card depicting the earnest, fluffy moose doll, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Should he consider himself fortunate for drawing a character with flight and immense strength, or unfortunate for acquiring a fragile porcelain doll? Nevertheless, this lottery draw unmistakably validated a crucial piece of information. The Hero Summoning System's card pool was not limited to the Marvel Universe. Superheroes from other works and worlds also had the chance to materialize. This undoubtedly expanded the possibilities for the future. While Parker scratched his head, ultimately revealing a hint of relief and anticipatory smile, extending his finger to gingerly poke the fluffy belly of the Super Moose on the virtual card. Super Moose, is it? Rumble rumble? I look forward to our future endeavors together. Chapter 23. The Tale of Spider-Man. Su Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, as though a drowning person had broken through the surface, his chest heaving violently as he greedily inhaled the heavily disinfected air. Each breath quivered with the tremor of survival. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, clinging to his skin with a chilling sensation. She turned her somewhat stiff neck, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. The cold metallic instruments flickered with monotonous indicator lights, while the pure white walls and ceiling appeared exceptionally pale under the energy-saving lighting. The air was permeated with a distinctive scent, a blend of disinfectant and a faint calming agent. This was the Harmonious Rehabilitation Center, a facility under the auspices of the Special Response Team, ostensibly a cutting-edge institution for addressing the psychological trauma of victims of significant public safety incidents. In reality, it served as a special location for the organization to confine, examine, and process individuals directly related to anomalous events. At this moment, the entire center resembled a vast silent hive, apart from the rhythmic ticking of the instruments and her own still unsettled breathing. An oppressive stillness enveloped the space. Su Xiao was aware that this floor, indeed, most of the building, housed students and teachers transferred from schools. She could vaguely sense familiar, faint, and chaotic life signals, akin to blurred points of light seen through thick frosted glass. Although outside, parents of students and members of society were undoubtedly anxious, angry, and even protesting for the truth and the return of their loved ones, the cacophony was firmly isolated from this white fortress by the formidable public relations machinery, information lockdown, and physical separation measures of the Special Response Team, maintaining a fragile, suffocating tranquility. Su Xiao raised her somewhat feeble hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. As a formal member of the organization, she enjoyed the privilege of an independent observation and treatment room. This spared her the embarrassment of undergoing the standard processing alongside her peers, providing her with a precious moment of respite and contemplation. She closed her eyes once more, attempting to steady her heartbeat, yet her mind was turbulent with fragments of the dream she had just experienced. It was not an ordinary dream. It felt more like an involuntary, immersive observation, imbued with a disquieting sense of reality, as if her consciousness had been forcefully drawn into another dimension. Witnessing a narrative from a third-person perspective, a tale of the birth of Spider-Man unfolded before her. The images were chaotic and erratic, akin to an old film with poor signal. Su Xiao saw a small boy, his features indistinguishable, against a backdrop of warm tones and indistinct laughter. Then came piercing sounds, a cold, rainy night, twisted metal, and scattered luggage. The scene was suddenly engulfed by a chilling blue-gray hue, leaving only a small figure shivering in the torrential rain. Bewildered and helpless, the scene shifted to a humble yet vibrant apartment where a broad, gentle man's silhouette and a woman emanating the aroma of freshly baked bread carefully took the boy's hand. This part of the vision was sparse and hazy, yet it conveyed a profound intertwining of sorrow and redemption. The setting changed again to a bright, futuristic space, resembling an exhibition or laboratory of a large biotechnology company. Though details remained indistinct, a spider, entirely crimson and shimmering with an unusual luster, silently descended onto the back of the boy's hand. The sharp sting seemed to penetrate the dream, causing Su Xiao's fingers to involuntarily curl. Next comes the boy's peculiar transformation, scaling walls with the ease of stroll, his reflexes surpassing those of ordinary individuals, and his strength inexplicably surging. Initially, there was wonder and exhilaration, characteristic of youth, along with a hint of boastfulness and mischief. However, the scene suddenly darkened. In a filthy alley, a panicked man clutched his wallet and sprinted away. The boy possessed the ability to intervene, yet chose to stand idly by, swayed by a fleeting selfishness or hesitation, thinking, "Let him run. It is not my concern." A vague voice, imbued with the indifference and self-interest typical of youth, echoed in his consciousness. The scene was abruptly shattered by blinding headlights, followed by a dull, heart-stopping gunshot. He witnessed the broad, gentle figure of his only uncle, akin to a father, collapse in a pool of blood, the light of life swiftly draining from his eyes. With his last ounce of strength, he grasped the boy's hand tightly, his gaze devoid of resentment, filled only with profound, all-knowing sorrow and a sense of urgency. His lips moved, and a deep, clear phrase, like a brand, pierced through the fog of dreams, striking Su Xiao's heart with resounding force. With great power comes great responsibility. Each word bore the weight of blood and the warmth of a soul. This sentence served as a heavy anchor, instantly stabilizing the boy's chaotic world and deeply etching itself into Su Xiao's consciousness. The dream culminated in a symbolically charged image. Once again, the malevolent alley appeared, as if time had reversed. The armed robber who had taken her uncle's life re-emerged. Yet this time, a slender Spider-Man, clad in a homemade red and blue uniform, stood resolutely in his path. The cold moonlight poured down from above the narrow passage, elongating the shadows of both him and the assailant into great, looming forms. Spider-Man's shadow twisted and magnified against the mottled wall, ultimately forming a monstrous, grotesque silhouette of a black spider, brimming with primal fury and a thirst for vengeance. Su Xiao's heart surged into her throat. She could sense the overwhelming urge to kill that threatened to overwhelm reason. However, in the next moment, that immense, oppressive spider shadow began to contract slowly yet resolutely after the boy's tightly clenched fist quivered, solidifying until it transformed back into his own upright figure, bearing a trace of youthful innocence yet unwavering determination. He did not strike down with vengeful fists. The scene leaped again, distorted headlines in newspapers, public misunderstanding and vitriol, police pursuits. The boy navigated the urban jungle of steel, fighting and saving lives, even amidst scorn and injury. That red and blue figure persisted in appearing at every corner where help was needed. Su Xiao gradually sat up, leaning against the cold headboard. The specific scenes and dialogue from her dream quickly faded into a blur, fragmented as if deliberately erased by an invisible hand. Yet the essence of that story, the boy's loss, awakening, mistakes, redemption, and the resounding truth that with great power comes great responsibility, alongside the breathtaking self-restraint beneath the moonlight, was indelibly inscribed in the depths of her consciousness, so vividly that it reverberated through her very soul. She instinctively summoned her mental strength, the unique perception of life signals lingering with a faint tingle, reminiscent of the dream from which she had just awakened. Is this due to my abilities? Su Xiao murmured to herself, her fingertips unconsciously pressing against her temples. Had prolonged contact allowed her to sense the imprints deep within his psyche? This conjecture startled her. She had never considered that her powers could passively glean the past of others in such a manner. Yet at this moment, the expansion of her abilities was not her primary concern. The overwhelming influx of information, coupled with the emotional resonance it carried, plunged her into an unprecedented contemplation. What if all of this were true? That figure, swift and ethereal on campus, who exhibited the youthful fervor and chatter typical of a boy during battle, rescuing everyone as if he were a spider-like savior. He was not a born hero. Rather, he was a boy cruelly toyed with by fate, who had erred grievously and, through the lessons wrought from blood and tears, had gradually shouldered the burdens of profound responsibility. He had endured losses more painful than death, shouldered guilt capable of overwhelming the average soul, and ultimately, at the precipice of vengeance, had restrained himself, opting for a path strewn with thorns, rife with misunderstanding and solitude. Su Xiao's emotions were as tangled as a ball of yarn. Her previous doubts concerning Spider-Man's identity, intentions, and his affiliations with official organizations were now overshadowed by a more tumultuous feeling, a blend of shock, sympathy, disbelief, and even an ineffable respect. She had once thought of him merely as a powerful, enigmatic outsider, possibly with ambiguous motives. Yet now, it seemed she had glimpsed the heart beneath his strength, a heart capable of pain and confusion, yet ultimately choosing the righteous path. Spider-Man, she whispered, feeling the weight of those 3 syllables become unprecedentedly heavy. Sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting interwoven stripes of light and shadow across her pale face, mirroring her chaotic and unsettled thoughts. The image of that figure, who had controlled the fires of vengeance beneath the moonlight, lingered in her mind. Chapter 24. A first encounter with Super Moose Bubble. The hero makes his entrance. Parker's lips broke into a wide grin as he seized the chilled can of soda from the edge of the table, popping the tab with a satisfying hiss before tilting it back for a hearty gulp. The icy, effervescent liquid coursed down his throat, yet it did nothing to douse the flickering excitement within him. The fatigue from yesterday's harrowing campus crisis had long dissipated, replaced by the joy of the task's reward, particularly that alluring hero character extraction card that shimmered enticingly. Parker exhaled contentedly, the sweet scent of soda lingering in the air, his gaze fervently fixed upon the screen before him. After a night of intensive study, devouring episodes of Jackie Chan adventures, his understanding of his new companion, Super Moose, transcended the fragile exterior of a mere toy. This character, though a doll, possessed a delightfully naive sense of justice, a signature catchphrase, and unexpectedly formidable abilities. Indeed, he was quite charming, even endearingly adorable. He eagerly slid his fingers, slightly dampened with cola, across the touchscreen, swiftly opening the Hero Encyclopedia interface. Beside the solitary red and blue Spider-Man icon, a new companion had finally emerged. It was an animated avatar of a super moose, its furry brown head adorned with iconic antlers, clad in a blue bodysuit and a vibrant red cape, its button-like eyes striving to convey a determined expression that was both earnest and comical. Parker's heart inexplicably quickened. Taking a deep breath, he approached the moment with the gravitas of embarking on a new gaming chapter, pressing the brand-new Hero Collaborative Combat button. The screen instantaneously transitioned. Against the familiar cityscape backdrop, 2 dynamic character models materialized alongside the cursor indicating the player's location. On the left, the agile red and blue figure of Spider-Man was poised in a classic crouch stance, his white eye lenses glimmering with curiosity as he examined his new ally. On the right, Doodle, Super Moose, an exuberant, uniquely cartoonish electronic sound burst forth. Accompanied by a catchy slogan, a plush toy of half a human's height appeared as if conjured from thin air. It floated feet off the ground, hands on its hips, with its red cape billowing in an unseen breeze, the conspicuous red emblem on its chest standing out prominently. Its face, crafted from buttons and yarn, maintained a serious expression proclaiming its superhero prowess. "Oh hey, new partner, Mr. Moose?" The Spider-Man model on the screen animatedly responded, standing upright, tilting its head, and blinking its white lenses, exuding a youthful curiosity tinged with subtle apprehension. It hung upside down, circling its new companion like a child inspecting a new toy. Parker couldn't help but chuckle at the slightly awkward yet amusing initial interaction between the two distinctly styled heroes, nearly spewing cola from his mouth. How marvelous! There are even exclusive interactions. The attention to detail in this system was remarkable. Parker enthusiastically slapped the table. This sensation was even more exhilarating than when he followed the crossover editions of the Avengers and Justice League back in the day. He even began to fantasize about the possibility of encountering Batman to share the screen with Spider-Boy. What a scene that would be. Parker envisioned Batman casting a disapproving glance at the Chatterbox Bug and the plush toy duo. After the excitement, Parker began to delve into the specifics of the operational modes. A new skill bar and status indicators appeared at the bottom of the interface, corresponding to the two heroes. He experimented with the switches, single-player mode. As before, he could choose to operate either Spider-Man or Super Moose independently, with the other hero's icon grayed out, remaining in standby and absent from the scene. Collaborative mode. Multiple heroes could engage simultaneously. Players could switch in real time between controlling each hero. Heroes not directly controlled by players will be managed by the system, following the player's primary hero and automatically executing basic attacks, evading, and utilizing certain auxiliary skills with short cooldowns. The system indicates in a small line next to the status bar. Managed heroes have all attributes reduced by 20, skill effects weakened by 15. Parker pursed his lips. Well, after all, the system is not human. A slight weakness is reasonable. It is certainly better than remaining stationary. Now I can finally experience the thrill of team battles. Parker swiftly tapped a few keys, and the perspective on the screen smoothly transitioned between the red and blue web and the fluffy aerial floats. When controlling Spider-Man, the sensation was familiar, smooth, and precise. Switching to the Super Moose, however, introduced a buoyant floating feeling and a somewhat clumsy, yet powerfully inertial turn, with the flight altitude adjustable at will and a much broader field of vision. Today, the Moose takes flight. Without hesitation, Parker transferred control to the Super Moose. Zoom, zoom, evil be gone. As he pressed the forward key, the Super Moose on the screen shouted its slogan once more, its small body darting forward with remarkable speed, leaving a fleeting red afterimage from its cape. Simultaneously, the managed Spider-Man sprang into action. With a flick of his wrist, a web shot forth accurately, adhering to a billboard on a distant building, agilely swinging to closely follow the low-flying Moose. This is so cool. Parker's eyes sparkled as his fingers deftly maneuvered the joystick, watching the furry figure freely navigate between the city buildings, occasionally soaring over skyscrapers and skillfully darting through narrow alleys, even bumping against walls from time to time. The sensation of breaking free from the bonds of gravity and soaring freely was distinctly different from Spider-Man's web-swinging experience, filled with freshness and exhilaration. Although he was aware that this character was a fragile superhero with a defense potentially weaker than a thick sweater, the joy of flying was simply delightful. He glanced at the diligently swinging Spider-Man trailing behind and felt no turmoil, even stifling a laugh. "Sorry, little spider, today it's time for my new companion to shine." Parker acknowledged his fleeting fancy, yet Spider-Man, as his initial ally and beloved hero, held an unassailable position in his heart. Playing as the Moose was purely for the sake of novelty and amusement. However, the atmosphere seemed amiss. Suddenly, as he continued flying, Parker's smile gradually faded, morphing into a subtle, peculiar expression. He ceased his actions, allowing the Super Moose to hover beside a water tower atop an office building, while Spider-Man executed a graceful flip, landing on the railing at the edge of the water tower. Parker gazed at the scene on the screen. Ahead, a fluffy figure clad in a blue bodysuit and a small red cape floated in the air, its peculiar form and suspicious behavior raising eyebrows. Behind him stood a vigilant vigilante, clad in a distinctive red and blue bodysuit, his entire visage concealed beneath a full-face mask. With a white eye visor fixed intently upon a doll before him, he maintained a poised stance, ready to pursue or strike at a moment's notice. Parker remained silent for a full 3 seconds, feeling a knot form in his throat as he swallowed hard. His fingers unconsciously tapped against the tabletop, and the scene struck him as reminiscent of Spider-Man pursuing a whimsical thief freshly escaped from a toy store. Chapter 25. The Erased Past. A dreamy ideal and a stark reality. Parker gazed at the screen, where a misinterpreted image depicted the heroic Spider-Man in hot pursuit of an oddly designed flying toy. He could not help but sigh in exasperation, his fingers still drumming idly on the surface. In his imagination, the duo he envisioned would gracefully navigate the towering edifices, with Super Moose soaring freely through the skies. Their teamwork would be impeccable. One would ground the enemy, while the other delivered aerial strikes. Or they might join forces to vanquish the threat, a scene that was simply breathtaking to contemplate. Yet what was the reality? From a third-party perspective, the screen revealed 2 opposing figures, where the diminutive Spider-Man appeared to be chasing a frenzied mascot that had fled from a children's amusement park. This dissonance left Parker in a state of amusement. He shook his head, deciding to momentarily set aside the vexing issue of the incompatible art style. Forget it. Let's not demand too much right now," he muttered, swiftly manipulating the touchscreen. The icon representing Spider-Man dimmed rapidly, and with a whoosh, the red and blue figure transformed into a fleeting specter, vanishing into thin air, leaving only the traces of his actions quietly erased by the system. With a flourish, Super Moose once again proclaimed, "Evil has nowhere to hide." His diminutive form seemed to break free from invisible constraints, accelerating with a swift whoosh, reconstituting into a low-flying blue and red blur, racing toward the unknown city skyline. Parker focused intently, immersing himself in the controls once more. He momentarily cast aside the distractions of Spider-Man, honing in on the exhilarating experience of Super Moose's flight capabilities. As the perspective of the screen elevated with Moose's ascent, an expansive metropolis unfolded below, its name yet to be designated by the system. Towering skyscrapers, resembling a forest of steel, reflected the midday sun, while the interwoven streets flowed like gray veins, with ant-like vehicles and pedestrians bustling along their paths. The wind howled past Moose's furry ears and cape, imparting an unprecedented sense of liberation, free from the shackles of gravity. Parker's fingers deftly adjusted the joystick, guiding Moose to swoop like a hawk past towering glass facades, then skillfully darting beneath elevated bridges, startling a flock of virtual pigeons. This pure, unrestrained thrill of flight certainly compensated for any shortcomings in design. Well, it may be a bit fragile, but this sensation of flight is exhilarating. Parker's lips curled into a smile once more, momentarily lost in this novel experience of control. Meanwhile, within a technologically advanced facility nestled deep beneath the city, the command center blazed with light. On the vast circular screen, multiple surveillance angles are displayed in split view, with one segment deliberately magnified, slowed down, and enhanced for clarity. The footage reveals the previously misunderstood chase scene involving Parker, the Spider-Man clad in red and blue, swinging through the buildings with astonishing speed, his trajectory meticulously marked by blue energy lines. His target, an indistinct, swiftly moving object, appears to be a peculiar, floating doll adorned in shades of blue and red. Captain Lin Koei stands resolutely before the control panel, her deep gaze fixated on the highlighted silhouette of the doll at the center of the screen. In her hand, she holds a cup of coffee that has long since cooled, untouched. Her furrowed brow betrays the gravity of her thoughts. Is this doll a new, anomalous entity? Her voice, low and tinged with a barely perceptible hint of confusion and alertness, questions the nature of the target that has captured Spider-Man's intense attention. Surely, it is no ordinary object. Its ability to levitate, its eccentric form, and the brief interaction with Spider-Man, evident in slow motion, suggest a moment of pause and observation on his part, all imbued with an aura of uncertainty and potential threat. "Captain here, wake up." The gentle voice of Lan Yuan breaks through her reverie, as he approaches with 2 steaming cups of freshly brewed coffee, placing one delicately beside Lin Kuei. "Thank you," she replies, coming back to her senses as she accepts the cup, feeling the warmth of the vessel against her fingertips. Yet her gaze remains glued to the screen. "Still watching Spider-Man?" Lan Yuan takes a seat at the adjacent control panel, activating the multi-screen interface before him. Countless streams of complex data cascade across the screens like a waterfall, reflecting in his glasses, which glimmer with a rational light. Yes, Lin Kuei acknowledges, taking a sip of coffee. The bitter liquid jolts her senses awake. The enigma surrounding him, or rather enveloping him, is profound. In her mind, she quickly reviews all analyses pertaining to this visitor from another realm. His elusive appearances, the starkly different biological energy characteristics from the local energy systems, his evident unfamiliarity with modern technology and organizations, as well as the youthful awkwardness and contradictions concealed beneath his spandex suit. We have no records indicating that any traveler from this world can traverse back and forth as he does. Nor is there documentation of other visitors from alternate dimensions returning after departure. He is either an unprecedented first case, Lin Kuei pauses, her gaze sharp, or he possesses a clandestine base within our world, one that we have yet to discover, allowing him to anchor and regroup. This conjecture renders the nature of the entire incident more complex and uncontrollable. The image of their brief standoff amidst the ruins with Spider-Man resurfaces in her mind. The wary yet polite tone of the youthful voice that resonated through his mask as he uttered, "I just want to help," and his eventual, unhesitating departure, all suggest that he harbors untold stories and motives. In a timely manner, Lan Yuan deftly shifted the topic, his fingers dancing rapidly across the virtual keyboard to summon the medical reports of the two individuals. He had just received word from the medical department that they were both clamoring about their robust health and were eager to return to their duties. Lin Kuei gently shook her head, her gaze lingering on the area where Spider-Man had last vanished. Let them rest for an additional 2 days, she thought. The assessment of the aftereffects of this incident had yet to reach completion, so there was no need for haste. With a casual gesture, Lin Kuei opened an encrypted file on the floating screen before her, titled Preliminary Report on the Abnormal Parasite Incident in Schools. It was indeed the spirit butterfly that had made a significant contribution. Lin Kuei's tone was laced with approval, though she quickly added, "And this Spider-Man as well." The mention of Spider-Man stirred a complex array of emotions within her. The internal debates within the organization regarding how to define and manage this external powerful individual had never ceased. This inevitably brought to mind the lengthy and intense strategic meeting from that morning. In the conference room, two factions had starkly divided themselves. The absolute secrecy faction, which advocated for maintaining the status quo at all costs, believing that the leakage of abnormal information would incite societal panic, collapse of order, and even large-scale witch hunts, asserting that the existing organizational structure and resources could not withstand such a shock, and the limited disclosure faction, which contended that absolute secrecy in the information age was impossible. They proposed that rather than passively awaiting chaos from potential leaks, it would be better to proactively guide the narrative, engaging in selective and limited public education to equip the populace with a basic ability to discern anomalies and cope psychologically, transforming panic into organized resilience. They presented several plans for information infiltration through urban legends or educational programs. Lin Kuei herself leaned more towards the perspective of barriers. She was acutely aware of the fragility of human sentiment and the complexity of society. Once that thin veneer of normalcy was pierced, exposing the blinding light of the abnormal, the entire social structure could swiftly dissolve and collapse like snow under the sun. The current organization appeared formidable, but how long could it endure a systemic collapse at the societal level? She held no firm confidence in that regard. After prolonged silence, Lan Yuan, who had been quietly observing the data streams, finally spoke, his voice imbued with a scholar's weight, tinged with the gravity of newfound truths. Our world has lost its past. This statement fell into the silence like a cold stone cast into a tranquil pond. Lin Kuei's fingers tightened around her coffee cup. Indeed, this was the unspoken greatest enigma and hidden anguish shared among the official organization and all core personnel who had touched upon the truth of the world. It seemed that, at some point, the history of human society had been brutally erased, altered, or sealed away by an invisible hand. Through the comparisons articulated by the travelers, it became evident that this world lacked a clear and coherent ancient history, and there were no grand narratives of modern history, as if the current highly technological, yet existentially bewildered societal form had simply materialized as a default setting. No one knew the precise moment of loss, nor could anyone explain its cause. In fact, most people did not even ponder what it was that ordinary individuals had unconsciously forfeited. The existing historical records are rife with gaps, contradictions, and traces deliberately obscured. This collective amnesia regarding origins renders the entire organization groping in the dark when confronted with an incessant stream of anomalous events, lacking crucial historical references and lessons. This heavy amnesia hangs like an invisible haze over the conference room, as well as over the hearts of all who are aware of the truth of this world. The images of Spider-Man on the screen, alongside that enigmatic doll, appear to be but trivial fragments amidst this vast historical enigma. Yet, it is precisely these recurring fragments that are gradually prying at the fragile foundation of this default world. Chapter 26. Nora's anomaly. Su Xiao reclined on the slightly cold single hospital bed of the Special Response Unit. The scent of disinfectant mingling with the unique aroma of the linens, lingering at the tip of her nose. Outside the window, the city's light pollution was filtered through special glass, allowing only a dim, hazy glow to seep in. She was not a genuine patient. However, as a direct participant in the school incident and a person with abilities, the organization mandated a comprehensive physical examination and psychological assessment. Even though she repeatedly emphasized that she was not parasitized and the mental scanning confirmed her claims. The precise instruments and the serious-faced researchers in white coats still arrived as scheduled, gathering data and observing her reactions. In her boredom, she illuminated her phone screen. The ethereal blue light highlighted her slightly pale visage. With a swipe of her fingertip, the screen filled with various video clips about Spider-Man, blurry mobile captures of him swinging perilously between skyscrapers. Short videos uploaded by citizens showcasing him thwarting petty crimes on the streets, often accompanied by the astonished gasps and praises of the filmmakers. And even some analytical videos by tech enthusiasts speculating on Spider-Man's abilities and actions. Su Xiao clicked on a highly popular video, featuring a clear image of Spider-Man saving a little girl from being crushed by a runaway billboard in the old town just yesterday. Spider-Man moved with ghostly speed, wrapping his web around the girl's waist, pulling her back at the last moment, while simultaneously ensnaring the edge of the plummeting billboard with another web, securing it firmly in midair. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, exuding a beauty of strength and precision. The barrage of comments flooded in. Wow, that reaction speed is incredible. Who knows if there's a handsome guy or an old man under that mask? The voice sounds so young. Haha, is this just for show? Who knows if he directed this himself? Dressed like that, who can tell if he has human or ghost? Skeptics chimed in. You idiots upstairs. Didn't you see how many people he saved? Keyboard warriors, go away. Could such an entity truly exist? Is it special effects, or are they filming a movie? Su Xiao's slender fingers danced rapidly across the screen. Amidst the heartfelt admiration expressed in the barrage of comments, she quietly bestowed a like. In response to the malicious skepticism, she pressed her lips together, her fingertips deftly striking the virtual keyboard, eager to engage in a retort. Judging actions rather than intentions, and intentions are never flawless. Su Xiao whispered this phrase, as if persuading others, yet also cautioning herself. As a being endowed with perception, she possessed a deeper understanding of the intricate and shadowy nature of human hearts than most. She had sensed the vile machinations lurking beneath the facade of piety, and had also glimpsed the flickers of kindness emanating from those who appeared fearsome. In truth, this world harbors no immaculate saints. Yet Spider-Man is undeniably benevolent. This thought crystallized vividly in her mind. With her eyes closed, the hellish scenes of school resurfaced. Writhing, grotesque figures, classmates engulfed in despair and terror, and an all-encompassing sense of suffocating oppression. At the heart of that whirlpool of hopelessness, the figure clad in red and blue stood resolute, akin to an anchor in tumultuous seas. She not only beheld his every selfless act of rescue and each precise web entrapment with her eyes, but she also sensed, through her spirit, the purity of his unwavering resolve, a fervent, unreserved desire to save lives. It was an instinctual, incandescent brilliance, willing to burn itself to illuminate others, utterly devoid of any pretense or calculation. Coupled with that dream, as clear as a revelation, the boy who grasped the truth that with great power comes great responsibility, and who chose the lonely path of guardianship while tethered at the edge of vengeance. These images intertwined in Su Xiao's heart, forging a profound emotional resonance. Admiration, sorrow, and even a hint of a secret yearning she had yet to fully acknowledge enveloped her. She held a deep fondness and immense respect for this enigmatic hero from another realm. While Su Xiao was lost in a reverie, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of her phone, a sudden crackle resounded. The lights in the ward, ceiling lights, bedside lamps, and the indicators of medical devices, along with her phone screen, extinguished without warning in an instant. An absolute, heart-stopping darkness engulfed the entire room like ink, isolating even the faintest glimmer from outside. What? Su Xiao's heart raced, her muscles tensing immediately. This was no ordinary power outage. The rehabilitation center's backup power system could switch over within 5 seconds, making such complete darkness impossible. She immediately summoned her mental faculties. Her invisible sense of life signals spreading out like mercury, replacing her sight. Within the darkness, the world revealed itself in a different form through her perception. The cold contours of the walls, the metallic framework of a hospital bed, the slight disturbances of dust in the air, and from the direction of the door, a life signal that was strikingly familiar, yet tinged with an unfamiliar sense of detachment, approaching with an almost silent, yet remarkably swift demeanor. The signal was stable and powerful, imbued with a unique, non-human quality. It was Nora. Su Xiao held her breath, neither panicking nor attempting to fumble for the call button. She was acutely aware that her adversary could so precisely incapacitate the independent security and backup power of this specialized ward, rendering any call for help utterly futile. Slowly and silently, she rose, placing her phone gently beside her pillow, her body turning towards the doorway, quietly awaiting in the enveloping darkness. A faint click echoed, as if the lock had been deftly disengaged by some unseen force. The heavy ward door creaked open a fraction, and a tall figure slipped inside, deftly closing the door behind, shutting out any potential glimmer of emergency light from the corridor. "You knew I would come." Nora's voice resonated through the darkness, calm and unruffled, devoid of any discernible emotion. Clad in a hospital gown, she seemed to meld seamlessly with the shadows. Only Su Xiao's mental perception could delineate her upright silhouette with clarity. After all, Su Xiao's voice remained equally tranquil, tinged with an imperceptible weariness. "I have my own specialties." Her gaze pierced the darkness, landing on Nora. The dim ambient light barely outlined the other's austere profile in those eyes, which appear to perceive everything, even in obscurity. Su Xiao's mental acuity resembled the most sophisticated scanner, capturing every subtle flow of energy and physiological signal emanating from her counterpart. During the incident report, Su Xiao had keenly sensed the anomalies. All surveillance footage that could have recorded Nora's actions, whether from the school or the surrounding streets, had been meticulously fabricated or erased through remarkably adept means. Aside from the memories of her and Spider-Man, no official record existed to substantiate the critical role this enigmatic woman played in resolving the school crisis. This flawless evasion of organizational scrutiny spoke volumes about Nora's profound wariness, even aversion towards official entities, confirming Su Xiao's initial suspicions. "I have come here," Nora's voice echoed once more, slightly deeper than before, imbued with an ineffable weight, as if she sought to uncover certain truths regarding these anomalies about your organization, or rather, about you extraordinary individuals. Su Xiao's heart tightened instantly. She could almost anticipate Nora's inquiries about that otherworldly Spider-Man, about the internal dynamics of the special operations team, about the secrets of her own abilities. Each of these questions grazed the red line of her allegiance to the organization. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely shook her head in the darkness, aware that her counterpart might not discern the gesture. "Miss Nora," Su Xiao's voice emerged clear and composed, carrying an undeniable refusal. "The utmost I can do is keep your secrets." She emphasized the word utmost, delineating the boundaries, while she held gratitude for Nora's life-saving intervention and admired her strength. It did not equate to betrayal or the disclosure of classified information. A profound silence enveloped the darkened ward, as if even the air had solidified. Yet at that moment, Su Xiao's mental perception detected an intense shift. Nora's life signal, at the very moment her voice fell silent, resembled the tumultuous surface of a lake disturbed by a massive stone, a profound disappointment, anger, and even an elusive sadness surging forth like a sudden eruption of turbulent undercurrents. The intensity of her emotions was so overwhelming that Su Xiao felt as though she could perceive a seething mass of chaotic energy churning violently within Nora's chest. Yet, this fierce, emotional upheaval lasted less than a heartbeat. An even more formidable, iron-cold self-control surged forth instantaneously, akin to an invisible ice wall that brutally suppressed, froze, and sealed off the tumultuous emotional waves. It occurred so swiftly that Su Xiao nearly doubted her own perception. Nora emitted no further sound. She posed no questions, made no demands, and did not cast even a single glance at Su Xiao, as if the inquiry she had wished to make was merely trivial, easily dismissed if the conversation did not please her. Within Su Xiao's mental perception, that tall figure merely inclined her head slightly before resolutely turning away, pulling open the door, and seamlessly merging into the deeper shadows of the outside world, as silently as she had arrived. The door closed gently, with the barely audible sound of the latch resetting. The hospital room brightened once more, as if the preceding darkness had been nothing but a figment of imagination. Su Xiao remained seated, utterly still. In the darkness, her expression was a complex tapestry of surprise, confusion, and a hint of indescribable unease. The fleeting eruption of emotions, forcefully subdued, left a profound impression upon her. What was it that Norris sought to understand? And why did she react in such a manner? Su Xiao murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the bedsheet. Nora's final emotional surge did not seem to stem from mere anger at rejection. Rather, it resembled a despair that touched upon a deeper, more concealed pain. This brief, almost uncanny encounter not only failed to unravel the mystery, but cast a darker shadow within Su Xiao's heart. She felt as though, inadvertently, she had brushed against an inviolable sanctum within this enigmatic woman's soul. Chapter 27. The Super Moose Debut Toot Toot. Sky Patrol. Under Parker's def control, the Super Moose soared like a fluffy blue comet through the towering skyline of skyscrapers. Below, the clamor of the city transformed into a blurred symphony, while the wind howled through its magnificent antlers and fluttering crimson cape. Parker reclined comfortably against the back of his seat, his fingers deftly pressing buttons to guide the moose into a graceful roll amidst the currents. He reveled in this unparalleled sense of freedom, temporarily banishing the anxieties brought forth by his fragile body. To Parker's surprise, the pedestrians below seemed to respond with an unexpected nonchalance to the peculiar figure that darted overhead. Many merely glanced up for a moment, exclaiming a few "wow," and "look at that." With an exclamation of surprise, he swiftly pulled out his phone to capture the moment, then continued on his hurried journey, as if witnessing a flying moose plush toy. In this technologically advanced world, it merely appeared to be a novel drone advertisement or a projection performance. There was no panic, no screams, and certainly no police pursuit. How remarkably accepting this world is. Or have they simply grown accustomed to the extraordinary? Parker mused, somewhat speechless. He had initially feared causing a disturbance that might attract the attention of official organizations. Hence, he had deliberately flown at a higher altitude. It now seemed he had been overly cautious. He had no desire to descend and interact with a crowd that might mistake him for some kind of technological novelty, waving and shouting in bewilderment. That image was too delightful to contemplate. Parker glanced at his ordinary work computer beside him, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. How wonderful it would be to engage in a game that offered the freedom of flight akin to Superman's. Regrettably, the flight simulators available in the market were far from realistic. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to the high-tech device connected to the superhero system before him. This was truly his battleground. Just as Parker was lost in reverie, savoring the sensation of walking among the clouds, the taskbar in the lower right corner of the system interface suddenly flickered with an alarming red light. A brand new mission icon instantaneously appeared, accompanied by a chilling electronic alert. Urgent mission, shadows rising. Objective, prevent the infiltration of an unknown vampire clan into the urban area. Location, coordinates marked. Abandoned industrial zone on the outskirts, Drake chemical plant, threat level. Description, abnormal life signals detected, characteristics consistent with vampiric energy signatures. The target is planning to expand its clan, posing a threat to the city's safety. Proceed immediately to eliminate or expel. Vampires. Parker immediately straightened his posture, his eyes widening. He swiftly manipulated the keyboard. Let the hunt begin. The screen displayed the moose exclaiming its signature slogan, instantly changing direction and darting toward the flashing red skull marker on the map like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, in the forsaken industrial ruins on the outskirts of the city, the enormous, rusted steel skeleton of the chemical plant cast sinister shadows under the dim moonlight. The air was thick with the acrid scent of rust, mingling with that of abandoned chemicals and damp mold. Within a relatively intact, once materials warehouse of considerable size, several figures converged like phantoms at the center. The atmosphere was cold and oppressive, as if the very sun had been robbed of its warmth by the darkness enveloping this place. "Hey, have you found any clues, you worthless fools?" A harsh voice rang out, gravelly like metal scraping against metal. The speaker was a tall, gaunt man, his complexion as pale as parchment, who anxiously tugged at his greasy black hair, his crimson eyes flickering in the shadows like two dancing flames. As he spoke, his deliberately exposed sharp canine teeth glimmered ominously, a hallmark of the vampire clan. "Enough with the noise, Vlad," another figure scolded in a low voice. Clad in an ill-fitting and tattered suit that appeared somewhat respectable, yet his pallid face was marred by a sinister expression. The humans of this world, with their peculiar technologies and organizations clad in strange uniforms, exhibit bizarre energy reactions. We must temporarily conceal our identities. Do you understand? His tone was laden with humiliation and resentment. Conceal? Ha! A third voice interjected, brimming with disdain. It belonged to a muscular brute, clad in a filthy tank top, who struck a nearby abandoned pipe with a resounding thud. "We are of noble blood. We are the lords of the night. Why should we fear mere humans? They are but walking blood bags, mere sustenance for us." He extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, eyes glimmering with a ravenous thirst. "Fool Bane," the vampire in the tattered suit, resembling a strategist, interrupted sharply. "Strength does not equate to recklessness. The humans of this world wield knowledge we cannot comprehend. Their energy is exceedingly dangerous. An impulsive assault would only lead us to our doom, like moths drawn to flame. Our immediate priority is to find," his voice lowered, infused with fervor and reverence, "find our lost princess. Only her pure bloodline can bestow upon us the grace to withstand sunlight, allowing us to truly reign over this world. Restoring her to power is our ultimate goal." The princess is but an ethereal legend. The irascible vampire Vlad, who spoke first, snorted dismissively, though a flicker of barely perceptible longing crossed his eyes. Enough of this bickering. An elder, who had remained silent in the deepest shadows, with a presence as cold and profound as the abyss, finally spoke. His voice rasped like sandpaper, carrying the weight of years. Dressed in a meticulously tailored yet evidently ancient black robe, his withered fingers toyed with an antiquated silver coin. "Victor is correct. The princess is our hope. But before we locate her," his scarlet gaze swept over the other three, glimmering with a ruthless intensity, "we require strength. We need eyes and ears. Let us enlist some lowly humans. Bestow upon them the inferior embrace, enticing them with the bait of immortality, so they willingly become our minions and blood slaves, scouring this urban jungle for clues and providing a shelter. This strategy, regardless of the world, has proven unfailingly effective." A cruel and determined smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Ha ha ha! The elder is wise." The brute Bane guffawed. "Humans are always so greedy, so foolish. A mere hint of longevity is enough to make them betray their kind and become our hounds. The humans of this world shall be no exception. They are so easily manipulated." The chilling laughter reverberated through the desolate factory, steeped in disdain for humanity and pride in the impending conspiracy. Just then, as this dark plot reached its zenith, with the four vampires lost in dreams of dominion over the future, a crisp, resonant voice, infused with a cartoonish tone that clashed with the surrounding ominous atmosphere, suddenly rang out from above, high in the cobweb-laden beams of the warehouse. For pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly swept upwards like searchlights, in the dim moonlight filtering through a shattered skylight high above the warehouse. A fluffy figure clad in a blue tight-fitting suit, draped with a small red cape and adorned with enormous antlers, stood with hands on hips. exuding an air of self-importance as it hovered mid-air. Its button-like eyes gleamed with intensity as they gazed down, seemingly declaring, "I have set my sights on you." A profound silence enveloped the factory, broken only by the distant sound of dripping water. The expressions on the faces of the four vampires shifted from initial ferocity and vigilance to sheer astonishment, bewilderment, and a ludicrous sense of, "Am I hallucinating from hunger?" Parker observed the screen, which displayed the enemies labeled as Vampire Minion Vlad, Vampire Minion Bane, Vampire Elite Victor, and Vampire Elder Moriarty, their health bars and names freshly generated by the system, alongside their seemingly frozen, vacant expressions, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Well, Parker flexed his fingers, a smile of excitement curving his lips. It was time to engage in a vampire hunt within the factory. Plenty of action awaited. He decided to deploy the Super Moose for this inaugural confrontation. Unable to win? He held modest confidence in this fluffy, low-tier superhero. If all else fails, calling on reinforcements, Spider-Man, would not be too late. He maneuvered the Super Moose into a pose he deemed impressively heroic. Rumble, rumble, evil bloodsucker, prepare to face the judgment of justice. Chapter 28. The first casualty confronted by the comically suspended Super Moose, the four vampires, momentarily stunned, felt the ferocity inherent to nocturnal creatures ignite within them. A fierce roar erupted from Vlad, the most volatile among them, as he lunged forward with outstretched hands. His previously well-groomed nails surged forth, transforming into 10 gleaming, curved, obsidian claws, glinting menacingly. With a powerful push off the ground, the earth cracked beneath him, propelling him like a black arrow aimed at the airborne moose. The other three swiftly followed suit. Bane's muscles bulged as he swung his fists, each the size of a cooking pot. Victor glided ghost-like, seeking the perfect lethal angle, while Elder Moriarty remained still, his crimson eyes locked onto the moose. Dark red energy swirling ominously around his gnarled fingers. Rumble, rumble. Just as headbutt. Parker reacted swiftly, commanding the Super Moose. The furry figure on screen displayed no fear. Its petite body tracing a blue-red blur in the air, massive antlers leading the charge like a battering ram aimed squarely at Vlad, who was at the forefront. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated through the space. Vlad felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding truck. He let out a howl of agony as his chest visibly caved in. Although the vampire's resilience would prevent his immediate demise, he flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into a pile of discarded metal barrels with a thunderous clatter. Taste the justice of the moose. Parker, emboldened by his recent successes, deftly maneuvered the moose, commanding it to unleash its fists, filled with soft fabric and cotton, against the approaching Bane and Victor. The sound of impact echoed thud, 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 as the moose's fist struck the vampire's tough, leather-like skin, creating a dull noise reminiscent of blows against a heavy bag. Bane staggered back, his face a mask of disbelief at the astonishing power of this puppet strikes. Victor, utilizing his agility, narrowly evaded the blows, but still felt the stinging breeze against his cheek. What infernal puppet! How can it possess such strength? Bane roared, charging forward once more. However, the vampires were not solely reliant on brute force. Foolish puppet. Elder Moriarty, who had remained in the shadows, scoffed, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a crimson glow. An invisible wave of mental energy radiated outward. A cacophony of piercing shrieks filled the abandoned warehouse, as a swarm of black bats erupted from the dark corners. Broken ventilation ducts and the crevices of piled debris, like a dark fountain. These were no ordinary creatures. Their eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, fangs bared, and as they flapped their wings, they exuded a nauseating stench of blood and dark energy. Surrounded, Victor commanded sharply. Parker's expression shifted as he quickly directed the Super Moose to utilize its speed advantage to create distance. The malevolent bats would not catch up to the Super Moose. The moose nimbly twisted and turned in the air, sometimes diving and other times soaring, its red cape billowing as it attempted to shake off the pursuing horde. Initially, the moose managed to hold its ground due to its exceptional speed. However, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming. They surged like a black tide, endless and fearless. Rather than attacking directly, they collided and bit at the moose's body, using their sharp claws to try and tear through its fragile fabric exterior. Each impact, each bite, sent violent tremors through the moose's small frame, and the green health bar on the screen visibly and steadily decreased. "This is bad," Parker exclaimed, watching the damage alerts and two flash in the corner of the screen as small rips began to appear on the super moose. Cotton spilling from the seams of its arm as the bat's claws snagged it. A small tear formed in its blue bodysuit, exposing the white stuffing beneath. What a fragile defense this is. Parker couldn't help but mutter, his fingers frantically manipulating the joystick and dodge button, compounding the trouble. The moose's maneuvering space was increasingly constricted by the swarm, leaving it unable to distance itself from the heart of the battle. Meanwhile, the sinister Victor and the recovering Vlad were grinning as they encircled from below. "It's over, peculiar puppet." Elder Moriarty finally took action, his withered hands thrusting forward with force. A colossal claw-like blade of pure dark red energy, reminiscent of a demonic talon, tore through the air with a haunting wail, precisely aimed at the super moose ensnared by a swarm of bats. What manner of attack is this? Parker gazed at the almost screen-filling, destruction-emitting blade. He frantically pressed the dodge button, but the super moose's movements were severely hampered by the relentless biting and battering of countless bats. The system's dodge prompt flickered by, yet Parker's fingers lagged by a fraction. With a chilling sound akin to tearing thick canvas, the screen shook violently beneath Parker's wide-eyed stare. The enormous energy claw sliced through the super moose's body as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Simultaneously, the bats, drawn to the scent of blood like sharks, descended upon the gaping wound, tearing frantically. 999. Hero. Super moose has perished. The super moose's health bar was instantly depleted. In the scene, the furry, valiant figure was cleanly cleaved in two by the dark red blade and the black swarm of bats. The upper and lower halves separated, the massive antlers drooping limply, and its button-like eyes appeared to retain a hint of astonishment. Thud! Thud! The two halves of the plush body fell helplessly upon the cold, grimy concrete floor. However, this profoundly impactful death scene bore an absurd black humor. From the torn edges, there was no blood. Only large, fluffy clumps of pristine white cotton gushed forth. As the body crumpled to the ground, a cascade of vividly colored, brightly packaged candies tumbled out from within the ruptured form. Lollipops, fruit chews, and chocolate beans scattered across the floor, appearing particularly glaring and discordant under the dim moonlight. In the very moment of the body's descent, the moose's signature, vibrant cartoonish voice echoed once again, albeit with a faint, weakened electronic distortion. "Oh, my belly is filled with candy." The warehouse fell into an eerie silence once more. Even the frenzied bats seemed momentarily stunned by this bizarre spectacle, ceasing their attack to hover in the air, emitting anxious squeaks. The expressions on the faces of the four vampires were a vivid tableau. Astonishment, confusion, absurdity, and a hint of anger at being made a fool of. "Oomph. Is that all?" The first to regain composure, Bane, regarded the two halves of the tattered plush toy and the scattered candies on the ground, crossing his stout arms and letting out a disdainful snort, attempting to reclaim his footing. Outside the screen, Parker stood bewildered. This was the first time he had truly lost a hero unit since acquiring the superhero system. Although he was aware of the super moose's low defense, the manner of its demise was exceptionally distinctive. Staring at the two halves of the ragged toy and the pile of candies, he found himself momentarily at a loss for reaction. Has it truly met its end? Parker murmured, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease within. In the introduction of the super moose, the phrase implying its fragility and the need for reactivation is mentioned rather casually, as if resurrection were a trivial affair. But what if it were Spider-Man? How would he react if the Spider-Man he controlled faced such a lethal assault, only to have the screen display defeated? Parker dared not dwell on the thought. Just then, a system prompt appeared. "Hero, Super Moose has perished. Would you like to resurrect on the spot?" Yes, no. Without hesitation, Parker clicked yes. He was determined not to let his debut end in failure. Bloop bloop. Moose action. The familiar, vibrant cartoon voice resonated through the warehouse once more. A gentle glow illuminated the air in the warehouse. From within the radiance, a brand new, intact super moose appeared, its fur even more vibrant than before. It stood with hands on hips, its red cape fluttering without the need for wind, and its button eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. as though the tragic scene of being torn in half and dropped amidst a pile of candy had never transpired. Look, what is that? A bird? Or a plane? Parker, watching the dazzling entrance of the moose on the screen, felt playful and imitated the classic superhero line, lowering his voice to proclaim, "It's Super Moose." Then, he shifted to a more dramatic tone, mimicking the style of the Toei Spider-Man. The Super Moose resurrected from the depths of hell. Evil tremble. However, this bravado lasted but 3 seconds. Parker's gaze instinctively drifted to the bottom of the screen, where the remnants of the moose, previously torn asunder, with its stuffing exposed and surrounded by scattered candy, lay silently on the cold ground. Parker's expression froze instantly, as a bizarre and oddly familiar thought struck him. Could the Super Moose become the new king of discarded corpses? He recalled the Giant of Light from the Tokusatsu series, who left countless statues or bodies in various parallel universes. The sight of his own corpses scattered everywhere was rather peculiar, wasn't it? Chapter 29. Heroic collaboration as the brand new Super Moose made its dazzling reappearance. The astonishment on the faces of the 4 vampires was swiftly replaced by a sense of absurdity and deeper trepidation. What the hell was this bizarre phenomenon? Vlad clutched his still aching chest, murmuring curses from where he had been headbutt. Is the original a mere puppet? Or some kind of projection? Victor's crimson eyes gleamed with intelligence as he sought to analyze the situation. There must be a puppeteer behind this instantaneous restoration. One puppeteer would be manageable. But what if there were a multitude? The thought of a horde of such indestructible, powerful plush toys charging forth sent a shiver down even the spines of the vampires. Humph, whatever it is, tear it apart. Let's see how many times it can resurrect. Bane roared, lunging forward once more. Elder Moriarty's eyes glinted with cold determination as he summoned his mental prowess anew. Bloop bloop. Justice never yields. The newly revived Super Moose charged valiantly toward the enemy. This time, it attempted to alter its strategy, employing its aerial advantage for harassment attacks, striking swiftly and retreating. The battle reignites. The moose, utilizing its speed and strength, alternates between fierce charges and powerful punches, causing considerable distress to the vampires. Vlad's claws once again carve deep gashes into the moose's back, for which cotton spills forth. Bane's colossal fist grazes the moose's arm, causing the stuffing to deflate in a patch. However, as the ominous swarm of bloodthirsty bats descends like a black tide, the moose's nightmare reemerges. Its speed is severely hampered, and the space for evasion is drastically compressed. Swoosh! Swoosh! The bat's razor-sharp claws and fangs relentlessly tear at the moose's fragile body. Gurgle, gurgle. My belly is full of candy. The moose exclaims. Boom! Victor's sinister energy shockwave strikes the moose ensnared by the bats once more. Sizzle. Elder Moriarty's dark crimson claws accurately rip through the target again. Hero, Super Moose has perished. Would you like to resurrect on the spot? Parker grits his teeth. Yes. A radiant light emerges. Gurgle, gurgle. The moose springs into action. Battle ensues. Crashing against bats, encircled and torn apart by energy attacks, perished. Resurrection. Gurgle, gurgle. Again into battle, once more surrounded, again shredded. This cycle continues. As Parker observes the screen displaying the 6th or perhaps the 7th, he can hardly recall, a brand new Super Moose emerges from the glow. His forehead is now etched with dark lines. The scene on the cold, cement floor of the abandoned factory is nothing short of gruesome. One moose is severed in half. Its upper body slumped against a rusty pipe, cotton strewn about, button eyes blankly gazing at the ceiling. Another moose has its head twisted off, rolling in the corner. A moose lies with its limbs torn asunder, its torso ripped open, revealing heaps of cotton and a scattering of colorful candies. Several others are riddled with wounds from the bats, their cotton exposed, grotesque remnants scattered everywhere. The entire warehouse is permeated with a bizarre amalgamation of rust, stale blood, and the strange sweetness of cotton and candy. The ground seems to be carpeted with a layer of cotton, scraps of fabric, and candies. Parker cannot help but rub his temples forcefully, feeling overwhelmed by the absurdities. All right, I have come to a complete understanding. The Super Moose's combat style is indeed blunt and heartbreakingly fragile. He gazes at the screen, where the moose's pitiful array of skill buttons displays headbutts, heavy punches, and high-speed charges, sighing helplessly. If only it possessed a dragon talisman's explosive flames or a pig talisman's laser eyes. It wouldn't be reduced to being devoured by bats like cotton candy. He reminisces fondly about the magical talismans from last night's Jackie Chan adventures. Alas, it seems that solo combat is not the solution. Parker resolves to abandon the notion of the moose making its debut alone. Superheroes have never been solitary. It is time to rally the team. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A multitude of immense, viscous, and shimmering milky white webs, flickering with faint blue arcs of electricity, suddenly shot through the shattered windows and ventilation openings of the high warehouse like precision-guided projectiles. The intended targets were not vampires, but rather the densely clustered bats that obscured the view. The webs instantly unfurled, accurately enveloping vast areas. The bats ensnared within were akin to colliding with a high-voltage electric grid, accompanied by the crackling sounds of electricity, mingled with their piercing cries and the acrid scent of singed feathers. Large groups of bats plummeted from the sky, emitting clouds of black smoke as they fell, twitching upon impact with the ground. What moments ago had been a vast canopy of bats was swiftly cleared, leaving a substantial expanse of open space. What? The vampires looked up in horror. Hee. My apologies for interrupting your bat party. A youthful voice, brimming with vitality and laced with mockery, echoed from the shadows atop the warehouse. Moreover, one cannot allow a charming doll to be bullied. A friendly neighbor will not stand idly by. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure clad in red and blue, akin to the most agile acrobat, soared gracefully through the air using the precisely shot strands of web, executing a stylish flip and landing deftly beside the super moose. His mask adorned with a playful white eye patch that winked mischievously. The working-class Spider-Man had officially entered the fray. Today's mission was to teach a lesson to the unruly vampires. With hands on hips, Spider-Man struck a classic heroic pose before the bewildered vampires. "Who are you?" Elder Moriarty exclaimed, a mix of anger and astonishment, as he sensed the palpable, biologically potent power emanating from this newcomer, entirely distinct from the doll. And the arcs of electricity on the webs instinctively filled him with aversion and menace. "Who am I?" Spider-Man pointed to himself, maintaining a casual tone. "Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man passing by." No sooner had he spoken than he raised his wrist, and with a series of swift sounds, puff, 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 more electrified webs shot forth, aimed directly at the four vampires. A mere trick, Vlad and Bane roared, their sharp claws slicing effortlessly through the incoming webs. Victor nimbly evaded. Moriarty even conjured a dark red energy shield to block the assault. "Oh, quite nimble, are we?" Spider-Man remained unfazed. At the instant the webs were shredded, he propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball. "Let us see how you fare against this." Utilizing the tension of the webs, he executed a rapid spin in midair, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick, accompanied by a whooshing sound that struck Vlad squarely in the chest, who had just torn through the webs and was struggling to regain his balance. Boom! Vlad once again experienced the sensation of flight, crashing heavily against the wall. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The remaining bats attempted to swarm once more. Without even needing to look, Spider-Man's white eye patch shifted slightly, and, with a casual flick of his wrist, whoosh, 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 several small electric nets precisely ensnared the bat swarm, resulting in another cascade of charred bodies raining down. Bats? Negative points. As Spider-Man deftly dodged Victor's claw strikes and Bane's heavy punches, he found time to jest, observing, "Look at us, Spider-Man, weaving webs to capture prey, self-sufficient, eco-friendly, and efficient. Full marks." Parker gazed at the screen, where a red and blue figure danced like a butterfly amidst the onslaught of vampires, executing precise and efficient attacks while providing witty commentary. A paternal smile of pride graced his face. "It's truly you, little spider. The finesse, the fluidity, the sheer awareness, utterly impressive." "Elder, be careful," Victor suddenly exclaimed. There stood Elder Moriarty, lurking with malevolent intent. His eyes glowed ominously, and his withered hands once again summoned a devastating dark red energy claw aimed squarely at Spider-Man, who was obliviously engaged with Bane. Moriarty sneered as the colossal claw sliced through the air with lethal intent. However, at that critical moment, a thunderous sound echoed. Thud. The super moose, circling stealthily at the periphery, launched itself like a long-anticipated blue projectile, channeling all its might into its massive antlers, charging with ferocity from the flank. Boom! The resounding impact was deafening as the moose's full-force head but collided with Moriarty's side. Ack! The Elder's concentration shattered instantaneously. The energy claw dissipated as he stumbled, the excruciating pain eliciting a pain howl. Nicely done, Brother Moose. Spider-Man cheered, as he seemed to share an unspoken connection with the moose, executing a nimble backflip to evade Bane's fist, landing precisely before the now unstable Moriarty. Simultaneously, the super moose, propelled by the reaction force of its charge, spun gracefully and landed securely beside Spider-Man. Now, Parker shouted excitedly from outside the screen. Within the display, the two heroes moved in perfect harmony, devoid of the need for words. Spider-Man's right fist, alongside the super moose's fluffy yet powerful right hoof, gathered energy before simultaneously striking, one from the left, one from the right, like twin hammers, unleashing a sonic boom as they crashed into the astonished Moriarty's cheek. Thud! The sound was excruciatingly resonant. The immense force contorted the Elder's face, propelling two sharp fangs mixed with a dark, unidentified liquid, perhaps the blood of a vampire, into the air. His eyes rolled back, and his body crumpled like a marionette with severed strings. Got one. Spider-Man cheered. Thud! The moose posed triumphantly. The remaining Vlad and Bane had already been incapacitated by Spider-Man's earlier electric assault, and Victor, thoroughly intimidated by the agility of Spider-Man and the brute strength of the moose, had lost all will to fight. Soon, with Spider-Man's precise web bindings and the moose's supplementary charges, predominantly knockouts, the four vampires were thoroughly ensnared in four large white cocoons, their heads the only visible parts, and were subsequently hoisted by Spider-Man to the highest and most conspicuous beam in the warehouse, swaying eerily like four bizarre decorations. What a flawless collaboration! Spider-Man exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and extending his palm towards the super moose. Thud! The super moose reciprocated with its plushy, fuzzy palm. Clap! A soft, gentle sound of their hands meeting resonated in the air. The agile figures clad in red and blue, along with a fluffy blue plush toy, celebrated with high fives against a backdrop strewn with cotton, candy, and the charred remains of bats, creating a scene imbued with a peculiar harmony and humor. Parker gazed at the screen depicting this triumphant assembly, a genuine and warm smile illuminating his face, dispelling the gloom of repeated defeats. Each time he witnessed superheroes fighting side by side, their flawless synergy irrespective of the art style, it filled him with profound joy. Having completed this, Spider-Man approached a relatively clean corner of the warehouse and pressed a button on the side of his mask. The white lenses of his mask glowed faintly, projecting a virtual communication interface onto Parker's main screen. Loading contacts, contact, Ling Dai, status, online. Would you like to call? Parker's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the clear name and code name on the screen, his mouth forming a perfect what? When did this happen? When did I save her contact information? He began to recollect that during the recent school incident, their interaction had been brief, let alone the exchange of contact details. This communication system was obtained only after the mission concluded. Could it possibly have the capability to automatically scan and add allies who fought alongside him? This unexpected revelation left Parker both perplexed and inexplicably exhilarated, for it was standard procedure for superheroes to call the police to imprison villains after their defeat. Chapter 30. Sewing Su Xiao exhaled deeply, expelling the last remnants of fatigue with a yawn, standing in the exclusive dressing room of the base. Her fingertips glided over the special energy-patterned uniform of Ling Dai, finally free from the lengthy and tedious inspection process. Changing out of her hospital garb into her familiar combat attire restored a sense of control. Just as she fastened her multifunctional belt, her phone emitted a rapid and distinctive buzzing alert, prompting her to retrieve it. The screen illuminated, displaying the caller's name, causing her pupils to constrict suddenly. Spider-Man. An electrifying sensation surged up her spine to her brain, dissipating all weariness. A whirlwind of emotions, surprise, confusion, and wariness intertwined within her. Was it truly him? Su Zhao's mind raced. She recalled cases reported internally, There have been anomalies that employed advanced technology to simulate specific numbers for soundwave hypnosis or implanting mental induction programs. Was this call from the allies she fought alongside, or yet another perilous trap? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao pivoted sharply, yanking open the dressing room door. Propelling herself like an arrow towards the core command meeting room, team members passing through the corridor felt a gust of wind, catching only a fleeting glimpse of Ling Dai's iconic pink hair tips, shimmering with a faint psychic aura in the air. Bang! Su Xiao forcefully swiped open the heavy alloy door of the meeting room. Inside, Lan Yuan was analyzing data, Zhao Gang was calibrating equipment, and Li Shuo, whose arm was still bandaged but persisted in his work, all looked up in surprise at her impetuous entrance, ignoring the bewildered gazes of her companions. Su Zhao's fingers trembled ever so slightly as she decisively pressed the answer key on her phone, immediately activating the speakerphone. Simultaneously, her mental energy field unfurled like an invisible radar, vigilantly guarding against any potential anomalous energy fluctuations or psychic incursions. Quickly, Lan Yuan, the swiftest to react, uttered a low exclamation. Zhao Gang's fingers danced across the control panel, transforming into a blur as he instantaneously activated the highest-level communication monitoring and signal tracking protocols in the conference room. The enormous main screen on the wall instantly split into spectral analyses, signal source location maps, and real-time voice print comparison windows. Li Shuo also quickly leaned in beside Lan Yuan, his uninjured fingers deftly tapping at the auxiliary keyboard. Hello, hello. This is your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. A vibrant, uniquely modulated teenage voice resonated throughout the solemn conference room. Ling Di, I'm at the abandoned Drake chemical factory in the old industrial zone to the east of the city. I've just taken down 4 individuals who resemble vampires. They were lurking there, seemingly conspiring on how to recruit others, enticing humans to join them, and mentioning something about seeking a princess. Spider-Man's rapid-fire delivery was crisp and clear. He accurately reported the location, the target characteristics, vampires, the number 4, as well as the key conspiracy he overheard, the development of a bloodline and the search for a princess. There were no pleasantries, no superfluous words. It was as if he were merely informing colleagues about a recently resolved neighborhood dispute. In any case, I've wrapped them up and hung them up. The address has been provided, and I'll be waiting here for you. The rest is up to you professionals. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication was abruptly terminated, leaving only a busy signal echoing in the quiet conference room. A brief silence ensued. Hey, Li Shuo, his arm bandaged, was the first to shatter the stillness, a mixture of surprise and admiration illuminating his face. With his uninjured hand, he tapped on the table. See, I told you our reputation is solid. This good neighbor not only resolved the issue, but also took the initiative to report to us. Now, that as service. Lan Yuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp as a blade behind the lenses. He disregarded Li Shuo's playful banter and turned to Su Xiao, his voice steady. Su Xiao, please confirm. During the last incident at the school, were you certain you did not exchange any contact information with him? This includes mobile phones, communicator frequencies, or any other digits. Su Xiao took a deep breath, steadying her slightly hurried breathing from the swift run and heightened alertness. She shook her head affirmatively. Absolutely not. The situation was urgent and fraught with danger. We only conducted essential tactical communication and had neither the time nor the inclination to exchange contact information. Moreover, I am not even certain if he possesses communication devices standardized in our world. That is indeed peculiar. Zhao Gang scrutinized the screen, where the signal tracking data continued to oscillate wildly, perpetually eluding a definitive source, as if the signal had materialized out of thin air only to vanish again. His brow furrowed in concentration. He retrieved the voice print analysis results of Spider-Man and compared them with the recorded fragments from the school incident. The voice print match was an astonishing 998, essentially confirming it was indeed him. However, the source of the signal remained indecipherable, as if enveloped by some form of ultradimensional encryption technology, or perhaps it was not transmitted through conventional electromagnetic waves at all. Zhao Gang raised his head, his expression gravely serious. The ability to so effortlessly and clandestinely contact Su Zhao's personal phone signifies that the technology he possesses, or the capabilities of the system behind him, far exceed our previous estimations. This is a monumental, unknown variable. At this moment, Captain Lin Kuei had hastily approached the main control panel, her demeanor more austere than usual. She refrained from engaging in the technical discussion and swiftly accessed the internal encrypted database, inputting keywords such as vampire, bloodline, and princess. The screen rapidly scrolled, displaying several encrypted reports from other city branches, with titles that were alarming. City S serial blood loss coma incident suspected to be caused by abnormal creatures. Investigation into the secret assembly of the Eternal Life sect involving unknown energy induction and blood worship. Cross-regional analysis report on the correlation of sunlight curses and pure blood descendant legends. Recent reports from other cities indeed pointed to similar biological characteristics and activity patterns. Lin Kuei's voice, as frigid as ice, carried an undeniable command. Regardless of whether the intelligence provided by Spider-Man is entirely accurate, the Drake chemical plant must be sealed immediately. Action team, assemble within 5 minutes. Su Xiao, Lan Yuan, you will accompany me to the scene. Zhao Gang, continue attempting to trace the source of the signal. Li Shua, you will remain to command, coordinating logistics and medical support. Meanwhile, within the abandoned factory, suffused with the acrid scent of charred flesh, blood, cotton, and a bizarre sweet aroma of candy, Parker was controlling Spider-Man, idly kicking at a pile of charred-back corpses. Ugh, the smell of these burnt fellows is truly repugnant, Spider-Man murmured under his breath. His gaze swept across the warehouse floor, where the scattered, varied forms of the super moose, battle-worn and forlorn, appeared somewhat desolate in the dim light. As Spider-Man approached one moose carcass that had been torn in half, its cotton insides exposed. An unexpected interactive prompt appeared in the center of the screen. Discoverable reparable item. Damaged super moose body. Spider-Man skill activation. Fine sewing, would you like to repair? Well, this is a new feature, Parker exclaimed in surprise, raising an eyebrow and curiously clicking S. Immediately, Spider-Man sprang into action. He crouched down, gently picking up the two halves of the furry corpse, his movements tender as if handling fragile items. Then, Parker watched as Spider-Man flipped his wrist, miraculously producing a seemingly ordinary roll of white sewing thread and a glimmering needle from a hidden pocket in his suit. Hey, usually when my uniform gets torn by those villains or burned through, I have to stitch it up myself. As Spider-Man deftly threaded the needle with his nimble fingers, adorned with protective wristbands, he spoke in a casual yet slightly proud tone, as if engaging in conversation, repairing a stuffed toy. A piece of cake, I assure you. It will be sturdier than a brand new one. Parker watched with keen interest. On the screen, Spider-Man's fingers danced with skill and fluidity. The meticulous stitches resembled the precision of a finely tuned machine, swiftly and evenly rejoining the frayed edges of the fabric. He attentively stuffed back the large clump of cotton that had been torn out by the bat, smoothing it down before sealing the opening. The entire process was infused with a sense of everyday life and an odd tenderness. Before long, a super moose plush toy, albeit with visible stitching and slightly worn fabric, lay quietly in Spider-Man's palm, restored to its original form. Of course, it was merely an ordinary, lifeless toy, incapable of flying or battling like its original counterpart. Acquired item, Super Moose Memorial Plush Toy 1. Item description, a toy meticulously sewn by Spider-Man, imbued with memories of battle. While it possesses no special abilities, it holds significant sentimental value and can be stored in the system's backpack. Parker gazed at the screen, where the sewn moose plush toy, cradled in Spider-Man's hand, appeared somewhat endearing, and a warm smile involuntarily spread across his face. Without hesitation, he commanded Spider-Man to store this keepsake in the system's backpack. How wonderful! I never knew it could be done this way. Eagerly, Parker maneuvered Spider-Man toward the next moose wreckage site, determined to collect every last one, ensuring they were all repaired and tucked away. As he observed the red and blue figure on the screen, squatting amidst the chaos, patiently stitching and mending the plush toys, he felt an unusual sense of intimacy and satisfaction. In that moment, this interdimensional young hero seemed to shed all his extraordinary accolades, transforming into a genuine and lovable neighbor boy who could sew clothes and cherish his companions, even if they were merely stuffed ones. You know, Parker mused softly, his smile broadening. Watching little Spider-Man the doll brings me more joy than seeing him defeat 100 vampires. This mundane yet heartwarming detail rendered the heroic figure on the screen even more vivid and lifelike. Chapter 31. attitude toward Spider-Man several sleek black armored vehicles, emblazoned with the insignia of the Special Operations Team, silently approached the rusted gates of the Drake chemical plant, rumbling over the fractured concrete surface and halting before a massive warehouse that emanated an uncanny odor. Fully equipped, clad in sealed black combat suits, and wearing visors integrated with night vision and energy detection capabilities, the operatives dispersed like trained cheetahs, swiftly occupying advantageous positions, their weapons aimed cautiously towards the depths of the warehouse. Blue Abyss calmly issued commands over a secure channel. Team, maintain perimeter security. Scan for anomalous energy residues. Team, follow me inside. The target has been marked. Exercise caution. The heavy blast-proof door was silently breached by cutting tools. Asling Gui, Lan Yuan, Su Tiao, Sao Gang. And a team of elite members entered the warehouse. Even their seasoned eyes were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. The first thing that captured their attention was the sight of 4 enormous white cocoons hanging from the central beam of the warehouse. Thick, milky white spider silk, coated with a distinctive insulating layer, tightly bound for disheveled, unconscious individuals, revealing only their pale, bloodless faces and distinctive sharp fangs. Scorch marks from electric shocks and bruises from impacts adorned their bodies, unmistakable characteristics of vampires as detailed in the reports. Target confirmed, restrained state. Lan Yuan's voice emerged coolly through his mask, devoid of any emotion. Zhao Gang immediately stepped forward, retrieving a specially designed restraint device, pulsating with ethereal blue energy patterns. From his tactical backpack, with practiced precision, he secured the shackles around the exposed wrists and ankles of the 4 vampires, and the blue luminescence swiftly spread, generating an energy field that thoroughly suppressed the vitality of the Blood Clan. Even in their unconscious state, the vampires instinctively twitched. Lin Kuei's keen gaze swept across the entire warehouse. The air was thick with a potent amalgamation of scents, the metallic tang of rust, the charred aroma of bat protein, a hint of aged blood, and an utterly discordant sweetness reminiscent of cotton candy and fruit-flavored hard candy. Lin Kuei's attention was drawn to the ground. Vast areas of charred bat corpses, piled like small mountains, silently attesting to the ferocity of the recent battle. Some walls and discarded equipment bore immense dents, as if struck with tremendous force, while scattered about were torn remnants revealing pristine cotton, accompanied by an array of multicolored candies. This bizarre battlefield relic elicited a slight furrow of concern from the experienced Captain Lin Kuei. The combat style exuded a sense of contradiction, combining precise and efficient energy strikes with brute physical destruction, ultimately interspersed with absurd elements of cotton and candy. This was clearly not the work of Spider-Man alone. Ling Dai, Lin Kuei turned his gaze towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao immediately understood. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and an invisible psychic field expanded rapidly from her center like the most intricate radar waves. Her mental perception instantly enveloped the entire warehouse, meticulously scanning every inch for any lingering life signals, energy fluctuations, or psychic imprints. Moments later, Su Xiao opened her eyes and gently shook her head at Lin Kuei. Captain, aside from the 4 targets, there are no other anomalous life signals remaining. The energy field is dissipating quickly, primarily comprising dark creature energy, residual electric shocks, and an exceedingly faint unknown energy. Energy? Lan Yuan adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting streams of data, clearly perplexed by the findings. He directed the follow-up technicians, carefully sample everything, collect and analyze all residues, charred remains, cotton, and candy on the ground. Just then, Su Xiao and Zhao Gang simultaneously looked up, gazing toward a massive hole at the top of the warehouse. A figure cloaked in red and blue, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan, gracefully hung upside down from the edge of steel beam with a gaping hole. The white lenses of Spider-Man's mask stood out vividly in the dim light. He seemed to have been there all along, quietly observing the Special Operations Team as they completed their task. Upon noticing the collective gaze upon him, Spider-Man raised his hand and energetically waved downward in a friendly manner, his gesture brimming with youthful exuberance. In a swift motion, he flicked his wrist, and with a soft thwip, a web line accurately adhered to a distant, towering water tank. Using the momentum, he executed a splendid somersault, his crimson silhouette tracing an elegant arc in the air, merging seamlessly with the night, vanishing beyond the hole, leaving only a gentle breeze stirred by the web, ruffling the dust on the warehouse ceiling. Observing Spider-Man's decisive departure, Zhao Gang removed his tactical gloves and approached the four tightly restrained vampires, meticulously inspecting the locks of their shackles. A complex expression crossed his face, as if he had shed some form of vigilance, accompanied by a hint of introspection. To be candid, Zhao Gang's voice resonated within the stillness of the warehouse, revealing an unusual sincerity. Initially, our intelligence analysis led us to categorize this Spider-Man as a power acquisition type of hero persona. Zhao Gang appeared to drift into reminiscence as he continued. Such individuals, often endowed with extraordinary powers unexpectedly, may succumb to a messianic complex and a pronounced sense of personal heroism. They yearn for attention and adoration, relishing the thrill of playing the hero, yet frequently lack a comprehensive perspective and collaborative spirit. Their impulsiveness in pursuit of dramatic spotlight moments can lead them to disregard civilian safety or disrupt operational strategies, often causing unpredictable turmoil for those around them. Standing nearby, Su Xiao listened intently to Zhao Gang's words, her lips slightly moving. A vivid image flashed through her mind, the solitary figure in her dreams who, despite misunderstandings and scorn, chose to protect the city. A powerful urge surged within her to retort. He is not that kind of person. However, reason compelled Su Xiao to suppress her words, her hands instinctively clenching at her sides. Zhao Gang seemed oblivious to her subtle reaction. He rose, dusting off his hands, his gaze sweeping over the charred corpses of bats on the ground and the remains that had been meticulously gathered in the distance. To her surprise, a faint, appreciative smile graced his lips. However, today's events have altered my perspective, he remarked. He possesses the extraordinary ability to subdue four anomalous beings, perhaps even more. Yet he chose neither to judge them alone nor to flaunt his prowess. Zhao Gang gestured toward the suspended vampires. He could have silently departed, allowing us to discover the situation ourselves, or simply refrain from notifying us altogether. Yet he did not. He proactively reached out to us, utilizing a method that we could not trace, clearly and accurately reporting the location, the targets, and the nature of the threat, even thoughtfully assisting us with the logistics. Zhao Gang paused, his tone shifting to earnestness. This indicates that he is not driven by a desire to fulfill a personal hero's dream. He understands boundaries, values collaboration, and recognizes the importance of entrusting subsequent professional handling to those qualified. The fundamental driving force behind his actions is the resolution of troubles and the protection of others, rather than a pursuit of personal performance in the spotlight. This intelligence and kindness are far more commendable than mere strength. Lin Kuei listened intently to Zhao Gang's analysis, her gaze profound, as if piercing through the warehouse walls to glimpse the deeper shadows of this city and world. Approaching a massive dent, she lightly brushed her fingers over the cold metallic surface, sensing the lingering power that belonged to Spider-Man. Zhao Gang was indeed correct. Lin Kuei turned around. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, imbued with an undeniable authority and a hint of imperceptible weight. The existence of Spider-Man, the abilities he displayed, the sources of his techniques, and his behavioral patterns remain shrouded in mystery and potential risk for us. His means of contacting Su Xiao rings alarm bells regarding technological safety. However, Lin Kuei surveyed her team, her gaze lingering momentarily on Su Xiao's face. In a world where one's past is fragmented and enshrouded in fog, any pure force dedicated to protection rather than destruction is invaluable. Time and again, he has emerged in crises to save the innocent, never proactively harming civilians, and even willingly passing troubles onto us to resolve. This fervent spirit and this simple understanding of responsibility are treasures we must cherish, not stifle with suspicion and entrapment. Lin Kuei's voice was resolute. The organization S stance towards Spider-Man remains unchanged, to engage, observe, and strive to establish mutual trust. Until a fundamental threat posed by his existence is confirmed, any proactive, hostile arrest or attack is strictly prohibited. Remember, our enemies are those anomalies that truly jeopardize the world, not a neighbor who guards the light in the darkness. Su Xiao listened quietly to Captain Lin Kuei's words. A warm sensation mixed with bitterness surged in her heart. She felt genuine happiness for Spider-Man. In this world, at least in the eyes of this official organization's higher-ups, his efforts and kindness have been recognized, validated, and cherished. Yet, amid this comfort, there lingered a strong, ineffable sense of injustice. Because she knew so much more. The cold, rainy night of that dream. The proverbs and pools of blood. The solitary figure restraining revenge under the moonlight. The distorted reports in newspapers. The public's misunderstandings and curses. The relentless pursuit by the police. All these scenes vividly surfaced in her mind. Su Xiao silently questioned the people of that city, with a tinge of anger. Were they all blind? Or was there something wrong with their minds? How could they treat such a guardian as a public enemy? And what were the official organizations in that world doing? Allowing public opinion to slander him, or even possibly participating in the hunt? Forcing a good person, willing to shoulder immense responsibilities and quietly protect, into a despised pariah? She could not comprehend. In stark contrast to the rationality and appreciation demonstrated by the special team of this world, particularly under the leadership of Lin Kuei, the treatment encountered by Spider-Man in her dreams appears utterly incomprehensible, embodying sheer ignorance and cruelty in her eyes. This profound disparity fills her with disillusionment towards her homeland in that alternate realm, while simultaneously reinforcing her resolve to strive for the preservation of the hard-won goodwill and understanding towards heroes in this world. Chapter 32. The 12-year-old boy at 12 years old. Sorensen trudged along the bustling streets after school, burdened by an old backpack, faded and frayed at the edges, resembling a mere shadow. The setting sun cast elongated shadows from the towering buildings, enveloping his frail figure in a warm golden hue. Yet it did little to dispel the melancholy that clung to him. Habitually, he kept his head bowed, his bangs nearly concealing his dark golden eyes, daring only to gaze at the worn tips of his shoes resting on the pavement. In that moment, a faint gasp and the click of a camera shutter echoed from nearby. Reflexively, Sorensen lifted his eyes swiftly. A familiar and vibrant figure clad in red and blue was swinging through the glass facades of the skyscrapers with astonishing agility and speed. That silhouette sliced through the twilight skyline, leaving behind a breathtaking trail before vanishing around the corner of another building. Sorensen's heart raced momentarily, only to plummet again, as though gripped by an invisible hand. He quickly lowered his gaze and quickened his pace, as if lingering even for a second were an indulgence beyond his reach. He recalled his deskmate, the one who just days ago had shared his frustrations over math homework, pulling at his hair in exasperation. Yet these past few days, Mark seemed transformed. In class, he sat upright, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that was startling, swiftly solving even the most loathed geometric proofs, and even daring to raise his hand to tackle an advanced question. During the breaks, Mark was no longer the boy who merely complained and copied homework. Instead, he was explaining problems to other classmates, exuding an unprecedented confidence and assurance. That afternoon in the crowded cafeteria, unable to contain himself amidst the inquiries of a few friends, he leaned in conspiratorially, excitement and pride radiating from his face. "Hey, let me share a secret. I received guidance from a master. That one. He saw how tormenting math was for me and taught me a few tricks last night in a safe place. It was simply miraculous. He said math is like a spider's web. Find the critical nodes, and everything falls into place." Though unspoken, the glances exchanged and the sparkle in his eyes when mentioning this figure unmistakably pointed to Spider-Man. How wonderful it was. Sorensen buried his face deeper, nearly retreating into his collar. A tumult of emotions, envy, bitterness, and a minuscule twinge of jealousy entwined around his heart like creeping vines. To be acknowledged by such a person, to receive his assistance, even if only once, was a thought Sorensen dared not entertain further. It felt too extravagant, too far removed from reality. A faint rust-like, coppery sweetness infiltrated Sorensen's nostrils, disrupting his chaotic thoughts. This scent was unsettling. It bore no resemblance to the odor of raw meat from a market, but rather evoked the essence of a wounded creature. He wrinkled his nose and instinctively cast a glance towards the source of the aroma. In the dimness of the street corner, an inconspicuous old black sedan idled. A few men, clad in hooded sweatshirts with their hoods pulled low, were hurriedly stuffing a bulging black bag into the vehicle. One of them lifted his head, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. In that fleeting moment, Sorensen caught a glimpse of blood-red eyes glinting beneath the shadow of the hood. His heart skipped a beat, only to return to its almost numb tranquility. He swiftly averted his gaze, as if he had seen nothing, and continued walking past the corner without a moment's hesitation. It's none of my business, he silently reminded himself. Countless strange and perilous happenings unfolded in the world each day. He was merely a superfluous child, striving to diminish his presence to survive. Curiosity? That was a trait that could lead to demise, especially for a stray cat like him, one that was of no concern to anyone. As he rounded the corner, another familiar scent wafted through the air, his aunt's cheap perfume, mingling with the aroma of his uncle's tobacco, and the enticing smell of his cousin's favorite fried chicken. Sorensen halted, instinctively retreating into the shadows of a nearby shop. Not far away, his uncle and aunt ambled along, beaming with joy. His uncle carried several shopping bags in one hand, while his other arm was wrapped affectionately around his aunt's waist. In her arms, his young cousin, Xiao Jie, clutched an enormous rainbow cotton candy, his mouth smeared with sweetness, while his other hand pointed excitedly at the toys displayed in a shop window. His uncle affectionately rubbed his stubble against Xiao Jie's cheek, eliciting peals of laughter from the boy. His aunt watched them with a look of tender adoration, a warmth on her face that Sorensen had never witnessed before. They appeared genuinely happy, like a picture-perfect family outing. Sorensen stood silently in the shadows, akin to a forgotten stone, until the cheerful trio drifted away, disappearing around the corner. Only then did he slowly step out into the open. He adjusted the weighty straps of his backpack, mentally calculating. They had likely dined out after shopping. There was probably half a pack of noodles and 2 eggs left in the fridge. He had grown accustomed to this kind of arithmetic, accustomed to facing the cold stove and the empty dining table alone. The fact that his uncle and aunt allowed him to stay in that cramped storage room so he could attend school was already a tremendous kindness. He could not, nor dared to, wish for more. I'm not their child. This realization was etched in Sorensen's heart like a brand. Pushing open the creaking, paint-chipped door of the old apartment, he was met with a mingled scent of aged furniture, cooking grease, and a faint hint of mildew. Sorensen silently traversed the tranquil living room, striving to make not a single sound. As he returned to his room, a space transformed from a narrow storage closet, barely accommodating a single bed and a worn wardrobe, devoid of windows, necessitating the use of light even during the day. He refrained from turning on the light, and by the faint glow seeping through the crack of the door, he adeptly crouched down to rummage beneath the bed. He drew out an old leather trunk, thick with dust and severely frayed at the edges. This was the sole remnant left to him by his parents, his so-called inheritance. Upon unfastening the trunk's clasp, a more potent aroma of dust and antiquity wafted forth. Inside, there was little of monetary value. A few faded cotton-exposed old dolls, his only companions, several yellowed. Curling-edged books adorned with bizarre, twisted symbols and beastly illustrations, their text blurred and indecipherable, like some ancient graffiti or notes he once endeavored to comprehend, leaving him dizzy. And a handful of fragmented, inscrutable trinkets. His gaze ultimately settled upon an object nestled at the center of the trunk, carefully swathed in a piece of faded velvet, a belt of peculiar design, exuding a raw and primal aesthetic. The belt appeared to be crafted from some resilient black leather. Yet at its core was a gem the size of an egg, radiating a profound amber hue. Within the gem, it seemed as if molten lava flowed gently, or perhaps stars spiraled, emanating a faint yet steady, heart-stirring dark golden glow. The buckle was fashioned from an unidentified, dull metal, intricately carved with a wolf totem, brimming with wild power reminiscent of the illustrations in the books. Sorensen cautiously lifted the belt, the cold leather and metal sending a shiver through his fingertips. He gently brushed away the dust from the gem's surface, revealing its inner luminescence with greater clarity. This belt constituted one of his clearest memories of his parents. He always felt it harbored a certain secret, a kind of power, though such notions appeared naive and absurd to others. After a moment's hesitation, he inhaled deeply and slowly fastened the extraordinary belt around his slender waist. The leather felt somewhat cool and heavy against him, the amber gem pressing against his abdomen, imparting a peculiar, faint pulsing sensation. He approached the corner of the wardrobe, where a chipped mirror awaited. The boy reflected within remained small and sullen, clad in ill-fitting, old-school attire. Yet the belt, adorned with the unusual gem, stood out as a striking and enigmatic emblem upon him. Sorensen gazed at his reflection, striving awkwardly to straighten his perpetually slouched shoulders, mimicking the powerful stance of Spider-Man from his memories, even attempting to lift his chin slightly, pressing his lips together, wishing to appear less feeble, more formidable, even if just a fraction, like the hero he admired. Would this render him slightly more admirable? He silently mouthed the words in front of the mirror, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He understood the folly, the childishness of it all. Yet this was the sole thought that occupied his mind, a means to feel a semblance of closeness to that radiant figure in a corner unknown to all. The hero served as a beacon illuminating the darkness of his childhood. In that all-consuming inferno, it was those uniformed, fearless silhouettes that plunged into the flames, rescuing him. The forgotten little troublemaker huddled in a corner. He survived, yet he forever lost his support. However, no one would need a boy like him. Striving to straighten his back before the mirror, his gaze quickly dimming, shoulders instinctively slumping. Solitary, awkward, perpetually fumbling. He was merely an unwanted, superfluous child. He unfastened his belt, preparing to return to the box, as he always did. Yet, at the moment his fingers brushed the buckle, the amber gem seemed to respond to his emotions, flickering to life. An imperceptible yet profoundly ancient dark golden energy rippled outward from the belt, silently expanding like ripples on water. This energy penetrated walls and floors, sweeping across the entire block in an instant. A few blocks away, in the basement of an abandoned building, several figures cloaked in black encircled a basin of eerie green flames, murmuring to one another, the air thick with the stench of blood and darkness. Suddenly, one figure jerked his head up, scarlet eyes igniting with a terrifying brilliance in the shadows. His emaciated fingers clutched his chest as if struck by an invisible force. A suppressed roar escaped his lips, hoarse and filled with rage. "What is it?" queried a nearby vampire henchman, uncertainty lacing his voice. This sensation, the vampire stammered, brimming with profound hatred and disbelief. How is this possible? So pure, so ancient, this nauseating aura belongs to those filthy beasts, those detestable werewolves. They have dared to trespass upon our territory. He sprang to his feet, his crimson gaze sweeping the dark void like a searchlight, fangs glinting ominously in the green firelight, as if ready to shred the intangible threat. Chapter 33. An ordinary man, no one anticipated Parker, felt as though his shoulders were weighed down with lead, ensnared by invisible threads that had tightened throughout the day, sending waves of soreness and stiffness coursing through him. He halted his fingers mid-typing. The keys of the keyboard had become slightly polished from wear. He exhaled a long, silent breath, as if to expel the oppressive air that had accumulated in the office cubicle. On the screen, the progress bar of the final report finally reached 100, akin to a weary traveler arriving at his destination. Parker moved the mouse, the cursor landing precisely on the close button in the upper right corner of the screen, and with an almost liberating resolve, he clicked gently. The screen darkened instantly, reflecting his slightly fatigued visage, alongside the stark, fluorescent-lit jungle of cubicles behind him. At last, the workday had come to an end. An ineffable blend of ease and clandestine exhilaration coursed through him, akin to a faint electric current, instantly dissipating the tension in his shoulders and neck, propelling him to the brink of springing from the ergonomic chair. He struggled to suppress the urge to let his lips curl upwards, the sensation reminiscent of the childhood thrill of finally hearing the school bell ring, urging him to dash towards the playground. Yet now, Parker was not racing toward a sunlit sports field, but rather towards a broader battlefield that belonged solely to him. "Hey, Parker, wait up!" A voice rang out from behind, laced with a familiar intonation characteristic of the office. It was his colleague David, an affable fellow with a penchant for team activities. David had just powered down his computer and was stretching, his face adorned with the relaxed smile that often follows the end of the workday. Parker paused in his packing, turning to face him, donning a mild yet distant smile honed from years in the workplace. "David? Hey, it's Friday. The team has decided to head to the Blue Note for a drink and some barbecue to unwind. The usual spot. Why not join us?" David's invitation was laden with genuine anticipation. He recognized Parker's commendable skills and quiet reliability, though he was somewhat of a loner. His presence could occasionally elevate the atmosphere. A slight tightening gripped Parker's heart. The small bar. He had visited it once before. Dim lighting, raucous music. Colleagues clinking glasses while discussing homes, cars, stocks, and potential romantic partners. Those topics felt as if viewed through a thick frosted glass, blurred and distant. He had sat in a corner, striving to blend in, yet feeling like an outsider intruding upon a celebration meant for others. He had attempted to share a joke, only to be met with a few awkward chuckles. That sense of alienation was more exhausting than the late nights at work. "Ah, I am sorry," David Parker replied, his face reflecting just the right amount of contrition, his voice gentle yet undeniably detached. "Thank you for the invitation. However, I have some matters to attend to at home tonight and must head back early. Perhaps next time, for sure." His words quickened, as if he feared further inquiry. David's enthusiasm visibly waned, his shoulders slumping slightly, a hint of disappointment lurking in his tone, though familiar. "Oh, I see. All right then, we'll catch up next time. Have a great weekend, Parker. Enjoy your weekend." Parker felt a wave of relief wash over him as he swiftly grabbed his somewhat faded dark jacket from the back of his chair and hoisted his seemingly unremarkable black backpack, his vessel of hidden treasures, before hurrying towards the exit, his figure soon vanishing beyond the glass doors. Watching Parker's near flight, David returned to his workstation, picking up his water cup to head to the pantry. Another colleague, having just finished tidying up, approached. He was a few years older than Parker, currently besieged by familial pressures to marry, his face perpetually etched with a lingering weariness and anxiety. He gestured towards the direction Parker had departed. "Is Parker not going?" He said he had something at home." David replied, taking a sip of water, his tone unremarkable. The colleague clicked his tongue, his gaze imbued with curiosity and a hint of indescribable envy. One might say that old Park possesses commendable skills. The tasks entrusted to him are carried out with diligence, and he is generally amiable, never shying away from assisting others with their problems. Yet, there seems to be an invisible barrier between him and the rest. He manages to decline collective activities 9 out of 10 times. Could it be that he bears a particularly heavy burden at home? Perhaps he is caring for elderly relatives or has children to tend to. He appears rather frugal in his daily life. David shook his head, leaning against the partition of his desk. Who knows? He has never mentioned matters concerning his family. However, judging by his demeanor, he does not seem to have children. Rather, it appears he has carefully chosen his words, intentionally sidestepping such topics. The items he uses and the clothes he wears are all quite simplistic. Indeed, that colleague sighed, his envy becoming more pronounced. "Sometimes, I genuinely envy his state of being. It seems as though he lives to his own rhythm, indifferent to the winding complexities of life and unconcerned about others' opinions." This mindset, this way of life, in a sense, could be considered a form of enlightenment, right? At least he is free from as many troubles as I have. David chuckled and patted the colleague on the shoulder. Enough with the musings. Everyone has their own way of living. He may simply be accustomed to solitude. "Let us go. They're likely waiting for us." As they spoke, the two departed from the gradually emptying office area. The breeze of early autumn carried a slight chill, sweeping through the streets as Parker merged into the throng of commuters. The city's neon lights began to illuminate one by one, casting shadows that fluctuated in length. He walked briskly, yet not with an urgent eagerness to return home, but rather with a resolute purpose. His steps halted before a convenience store, bright lights, and the aroma of food spilling forth from the automatic doors. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way directly to the instant noodle shelf. After paying and pocketing the change, he exited the store, clutching a plastic bag containing instant noodles and soda. The sound of the cheap plastic crinkling contrasted sharply with the elegant shopping bags carried by those around him. Unfazed, Parker quickened his pace towards the house that rightfully belonged to him, the one left behind by his parents, who had toiled for most of their lives for him. Inserting the key into the lock produced a soft click. He pushed open the somewhat heavy apartment door, painted in a dark green hue. A familiar scent enveloped him, a blend of old books, dust, and a faint hint of ozone from electronic devices in standby. Though not particularly pleasant, this aroma instantly eased the tension that had gripped him throughout the day. "I'm back," Parker called out to the empty room, his voice not loud, but infused with a genuine, unmasked cheerfulness. This greeting was less for the house and more for himself, a clear signal that the mundane reality, which required his cautious performance, had officially concluded. He turned to close the door, skillfully locking it and securing the old-fashioned bolt. This act bore a sense of ritual, as though he were completely severing ties with the raucous, complex world outside that demanded he wear a mask. The narrow entrance barely allowed for a turn. He removed his coat and casually hung it on the somewhat misshapen makeshift hook behind the door. He slipped into a pair of worn slippers, the sponge beneath them exposed from wear. The living room remained shrouded in darkness, containing only a small dining table, a solitary chair, and a bookshelf crammed with a variety of books and comics. Carrying a plastic bag, he resolutely traversed the dimly lit living area, heading towards the small room that served as both his bedroom and workspace. Pushing open the bedroom door, Parker's gaze fell upon the extraordinary device that had suddenly entered his existence, the control terminal that would transform him into Spider-Man within the digital realm. He hurried over, carefully opening the heavy box, revealing a technologically advanced computer nestled within. A genuine, unreserved smile blossomed on Parker's face, akin to sunlight piercing through a cloudy sky. The day's fatigue, the alienation of the office, the whispers of colleagues, and the mundane trivialities of reality vanished in an instant, swept away by this radiant smile. Taking a deep breath with a reverent sense of solemnity, he methodically undid several concealed clasps on the box. With a soft hiss of depressurization, the lid gently sprang open. Parker's fingers trembled slightly as he pressed the power button, glowing with a dim red light, located in the upper right corner of the keyboard. A faint hum, akin to the activation of a precise instrument, resonated in the air. The red glow intensified and stabilized, as if infused with life. The screen illuminated instantly, revealing a simple yet captivating startup animation composed of a white spider web that continuously expanded against a profound black background. As he beheld this familiar scene, Parker struggled to suppress the uncontrollable upward curve of his lips. He couldn't help but murmur to himself with a hint of wry amusement. Look at me. Eyes sparkling, heart racing, grinning at this computer like a fool. If my parents saw me, they would surely say, Parker, you're 25, not 15, still lost in these virtual worlds. Look at other kids. Successful careers, happy families. And you? Just sitting here laughing at a screen? How unambitious. He mimicked his aunt's sharp tone, laden with disappointment. With remarkable accuracy, this self-deprecation served as a thin, protective shell, shielding him from the unspoken loneliness and the faint yearning for a conventional life that lay deep within. As the startup animation concluded, a sleek and technologically sophisticated system desktop emerged. The wallpaper depicted a silhouette of a profound night sky, with a red and blue figure standing against the wind atop the city skyline. Parker's smile faded, his expression becoming focused and intense. He extended his finger, hovering over the touchpad, savoring the delicate feedback beneath his fingertips. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and purpose washed over him like a warm tide, instantly submerging the earlier self-mockery and the trivial envy. No longer must I contend with my parents' expectations, Parker thought as he gazed at the diminutive Spider-Man icon on the screen. Deep within, he silently acknowledged that no one truly required him anymore. I am but an inconsequential, ordinary individual. Yet here, Parker's fingertips finally descended, skillfully selecting the red and blue Hero Control Panel icon. Instantly, the screen unveiled a live aerial perspective of Spider-Man perched atop an abandoned factory, the city's lights sprawling beneath him like a river of stars. This world needs Spider-Man. The people here yearn for Spider-Man, those threatened by monsters, those ensnared in peril, those overlooked and forgotten corners. All of them seek a superhero. This thought pierced through the shadows and solitude of his quotidian life like the warmest, most resolute beacon of light. Perhaps Parker is diminutive, mundane, even somewhat unsuccessful, yet Spider-Man is an indispensable guardian of this city, a symbol of hope in moments of despair. This sensation of being needed, this responsibility and power to rise and effect change, is the singular, fervent redemption he can grasp amid the frigid reality. The screen's glow illuminated his focused and determined visage. The somewhat awkward, taciturn old Parker had vanished entirely. Seated before the workstation now was Spider-Man, poised to strike once more. Parker gently lifted a nearby soda, pulled the tab, and the fizzing sound of carbonated gas erupting was akin to the clarion call of a charge. He tilted his head back, gulping down a generous mouthful, the icy, invigorating liquid coursing down his throat, bestowing a fleeting, exhilarating rush. All right, Parker murmured to the screen, addressing the red and blue figure overlooking the city, his voice brimming with unprecedented vitality and resolve. Let us get to work. His fingers were poised upon the keyboard and mouse, ready to immerse himself in his true vocation. As Spider-Man, he would swing through the air, safeguarding this city, both unfamiliar and gradually becoming familiar. Mundane reality? No, that is merely an intermission awaiting the hero's entrance. Now, the true performance is about to commence. Chapter 34. The Super Moose feels fantastic. Parker deftly maneuvered the Spider-Man character on screen. The red and blue figure darted through the urban jungle of steel, swinging gracefully like an unflagging bolt of lightning. With a sigh, Parker stretched, easing his somewhat achy fingers, a satisfied smile gracing his face. These small tasks, seemingly trivial compared to the thrill of battling villains, allowed him to genuinely appreciate the significance of Spider-Man, guarding the warmth and safety found in mundane moments. Through the screen, Parker could sense the immediate release of reassurance and gratitude from those he assisted, a fulfillment surpassing any gaming achievement. He had also begun to discern the patterns within the system's tasks. The daily tasks assigned to various heroes appear to be intricately linked to their fundamental characteristics and styles, with each task uniquely distinct. Spider-Man's daily endeavors are imbued with a sense of urban camaraderie, perfectly aligning with his identity as the friendly neighborhood hero. Meanwhile, his companion Parker gazed at the hero panel, his gaze settling on the fluffy, resolute visage of the Super Moose. Intrigued, he attempted to select the moose to discover its daily tasks, only to be met with a frustrating pop-up message. Hero, Super Moose Daily Task System not activated. Activation requirement. Successfully gift a Super Moose commemorative doll, personally crafted by Spider-Man. Current possession, Super Moose commemorative doll. Staring at the screen, Parker felt his mouth twitch, finally managing to utter, "Are you kidding me?" The notion that a daily task required unlocking was absurd. The condition was to repair and gift the very doll that had been shattered during a previous battle. Good heavens! Parker buried his face in his hands, emitting a groan through his fingers. From the perspective of the Super Moose, this daily task seemed like a devilish whisper, a hellish joke. He could practically envision the determination in the moose's button-like eyes turning to sheer despondency. To make matters worse, some rather adult-oriented, dark associations regarding gifting one's own body parts surged uncontrollably in his mind. Shaking his head vigorously, Parker endeavored to dispel those unhealthy thoughts. Stop. Stop. The Super Moose is a quintessential children's hero. Sunshine, positive energy, gifting dolls. These are tokens filled with camaraderie and commemorative significance. Pure. It must be pure. Just as Parker was striving to mentally prepare himself, attempting to persuade himself to accept this absurd task, Spider-Man's task panel suddenly refreshed, revealing a new daily quest radiating a gentle glow. Daily task, Spider-Man, a warm glow. Objective, convey heartfelt birthday wishes to an extremely lonely 12-year-old boy who has recently celebrated his birthday. Note, current emotional state of the target, highly lonely, self-doubting, yearning for attention. Rewards, experience points, minor, city reputation, slight. Upon seeing this task, Parker's earlier malaise regarding the moose's task evaporated instantly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Awesome. He couldn't help but cheer, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Once again, it was time for his favorite heartwarming segment. This truly struck a chord with him. He often surfed the internet, and one of his favorite types of videos featured superheroes visiting sick children to offer encouragement, surprising disappointed fans, and providing companionship to lonely elders. Those videos always left him misty-eyed and warmed his heart. Using one's abilities to spread pure kindness and hope, in his view, represented the most radiant moments of superhero. Extremely lonely birthday, Parker murmured, contemplating the task details, his heart brimming with enthusiasm and inspiration for crafting the perfect wishes. Wait, young birthday star, your good neighbor has a special surprise in store for you. At the far end of the city, deep within the forsaken industrial district, lies a dilapidated old factory basement. Here, darkness reigns, illuminated only by a few dim green emergency lights that cast a faint glow upon the stained walls and the dark red, suspicious marks congealed on the floor. Several figures gather in the center, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Leading them is a hunched, ancient vampire clad in tattered, archaic noble attire, his face etched with deep wrinkles that twist grotesquely in a fit of uncontainable rage. His withered fingers clutch a shattered crystal fragment. The remnants of a magical artifact, once used to sense the bonds of kinship within his bloodline. Infuriating. 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 The old vampire growls in a voice reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against wood, filled with incredulous fury. After an arduous pursuit, he finally sensed the faintest trace of the princess's bloodline awakening in this world, only to find it slipping away. With a violent motion, he hurls the crystal shard to the ground, where it disintegrates into powder. His crimson gaze sweeps over his battered, weary subordinates. We have barely managed to regroup, preparing to infiltrate the city to rendezvous with the other two clans, and now we have lost contact. The surrounding lowly vampires, clad in cheap black cloaks, their eyes clouded and fangs bared, display expressions of confusion and fear. They cannot comprehend the source of their leader's rage, only sensing that it must pertain to an extraordinarily dire situation. The old vampire looks upon this cowering assembly, exuding the stench of inferior blood, unable even to master their fear of sunlight. A wave of profound frustration and disdain washes over him. Once upon a time, his ranks were filled with well-trained, noble warriors of ancient lineage. Now, he is reduced to relying on these foolish humans, lured by the temptation of eternal life, transformed into inferior beings to maintain appearances. Truly, what a fall from grace. My lord, what shall we do now? One of the vampires cautiously inquires. No, we cannot remain idle, Moriarty exclaims, lifting his head with a fierce glint of madness and determination in his eyes. Although the princess's essence is faint, it undeniably exists. This is our clan's sole hope of breaking free from the curse of sunlight and reclaiming our former glory. Any obstacles must be eradicated. His gaze sharpens, as if piercing through dense walls and layers of earth, locking onto a specific direction. Just moments ago, he detected an incredibly faint yet profoundly unsettling wave that sent shivers of revulsion through his very soul. That sensation is indelible, transcending the barriers of countless worlds. And that nauseating stench, unmistakably belonging to those filthy beasts. The old vampire's fangs glimmer ominously in the dim green light, his voice resonating like that from the depths of the underworld. Those detestable werewolves, they have come, and they are in this very city. That ancient, pure essence is undoubtedly of a pure blood descendant. This revelation ignited a tempest of fury within him, eclipsing even the sorrow over the disappearance of his kin. In their former realm, the bloodkin and werewolves have been entwined in a conflict spanning countless epochs, their enmity coursing through their very veins. Each faction regarded the other as a vile threat that must be eradicated. Countless wars had stained the earth with blood and bones, and hatred had long since permeated their souls. To his astonishment, upon traversing into this unfamiliar world, he encountered these ancient adversaries once more. Was it mere coincidence? Or had they sensed the presence of the princess? Or were they approaching with intent? The countenance of the ancient vampire turned exceedingly grim. For werewolves, vampires were the ultimate nemeses, locked in a perpetual struggle, regardless of their motives. The elder vampire extended a hand, skeletal and frail, as his nails transformed into sharp obsidian points. He abruptly lacerated his palm, dark crimson, almost black, viscous blood dripping onto the ground, landing at the center of a meticulously inscribed magical array composed of intricate runes and twisted lines. The night is long and fraught with peril. Action must be taken immediately. As his blood fell, the somber magical array erupted into luminescence. The runes ignited like ghastly flames, emitting a foreboding dark red glow, and a chilling, tainted energy, rife with the scent of blood, began to permeate the air. The light writhed like twisted tendrils, flowing across the ground until it pointed towards a distinct location, the dilapidated district of the Sorensen family. Find the source of the werewolf's aura. Eliminate all obstacles. The elder vampire's voice, amidst the glow of the magical array, sounded fierce and deranged, mercilessly punishing anyone who dared to obstruct the path of vampire resurgence. The temperature in the basement plummeted, and the lesser vampires trembled under the weight of the ancient foe's terrifying murderous intent and the elder's frenzied aura, quaking like candles flickering in the wind. A racial hatred transcending worlds was poised to reignite the flames of war within the shadows of the city. At the vortex of this turmoil stood the lonely boy Sorensen, oblivious to these events, just having fastened an unusual belt and awkwardly mimicking a heroic pose before the mirror. Chapter 35. The child's fear. Sorensen stood before the fragmented dressing mirror, the belt adorned with an amber-hued gem shimmering with a mysterious aura under the dim light. He strained to straighten his frail back, attempting to emulate the valiant stance of the red and blue figure etched in his memory. Yet, the reflection revealed merely a sullen boy clad in a faded, worn shirt, his hair disheveled and gaze evasive. The peculiar belt, rather than bestowing any semblance of heroism, seemed out of place, as though a child had donned an adult's attire, exuding a pitiful and comical sense of discord. A wave of intense shame surged within him, igniting his cheeks with heat. Sorensen abruptly lowered his head, his shoulders instinctively slumping, as if all strength had been siphoned away. What thoughts occupy his mind? Sorensen harshly mocked himself internally, his voice sharp and bitter. Someone like him, timid and ineffectual, unable to articulate clearly. How could a child so unwanted ever aspire to be a luminous superhero like Spider-Man? With a self-destructive urgency, he yanked off his belt. The cold leather slipped away from his skin, and the brilliance of the gem seemed to dim momentarily. He hastily shoved the belt back into the depths of an old leather trunk, covering it with faded dolls and incomprehensible old books, as if he were entombing that impractical and laughable notion. He needed to engage in something else to shift his focus. Today marked his 12th birthday. The room was eerily silent, save for the distant sound of traffic filtering in from the street outside. Sorensen approached the old desk, cluttered with textbooks and miscellaneous items, and pulled open the bottom drawer, revealing several sheets of colored paper, remnant from school art classes he had secretly saved. He hesitated for a long time, his fingers grazing over the various hues. Ultimately, he selected the cleanest sheet, a delicate sky blue. He picked up a pencil, its tip hovering above the paper as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Taking a deep breath, as if partaking in a solemn and clandestine ritual, he painstakingly inscribed a crooked line of text. "Happy birthday, Sorensen." After penning the final exclamation mark, Sorensen felt as though all his strength had drained away. Gently placing the pencil down, he lifted the small, thin card, gazing at the solitary message, forcing his lips to curve upwards into a minuscule, even somewhat rigid smile. Yet this flicker of light was swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. The smile vanished, leaving behind a profound sense of desolation and chill. Sorensen surveyed the cramped, cold, and empty room. Perhaps the entire world had forgotten this day, save for him. This realization washed over his heart like icy tide, bringing a sharp pang of pain. Oh, and there was the cold, unfeeling household registration and the school forms. These soulless records offered no comfort whatsoever and only accentuated Sorensen's solitude. He could scarcely fathom how he would respond if his uncle and aunt happened to inquire, his voice trembling with unease. At that moment, a faint, nauseating scent, reminiscent of rust and sweetness, stealthily slithered into his nostrils like a cold, venomous serpent. Was this scent familiar? Yes, from his walk home today. Sorensen's heart tightened suddenly. Gripped by an ominous premonition, like a startled fawn, he jerked his head up, cautiously peering out the window. He tiptoed to the window, carefully lifting a corner of the curtain to reveal a narrow gap for observation. Holding his breath, he strained to sniff the air once more. No, the nauseating metallic odor not only lingered, but had intensified, becoming more potent and vivid. It felt as though something was drawing nearer. Fragments of memory flashed through his mind. Scarlet eyes, a frenzied struggle to stuff a black bag into the car, dark red liquid seeping out. Fear coiled around him like icy tendrils, tightening its grip on his limbs and soul. He remembered. It was the very scent, just like the one he had encountered on his way home from school. "Hey, who are you? Why on earth are you doing dressed like that?" A coarse voice, tinged with wariness and discontent, suddenly echoed from the entrance of the community below. It was Uncle Jean, the night security guard. Sorensen recognized him, a boisterous man who enjoyed teasing the children in the neighborhood, somewhat garrulous yet very responsible. Sorensen's heart raced to his throat as he immediately shifted his gaze toward the entrance. He beheld several figures clad in oversized black hoodies, their hoods pulled low, blatantly disregarding the entrance restrictions as they marched straight in. Their movements were stiff, yet possessed an inhuman swiftness. Uncle Jean, armed with a rubber baton, strode forward to intercept them. Stop. You're not allowed in here. Who are you looking for? Have you registered? Zhang's voice resonated with undeniable authority. The leader of the dark-clad figures slowly lifted his head in an unsettlingly unnatural manner. From beneath the shadow of the hood, 2 points of crimson light ignited, reminiscent of hellfire. Those were not human eyes. Sorensen gasped in terror, instinctively covering his mouth to stifle a scream. He recognized those eyes. The horrific memory from that fleeting glance on his way home surged back to life. Uncle Zhang was clearly taken aback by this inhuman sight, instinctively stepping back. His voice trembling with disbelief. Why you? He promptly realized the gravity of the situation, reaching for the intercom at his waist while shouting loudly, Old Wang. Old Li, come out. We have a situation. However, before he could finish his sentence, the leader's scarlet gaze intensified. An invisible yet chilling wave of energy, laden with a sense of psychological oppression, enveloped Uncle Zhang like a palpable shockwave. Zhang's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes rolling back, all expressions frozen in a mask of sheer terror and confusion. His hand, once reaching for the intercom, fell limply to his side, his entire form collapsing like a marionette with severed strings, the flashlight he held clattering to the ground, its beam flailing wildly. Uncle Zhang. Sorensen screamed silently in his mind, tears instantly welling in his eyes. The vacant stare on Zhang's face as he fell was etched deeply in his memory. Had he died, killed by these monsters? A wave of immense sorrow and fear threatened to engulf him. What should he do? Call for help? Yes. Dial the police. Like a startled rabbit, he spun around and stumbled toward the old landline phone in the corner of the living room. Just as his fingers were about to touch the cold plastic of the phone, bang! Crash! A deafening roar erupted, reminiscent of metal being violently torn apart, accompanied by the jarring sounds of shattering glass and crumbling concrete, suddenly exploding from the rooftop of the aged tenement building above him. Sorensen, gripped by sheer terror, instinctively looked up, only to witness dust cascading from the ceiling. Following that was the heavy thud of an impact and a spine-chilling creak, as if metal were being distorted. Before him, colossal black bat wings, resembling tattered leather stitched together, unfurled with sudden ferocity. Each pair of wings was vast enough to envelop a significant portion of the balcony, their edges adorned with sharp, bony protrusions, and their membranes intricately laced with twisted veins. They beat powerfully, conjuring gusts thick with the scent of blood and dust. Leading the charge, an ancient vampire hovered not far from Sorensen's window, its gaunt visage appearing even more grotesque under the moonlight, its crimson eyes akin to searchlights, coldly and precisely locking on his Sorensen's window. With each flap of its wings behind him, a low, whispering wind, reminiscent of a demon's murmur, enveloped the air. A nearby lesser vampire emitted an excited hiss, baring its sharp fangs, greedily fixated on Sorensen as if he were a sumptuous feast. Silence, fool. Elder Moriarty's voice sliced through the air like ice. Laden with an undeniable authority, refrain from indulging your base cravings. We have more pressing matters at hand. His gaze, sharp as a tangible blade, pierced through the glass. Targeting Sorensen's position, I can sense the nauseating aura of a werewolf within. So pure, so youthful. He must be eradicated. His claw-like finger pointed towards Sorensen's window. There! Attack directly. Do not grant that wretch a moment's reprieve. Sorensen's mind blanked, engulfed by overwhelming dread akin to a tsunami. He beheld those winged monstrosities hovering outside his window, the most terrifying of them all. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy impacts began to pummel the flimsy iron bars with ferocity, accompanied by the sickening sound of twisting metal. There was no time for contemplation. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else. Sorensen let out a stifled whimper, choked by fear. As if scalded, he spun around violently, summoning every ounce of strength to flee back to his small bedroom. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut. There was no time to lock it. He scrambled and nearly rolled into the cramped space beneath his single bed. The narrow, dark, dusty underbelly of the bed became his sole sanctuary in that moment. He curled himself tightly, like a startled creature, desperately pushing into the furthest corner, wishing to meld himself into the wall. Chilled dust invaded his mouth and nostrils, and he clamped his hand over his mouth, stifling any sound, while his body trembled uncontrollably, teeth chattering. The hellish cadence of pounding grew ever more intense. Each impact felt as though it struck directly at his heart. The walls emitted an unbearable groan. He could hear the deep growls and excited breaths of the monsters. And that nauseating, increasingly intense scent of blood was seeping through the cracks of the door. Tears surged forth silently, mingling with the dust on his face, leaving cold traces behind. A profound despair engulfed him like frigid ocean waters. He tightly shut his eyes, as if this act could allow him to evade the impending horror. Amidst the boundless darkness and the deafening sounds of impact, a faint thought, barely audible yet filled with an overwhelming desire to survive, screamed frantically within him, pleading, "Whoever you are, please save me." Chapter 36. I am Spider-Man. The aged vampire hovered above the dilapidated tenement, his massive, decaying bat wings flapping slowly, stirring a chilling draft imbued with blood and dust. His crimson eyes, like burning embers, coldly surveyed the distorted rooftop entrance below, marred by a gaping hole. From within emanated a pure and ancient werewolf scent, one that repulsed and intrigued his very soul, becoming ever clearer, yet hinting at an innocence and rawness. Was it an unawakened pup? Or perhaps a more precious, pure-blood descendant? The withered muscles of the aged vampire's face twitched slightly, a mingling of greed and murderous intent. Whichever it was, it must be under the control of the bloodline. Go. His icy voice slithered like a serpent's hiss, commanding the restless lower vampires below. Investigate. Bring that pup to me. Alive. He needed to ascertain the true state and value of the target. A howl erupted. Several lesser vampires emitted excited shrieks, their fangs bared, eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood and violence as they rushed toward the dark aperture. The thunderous impacts and the sounds of crumbling architecture had already alarmed the nearby residents. Heads poked out in terror. Good heavens! What is that? A monster! There's a monster flying in the sky. Call the police. Gasps and screams shattered the tranquility of the night. Elder Moriarty's eyes flickered with a hint of impatience. His hovering form shifted slightly, those burning crimson pupils sweeping across the illuminated windows like searchlights. Buzz, an intangible yet chilling wave of energy, imbued with immense mental suppression, spread instantaneously like a plague. Anyone caught in that crimson gaze, regardless of age or gender, felt their terror freeze in an instant, their expressions becoming vacant and bewildered, as if their souls had been abruptly siphoned away. They scarcely had time to utter a muffled sound before collapsing to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, unconscious. The entire area fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the howling night wind and the roars of monsters. Move faster. Don't dawdle. The aged vampire barked at his subordinates, yet his inner doubts only deepened. The intensity of the werewolf aura is astonishing, yet it seems to lack control. Akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Is this a chance or a trap? At the opposite end of the city, Parker is delightfully maneuvering Spider-Man, tracing elegant arcs of red and blue amidst the buildings. His mood is as buoyant as the virtual night breeze. A surprise birthday gift for a child. As Parker swings Spider-Man towards the designated location, he envisions what scenes might unfold next. Imagining the boy's surprised expression makes the corners of his mouth involuntarily rise. Surely, Spider-Man won't frighten him? After all, in this world, Spider-Man hasn't been vilified as a public menace by the Daily Bugle. However, just as Parker indulges in his warm plans, a piercing, shrill sound erupts in his ear, akin to an air raid siren. The game interface is suddenly engulfed in blinding crimson. A massive, flashing skull emblem bursts onto the screen. Urgent mission. Crimson Rescue. Location, rooftop and top-level units of Building 7, Oak Street Old Apartment District. Objective, a 12-year-old boy is under attack by an unidentified vampire gang, including high-ranking individuals. Vital signs, extreme fear. Condition, highly dangerous. Warning, strong dark biological energy response and signs of spatial destruction detected. Threat level, critical. Recommendation, full force support. Standby for coordinated combat. Parker gazes at the sudden mission with a puzzled expression, but swiftly clicks to proceed. A life-threatening task clearly takes precedence over the birthday mission. Very well, vampires. Prepare to experience Spider-Man's night kick. Upon uttering this, Parker momentarily pauses, a thrill of excitement flushing across his face. Cool. I've always wanted to shout that. He even imagined Spider-Man executing a classic Kamen Rider flying kick, a wave of joy and heroic collaboration washing over him. His fingers dance across the controls, instantly switching to full-speed navigation mode. On screen, Spider-Man rockets forth like an ignited missile, webs shooting out at an unprecedented frequency and force, retracting as his form transforms into a streak of red and blue, racing at breakneck speed towards Oak Street. The virtual city map rapidly diminishes on the screen, the red dot representing the target pulsating violently like a bleeding heart. In a cramped, cold, dust-laden space beneath a bed, Sorensen finds his only sanctuary at this moment. He curls his body to the extreme, resembling a small beast cornered by its predator, trembling uncontrollably. Each heavy thud from outside, reminiscent of a battering ram, feels as though it's striking his very bones, causing his insides to churn violently. Wood splinters and dust rain down, nearly suffocating him, yet he tightly covers his mouth, daring not to utter a single whimper. The nauseating stench of blood, potent and overwhelming, mingled with a grotesque odor of decay, seeped relentlessly through the crevice of the door, enveloping him and eroding his last vestiges of sanity. His mind was a blank slate, consumed by an abyss of terror and despair. He felt he was on the brink of death, poised to be devoured by a monstrous entity. At that very moment, however, a starkly contrasting essence, akin to lightning cleaving through the darkness, pierced through the suffocating malevolence, breezing into his extraordinarily sensitive nostrils. This aroma was pure and refreshing, infused with an unusual vitality reminiscent of a forest after rain, accompanied by a hint of sun-kissed cotton. In an instant, it shattered the despair that had enveloped him. Sorensen's tear-filled, dust-laden eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. This fragrance was all too familiar. It belonged to the figure he had observed countless times in secret. Spider-Man. A faint voice, laced with incredulous joy, escaped from between his tightly clenched fingers. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though an invisible, warm, and resolute light had penetrated the darkness beneath the bed, breaking through the heavy door and illuminating the cold depths of his desolate heart. All fear began to evaporate like snow under the blazing sun, replaced by a near-religious force known as hope. Suddenly, at the rooftop entrance, a lowly vampire raised its claw, covered in black scales, ready to deliver the final blow to the already trembling interior wall. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a swift, milky white viscous projectile, akin to a precision-guided missile, tore through the air with a faint whoosh, striking the aged vampire, who hovered mid-air, poised to issue commands. The elder vampire was momentarily blinded, ensnared in a massive, sticky embrace that enveloped his entire head. The cold, viscous liquid sealed his eyes, nose, and mouth, inducing a profound sense of suffocation and sudden darkness that elicited a muffled gasp of anger and surprise. Almost immediately, an irresistible, overwhelming force emanated from the other end of the web. With a thud, the noble bloodline elder, like a fish struck by a harpoon, lost his balance, being yanked from his graceful stance and crashing down in a most undignified manner onto the cold, filthy concrete of the rooftop. Hey, to the troublesome neighbors above. A vibrant, youthfully distorted voice, unmistakable in its resonance, echoed across the rooftop, accompanied by a lithe figure descending gracefully. Damaging someone else's property incurs repair costs. The bill will be sent to you, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. By the way, scaring children indiscriminately? That deserves a bad review. Spider-Man landed in a classic superhero kneeling pose at the edge of the rooftop, his white eye mask glinting playfully in the moonlight. With a swift motion of his wrist, Spider-Man directed his gaze towards the bewildered lowly vampires, proclaiming, "Now, it is my turn to properly discipline the unruly tenants." The vampires, still reeling from the shock of their elder-esque betrayal, snapped back to reality upon spotting the red and blue figure. Instantly, their primal urge to attack surged forth. They abandoned their efforts to break through walls, and in unison, emitted furious snarls, bearing their sharp fangs and claws, akin to hyenas catching the scent of blood. They lunged at Spider-Man from various angles with astonishing speed, creating a gust of foul wind. Yet, instead of displaying the slightest fear in the face of this onslaught, Spider-Man appeared invigorated. With remarkable agility, he executed a backflip, evading the first wave of claw strikes. His wrists flicked, and several strands of webbing accurately sealed off the attack routes of two vampires. Remarkably, he even found time to indulge in a bit of role-playing. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice, mimicking a deep, gravelly tone that exuded menace. Wait. He paused momentarily, as if contemplating the delivery of an even cooler line. In the next instant, Spider-Man's voice resonated with a deeper intonation, exaggerated gestures accompanying his declaration towards the temporarily ensnared, bewildered vampires. I am Spider-Man. The air seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. The vampires' grotesque expressions froze on their faces, their crimson eyes filled with confusion and disorientation. What was this peculiarly clad, eccentric figure uttering? Outside the screen, Parker, engrossed in tense preparations for an impending battle, witnessed Spider-Man's unexpected, spot-on Batman reference alongside the vampire's bewildered expressions of who am I? Where am I? What is he saying? He couldn't contain his amusement and inadvertently sprayed a mouthful of soda all over his keyboard. Coughing and spluttering, he found this bizarre crossover utterly amusing. Good heavens! Batman's classic line, I am Batman. Ha ha ha. System, you've executed this joke flawlessly. What a time for it. But well done. Such a show-stopping moment. Perfectly in character. As someone well-versed in the Marvel Universe, Parker immediately grasped the humor and erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, chaos continued on the rooftop. The elderly vampire, having struggled to tear away the webbing plastered across his face, finally revealed a countenance twisted in rage. Trembling with fury, he pointed a gnarled finger at Spider-Man and let out a frenzied roar. Kill him. Tear this insolent little bug to shreds. Simultaneously, a fierce red glow ignited in his eyes. Countless magical bats, formed from condensed dark energy, erupted around him like a volcanic ash cloud, shrieking piercingly as they coalesced into a torrent of darkness, sweeping ominously towards Spider-Man. The lesser vampires once again broke free from their webbing, coordinating with the swarm of bats to orchestrate a three-dimensional strangulation assault on Spider-Man. Oh, an upgraded bat party? Spider-Man's voice remained lighthearted, yet his movements were as swift as a wraith, instantly entering a state of heightened vigilance. Very well, let the second round commence. Spider-Bat begins. The white-eyed mask keenly scanned the overwhelming tide of adversaries, while the web shooters primed for action. Chapter 37. Frenzy on the screen. Spider-Man's silhouette danced like a butterfly among the flowers, performing a lethal ballet amidst the narrow confines of the abandoned department's rooftop. Taste this. As a lesser vampire lunged ferociously, Spider-Man flicked his wrist, and a charged web shot forth with precision, not to attack directly, but to ensnare the foe's ankle. With a deft swing, he arced gracefully through the air, his feet colliding forcefully with the chest of another vampire attempting a sneak attack. Bang! The dull thud resonated as the ambusher howled and flew backward. Beware behind you. It seemed as if Spider-Man had eyes at the back of his head. In the instant the claws of a third vampire were about to graze his nape, he suddenly crouched and slid, simultaneously snapping his wrist back. Whoosh! Two highly adhesive webs struck the vampire's face and claws with pinpoint accuracy. The creature writhed in place like a fly ensnared in glue, struggling futilely to escape. And you? Faced with the final attacking vampire, Spider-Man did not even glance back. Instead, utilizing his extraordinary sense of balance, he hooked one foot around an exposed rebar at the rooftop's edge, inverting his body with perfect timing to evade the slicing claws that tore through the air. Meanwhile, his other hand shot out a web, ensnaring the adversary's flailing arm, and yanked downward with great force. Thud! The vampire lost its balance, crashing heavily onto the concrete. Tasting the dust, Parker observed the screen, captivated by Spider-Man's fluid, rhythmic, and visually striking combat, a proud smile spreading across his face akin to that of a gratified father. Did you see that? This is skill. This is awareness. Our Spider-Man is truly formidable. As he deftly maneuvered the controls, he could not help but indulge in self-congratulation. Yet within this pride lingered a subtle, almost imperceptible regret. He noted that while Spider-Man's attacks were precise and effective, rendering the vampires disoriented and in disarray, he consistently avoided striking at their vital points. The electric webs merely incapacitated them. Physical blows aimed to subdue rather than to kill, and the binding webs left room for escape. Even when confronted by these clearly inhuman, bloodthirsty monsters, Spider-Man's combat style adhered to a certain moral boundary, refraining from taking lives. Was this a result of the system's enforced parameters, or was it the deeply ingrained principle of non-lethality within the character of Peter Parker influencing his actions? Parker fell into contemplation, recalling the countless instances in comics where Spider-Man spared his foes, only for them to return and cause greater harm. It seems that in the future, one must devise a means to confront formidable beings such as the Punisher, Wolverine, or even Daredevil. For dealing with these monsters without resorting to lethal force feels like inviting endless repercussions. This notion quietly took root in Parker's mind. Although he idolizes heroes, he consistently adheres to a pragmatic approach, believing that excessive mercy towards these creatures could lead to the detriment of many. Yet, gazing at this incarnation of Spider-Man, a smile graced Parker's face, for it was precisely this kindness that captivated him. Suspended in midair and temporarily removed from the fray, the aged vampire's crimson gaze fixated intently on the agile figure clad in red and blue below. His gaunt visage was etched with uncertainty. This individual was certainly no ordinary human. The ancient vampire covertly summoned his archaic magical senses, akin to invisible tendrils, attempting to scan Spider-Man's bodily structure and energy core. However, the feedback returned as a void, or rather, a peculiar fluctuation teeming with biological vitality, utterly distinct from any magic or supernatural energy he had ever encountered. This wave was pure and potent, yet eluded categorization within his magical framework. How could this be? Although the technology of this world appeared peculiar, the energy systems should be relatively uniform. What manner of being is this Spider-Man? Could he be some unrecorded native anomaly? The unknown bred a deeper apprehension. The aged vampire realized that relying on these inferior vampires to subdue such a slippery adversary was a delusion. Extraordinary measures were imperative, even at a significant cost. A flicker of ruthlessness and anguish flashed in the aged vampire's eyes, quickly supplanted by a frenzy. He inhaled deeply, the breath imbued with the scent of decay from the catacombs. His skeletal hand shot up, finger splayed, palm directed towards the inferior vampires below, who continued to struggle under Spider-Man's playful torment. Offer your final worth for the glory of the bloodline, he intoned, reciting an ancient and obscure incantation as a distorted sigil emanating a foul crimson light ignited in his palm. The inferior vampires below, as if seared by an invisible brand, emitted a series of agonizing wails that were scarcely human. They clutched their chests, their faces drained of color, replaced by sheer agony and contortion. Dark crimson energy threads, as if animated, surged from the sigil in the aged vampire's palm, swiftly piercing the hearts of these vampires. Then, a chilling transformation ensued. Their bodies expanded dramatically, muscles bulging and tearing through their cheap black cloaks, revealing grotesque forms riddled with dark veins, akin to living rock. Their heights soared to nearly 3 meters. Once murky crimson eyes now blazed like red-hot irons, erupting with blinding bloodlust, filled with primal, irrational frenzy and a desire for destruction. The sharp fangs elongated and thickened, drooling a mixture of saliva and blood from the corners of their mouths. Their roars echoed like wounded beasts, causing the cement floor of the rooftop to tremble slightly. The surrounding dark energy surged violently and chaotically, emanating a nauseating stench of sulfur mixed with blood. Wow, a state of frenzy? A second transformation? Spider-Man's white eye lenses seemed to widen slightly, his tone laced with surprise, yet he endeavored to alleviate the horrific atmosphere with a jest. It seems your boss's overtime pay is insufficient, transforming you into the Red Giant instead? Reacting swiftly, Spider-Man raised his wrist, unleashing several webs electrified with intense blue and white arcs of energy, attempting to subdue these evidently abnormal creatures with the current. However, a frenzied, giant vampire charged forward unabated, allowing the electric web to envelop him. The blinding sparks danced wildly across his surface, crackling with explosive sounds, even releasing the acrid scent of charred flesh. Yet, he appeared impervious to pain, emitting an even more furious roar. With a hand as massive as rock, he seized the webbing connected to the electric net with brute force. What? Spider-Man gasped, immediately attempting to sever the connection to the web shooter. Yet the adversary's strength in this frenzied state was terrifyingly formidable. And there was not just one. Two additional frenzied vampires charged forth, equally unyielding to the paralyzing effects of the electric web. Their bodies convulsing and smoking, yet their claws ferociously grasping the webbing entwined around them. Three rampaging monsters, akin to three uncontrollable meat grinders, unleashed in human strength, pulling the resilient webbing in unison, yanking Spider-Man with tremendous force. Parker, watching from the screen, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. This was reminiscent of the iconic scenes from Ultimate Spider-Man, about to be reenacted. Though Spider-Man possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary human, his weight remained that of an average adolescent. This made him particularly susceptible to being flung like a kite when confronting strength-based opponents, especially those capable of grasping his webbing. Whoosh! The screen shook violently. Parker could only witness Spider-Man's figure being hurled like a stone from a catapult, entirely losing control under the immense pull, crashing towards the already warped and deformed unit door at the inner side of the rooftop, or rather, the direction of the room where Sorensen was hiding. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening sound of shattering bricks and flying wood debris, Spider-Man's body violently smashed through the already precarious inner wall, enveloped in dust and fragments. He crashed into Sorensen's small bedroom like a cannonball. Sorensen, curled beneath the bed, felt his heart nearly cease its rhythm. The frenzied roars outside, the terrifying crash of the wall collapsing, and the overwhelming cloud of dust and the scent of blood made him believe he would be torn apart by the monsters in the next moment. Yet, the anticipated agony did not arrive. He opened his tightly shut eyes in terror, peering through the gap beneath the bed. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a figure clad in red and blue was struggling to rise from a heap of shattered bricks and debris, brushing off the dust from his attire while shaking his head, seemingly a bit dazed from the fall. It was Spider-Man. He had truly arrived, and he had fallen into his own room. Sorensen's mind went blank, the immense shock temporarily overshadowing his fear. He stared, dumbfounded, at the figure that had only existed in news and imagination, now so vividly present before him, so close. Spider-Man seemed to sense the gaze from beneath the bed. He turned his head, the white lenses of his mask precisely aimed at Sorensen's hiding spot. Then, his attention was drawn to something on the floor, a small, blue card that Sorensen had dropped in his panic, inscribed with the words "Happy Birthday, Sorensen." Spider-Man bent down. His gloved fingers, slightly dust-covered, gently picked up the crumpled yet heartfelt card. He glanced at the writing, then looked back towards Sorensen's hiding place, his tone tinged with a hint of awkwardness and sincere apology. Sorry, kid." Spider-Man's voice, filtered through the mask, carried the distinct quality of a voice modulator, yet sounded exceptionally clear and gentle. "I seem to have interrupted your birthday party." He waved the card in his hand. "And no, it's fine." Sorensen stammered reflexively, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling with disbelief. A profound sense of shame intertwined with indescribable excitement rendered him almost incapable of thought. Spider-Man seemed to chuckle softly. He did not press further, but carefully placed the card, adorned with birthday wishes, in a cleaner spot. Then, with deliberate care, Spider-Man stood up straight. Despite the earlier collision leaving him somewhat disheveled, his upright posture radiated an immediate sense of strength. He dusted off the remnants of dirt from his suit, his white mask turning towards the gaping hole in the wall, where the heavy footsteps and destructive roars of the rampaging vampires were closing in like a tide. In the haze, three enormous, twisted shadows exuding an aura of terror had already blocked the breach, their blood-red eyes piercing into the room like searchlights. Spider-Man did not look back, but Sorensen felt as if his gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on his hiding place. Then, that clear and resolute voice rang out again, cutting through the monster's roars and the fear that gripped Sorensen's heart. "Well, it seems the party will have to pause for a bit." Spider-Man's fist tightened slightly, adopting a standard combat stance. His voice bore no trace of fear, only a calming steadiness and unwavering determination. "Allow me to escort these uninvited raucous guests away," he murmured, tilting his head slightly, as if addressing the air or perhaps the trembling child hidden beneath the bed, filled with trepidation yet brimming with hope. He articulated clearly, word by word, "Let me help you celebrate your birthday properly." With that declaration, Spider-Man surged forward without the slightest hesitation, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow. charging bravely towards the three imposing, terrifying shadows looming through the breach. His red and blue figure, framed by swirling smoke and the sanguine glow of the moon, appeared colossal in Sorensen's tear-blurred vision, seemingly capable of supporting the collapsing sky. Sorensen clamped his mouth shut, stifling his cries, while his heart raced wildly in his chest. Though fear lingered, an unprecedented spark of hope and anticipation had been ignited by Spider-Man's promise. He gazed in a daze at the silhouette boldly advancing into the darkness, wishing to etch this moment into the depths of his soul. Chapter 38. The superhero's birthday blessing Spider-Man was like a taut spring, with legs together. He executed a precise kick, channeling all his weight and the force of gravity into a powerful strike aimed at the temple of the nearest frenzied vampire. Thud! A resounding impact echoed, sharp enough to make one wince. The vampire's rock-like head snapped sideways, its massive body staggering backward, blood-red, eyes momentarily unfocused and dazed. Though the strike did not fell his foe, it clearly inflicted significant damage. Roar! The adjacent frenzied vampire, witnessing this, unleashed a deafening bellow. Its massive claws, covered in a layer of black keratin, sliced through the air toward Spider-Man, who was yet to land, as if intending to bisect him. Just as calamity loomed, a vibrant and whimsically cartoonish voice rang out like celestial music. With a rush of wind, a creature adorned in blue and red fur rocketed in from the side, resembling a cannonball. The enormous, antlered figure, cloaked in a tough, relative to fabric, fuzz, struck precisely at the soft underbelly of the second frenzied vampire. Arg! This mighty blow, even against the bolstered defenses of the enraged vampire, was too much to withstand. It emitted a pained howl, its massive form reeling from the impact, causing its sweeping claws to veer off course, narrowly grazing Spider-Man's costume and igniting sparks. Well done, partner. Spider-Man capitalized on the distraction, executing a nimble backflip and landing gracefully, giving a thumbs up to the timely arrival of the Super Moose. What on earth is this? Suspended at a safe distance, the aged vampire gazed incredulously at the comically bizarre yet astonishingly powerful plush creature that had unexpectedly emerged, its crimson eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. As if the invincible figure clad in spandex was not enough, a flying toy had now joined the fray. How many peculiar anomalies could this world possibly harbor? Hey, old bat, over here. The voice of Spider-Man snapped the elder's attention back. There stood Spider-Man and the Super Moose, back to back, confronting the remaining trio of frenzied vampires, one dazed, another clutching its waist. One was lithe and striking in its red and blue attire, while the other was a fluffy, rotund figure radiating an aura of righteousness that belied its size. It was time for a duet from Super Moose and Spider-Man. Justice will prevail, Spider-Man declared, his tone brimming with confidence. Hoorah! Super Moose shouted in unison, their synergy speaking volumes without the need for further words. As the rampaging vampires lunged once more, the duo moved as one. Spider-Man flicked his wrist, unleashing several strands of sticky webbing aimed precisely at the ankles and knees of the foremost vampire, not to ensnare, but to disrupt its balance and speed. Simultaneously, he glided like a wraith, evading another claw strike. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Super Moose, bracing against him, surged with remarkable force. The diminutive creature unleashed an astounding power, its massive antlers resembling a battering ram, crashing into the chest of the vampire hindered by the webbing. Bang! A dull thud accompanied the crack of bones. The vampire's hefty form was propelled backward, almost simultaneously, as another vampire lunged from the side. Super Moose unhesitatingly spread its fluffy arms, seemingly attempting to embrace and block the attack. A glimmer of bloodthirsty contempt flashed in the vampire's eyes as its massive claws descended. Yet, just as they were about to make contact with the moose's body, Spider-Man's webbing coiled around its arm like a viper. The immense pull distorted the vampire's motion in an instant. Seizing this minuscule window, Super Moose delivered a powerful punch, its furry fist slicing through the air and striking the unguarded ribs of its foe. A howl of agony erupted. Watching his meticulously cultivated and highly anticipated trio of rampaging weapons being obliterated without resistance by the unnerving synergy between Spider-Man and the bizarre plush creature. The old vampire felt his heart plummet into despair. Fear and rage intertwined, Yet more potent was the overwhelming sense of hopelessness at the unfolding situation. This world was rife with incomprehensible and uncontrollable variables. The muscles of his withered face twitched violently. While the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The trace of the princess's presence had been detected. As long as he could escape alive, a glimmer of cunning and resolve flickered in his crimson eyes. No longer hesitating, he secretly summoned the dwindling remnants of his primal magical power, and a faint, serpentine shadow began to swirl around his body, pulsating as if alive. Curse this account. The Blood Clan has taken note. He murmured with venomous hatred, his form beginning to blur as if he were merging with the surrounding darkness. Just as he was about to unleash his life-saving secret technique, shadow escape. Hey, old bat, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The party has only just begun. Spider-Man's voice dripped with mockery, yet his movements were lightning quick. With a flick of his wrist, a strand of web shot forth with precision. However, the target was not the aged vampire himself, but rather the hovering super moose nearby. Glorp. The super moose appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly comprehended. Its furry yet power-laden arms grasped the incoming web's end with unwavering strength. Partner, give me a boost. Spider-Man shouted, propelling himself off the ground with great force. Glorp glorp. Super throw. The super moose unleashed its full might. Its petite body spun in midair like a high-velocity hammer throw athlete, yanking the web and launching Spider-Man toward the vanishing figure of the ancient vampire with astonishing speed and power. This collaboration was seamless, the velocity far exceeding the old vampire's expectations. What? The aged vampire felt a fierce wind rush toward him, his vision blurring. A fist encased in red and blue, accompanied by the sound of air being split, rapidly magnified in his horrified gaze. Boom! A solid punch, harnessing all of Spider-Man's strength and the Super Moose-S throwing momentum, crashed into the vampire's gaunt visage. Splash! A concoction of shattered teeth and dark blood erupted forth. The ancient vampire let out a chilling wail, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting from midair to crash heavily onto the rooftop's edge, stirring up a cloud of dust. His meticulously prepared shadow escape was interrupted, and the backlash of magic forced him into a painful curl. Yet despite being disrupted, he managed to retreat into the shadows. Spider-Man, utilizing the recoil, executed a graceful somersault and landed steadily beside the Super Moose, the two sharing a moment of camaraderie with a high five. Outside the screen, Parker observed the taskbar notifications indicating defeat the Elder Vampire, repel, subdue the rampaging Vampire 3. Scratching his head in confusion. Did they just scare him away? It seems this old bat isn't so tough after all. However, it appeared he activated some life-saving skill to escape. TSK. The vampire incident is far from over. He gazed at Spider-Man and the Super Moose celebrating on the screen, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. Once again, a perfect collaboration among superheroes. Well done, team. A new birth amidst ruins. A delayed birthday blessing once the thunderous roars and clamor of battle outside had subsided, leaving only the lament of the night breeze and the distant wail of sirens. Sorensen dared to cautiously emerge, like an overly startled little snail, from beneath the cold bed. The sight before him elicited a sharp intake of breath. His small bedroom was nearly half destroyed. A gaping hole marred the wall, cold winds rushing in unabated. Furniture lay askew, books and miscellaneous items scattered across the floor, cloaked in a thick layer of dust and debris. The old leather trunk, which he held dear, had been overturned, spilling its contents of dolls and old books onto the ground. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. His uncle and aunt would surely go mad upon their return, bringing with it a wave of icy despair and heavy guilt. Yet, soon after, a more profound sense of exhaustion, akin to the relief of survival, engulfed him. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the cold, debris-laden floor, gasping for breath. I'm alive. How am I still alive? A tremendous weariness and indignation surged within him, and tears uncontrollably welled in his eyes. Why did it have to be today, my birthday? Am I truly a cursed child? Even my birthday is marred by a monster's attack. No one remembers, no one cares. Just as this self-pitying chill threatened to consume him, a series of rhythmic knocks resonated from the sole, remaining intact glass window of his bedroom. Sorensen's heart leapt, and he looked up in terror. In the moonlight, a white face adorned with a distinctive grid pattern pressed against the glass. It was Spider-Man. He hung outside the window like a genuine spider, one hand gently tapping on the glass while the other waved amicably. "Hey, kid," Spider-Man's voice filtered through the glass, tinged with a slight modulation, yet remarkably clear. "As gentle as the night breeze. Did I startle you? What's your name?" A wave of astonishment and disbelief instantly swept away all negative emotions. Sorensen practically scrambled to the window, his excitement causing his fingers to tremble as he struggled to unfasten it, missing the latch several times. Sorensen. My name is Sorensen." Finally, he managed to open the window, cold air rushing in, but he paid it no mind, stammering his name while keeping his gaze fixed on his idol, as if caught in a dream. Sorensen? What a splendid name. With a nimble twist, Spider-Man effortlessly glided through the narrow opening, landing gracefully before Sorensen. His white mask turned slightly, surveying the room's chaotic state before resting on Sorensen's pale, dust-covered yet excited face. "Ah!" Spider-Man clapped his hands, his tone imbued with the delight of a secret revelation. "Today is your birthday, isn't it? Happy birthday." His voice was sincere and vibrant, piercing through the room's gloom like a ray of sunlight. Sorensen's face flushed crimson, his heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. His idol not only remembered his name, but also personally wished him a happy birthday. Spider-Man glanced around the room, which resembled a battlefield's ruins. His white mask seemed to blink with a hint of apology and playfulness. "It appears that your birthday party has been somewhat, overly animated by a few unexpected guests." Spider-Man shrugged his shoulders, acknowledging his role as one of the unwelcome guests who had disrupted the party's ambience. "Mind if I offer a small gesture of reparations?" he proposed, though he knew it might not quite match the joy of cake and balloons. "Spider-Man wants to make amends for my birthday." Sorensen's mind momentarily short-circuited. Signatures, photos, or perhaps just a few more words. Countless thoughts erupted in his mind, leaving him speechless, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Spider-Man's gaze roamed the room, landing on an overturned old leather suitcase beside a tattered rabbit toy, missing an ear and with cotton spilling out. He paused, as if struck by an idea, crouching down to meet Sorensen's eyes at eye level, his voice softening considerably, before those uniformed custodians with their large boxes arrived to clean up the mess. He indicated the SWAT team. "I might need to stay here a while to ensure everything is safe." Seeing the nervous yet hopeful glimmer in Sorensen's eyes, Spider-Man magically produced an object from behind him. It was a fluffy, light brown toy dressed in a blue bodysuit, red shorts, a small red cape, and sporting enormous antlers, none other than the Super Moose. Though the stitching bore the marks of being hand-sewn, and some areas showed subtle repairs, it was overall clean and tidy, exuding a sense of post-battle memorabilia. "Tajda!" Spider-Man exclaimed cheerfully, presenting the toy to Sorensen. "This is my good partner, the limited edition Super Moose commemorative figure. He is a superhero who has fought alongside me against villains. Consider it a belated birthday gift." He paused, as if the white eye mask held a hint of a smile, while observing the utterly astonished Sorensen, before adding with a touch of promise, "As for a Spider-Man figure, well, I'll make sure to get you one for your birthday next year. What do you think?" Sorensen was left utterly dumbfounded. He stared at the lifelike moose toy in front of him, then glanced outside to see the real Super Moose hovering and waving at him, his brain completely overwhelmed with the influx of information. Two moose? One that could fly and fight, and the other a toy? His thoughts became a jumble, caught in a whirlwind of surprise and confusion. "Take it," Spider-Man encouraged, nudging the toy closer. Finally, Sorensen snapped back to reality, trembling hands carefully accepting the moose plush, as if cradling the most precious, fragile item in the world. The soft texture of the plush conveyed an undeniable warmth that surged through him. Thank you, Mr. Spider-Man," he choked out, bowing deeply, tears flowing uncontrollably down his cheeks, landing on the toy's fur. All right. A man mustn't cry so easily." Spider-Man stood up, clapping his hands in an effort to lift the spirits. Even without cake, how could a birthday celebration be complete without singing happy birthday? Spider-Man cleared his throat and, to everyone's astonishment, began clapping his hands, singing in a voice altered by a voice changer yet imbued with utmost sincerity. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." At that very moment, a magnificent flying moose hovered outside the window, its enormous antlers nearly grazing the frame. With its signature, vibrant cartoonish tone, it seamlessly joined in the melody. Do-do. Happy birthday to you. Do-do. Sorensen abruptly lifted his gaze. His teary vision clouded, yet filled with the near presence of Spider-Man singing joyfully, the enchanting harmony of the airborne moose outside, and the warm, soft moose plushie nestled in his hands. All these elements intertwined, creating a surreal tableau of dreams. In that instant, all fear, loneliness, grievances, and coldness melted away, vanquished by this simple yet profoundly warm song and the scene before him. He clutched the moose plushie tightly, as if embracing the most precious treasure in the world. Tears streamed more fiercely down his face, yet they were no longer tears of fear or sorrow, but a warm tide of immense, unprecedented happiness and emotion. The harmonious voices of Spider-Man and the Super Moose, one striving to hit the right notes, the other providing a cheerful accompaniment, echoed through the desolate, icy ruins. Strikingly out of place, yet profoundly heartwarming, brimming with the promise of rebirth. Happy birthday to you. Do-do. Joyous. Do-do. Sorensen opened his mouth, eager to join in the song. But no sound emerged. He could only nod vigorously, tears mingling with dust as they streamed down his face, while his lips curved upward in an extraordinarily radiant smile. The purest, happiest expression of a 12-year-old boy, capable of illuminating the entire night sky. In that moment, this boy named Sorensen, amidst a birthday night ravaged by monstrous attacks, received the most incredible and unforgettable birthday gift of his life, a blessing, companionship, and a weighty promise for the future from his greatest hero. This heartwarming scene would be etched into the very fabric of his existence, like an indelible imprint. Chapter 39. A special prison. The roar of the engines was not the comforting white noise of a commercial aircraft, but a sharper, more aggressive, low-frequency growl, akin to a beast trapped within a metallic cage. Lin Kuei leaned against the cold wall of the night owl vertical takeoff and landing transport, peering through the narrow, bulletproof window. Below lay an endless expanse of deep blue ocean, and above the sea's surface, a stark, gray-black geometric structure was rapidly expanding. It was neither a holiday resort nor a loosely arranged military base. It resembled a massive bolt, forcibly driven into the sea, its angular edges suggesting something sinister. Obsidian Prison, one of the highest security facilities for the containment of supernatural entities. Here, not ordinary criminals were imprisoned, but aberrant beings capable of distorting the laws of physics, spreading fear, and even threatening the very existence of civilization. The aircraft descended with an almost brutal precision, landing directly on the solitary flat helipad atop the prison without so much as a hint of circling. The cabin door hissed open, allowing a rush of cold air, tinged with the briny scent of the sea and the metallic odor of rust, to sweep in, displacing a few strands of hair from Lin Kuei's meticulously arranged bun. Her expression remained impassive as she zipped her windbreaker to the top and stepped down the gangway, the metal grating beneath her feet echoing with a dull resonance. Four guards, clad entirely in matte black exoskeletal armor, advanced immediately. Their weapons were not ordinary firearms, but instead pulsated with flickering azure arcs, resembling tuning forks, a confinement pulse gun. There were no greetings, only the sweep of red identification lasers from their helmet visors, lingering on her and the pilot behind her for several seconds. Identity confirmed. Donghai Division. Operations Team Leader, Lin Kuei, codenamed Qin Kuei. Clearance level, Gamma 7. Purpose of access, interrogation, number 77. The lead guard's voice, processed and devoid of any human warmth, delivered the confirmation. Lin Kuei's own voice betrayed no emotion as she raised her wrist, revealing a specialized tactical bracelet. A light code projected onto the guard's visor. The heavy internal airtight door behind her slowly closed, completely sealing off the external light and air. The interior of the prison was an entirely different realm. The air was saturated with the sense of disinfectant, ozone, and an indescribable heaviness, as if it had been drained of all vitality. The lighting was a stark cold white, uniformly cast upon the unadorned metal walls and floor, reflecting a disquieting sheen. Each step she took echoed through the long, cavernous corridors, amplified by the ever-watchful surveillance sensors. She proceeded downward, passing through multiple gates requiring quadruple verification, iris scans, voice prints, passwords, and temporary dynamic keys. As she descended, the density of guards diminished, Yet their equipment and individual presence grew increasingly formidable. They were no longer mere soldiers in standard armor, but rather elite combatants in custom tactical suits. Their sharp gazes emanating a subtle energy resonance. Upon seeing Lin Kuei pass, these humanoid weapons maintained an absolute stance, though their eyes would subtly shift, attempting to convey a semblance of respect from their stony expressions. They understood that any outsider assigned to handle affairs here was undoubtedly among the sharpest and heaviest blades of the headquarters. The unmistakable fatigue in Lin Kuei's eyes served as testament to this immense pressure. Ultimately, she reached the core area, situated nearly 100 meters below sea level. Here, even breathing seemed to thicken, as a powerful force constantly suppressed any unnatural flow of energy. A technician, clad in a white lab coat yet armed at the waist, silently handed her a tactical tablet. "Commander, this is the list of recently contained bloodline individuals you requested." The supervisor's voice was low, as if wary of disturbing the oppressive silence of the prison. Lin Kuei took the tablet, her fingertips gliding over the cold screen. The list displayed 7 names or code names, accompanied by indistinct snapshots and a lengthy series of physiological data and energy readings. One name was highlighted: risk assessment. Extremely dangerous, high intelligence, strong mental resistance, ancient entity. Capture location: abandoned church underground, West District, Donghai City. Capturing unit: Special Containment Squad, with external unit Red-Blue Spider. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the Red-Blue Spider, her brows furrowing ever so slightly. She returned the tablet, and the technical director led her to a door. This door was strikingly different from the other gates. Crafted entirely from a dark golden transparent material, resembling a massive piece of amber. Beyond the door lay a narrow interrogation room, and on the opposite wall of the room was a solid panel of the same transparent material, astonishingly thick, high-dimensional quartz glass, capable of blocking most known forms of energy and mental penetration. On the other side of the glass, a figure was bound to a specially designed restraint chair. The chair resembled a grotesque metallic spider, with countless straps and probes immobilizing his limbs, neck, and even every finger. An electrical suppressor flickered with a faint blue light at his temples and chest. Despite this, the figure exuded an air of decay and arrogance. He was dressed in tattered garments, yet hints of a formerly splendid classical attire could still be discerned, his head bowed, silver hair disheveled and soiled. This was Moriarty, the vampire who referred to himself as an elder. Lin Kuei seated herself on the only metallic stool before the glass, adjusting the concealed sensor on her collar. "Vampire Elder." She spoke through the amplifier, her voice calm, clear, and devoid of emotion, akin to stating a fact. "This is our 3rd conversation. I hope this time you will make a wiser choice." The figure inside stirred slightly, the chains clinking softly. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a pale, handsome face marred by grime and subtle burn scars. His eyes were a pure blood red, burning with hatred and millennia of arrogance. Human, his voice was hoarse. It slithered like a venomous serpent through dried leaves. "Your voice disgusts me. To imprison a noble elder of the bloodline is akin to confining a beast. Such arrogance will ultimately be washed away with the blood of your civilization." Lin Kuei disregarded his threat and directly posed the core question: what is your purpose in infiltrating this world on such a grand scale? What exactly is the princess you are so frantically seeking? Furthermore, is there a possibility of reversing the transformation of humans into vampires? "Princess?" Moriarty emitted a low, distorted laugh, revealing sharp fangs. "That is a name beyond the comprehension of mere ants like you. She is Hope, the final sanctuary of the ancestral bloodline. As for transformation, it is a gift, a glorious path for your vile blood to be purified and exalted. Reversal? Ridiculous. Once the holy blood is consumed, you are eternally of my kin. This is an ironclad law." Lin Kuei's gaze swept toward the monitoring instruments beside her. Multiple physiological readings, energy fluctuation spectra, and micro-expression analyses all indicate that the counterpart is not lying, at least within his distorted cognitive framework. Everything he says is perceived as genuine. Conventional lie detection methods prove ineffective against such non-human entities. She slightly tilted her head, glancing at the technical supervisor lurking in the shadows beyond the glass, who gently shook his head, signaling that the mind reader was still en route and that, due to the prison suppression field, even their arrival would not guarantee success. Linguisticate inwardly. Time. It was the one thing she lacked most. The Bureau was not a monolith. The moderate faction advocated for control and research, while another formidable faction of radical purifiers believed that all non-human anomalous entities must be eradicated as viruses, with containment and study merely a temporary measure. They pushed forward a brutal bill for high-risk containment objects that could not provide sufficient intelligence value in the short term. They held the right to execute final disposition following assessment. Ancient bloodlines like Moriarty, who were impervious and exceedingly dangerous, were prime targets on the radicals' list. If vital intelligence regarding the princess and the large-scale infiltration plans of the bloodline could not be unearthed swiftly, his life, along with the precious information housed within his mind, would soon be physically purified away. She watched as the isolation window gradually dimmed, ultimately transforming into a dull, dark golden wall, severing the connection to that gaze filled with curses and hatred. It was only at this moment that Lin Kuei's tightly wound shoulders began to relax slightly. She raised her hand, firmly pinching the bridge of her nose in an attempt to dispel the headache that threatened to coalesce into something tangible. Each visit to Obsidian felt like a depletion of her very spirit. The accumulated despair and madness here were overwhelmingly thick, and just before the isolation took full effect, a faint yet distinct change flickered across the menacing expression of Moriarty within his cell. The ancient bloodline that coursed through him, transcending conventional physical distances, resonated with a subtle yet clear tremor based on blood ties and the initial embrace contract. Several, much weaker bloodline presences were captured and suppressed, being ushered through layers of gates into the various tiers of this deep-sea hell. The corners of his mouth imperceptibly twitched upwards. These lesser descendants, with their mixed auras, were evidently transformed from humans by his peers of equal or slightly lesser rank, such as barons and earls. What did this signify? It indicated that his kin had not given up. They were taking action. The transformation of more of their kind meant an increase in eyes and hands watching. Beneath the shadows of this city, an undercurrent was surging with increasing velocity. They would surely unleash a storm, a tempest capable of tearing apart the defenses of this cursed prison, or, at the very least, creating great chaos. And at the heart of it all was the quest to find the princess. The mere thought of the princess sent his mind spiraling back to the night of his capture. That peculiar human lad, clad in a red and blue bodysuit, swinging through the air while uttering foolish quips, Spider-Man. Moreover, there lies that wretched creature, resembling a cheap child's toy, yet harboring unfathomable energy. The plush moose, the super moose. It was their abrupt intrusion that thwarted his endeavors, leaving him unable to ascertain whether the girl truly possessed the aura of royalty. A disgrace, a humiliating affront. He seethed in silence, his sharp fangs piercing his own lips, the blood that seeped forth instantaneously absorbed by the constraining chair's material. Just wait, you tight-clad jester, you accursed puppet, and you haughty humans. When my kin discovers the princess and reclaims the earth, I, Moriarty, shall personally rend each one of you to shreds. The dark golden walls utterly isolated him from the outside world, leaving only an eternal sense of oppression and silence, alongside a malevolent heart that burned fiercely in absolute confinement, biding its time for vengeance. Chapter 40. Daily life. The afternoon sun filtered through the frosted glass of the old window, casting beams of light into the air, where one could see the minute specks of dust dancing within. "Oh dear, how splendid, child!" exclaimed the silver-haired grandmother, her face wrinkling into a broad smile as she steadied herself against the polished wooden table, gazing up at the red and blue figure that had just cleared the stubborn cobwebs from the ceiling. At such heights, my old bones could scarcely have imagined. Previously, I could only manage a few swipes with a duster, always ending up covered in dust. But now it is all so clean and tidy. Spider-Man descended gracefully from the corner of the ceiling, executing a nimble backflip and landing softly on one knee before the grandmother, upon the small, worn dining table adorned with a knitted tablecloth, his movements as silent and agile as a cat, not even disturbing the ceramic teapot resting atop it. Rising, he brushed off a speck of dust from his arm. Daily task. High places. No dust. Status. Completed. Reward. Experience points. Minor. Parker's gaze swept over the task completion prompt on the screen, his fingers poised over the keyboard. ready to direct Spider-Man to shoot webs and swing towards the next coordinates for locating lost cats or assisting a grocery store with deliveries. Child, come. Do not rush away. The grandmother hurriedly turned, somewhat unsteadily making her way to the tiny kitchen counter, where 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks had already been laid out, and several large bowls emitted an enticing aroma of food. After such a busy day, you must be famished. Do try Grandma's signature stew. Beef, potatoes, tomatoes. Simmered gently all morning until tender. As she chattered, the grandmother lifted the lid from the basket, and the rich, herb-infused aroma of the meat sauce instantly filled the small living room. Her eyes radiated love and warmth, yet there lingered a subtle hint of loneliness. Parker's fingers, poised to press the action key, hesitated in midair. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of the grandmother's backstory through system prompts. Her son had vanished during his youth, and her spouse had passed away some years prior. Like many elderly individuals living alone in this neighborhood, she clung to an empty home, subsisting on a meager pension and the occasional assistance of neighbors. This luncheon invitation transcends mere gratitude. It embodies a profound yearning to share warmth after enduring an extended solitude. On the other side of the screen, Spider-Man stands quietly beside the table, his white lenses seemingly gazing at the steaming bowl of stew and the eager face of the elderly lady. Never mind, Parker sighed softly, leaning back against the chair. He relinquished the command to depart immediately. The coordinates for the next task still blinked, yet in this moment, he felt compelled to allow the figure on the screen to linger a while longer. The elderly lady, noticing that Spider-Man had not left, appeared even more delighted, as if he were about to take a seat, or rather, maintain his stance at the table. Do try it. Don't disdain my cooking, she urged, enthusiastically wielding an old wooden spoon, ladling a generous portion of deep brown stew and tender chunks of beef, trembling as she aimed to place it before Spider-Man's empty bowl. But could he consume food? The thought flashed through Parker's mind. Was this merely a template? An energy projection he controlled? Or could the simulation of the terminal achieve some level of realism? Just as Parker worried about potential system malfunctions or unintended consequences, the Spider-Man on the screen made a move. He raised his hand, scratching the back of his head with a hint of bashfulness, a charmingly awkward gesture, before gently pinching the edge of his mask at the chin and rolling it back slightly, revealing a small area around his mouth. His movements appeared so natural, as if Spider-Man performed this daily. The figure on the screen accepted the heavy, fragrant bowl of beef stew. Under the watchful gaze of the kindly grandmother, the revealed contours of his mouth relaxed, and he seemed to smile faintly as he lowered his head and, through the mask's edge, took an honest bite of the tender beef. Parker was momentarily stunned, followed by a warmth blooming in his chest. The Spider-Man on screen, beneath the elderly lady's expectant gaze, took another bite, even humanely retrieving a pair of chopsticks from an old holder with a hint of mechanical awkwardness. Deftly picking up a piece of soft, stewed potato from a bowl, Parker instinctively licked his lips, as if the aroma of the food wafted through the screen. How does it taste? The elderly lady asked nervously, wringing the edges of her apron. Parker watched as Spider-Man lifted his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile once more, nodding emphatically, and through the voice modulator, he expressed genuine admiration. It's delicious, Grandma. I've never had such wonderful home-cooked food. The praise was delivered with heartfelt eloquence, the voice modulation flawless. The elderly lady's laughter, tinged with a warm, raspy quality, radiated joy akin to that of child. In this quiet, modest little living room, brimming with furniture, the sunlight continued to shine, and dust danced gracefully in the air. The hero, cloaked in vibrant hues of red and blue, gingerly and somewhat awkwardly wielded chopsticks, savoring the most genuine gratitude from solitary elder. The delectable warmth seemed to transcend the boundaries of reality and virtuality, palpably reaching Parker's heart on this side of the screen. He set aside his mouse, leaning back in his chair, captivated by this tender moment that felt less like a task and more like a cherished memory, a faint smile inadvertently gracing his lips. As for the other mundane tasks, they could wait a little longer. Meanwhile, in a public elementary school classroom on the other side of the city, the afternoon sun lazily spilled its golden rays onto the desks by the window. Some classmates were engaged in lively chatter. Others rested their heads in quiet repose, while a few diligently scribbled away, racing against time to complete their assignments. Sorensen sat upright in his seat, his small face betraying an expression that was utterly incongruous with the tranquil ambience of the classroom. His lips curled into a silent, goofy grin. His gaze was unfocused, seemingly transcending the confines of the classroom and drifting towards a distant, cherished memory. What replayed in his mind was that harrowing night, marred by monstrous destruction, suffused with smoke and the scent of blood, which should have been the epitome of despair. Yet, it had transformed into an extraordinary celebration, shimmering with light. He recalled the unwavering figure in red and blue, the promise of "let me help you celebrate your birthday," and that voice which, even through the mask, resonated with sincerity, accompanied by the gentle harmonies from outside. Most precious of all was the warm little companion resting in his room, a handcrafted super moose plushie. The events at home felt like a surreal dream. Uniformed officers arrived swiftly, conversing with the shaken relatives for an extended period, their demeanor calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The damaged walls and windows were promptly restored to their original state, perhaps even improved. Neighbors seemed to have found solace, for the panic of witnessing a monster soaring through the sky was no longer a topic of discussion. Everything appeared to revert to its rightful course. Everything, except for him. The desk, repaired. The walls, freshly painted. The gaping hole in the ceiling, seamlessly mended. Sorensen placed a hand over his heart, sensing a difference. The icy grip of fear had been replaced by the warmth of a comforting flame. In a mire of despair, a tiny seed named hope was breaking through the soil. His relatives seemed to have ceased mentioning the monstrous occurrences. Even when he presented the super moose plushie, they merely cast a fleeting glance and muttered about an old toy. They accepted the explanation regarding the damages caused by the unexpected collapse, along with the special compensation for repairs. The world outside appeared to be striving to erase the traces of that fateful event. Yet, Sorensen remained indifferent to his relatives' opinions or the pristine condition of the walls. All his thoughts and warmth were tightly bound to that red and blue figure who had emerged that night and the birthday gift he had bestowed. The sunlight cascaded upon the nape of his neck, enveloping him in a gentle warmth. He embraced his arms, resting his chin on the edge of the table, gazing vacantly into the air, a foolish grin adorning his face. Who could have imagined that on a birthday night nearly marred by a monstrous threat, he would receive a miracle capable of illuminating his entire childhood, perhaps even his whole life? This miracle bore a name: Spider-Man. Chapter 41. A woman named Nora curled up in the cold corner, her glasses askew upon the tip of her nose, her hollow eyes fixated on a minute crack in the ground. She tightly wrapped her arms around her bent knees, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure, her cheeks buried in the narrow valley formed by her arms, as if it were the only barrier separating her from the boundless void. The scapulae beneath her thin clothing rose and fell gently with each breath, every exhale seeming to be forcibly expelled from her lungs under an unseen pressure. It was too hasty, she murmured to herself, her voice raspy like sandpaper, fading into the fibers of her garment. Seeking out Su Xiao was indeed a reckless decision. The visage of Su Xiao, youthful yet unwaveringly loyal to the organization, flashed before her eyes before the lights extinguished. Fragments of memory, cold and coarse in texture, scraped against her nerves, the echoes of her past crashing over her once more. The small village on the southwestern border, a blank spot on the map, was the only place in her life where she had ever truly felt at home. An abandoned infant found in the fields, raised by a group of people who cultivated the land with the most primitive kindness. Uncle Zhang, the woodcutter under the flickering oil lamp, biting his lip as he purchased a flowered school bag with hard-earned money. The elderly matron of the ancestral hall, handing her a few pieces of small change wrapped in a handkerchief as educational funds. The summer she was accepted into university. The aroma of hearty stews wafting through the village, the earthy warmth of those connections embedding themselves deep within her bones. Outsiders only beheld the glory of the acceptance letter, oblivious to the heavy stack of remittance slips at the bottom of her box, stained with sweat and anxiety. In the city, every penny was meticulously accounted for. A plain bun and water sufficed for an entire day. What she earned, what she saved, was sent back to that mountain hollow, transformed into the stone for classroom renovations, the lonely tablets of medicine, and the low embankments to hold back floodwaters. The village head's antiquated radio became her lifeline, always blaring the same few admonishments. Don't send money here. Spend on yourself. What doesn't tea cost money in the city? Don't be shortchanged. After each tirade, there were always others in the background reminding her, dress warmly, eat well. Now, reflecting upon it, that shrill voice echoing in her dorm room as she nibbled on cold buns while listening to the familiar dialect felt achingly vivid. And then, the very foundation that sustained all of this vanished. It did not disappear over the horizon. It was utterly erased from the consciousness of this world, treated with a cruel indifference by the extraordinary that surrounded ordinary lives. The place she returned to was nothing but wild grasses. It left no trace on the map, remained nameless in official databases, and the villagers from neighboring areas gazed at her with a bewilderment as if they had never heard of that place. She exhausted every hard-earned reward, trying every possible means, as though calling out to the abyss, with not a single echo in response. The place, imbued with the familiar scent of earth, felt like a dream she had inhabited for far too long, now abruptly erased by the Creator's hand, leaving only a glaring desolation. This was not merely disappearance. It was a thorough negation of her very existence, executed with such precision that it left no room for rebuttal. A chilling, aimless confusion gripped her. Who was the enemy? What force was at play? Why this? The high and mighty officials, amidst this vast silence and amnesia. What do they truly know? What role did they play? She forced herself to endure, maintaining the fa of Nora, even in a state of living death. In this cold, rigid existence, she unexpectedly encountered the absurd farce of familial recognition, a lineage of commercial magnates. The banality of reality often surpasses the coarseness of imagination. Fortunate, lucky, a favored daughter, labels steeped in envy were branded upon her like a hot iron, legitimizing all her past struggles for survival and her relentless pursuit of homeland as mere trials befitting a scion of a noble family. She felt like a discordant cog, forcefully inserted into a vast, meticulously functioning yet frigid machine. The atmosphere within the family was always taut and courteous, each member performing strictly according to some invisible script. The stepmother was elegantly poised, the younger brother polite as though addressing a somewhat special acquaintance. Even her biological father's compensatory material gifts and authoritative gaze were separated by a thick glass curtain. Genuine warmth that had long since drained away in the village that had been erased. It was within this circle that she gained a clearer, more detached perspective on the bizarre events unfolding outside. Those so-called scions of wealthy families, the elite of prestigious academies, seemed to be immersed in a colossal, never-ending bubble. The essence of life appeared to revolve around a meticulously orchestrated drama of love, hate, jealousy, misunderstandings, reconciliations, and further misunderstandings, akin to an eternal play upon the stage. Today, one young heir lavishly booked the city's grand screens to showcase his affection for a campus beauty, while tomorrow, another heir would dramatically sever ties with his family for the sake of a Cinderella. Their stories rolled across social media platforms, the comments section buzzing with fervor, as the protagonists reveled in their own narratives. The scripts of domineering CEOs falling for me, the classic beauty and handsome prince drama, and the tumultuous love-hate relationships within affluent families unfolded around her as if they genuinely believed these were the absolute tenets of life, worthy of all their passion and intellect. Despite the resources and education they had access to, the prevalence of such romantic follies raised questions. To her, all this resembled an enormous, intricately crafted game of make-believe, shrouded in a layer of distorted glamour. She felt like an ant lost in a giant South amusement park, overwhelmed by a sense of indescribable absurdity and utter solitude. She could neither partake nor comprehend. They inhabited the same physical city, yet on a spiritual level, they were separated by countless universes. She wielded the resources granted by her new identity in an attempt to delve into the fringes of the world, crawling through the perplexing clues with great difficulty. Just as she caught a glimpse of an alluring anomaly beyond the rules, fate cruelly played a mocking jest. A colossal steel bird plummeted into the depths of the ocean's fiery maw, erasing the remaining semblance of her family, who existed merely as paper-thin connections in this distorted narrative. The potential leads to some aberrant core of the world, concealed within their beings, sank into the unfathomable abyss. The piercing cries of metal fracturing echoed, while news anchors recited monotonously. Alone, she sat in the expansive living room of her villa, a space resonating solely with the rhythm of her heartbeat. The edges of a family portrait, forced into a smile under duress, began to curl beneath her curled fingers. The last few names faded from her tenuous link to the world. A vast, suffocating void enveloped her, carrying with it a chilling confusion. Where lay her adversaries? In what direction should she strike out? The quest for truth felt like searching for a needle in an ocean, with no starting point in sight. No roots, no direction. Was it the plane crash that devoured her family? An act of God? A human calamity? Did it relate to the anomalies she was investigating? No one could provide answers. The deepest anguish stemmed from an overwhelming solitude. Those who truly knew her, along with the land from which she hailed, had been erased. There was no one left. In this bustling urban jungle, she felt like a specter wandering outside bizarre shop windows, the merriment and sorrow within having no bearing on her existence. And there was no one to listen or comprehend her absurd grievances about the obliteration of her village and the rewriting of the rules, nor her profound sense of confusion and dread. Chapter 42. A new situation at the International Exhibition Center. Sunlight streamed through the vast glass dome, illuminating the interior with a stark, cold brightness. A high-tech expo named Future Vision was underway, showcasing the latest graphene batteries, conceptual holographic interactive devices, and commercial products adorned with daunting labels like quantum and nano, yet shrouded in obscurity regarding their actual principles. Li Shuo, clad in an ill-fitting suit, stood out conspicuously amidst the crowd of elegantly attired attendees. He clutched a chilled can of cola, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the cold beads of condensation on the aluminum surface. His face etched with a palpable sense of disillusionment. Is the captain displeased with my injury from the last mission? Li Shuo murmured into the concealed microphone nestled beneath his collar, his voice low. The nearly invisible earpiece relayed his partner's clear response. In such a high-end setting, it's obvious this isn't place for someone like me, a devoted dweller of the two-dimensional world. Just look around. The air is thick with the scent of wealth and ostentation, not oxygen. His gaze swept over a group of men and women nearby, who were engaged in lively banter. Men donned exquisite Italian bespoke suits, their watches glimmering under the lights, exuding a subtle yet considerable value, while women adorned themselves in elegant gowns, their seemingly minimalist jewelry brimming with design flair, likely worth several years' salary of Li Shuo. They held champagne flutes, yet their conversation nearly caused Li Shuo to spew his cola in disbelief. Indeed, Mrs. Zhang was ruthless back in the day, casting Miss Wang out with nothing. Who would have imagined that a decade later, Miss Wang would return, having founded a tech company overseas, and reverse acquired a substantial portion of Mr. Zhang's family business? It was whispered that the young daughter of the Li family, sent abroad in her youth, had returned accompanied by a strikingly handsome boy of 7 or 8. This was bound to be quite the spectacle for the Li family. Li Shuo felt a throbbing at his temples. He suppressed his urge to comment and spoke into the microphone. Su Xiao, did you hear that? This is hardly a tech expo. It's clearly a gathering of elite family drama. I suspect I've wandered into the wrong scene. What they're discussing bears no relation to the technology one understand. In the tactical analysis room, Su Xiao sat before an entire wall of surveillance screens. Countless small displays showcased real-time footage from various corners of the exhibition center, while high-fidelity audio equipment transmitted the secrets of the elite verbatim into her ears. She rubbed her temples in distress, sensing her keen mental acuity morphing into a form of torment at that moment. My head is already beginning to ache. Su Xiao's voice emerged, tinged with weary resignation. Almost instinctively, she summoned her faint telekinetic ability, guiding a packet of instant coffee precisely into her cup. Just hang in there, Li Shuo. The energy detector indicates that a very faint yet exceptionally stable anomalous field pervades the central area of the venue, with a frequency unfamiliar and unlike any known awakened energy or anomalous entity fluctuations. Your task is to observe whether any individuals exhibit abnormal physiological or behavioral responses, such as dizziness, hallucinations, or extreme emotional highs or lows. If none are found, ascertain whether the source of the field is linked to any exhibited items, and then withdraw promptly. I would prefer not to hear about yet another lady's new young bodyguard. Understood. I'll look for any suspicious individuals. Li Shu Siga, gulping down a mouthful of cola in a bid to invigorate himself with caffeine and sugar. He composed himself, appearing to stroll casually. Yet his gaze swept across each passerby with the precision of a finely tuned radar. although his ability for short-range spatial jumping was of no use at that moment. The observational skills honed through years of fieldwork came into play. Unfortunately, after a prolonged observation, aside from a few pale-faced wealthy youngsters nursing hangovers and several socialites nursing their bruised egos from failed comparisons, he found no targets that met the criteria for abnormal responses. The peculiarities around him were all too mundane and material, bearing no connection to any supernatural forces. Report, Ling Dai, no abnormal targets detected, Li Shual wearily reported, and I suspected that peculiar energy field might be linked to the strange neural pathways of these individuals. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Parker rubbed his dry eyes and let out a mighty yawn, his gaze drifting from the experience bar on the computer screen displaying the Spider-Man template. His level had indeed risen slightly, thanks to the generous experience reward from his last victory over the corpse puppet. However, he felt disheartened by the fact that the icon representing the super moose remained dim, and the label for daily tasks remained utterly still. This defied logic. Parker slumped in his computer chair, speaking to the empty room. The doll had already been dispatched. According to the usual game logic, shouldn't this equipment have been activated? Was it possible that the super moose could only be summoned through accumulating rage points from combat? This nurturing system was far too unfriendly. Irritated, Parker dragged the mouse, sifting through the terminal task list, hoping to uncover the vampire-related quest chain marked by the crimson bat symbol. Those pesky vampire bats, having shown their faces, must surely have some follow-up. Yet, aside from a few meager neighborhood tasks like helping an elderly lady cross the street or guiding a lost kitten home, the task list was eerily silent. Sighing, Parker decided to temporarily set aside his frustrations. He maneuvered Spider-Man on the screen, swinging gracefully between skyscrapers, tracing a long arc. The exhilarating speed and weightlessness experience from the first-person perspective conveyed an indescribable sense of freedom and exhilaration, momentarily washing away the monotony and trivialities of reality. This perhaps was one of the most significant reasons for his obsession with the game, an unparalleled experience with low cost and zero risk. After swinging for over 10 minutes and executing several thrilling aerial maneuvers, Parker contentedly exited the control mode. Stretching leisurely, his gaze fell upon his phone resting on the corner of the desk. Suddenly recalling something, he picked it up, opened a shopping app, and checked the logistics information. A mixed expression of anticipation and pain appeared on his face as he viewed the notification. To better embody Spider-Man and delve deeper into understanding the character's behavioral logic and background, Parker had truly invested heavily. He had nearly scoured the market for every legitimate collection of Spider-Man comics available, even extending to significant events across the entire Marvel universe, as well as some highly acclaimed comics. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Parker considered himself no seasoned fan of American comics. His knowledge primarily stemmed from films and animated series without delving deeper. As he awaited the physical comics, his enthusiasm grew while flipping through the electronic versions or clicking on fan-curated plot summary videos. However, his expression shifted from anticipation to confusion, ultimately settling into a look of utter exasperation. What on earth was this? Parker couldn't help but vent his frustrations at the phone screen. Was the writer harboring a grudge against Peter Parker? Why must he be forsaken by all, reduced to destitution, and subjected repeatedly to the variations of Uncle Ben's death? Has my aesthetic sensibility fallen behind the times? Are the proportions of the human form truly scientific? He persevered through the absurdity of the narrative and the occasional disintegration of character development, feeling a surge of profound discontent, akin to having consumed 3 cups of stale coffee in one breath. He abruptly set down his phone and rubbed his face vigorously. Initially, he believed that the storyline of Marvel Spider-Man 2 was sufficiently distressing, yet there was also Spider-Man, Across the Spider-Verse. This film's plot was equally disheartening, and yet, there are still those skilled writers. When will those scriptwriters, ensconced in their offices, comprehend the existential queries he poses to an empty room? His voice laden with resentment and dissatisfaction? What moves us to fervor and tears is not merely the tight costume and superpowers. It is the individual beneath the mask. Peter Parker, who perpetually chooses to rise from adversity and accept responsibility. The emphasis cannot solely rest on suffering without highlighting the courage to resist. What is all this? Parker's lament reverberated through the room, met with silence. Only the computer screen flickered with Spider-Man's idle interface. The red and blue suit seemingly narrating a legend from another realm, while simultaneously resonating powerfully in this moment. Chapter 43. The sudden adversary Nora stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the dressing room, meticulously adjusting the collar of her deep gray bespoke suit. As a young professional in a cutting-edge technology firm, she had long accustomed herself to maintaining absolute composure and professionalism under the scrutiny of flashing lights and investors' gazes. Today, the Technology Expo, aptly named Future Vision, represented one of her company's most significant annual showcases. However, an indescribable restlessness lingered in her heart, not due to nerves, but rather a deeper, unsettling anxiety. Before departing, she inexplicably chose not to head directly to the garage, but instead unlocked a hidden door behind the study of her luxurious apartment with her iris and genetic locks. Stepping into her private laboratory, in stark contrast to the lavish modern style of her apartment, the lab was filled with a cold metallic sheen and pulsating holographic data streams. At the center of the laboratory stood a masterpiece, an aerodynamic, full-coverage power armor, predominantly in pearlescent white and chrome silver, known as White Wing. Its retractable winged thrusters exuded a sense of latent power, even in a dormant state. This was the culmination of her passion and dreams, her confidence in battling an increasingly uncontrollable world. Yet, the process of activation and donning the armor remained frustratingly cumbersome. To avoid the inconvenience of piece-by-piece assembly during emergencies, the goal was for the armor to envelop her like liquid metal from a portable container and solidify its structure. Unfortunately, issues concerning energy stability and material strength remained formidable obstacles, with the project stalled at 75% completion. Nora's gaze swept across the final list of exhibition guests displayed on the adjacent screen, a lengthy array of familiar names and titles. Business magnates, scions of illustrious families, venture capital titans. Her brow furrowed even deeper. She could not pinpoint the moment when she began to find it increasingly intolerable to interact with these individuals. It was not out of arrogance, but rather an uncanny intuition. Many among them seemed to possess an alarmingly monotonous and foolish thought process, as if an invisible glove had erased their capacity for profound contemplation, leaving only a fervent obsession with superficial socializing, trivial gossip, and capital games, an incongruity in an exhibition that was meant to explore the frontiers of technology. This collective phenomenon of intellectual diminishment sent chills down her spine. Yet she could not find any scientific explanation for it. She shook her head, temporarily suppressing these untimely thoughts. Now was not the time for such inquiries. She approached the platform, where a custom-made alloy suitcase, approximately half her height and flickering with a blue indicator light, was connected to the platform via multiple conduits. As she pressed the release button, the conduits retracted with a soft hissing sound. All the critical components of the White Wing armor had been safely compressed within. It was heavy, yet still within the realm of portability for Nora. She grasped the suitcase and strode confidently towards the waiting vehicle. It was always prudent to be prepared. At the exhibition site, throngs of people flowed like a river, champagne and insincere pleasantries intertwining. Li Shuo struggled to squeeze himself into an inconspicuous corner, grumbling for the 100th time into his earpiece about the wretched task he had been assigned. Suddenly, Su Xiao, Ling Dai, interrupted his muttering with an urgent voice. Focus. Pay attention to the man at your 2 o'clock, near the neural interaction interface booth. He is in a purple suit. His complexion is disturbingly pale. The energy detector just registered a fluctuation around him, but it vanished almost immediately. Very peculiar. Li Shuo instantly snapped to attention, his demeanor shifting as he tightened his muscles like a coiled cheetah, following her direction. The man was striking, not merely for his attire, but for the aura he exuded. It was as though he carried a distorted presence that starkly contrasted with the surrounding opulence. A languid, almost entranced smile graced his face as he leisurely toyed with an ancient pocket watch, seemingly crafted from solidified darkness, his fingers gently caressing his cheek. I see him. He truly resembles someone who has just emerged from a Gothic castle, Li Shuo whispered, his hand stealthily reaching for the specially designed high-voltage stun gun at his waist. At that moment, the man, an obsessionist, appeared to sense something, lifting his head, his gaze unfocused as it drifted into the void. In a tone that was almost melodic, he murmured to himself, his voice oddly piercing through the din of the gathering, subtly reaching Li Shua's ears. Let us count the moments. The magnificent symphonic movement is about to commence. I eagerly anticipate meeting that farcical performer, dancing upon the web, who brings false hope to the masses. As his words faded, a cacophony erupted. A cacophony of piercing glass shattering erupted from the vaulted ceiling and high windows of the exhibition hall. Enormous shards of glass cascaded down like deadly hail. The crowd screams swiftly escalated from bewilderment to abject, heart-wrenching terror. What on earth is happening? Li Shua bellowed, abruptly drawing his stun gun, lowering his body, and casting a sharp gaze towards the source of the chaos. Then he beheld them. Shadowy figures, roughly half the height of a person, descended amid the shattered glass debris. They were not living beings, but rather some malevolent creations. These entities possessed a skeletal structure reminiscent of crows or falcons, yet many of their feathers were fragmented, twisted, or even turned back into razor-sharp metallic shards, their edges glinting with a perilous sheen. Their wings were crafted from energy veins, supporting a bizarre structure of broken metal, producing an agonizing metallic scraping sound and a low, ominous hum as they flapped. Their heads bore no eyes, only a continuously rotating polyhedral sensor radiating a crimson glow, beneath which were alloy beaks as sharp as surgical scalpels. These damaged yet cruelly beautiful mechanical monstrosities, akin to hounds from a mechanical hell, began diving and circling, tearing at the expensive exhibits with their claws, indiscriminately severing cables and decorations with energy beams, and launching a merciless assault on the panicked crowd. What on earth are these abominable creatures? Li Shua glanced at his stun gun, whose maximum output could merely induce spasms and unconsciousness. Then at the clearly warlike mechanical avians, and his heart sank. This weapon would barely tickle them. Spirit butterflies. An estimated 20 unidentified mechanical units. Highly aggressive. I will do my utmost to guide the evacuation. Immediately request the highest level of military reinforcements. Li Shua shouted into the microphone, already in motion, seizing a woman paralyzed by fear and pushing her toward a relatively safe exit. Hold on, flashpoint. The captain and tactical team should be arriving shortly. Su Zhao's voice resonated with unprecedented tension, as the surveillance screens displayed fleeing crowds and rampaging mechanical birds, the alarm drowning out her console. Yet, the obsessionist seemed to exist in a grand opera performance. Clutching the shadowy pocket watch tightly, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his face radiating an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and ecstasy. Ah, do you hear it? The screams, the despair, this pure, sweet terror. The obsessionist murmured, his voice quivering with excitement. What abundant energy flows and converges. Come forth, bring a spark of resistance to this stage of despair, Spider-Man. I await the taste of your unique fear, intertwined with duty and urgency. Rarely does he make an appearance himself. Naturally, he must select the finest prize for his masterpiece. Chapter 44, Li Shua's Battle. Parker languidly sprawled in his computer chair, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the desk. The city's sunset streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows across his somewhat disheveled room. As he languidly refreshed the terminal interface, contemplating whether to order takeout, a vivid crimson alert box suddenly erupted in the center of the screen. Emergency response. The International Exhibition Center in Donghai City has detected a high-energy anomaly and a surge of widespread panic. Primary objective: neutralize the anomalous threat. Ensure civilian safety. Secondary objective: assist allied units on site. If any exist, rewards. Ah, here it comes. Parker's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he instantly straightened his posture, all traces of boredom vanishing in an instant. He adeptly adjusted the screen's angle, placing his hands upon the keyboard. A familiar surge of exhilaration intertwined with a sense of duty coursed through him. Taking a deep breath, he smiled. Let the work commence, Spider-Man. On the screen, a red and blue figure sprang to life, leaping from the shadow of a towering building, slicing through the golden rays of the setting sun, racing towards the exhibition venue at an astonishing pace. The sound of webbing shooting forth and the rush of wind reverberated through high-quality audio equipment, creating an unparalleled immersive experience. Meanwhile, The exhibition site resembled a desolate wasteland ravaged by a tempest. Li Shuo gritted his teeth and hurled the heavy lid of an overturned smart trash can a mechanical monstrosity lunging at an elderly man. With a resounding clang, the metal lid struck the creature's metallic frame. Though it inflicted no real harm, it successfully diverted the creature's attention, granting the elderly man precious seconds to escape. Exasperated, Li Shuo gasped and complained to the air, as if his partner could hear every word amidst the chaos. Are we truly entering an era of superpowered revelry? Each one more audacious than the last, choosing such a venue for indiscriminate assaults, as though they fear no one is aware of the presence of supernatural forces. A profound absurdity washed over him. He began to reminisce about a few years ago, when both they and the entities causing turmoil maintained a bizarre understanding, striving to resolve matters within the shadows, avoiding disruption to the ordinary world. It felt like an underground war. Yet now, this scene resembled a battlefield broadcast live on television. Thus, one must not act recklessly, Li Shuo lamented, pondering whether the law of solitary operatives encountering major incidents was destined to befall him today. Moreover, would this package include that loquacious spider as well? Grumbling aside, his movements remained unbroken. A fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing beside a startled girl, wrapping his arms around her waist. A heartbeat later, he materialized at the entrance of a safe passage 20 meters away. He urged the girl forward, shouting, "Run," before vanishing once more. He flitted through the chaotic hall like a specter, each brief appearance signifying one or two trapped individuals forcibly extracted from the most perilous zones. He observed that the mechanical birds seemed to harbor intentions beyond mere harm. Their scarlet sensors incessantly scanned the surroundings, unleashing feeble energy beams from their claws or mouths, precisely dismantling the most expensive and pivotal technological exhibits within the gallery. Notably, the prime displays of the Star Future Company were particularly targeted, reduced to utter chaos. With a clear intent for destruction, Li Shuo cursed under his breath, his gaze sharpening. He focused intently, locking onto a mechanical bird that was viciously tearing apart a sophisticated instrument. In an instant, he materialized upon the cold, violently vibrating back of the mechanical monstrosity. "Let me see what you are," he exclaimed, gripping the bird-esque body tightly with his legs, one hand clutching a protruding, damaged metal shard for balance, while the other swiftly explored the exposed energy conduits at the joints on its back, seeking a switch, energy core, or at the very least a discernible weakness. The mechanical creature emitted a piercing hum, akin to an agitated wasp, accelerating abruptly and flailing its broken metal wings, careening toward a nearby support pillar with the intent to scrape off this audacious parasite or reduce it to mere pulp. Wow! In the final moment before impact, Li Shuo activated his ability once more, narrowly appearing on the back of another hovering mechanical bird. Clearly, this was not merely a remote-controlled toy. Its reaction speed and protective instincts suggested an internal consciousness or perhaps an adept wielder manipulating it in real time. Alternatively, it could be a self-governing weapon from mechanical civilization. He resolved to test the waters. His right hand grazed the armor of the mechanical bird beneath him, while his left hand gestured toward a sharp, metallic fragment lying on the ground, a remnant of a damaged exhibit. In an instant, he telekinetically seized it, showcasing a high-level application of his abilities, as this short-range retrieval was in essence a minute spatial leap. In the next heartbeat, his eyes gleamed with a golden light. Time for a little internal surgery. Here we go. The sharp alloy shard suddenly vanished without warning, defying the laws of physics, only to emerge violently from the mechanical bird's chest cavity, accompanied by a jarring metallic tearing sound. He had spatially transferred the shard into the creature's interior. Yet, the anticipated scene of the mechanical bird short-circuiting, smoking, exploding, or at least incapacitating did not unfold. Instead, the bird stiffened momentarily, its movements halted for half a second, and a series of odd noises emanated from within. As parts jammed, the crimson sensors flickered briefly before the creature resumed activity. No fluid oozed from the punctured wound, only a few sparks of electricity and a fleeting, ethereal blue energy reminiscent of the aurora escaped, quickly retracting. "Damn, Nobital organs. The energy core isn't here?" Or is this thing not even driven by conventional physical structures? Li Shua's heart sank. Such foes were the most formidable for him, devoid of pain, lacking obvious physiological vulnerabilities, and perhaps even devoid of the traditional notion of life. As he launched his attack, it was akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Surrounding him were at least 5 or 6 mechanical avian monstrosities, their incessantly rotating crimson sensors locking onto him in unison. A chilling intent to kill descended upon him like a tangible shroud. Li Shua cursed under his breath, immediately seeking to teleport away from the encirclement. Yet, in the fleeting moment of activating his ability, his peripheral vision caught sight of a middle-aged man in a janitor's uniform, cowering behind the remnants of a partially collapsed display, trembling in fear, completely exposed to the onslaught of the mechanical birds. Such a situation still existed, Li Shua thought, cursing inwardly as he altered his teleportation coordinates in a split second. In an instant, he appeared beside the janitor, seizing his arm. "Do not be afraid. Come with me." However, just as he prepared to activate his ability once more to lead the man away, the encircling mechanical birds seemed to have anticipated his actions. They did not charge directly at him. Instead, they simultaneously flapped their wings, constructed of energy conduits and shattered metal, with a ferocity that generated chaotic gusts of wind from various directions, coalescing into an invisible, tumultuous vortex that ensnared Li Shua and the janitor at its center. The air swirled violently, lifting shards of glass and metal debris, slicing through the atmosphere like countless daggers. Li Shua felt an overwhelming, irresistible force assail him from all sides. His teleportation ability required a brief moment for positioning and stabilization. Yet amidst the frenzy of energy currents and physical assault, he found it impossible to execute with precision. In the next heartbeat, he and the janitor were struck by an invisible fist, violently hurled away by the raging winds, crashing against a distant, unyielding wall. The tremendous impact rendered Li Shua momentarily blind, his insides feeling as though they had been dislocated, a coppery taste flooding his throat as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Coughing painfully, he struggled, feeling as though his very bones were on the verge of fracturing. Yet, the instincts of a seasoned operative compelled him to suppress the agony, wipe the blood away, and, relying almost solely on sheer willpower, he managed to teleport the dazed janitor, who had narrowly avoided the wall, to a relatively safe counter several meters away before he himself staggered to his feet. Facing the adversaries once more, he had scarcely caught his breath when he realized the situation had worsened. Over 10 mechanical birds had completely encircled him, no longer rushing in with impatience. Instead, they advanced like seasoned hunters, forming a slowly constricting circle of death, closing in relentlessly. The currents generated by their wings intertwined, subtly creating a suppressive force field that rendered the air around him viscous, exponentially increasing the difficulty of teleportation. Leaning against the cold wall, sweat mingled with blood trickled down his temple. His hands trembled slightly from pain and exhaustion, and his breathing turned labored. Being a hero is indeed a formidable task. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, yet a grotesque smile, mingling anguish, self-mockery, and resolve, twisted across his face as he once again assumed a combat stance. A flicker of energy shimmered weakly in his eyes, but he was a man of duty. The codename Flashpoint would not falter in the face of adversity. However, within the depths of his soul, a frantic cry echoed. "Captain, Sister Qingkue, Boss Lan Yuan, Old Zhao, if you do not arrive soon, I shall truly meet my end. Preferably bring a sturdy body bag. After my demise, remember to erase my browsing history." As if responding to his inner pleas, a clear, lively voice, imbued with a distinctive rhythm, pierced through the gloom like a ray of sunlight, suddenly emanating from the high glass dome above. "Hey, little birds downstairs. This is not the time for morning exercises, and your singing is rather grating. It's time to return to your cages, lest you become ensnared in sticky spider webs." Li Shua, upon hearing that voice, abruptly lifted his head. There, a figure of red and blue descended from the shattered dome with a grace that seemed to defy the laws of gravity, one hand gently waving at them, the white eye mask seemingly fluttering as if it blinked. It was that loquacious figure in the tight-fitting suit. Instantly, the tension in Li Shua's body eased slightly. A sense of indescribable relief, a blend of his expected and finally arrived, quietly replacing a portion of his despair. Reinforcements, or rather, the most unpredictable variable had arrived. Chapter 45. The tide begins to turn. Parker stared at the screen, where grotesque and bizarre mechanical avian creatures moved erratically, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. The sensation was peculiar, akin to following a sprawling web novel in its early chapters, where the author introduces a new monster in one chapter and a new faction in the next, leaving readers dazzled, yet still unclear about the overarching narrative. Are there connections among the vampires, zombie Taoists, and now these mechanical birds? Or are they merely the randomly spawned, wild monsters of this gaming universe? He valued storytelling in games. It was precisely because of the mundane and sometimes tedious nature of real life that he yearned to experience another grand life within the virtual realm, to feel the weight of heroic choices, growth, and bonds. Fortunately, this game was not a completely disjointed anthology. Parker focused on the screen, where the disheveled young man with yellow hair, Li Shuo, codenamed Flashpoint, was skillfully dodging attacks. This operative was not a first-time appearance, perhaps from him. The intricate truths and organizational structure of this world could gradually be pieced together. The emergence of relevant characters indicated that the story was progressing, rather than being trapped in an endless loop of mundane tasks. Within the venue, Spider-Man's iconic quip still lingered in the air, as his body propelled forward like an arrow released from its bow. Whoosh, whoosh. Two strands of milky white biological webbing accurately ensnared the heads or wing joints of the two closest mechanical birds. Without waiting for their response, Spider-Man abruptly yanked both arms, employing his formidable strength in conjunction with the elasticity of his webbing, propelling himself towards the heart of the mechanical bird swarm like a cannonball. In midair, he adeptly twisted his body, his legs striking out like battle axes. Bang, bang. The dull thud of metal colliding resonated almost simultaneously. The two mechanical birds, struck by his kicks, spun out of control and plummeted towards the ground, scraping against the floor and producing a jarring noise, their damaged metal plates clanking. Spider-Man gracefully landed after a somersault, slightly bending his knees to absorb the impact, while simultaneously twisting his wrist to aim his web shooter at another bird attempting a side attack on Li Shuo. ZZZT. A special web shimmering with azure arcs of electricity shot forth, enveloping the mechanical bird with precision. High-voltage currents surged through its metallic frame, causing it to freeze momentarily, sparks erupting from its body as it fell into a state of paralysis. "Hey, Mr. Flashpoint, long time no see. How have you been?" Spider-Man even found the time to turn his head and greet Li Shuo, who was leaning against the wall, panting, his voice altered by a vocal modulator, yet still carrying a relaxed tone, as casual as if they were encountering each other on the street rather than a battlefield of life and death. "It would be even better if I were lying in my dorm bed, sipping a cold drink, watching the latest episodes of my favorite anime." Li Shuo wiped the coagulated blood from the corner of his mouth, responding weakly, each word sending sharp pains through his ribs. This Spider-Man truly had an enviable mindset. Li Shuo's mind raced. Facing these creatures barehanded, compounded by the excessive energy expenditure, was exceedingly disadvantageous. He had to retrieve the equipment from the vehicle. His gaze darted towards the exit of the exhibition hall, rapidly mapping out the shortest route while identifying obstacles to avoid. What a tiresome fate. I haven't even enjoyed lying in the infirmary bed yet. It seems that once I finish this mission report, I shall have to return for another round of recovery. Li Shuo lamented internally, already foreseeing his future of being mummified and laid to rest in the dedicated medical center. Spider-Man nodded in agreement, even though the other could not see his expression. Indeed, that is a pinnacle of blissful moments. While speaking, Spider-Man executed a backflip to evade 3 intersecting energy beams, simultaneously adhering a web to the chandelier, swinging himself up and delivering a series of rapid kicks, sending one bird that had swooped down from above flying away. His so-called spider-style tactics were fully displayed at that moment, with his extraordinary agility granting him the ability to maneuver effortlessly amidst the confined space and intense assaults, while his superhuman strength imbued each seemingly light kick or pull with astonishing destructive power. He darted through the metallic jungle like a streak of red and blue lightning, pushing back, entangling, or temporarily incapacitating the mechanical birds in his wake. Furthermore, Li Shua occasionally utilized his spatial abilities to suddenly displace heavy exhibition debris or fire hydrants into the flight paths of the birds, creating obstructions. Astonishingly, the battlefield situation was momentarily stabilized by their combined efforts. Li Shu, the outer crowd has mostly dispersed. The police cordon has been established. I am endeavoring to connect to the internal security system of the venue, hoping to activate emergency defensive measures. Has Spider-Man arrived on the surveillance feed? The voice of Su Xiao resonated through the headset, rapid in pace and imbued with a professional tone, yet the final words were laced with a noticeable rise in pitch, revealing an unmistakable astonishment and a subtle, fan-like exhilaration. Li Shuo, evading a claw strike with a short-distance leap, growled into the microphone. Indeed, that chatty figure in spandex has arrived. Lingdi, stop mere spectating. Can you remotely maneuver my vehicle to the nearest entrance? I require my equipment. Now. Immediately. Understood. The control permissions for Yi Qi have been obtained, and I am calculating the optimal path to circumvent obstacles. It is en route to the cargo entrance of Exhibition Hall 3, expected to arrive in 15 seconds. Be prepared to receive. Su Zhao's efficiency was remarkable. Li Shunuda, refocusing all his attention on the battle. He continuously blinked, utilizing his abilities to hurl various debris at the mechanical bird, creating opportunities for Spider-Man to attack and facilitating his own approach to the entrance. Soon, a deep and powerful engine roar grew nearer. A seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat dilapidated black sedan approached with a driving style that defied its appearance, executing a spectacular drift and halting precisely at the entrance of Passage 3, its doors unlocking automatically. Upon witnessing this, Spider-Man intensified his assault, shooting webs like a torrential downpour while deliberately creating a cacophony to draw the attention of most mechanical avian adversaries. Hey, everyone, look over here. It's time for spiders and birds. Seizing this opportunity, Li Shuo blinked into the vehicle. Inside, the interior starkly contrasted its humble exterior, revealing an entirely different realm. Soft white light illuminated the technology-laden walls, where complex interfaces and screens flickered with a gentle glow. A compact yet fully equipped weapons rack slowly rose, adorned with anything but ordinary police or military gear. Li Shuo acted swiftly, discarding his tattered, ill-fitting suit jacket. He first donned a tactical mask that covered half his face, integrated with multifunctional optics and a miniature breathing filter. Next, he slipped on a pair of specially crafted tactical gloves designed to enhance grip and equipped with miniature shock units. He then retrieved a compact pulse pistol, its body adorned with flowing azure energy patterns, a high-frequency vibrating particle dagger, and several disc-shaped devices resembling high-tech grenades. In mere seconds, he transformed from a disheveled youth in an ill-fitting suit into a fully armed professional agent, exuding a sci-fi aura. Data streams coursed across his visor, the cold metallic feel replacing his previous demeanor. He forcefully flung open the car door and re-entered the fray, just as a mechanical bird spotted him and screeched towards him. Li Shuo's gaze sharpened, showing no inclination to evade. With his right hand raised, the pulse pistol aimed, his left hand seemingly nonchalant, pressed down on the trajectory of the approaching mechanical bird, activating his power. In the next instant, the round disc grenade clasped his left palm vanished, and almost simultaneously, a deep yet devastating explosion erupted within the chest of the lunging mechanical creature. Boom! Though devoid of a blinding fireball, a powerful shockwave surged forth from the creature's interior. Its metallic chest swelled dramatically as if inflated from within, and soon thereafter, various components, wires, and that eerie azure energy fluid gushed forth from the fissures. Its head was instantaneously blasted away. The headless body swayed momentarily before crashing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Li Shuo shook his slightly numbed left hand. His gaze beneath the goggles was as sharp as a blade. His voice, amplified through the mask speaker, conveyed a chilling intent and the authority of an official. Truly, now you intruding scoundrels shall taste the might of a formal employee. The official organization that has long safeguarded this world does not merely shout encouragement from the sidelines. Chapter 46. Confronting the Obsessionist in a relatively tranquil corner. Far from the chaotic battlefield, the Obsessionist peered through a shattered glass curtain wall, as if enjoying a splendid theatrical performance while observing the distant clash. When that streak of red and blue descended in its signature style, disrupting his masterpiece with absolute strength and agility, a sickly excitement flushed his pale, emaciated face. Rather than anger. "He has here. He has come," he murmured softly, before being unable to contain a fit of twisted laughter that echoed hauntingly through the empty corridor. Clutching the shadow pocket watch tightly, his knuckles whitened from the pressure, as if he sought to extract even more pleasure from it. "I can smell the taste of that hypocritical, naive yet delectable hope." His gaze penetrated the space, seemingly witnessing the flicker of renewed anticipation igniting among the terrified crowd, now slightly calmed by Spider-Man's arrival. This anticipation appeared so ludicrous yet precious in his eyes. In this world, already fundamentally decayed and hollowed out of history and reality, the obsessionist seemed to whisper to the watch, as if proclaiming that there were still those who dared to play the role of a beacon, wishing to become the hope for others. "Spider-Man, how naive you are! This world is not meant to be mended. It deserves to embrace rebirth through utter destruction. Only through the ultimate fear can all delusions be washed away, giving rise to a truly pure and powerful new era." He seemed to taste the richness of despair-laden terror that would erupt when this thread of hope was once again ruthlessly crushed. That would be the offering for the reformation of perfection. It is only after the shattering of false hopes that the deepest fears and despair are born. The obsession master advanced with a gait that resembled a dance, light and eerie, humming an off-key requiem as he leisurely approached the core battlefield from whence the cacophony and explosions emanated, akin to attending a grand feast. In the center of the battlefield, a brief respite from a wave of assaults emerged. "Wow, Spotlight Man, your upgraded gear looks incredibly cool. Far more stylish than that wrinkled suit of yours." Spider-Man executed a somersault, landing nimbly beside the fully armed Li Shaw, his voice brimming with genuine admiration. Even reaching out to touch the pulsing energy patterns flowing across Li Shaw's pulse gun. Li Shaw instinctively sidestepped, his mouth twitching beneath the mask as he internally lamented, "Brother, what time is it? The surroundings are still erupting. Monsters are flying overhead. How can you still have the energy to critique my gear? Is this the ease of the strong, or is he simply lacking a sense of urgency?" He considered himself somewhat optimistic, or rather, finding joy amid suffering. But in this life-and-death battlefield, he realized he could not mirror the other's nonchalance in making lighthearted quips. Adrenaline surged, wounds throbbed, and the weight of fear of the unknown, coupled with the pressure of duty, bore down upon him like a mountain. What material were the nerves of this spandex-clad vigilante made of? Could he truly be impervious to fear? Just then, on the computer screen before Parker, a familiar spider sense warning icon abruptly flickered above Spider-Man's head. The white, serrated wave pattern quivered violently, accompanied by a sharp alarm sound in his earpiece. Audible only to him. An ambush. Parker's focus sharpened instantaneously as he instinctively propelled the control stick and pressed the dodge button. In the game, Spider-Man's movements almost synchronized with Parker's commands. He suddenly wrapped his arms around the still grumbling Li Shua's waist, unleashing a surge of core strength as he leaped sideways. In the very next second after they left their position, boom! A formidable, vibrantly colored auroral energy beam, radiating an aura of extreme danger, descended like a spear of judgment from the heavens, striking precisely where they had just stood. The robust exhibit hall floor was as if sliced by high-temperature lasers, instantly creating a deep, charred pit with melted edges, the residual energy crackling like an electric arc, emitting a foul odor of ozone and vaporized metal. Li Shu, nestled under Spider-Man's arm, gazed at the still-smoking abyss, his expression paling instantly beneath the mask, cold sweat pouring forth. Yet, the crisis was far from averted. The remaining mechanical avian monsters seemed to have received some directive, no longer confined to the fray within the hall, but instead emitting piercing buzzes as they shattered the already precarious glass curtain walls and steel structures surrounding the exhibit, surging into the sky outside like a swarm of departing bees. However, they did not disperse. Rather, they swiftly regrouped in midair, adjusting their formations and aiming their flickering crimson sensors at the structure below. In the next moment, beams of energy, varying in thickness, erupted from their mouths like raindrops, indiscriminately bombarding the structural edifices of the expo. Walls crumbled, Steel frameworks twisted and fractured, and explosions reverberated in succession. Their intent was unmistakable, to utterly annihilate this building, burying everything within, including Spider-Man and Li Shua. Well, the little birds had completely broken free, and they were starting to wreak havoc. Spider-Man released Li Shua, raising his head to gaze through the shattered ceiling at the dark dots swirling in the sky, attacking with ferocity. His tone shifted, infused with gravity. He needed to devise a way to rein in these unruly little creatures. Wait, Li Shua, gritting through the pain in his ribs and internal organs, steadied himself with sheer willpower. His voice, filtered through the mask, sought to remain calm and professional. Reinforcements are on the way. The aerial strike team and heavy equipment are en route, including armed helicopters. You can't fly. Engaging them in the air puts you at a disadvantage. Without a foothold, mobility will be restricted, turning you into a live target. A forceful assault could result in unnecessary casualties. You have done enough. You have protected many civilians. Let the professionals handle the next phase of the operation. At the computer screen, Parker watched this dialogue unfold, unable to suppress a frustrated click of his tongue. His right finger hovered over the control key, ready to launch webs. Yet the Spider-Man in the game was momentarily unresponsive due to this dialogue. Y&T this conversation tree concluded. What were the options? The skip button? He wanted a battle. Experience points. Equipment. Parker mumbled softly, begrudgingly accepting the game's occasional imposition of forced dialogue during plot triggers. All right, fine. Let us consider this an unskippable cutscene. It seemed that the game engine still required optimization for seamless transitions between narrative and combat. The Spider-Man in the game did not immediately respond to Li Shua. Instead, he suddenly raised both hands, aiming his wrists at the still intact, load-bearing columns on either side of the venue. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 strands of web shot forth with precision, adhering to the columns. Spider-Man's arms tensed, the powerful webbing drawn into a formidable arc, his entire being resembling a slingshot poised for action, evidently preparing for an audacious leap into the aerial battlefield. Li Shua observed his silhouette, slowly shaking his head, his gaze beneath the mask a complex tapestry of emotions, admiration, confusion, and a hint of concern. I truly wonder what lies beneath that mask, a saint of utmost benevolence or a fool of profound folly. They too were engaged in similar endeavors, protecting the populace, combating anomalies. Yet they were organized, equipped with logistics, stipends, and pensions. Their sacrifices and contributions were met with tangible rewards, ensuring the welfare of themselves and their families. This was a responsibility grounded in rationality. And what of the Spider-Man? What drove him? Beyond the ephemeral emotional value derived from doing good, which may not even exist, what compelled him to risk his life in such pursuits? Was it pure altruism? In Li Shua's perspective, such individuals are either saints or incomprehensible fools. At that moment, a voice, rich in dramatic tension and exaggerated in its operatic tone, resonated from a relatively intact second-floor corridor not far away. Look who has arrived. The unexpected guest who has disrupted this tedious script, the weaver of false hopes. Our dear neighbor, Spider-Man. It was the obsessionist who had appeared there unannounced. He spread his arms wide, striking a somewhat flamboyant pose reminiscent of a stage actor reverently adoring the sun, his face adorned with a peculiar smile that blended fervor, mockery, and a hint of morbid admiration as he gazed down upon the chaos below and the 2 individuals poised for confrontation. Parker, upon seeing the new character, evidently marked by a special frame and possibly a health bar, suddenly felt a spark of excitement, momentarily casting aside thoughts of the mechanical birds soaring through the sky. Oh, is this an elite monster? Or has the regional mini-boss made an early appearance? Parker mused, stroking his chin. Am I still supposed to deal with those mechanical birds? Chapter 47. The Fear of Spider-Man? Li Shua's tactical visor instantly locked onto the flamboyant, manic figure in purple that had suddenly appeared on the second floor. His extensive experience in handling extraordinary events indicated that anyone bold enough to openly present themselves in such a situation, while adopting an air of control, was either an extremely dangerous core figure or a complete madman, or perhaps both. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his pulse pistol, the energy indicator instantly charging to full capacity. The muzzle steadily aimed at the obsessionist. Wow. Dear enthusiastic audience, please refrain from becoming overly excited and do not rush the stage. The obsessionist seemed to have anticipated this, chuckling lightly and waving his hand dismissively. With that gesture, a viscous, inky energy surged from his palms, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Rather than forming an aggressive energy beam, it swiftly expanded before him, taking shape as an oval energy shield that subtly pulsed, its surface appearing to be riddled with countless agonized faces struggling to break free. Li Shuo pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Bang! A searing blue pulse of energy struck the black shield with precision, yet no explosion or penetration occurred as anticipated. The energy beam dissipated like a stone sinking into the sea, merely causing ripples across the shield's surface before being wholly consumed, leaving not even a whisper in its wake. The obsessionist remained unfazed behind the shield. Not even the hem of his garment stirred. Now, the star of the stage was none other than our Spider-Man. The obsessionist tilted his head, casting that eerie and chilling smile downwards towards the poised Spider-Man, as if Li Shuo's attack was merely an inconsequential interlude. His voice, imbued with an enchanting quality that pierced the soul, directly inquired, Spider-Man, do you truly believe that with your solitary strength, you can save everyone here before the computer screen? Parker regarded this flamboyant, bizarrely powerful figure, who spoke with the classic tone of a villain, and instead of feeling fear, he felt a surge of excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Well, this attire resembles the purple suit of a jester or the deranged persona of the Green Goblin. Parker appears as though he has stumbled upon a new world. Truly, this game has finally introduced a villain of considerable sophistication and eloquence. A compelling superhero narrative cannot be devoid of a few captivating supervillains. This is precisely what one desires. In the game, Spider-Man seems utterly unfazed by the philosophical quandaries posed by his adversary, or perhaps the programming has prioritized Parker's combat directives. Almost instantaneously upon the conclusion of the obsessionist's words, Spider-Man flicked his wrist, and with a crackling sound, a stunning electric web shot forth directly towards the obsessionist in the corridor on the second floor. Yet, that peculiar black shield quivered once more. The electric web collided with it, and the formidable current appeared to be guided chaotically across the shield's surface for a fleeting moment, only to be silently consumed, leaving not a single spark in its wake. Ah, dear sir, in vintage attire, Spider-Man remarked with his characteristic nonchalance, even gesturing with his hands. I am truly swamped at the moment. A flock of mischievous little birds awaits my attention. If you seek my autograph or a photograph, kindly form an orderly queue and wait until I'm finished, all right? This is quintessential Spider-Man, evading and jesting. The smile on the obsessionist's face deepened, as though he could see through the mask and playful banter to the essence beneath. He continued, his voice laced with a chilling hook, attempting to pry open the defenses of his opponent. Your words are light-hearted, your movements agile, yet your heart is far from the formidable and fearless facade you project. I sense a deep, meticulously concealed fear. Fear? Li Shuo, who was attempting to discern the weakness of the shield or an angle of attack, paused momentarily, his brow furrowing beneath his mask. Who? Spider-Man? Is that for real? To him, this loquacious figure in a skin-tight suit epitomized fearlessness. How could he harbor fear? Upon hearing the obsessionist's assertion, Parker slightly hesitated in controlling Spider-Man's actions. He focused his gaze on the red and blue figure on the screen. This Spider-Man was indeed merely a character under his command, a tool with basic behavioral logic. Yet, for reasons unknown, Parker suddenly recalled a widely circulated comic strip he had encountered online, juxtaposing Spider-Man and Batman. Similarities. Both are powerless in the face of the loss of loved ones, leading to a profound understanding that with great power comes great responsibility. Both prioritize the safety of others above personal affairs. Both regard familial bonds as an untouchable boundary. Both lead chaotic lives in their true identities. Both possess unwavering determination. Both adhere to a principle of not killing. Even as heroes, they often grapple with confusion. Both operate under the cover of night, and most often, they are solitary figures. Differences: the disparity in age and experience. Attitudes toward violence. One exhibits restraint, the other exploits it. One conceals inner fears and traumas with an endless stream of jokes and sarcasm, while the other embodies fear to intimidate evil. One is lively and passionate like a neighborly boy, while the other is mature and composed like a dark night. One is eager to believe in and assist anyone, while the other keeps contingency plans even for allies. One attributes all mistakes to himself, while the other vows to eradicate the city's sinful soil. One believes in the possibility of redemption for everyone, while the other insists that certain evils must be utterly eliminated. There is, of course, a widely circulated saying, Spider-Man is akin to a Robin who has matured in isolation without the guidance of Batman. The allure of Spider-Man as a teenage hero has garnered broad recognition. Peter Parker, murmuring to himself, gazes at the screen where Spider-Man, seemingly unfazed, strikes a battle pose. His emotions suddenly become complex. Does this seemingly flawless hero template he controls also bear the weight of Peter Parker's own profound fears and sense of responsibility? Can he truly manipulate him with a carefree, gaming mindset? He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this sudden, overly philosophical reflection on the game. No. If I continue down this path, my desire to draw upon the Batman template will become uncontrollable. Calm down, Parker. Focus on the present. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the obsession master in the corridor on the second floor unleashed a heart-stopping, vibrant purple light from his deeply sunken eye sockets. This light was not merely physical illumination. It resembled an energy torrent that directly invaded visual nerves and the realm of the mind. Do not conceal it. Let me witness the deepest fears within you, Spider-Man. The voice of the obsession master seemed to emanate from a great distance, yet rang directly in Parker's mind, imbued with an irresistible power. Buzz. The computer screen before Parker began to twist and flicker violently. It was not mere signal interference. The very environment within the game was undergoing supernatural transformation. The once familiar scene of the fair's ruins began to melt away like an oil painting, peeling apart. The familiar surroundings were overtaken by a chilling, distorted vision, seemingly born of nightmares. Parker held his breath, realizing that the true battle may have only just begun. This was not a simple physical confrontation, but an assault that pierced the soul. He focused intently, bracing himself for the unknown challenge. Chapter 48. Uncle Ben Lishua was suddenly engulfed by a wave of intense dizziness, the surroundings twisting violently like ripples in water disturbed by stone. Cold metallic walls. The acrid scent of smoke, shattered technological exhibits. Everything swiftly faded, decomposed, and reassembled. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself standing on a sunlit street in a foreign land, yet it felt strikingly unfamiliar. In a quintessential North American suburban setting. Manicured lawns and two-story detached homes abound, with towering oak trees and an abandoned school bus stop visible in the distance. Where's this place? A profound sense of dislocation enveloped Lishua, igniting a wave of anxiety and confusion. Just a moment ago, he had been confronting a mechanical monstrosity and a madman clad in purple at the International Exhibition Center of Donghai City. His gaze frantically searched, soon landing on a familiar figure in the center of the street, Spider-Man. He stood there, his red and blue suit striking against the unfamiliar sunlight, yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of solitude. Lishua opened his mouth, intending to call out to him, to inquire about the situation, but was horrified to find that no sound emerged. Furthermore, his body felt ensnared by invisible shackles, rendering him completely immobile, a mere spectator trapped within his own vessel. Now, it was time for the protagonist's inner monologue. Dear audience, please adhere to the theater rules, remain silent, and feel deeply. That haunting voice, laced with mockery and coldness, resonated within the depths of his mind, akin to a demon's whisper. Damn, it's psychic control, and from a top-tier adept capable of conjuring such a vivid illusion. In an instant, Lishua comprehended his predicament, his heart raging. What a stroke of bad luck. First, an indestructible mechanical bird, and now an even more absurd psychic overlord. Oh heavens, do you find me an eyesore? Why must I, an ordinary spatial manipulator, face such high-level challenges during my fieldwork? Meanwhile, at his computer, Parker gazed at the completely transformed game scene, momentarily stunned. However, drawing on his experience from playing Marvel's Spider-Man and his extensive knowledge of comics and films, he quickly realized, we've entered the realm of the mind, or an illusionary narrative. Is this the second phase of the battle? A psychological warfare? He attempted to press the keys, only to find Spider-Man's movements sluggish on the screen, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight on the unfamiliar street, unable to run, jump, or even shoot webbing. The combat had also dulled. So it's a forced narrative mode, is it? Fine, let me see what this villain can conjure. Parker reluctantly set aside his desire for combat and focused on observing his surroundings. The streets grew increasingly familiar. Wait a minute. This seems to be the neighborhood from the Ultimate Spider-Man animated series where Peter Parker resides. Come on, Spider-Man, no more hiding. Let us confront the deepest fears and nightmares within you. The voice of the Obsession Master echoed throughout this illusory space, brimming with allure and anticipation. Spider-Man's fears, Parker murmured as countless iconic story arcs involving Spider-Man flashed through his mind. Almost every version pointed to the same original, eternal trauma, the death of Ben Parker. As if in response to his thoughts and the Obsession Master's guidance, the illusion focused on a familiar American-style detached house with a porch nestled beside the street. With a creak, the white wooden door swung open, revealing a figure who stepped out slowly. He wore reading glasses, his hair a silvery gray, clad in a plaid shirt and khaki trousers, his countenance gentle and kind, a newspaper held in his hand. On the screen, Spider-Man's body suddenly jolted, even through the mask. One could sense his momentary rigidity and disbelief. A trembling, nearly shattered voice emerged from beneath the mask, imbued with endless longing and sorrow. Uncle Ben? This utterance acted as a trigger. In an instant, the spaces flanking the street unfurled like a cinema screen, revealing several vast, semi-transparent energy displays. The screens began to synchronize a heart-wrenching yet vivid scene. A young boy, his face obscured, acquired superpowers, and in a moment of rage and selfishness, allowed an armed robber to dash past him. The scene swiftly transitioned to a dimly lit alley, punctuated by the crack of a gunshot, then to the Parker household, where Aunt May's anguished cries echoed, alongside Uncle Ben's lifeless body on the floor and his final words that would resonate throughout Spider-Man's life. With great power comes great responsibility. Li Shua's eyes widened as he was compelled to witness this tragic reenactment. Though he could not discern the boy's face, the narrative was crystal clear. A profound shock and a complex array of emotions surged within him. He had never fathomed that the hero, who was always cracking jokes and appeared eternally optimistic, bore such a weighty and painful burden of guilt and loss at the inception of his heroic journey. Beneath that mask and the myriad of jokes lay such a poignant story. Li Shua found himself on the verge of tears, an ineffable sense of admiration and sympathy blossoming within him. He suddenly began to comprehend Spider-Man's seemingly carefree humor. It was perhaps the soul armor protecting him from succumbing to the heavy responsibilities and past traumas. Ah, how sweet this pain is, how profound the regret. The Obsession Master let out a contented sigh, as if savoring the finest delicacy. Now, let us revisit this old acquaintance of yours, one who once bestowed upon you boundless trust and affection, yet ultimately paid the price with his life for your momentary choice. This constituted your greatest failure, your deepest nightmare. Welcome it, embrace your fear, Spider-Man. The Obsession Master's voice was hypnotic, guiding Spider-Man step by step towards the figure standing on the porch, pale-faced and expressionless, like a ghost resurrected. Uncle Ben. Li Shua watched in desperation as Spider-Man moved towards that apparition like a marionette. No, you mustn't go. It's a trap, a psychological assault. Drowning in past sorrows will not resolve present dilemmas. Wake up, Spider-Man. He struggled fiercely, attempting to harness his spatial abilities, even if it meant moving just an inch. His teeth ground together, veins bulging on his forehead, and his mental strength concentrated with unprecedented intensity, resisting the invisible shackles. He could never stand idly by and watch this hero, burdened by such a heavy past, be dragged once more into the abyss of suffering. He must take action to assist this individual who, despite his own agony, still extends a helping hand to others. Uncle Ben, the embodiment of Spider-Man, stood before the apparition of the Phantom, his voice trembling as the white mask reflected the familiar, pallid face of the elderly man, suffused with boundless sorrow and nostalgia. However, the subsequent events unfolded in a manner that entirely surpassed the expectations of the Obsessionist and Li Shua. The expressionless apparition of Uncle Ben began to speak slowly, his voice no longer the cold timbre manipulated by the Obsessionist, but instead imbued with a warmth and concern that resonated from the depths of memory. How have you been, my child? Spider-Man fell silent for a moment, as if a torrent of words were lodged in his throat. ultimately coalescing into a simple yet profoundly weighty response. I'm trying to live better. There are no tears, no frantic confessions, and no angry denials, just this calm reply. Then, Spider-Man took a step forward, opened his arms wide, and embraced the apparition of Uncle Ben, a manifestation born from his deepest fears, with fervent and heartfelt intensity. Li Shua felt as though he could hear the obsessionist's bewildered gasp, a sound of utter confusion. Parker sat before his computer, observing the embrace that transcended life and death. Reality and illusion, feeling as though his heart were being gripped by countless invisible hands, a mix of ache and pain. Even knowing this was merely a game narrative, and understanding that the Spider-Man within was but a template, the emotional impact, rooted in the essence of a classic story, pierced through the screen and struck him deeply. Spider-Man is truly courageous. Parker's voice was somewhat hoarse, and, as a fan, all he could express in that moment was the most unadulterated admiration and solace. He fully understood why this character continued to shine brightly after decades. Spider-Man released the embrace, but continued to gaze deeply, intently at the figure before him, the one who had shaped his very soul and whom he would never forget. That gaze was infinitely complex, filled with sorrow and guilt. Yet more so, an unwavering resolve and love forged through suffering. "It's so good to see you, Uncle Ben." His voice still carried a hint of emotion, yet it was tinged with an indescribable sense of relief and tranquility. This is impossible." The obsessionist's voice resonated once more, stripped of its earlier calm and madness, now brimming with shock and incomprehension. "This is your greatest nightmare and fear. It is the source of your power as well as your most fragile scar. Why can you embrace it so calmly?" Upon hearing these words, a surge of fury ignited within Li Shua. This scoundrel, to unearth and publicly display the most painful memories of others, and then question why they do not crumble. He felt an overwhelming urge to shatter that pale face with a single blow. The apparition of Uncle Ben in the illusion seemed entirely unaffected by the obsessionist's loss of control. His face, once as pale as snow, began to melt away, transforming back into that unique, wise, and gentle smile. He even raised his hand, gently caressing Spider-Man's head through the mask, his gesture imbued with affection and pride. "It appears you still have some troubles to address, my child," Uncle Ben said softly, though no further explanation was offered. It felt as if an unspoken and profound exchange had transpired between the two. Understanding and trust transcended the boundaries of life and death, as well as the realms of reality and illusion. "I am proud of you, my child." Uncle Ben's voice resonated like warm sunlight, dispelling the coldness of this illusion. "Everyone loves heroes. People will chant their names. Many years hence, they will recount to others how they waited in the rain for hours, just to catch a glimpse of the one who taught them about perseverance and responsibility." These words, akin to a final oracle, etched themselves deeply into this spiritual space, as well as into the hearts of the onlooker Li Shua and the viewer Parker. Parker gazed at this unexpected scene unfolding on the screen, taking a long, deep breath, as if he too had undergone a spiritual baptism. He once again felt the unique allure and profound impact that only the finest narrative games can offer, allowing one to live another life vicariously. The illusion began to waver unsteadily. Chapter 49. What is a hero? Spider-Man gazed deeply at Uncle Ben, who was gradually becoming transparent. Taking a small step back, despite the iconic mask concealing all expressions, Li Shua, present at the scene, and Parker before the screen, could distinctly sense that beneath the mask, the boy's expression was not one of sorrow or fear, but a blend of tears, relief, and unwavering determination. That smile was a farewell to past pain and a promise for the future. Spider-Man no longer looked at the fading apparition, but slowly turned away, surveying the distorted space constructed from his deepest fears, ultimately dismantled by his own will. His voice was calm, yet carried a penetrating power. "You neither understand what kind of person Uncle Ben was, nor do you fully grasp my tone as Spider-Man, which bears no anger, only a steadfast declaration of facts. Yes, the fact that I could not save Uncle Ben still feels like a thorn in my heart. I think of him constantly, and during countless sleepless nights, I have imagined a million times that if I had made a different choice, perhaps this tragedy would not have occurred. Fear, regret, and guilt have never truly left me. Before the computer screen, Parker had completely forgotten about the controls. He simply sat silently, holding his breath, immersed in this emotional torrent that transcended the game's narrative, feeling the pure and radiant humanity emanating from the hero known as Spider-Man. I bear full responsibility for what has happened to him. Spider-Man's voice suddenly rose in intensity, his fists clenched tightly, not out of anger, but as a culmination of all his realizations and strength. The path I have chosen is not to be crushed by this burden of responsibility, nor to succumb to despair and vengeance. Instead, I shall transmute it into the driving force that propels me forward and compels me to continue the fight. This sense of duty and guilt, combined with the wisdom imparted by Uncle Ben, fortifies me and has shaped me into the Spider-Man I am today. This is my answer. Well said, Spider-Man. Overy. Parker could not contain his enthusiasm, clapping fervently before the screen, his excitement palpable. This is precisely why I hold such admiration for heroes like you. Almost instinctively, Parker recalled a profound saying he had once encountered. If one becomes cruel and selfish after enduring suffering, they deserve pity. However, if one can retain their righteousness and forgiveness in the aftermath of hardship, they surpass us all. Parker's emotions surged, his heart swelling. Those decisive, cunning protagonists may appear exhilarating. Yet I shall forever shed tears for those virtuous, steadfast souls who harbor light. I am truly moved by protagonists who, despite being battered and ensnared in darkness, steadfastly adhere to their principles and choose the path of light. This gentle clarity born from tribulation is the most formidable power of all. Parker sensed that, following this gaming experience, it would take a considerable time for his emotions to settle from this profound shock and inspiration. In the realm of illusion, Uncle Ben's apparition gazed quietly and approvingly upon Spider-Man, as if he could hear all of his vows, ultimately transforming into soft motes of light, dissipating like fireflies scattered by the wind in this space. He fulfilled his mission, not as an embodiment of fear, but as a beacon of love and responsibility. Farewell, Uncle Ben, Spider-Man whispered softly, his voice a mere whisper meant only for himself. In that fleeting moment, the familiar white, serrated wave icon blared with a sharp alarm sound. Flashing violently, Parker was abruptly jolted from the afterglow of emotion back into battle mode, adrenaline surging. Here it comes. The emotional scene has concluded. Now it's time for the physical persuasion segment. He placed his hands firmly back on the keyboard, his gaze sharpened. All right, thank you, I believe you go by the name of the Obsession Master, correct? Parker stretched his wrists and neck, his tone shifting from somber to that signature, provocatively casual demeanor. I appreciate your friendly offering of a motivational recap service. It was delightful, albeit a bit emotionally taxing. Now, the actor's break is over, and it's time for the instigator behind the scenes to take their final bow. Parker was ready to teach the emerging supervillain a lesson. In this solitary room, Parker had become Spider-Man. Haha, how delightful. This is truly entertaining. Spider-Man. The voice of the Obsession Master echoed from all directions once again. But this laughter had lost its earlier composure and control, revealing shock, anger, and a hint of madness from plan gone awry. You are truly a source of endless surprises. However, Spider-Man remained impervious to the cacophony surrounding him. His white eye lenses abruptly focused on a seemingly vacant direction. The formidable spider sense penetrated the layers of deception, pinpointing the very source of malevolent psychic energy. Whoosh, whoosh. Two strands of webbing instantly shot forth, adhering to the walls on either side. With muscles taut, Spider-Man drew the powerful strands to their limit, creating a slingshot-like structure imbued with strength. In the next moment, he was propelled forward like a cannonball, utilizing the elasticity of the webbing to surge towards the designated target at an astonishing velocity. In mid-air, he adeptly twisted his body, his right leg executing a strike akin to a battle axe. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as flesh collided with an unseen, yet tangible target. Though the direction appeared devoid of substance, Spider-Man's kick struck against an invisible foe. A muffled groan of agony erupted. The space in that vicinity twisted and rippled like water, revealing the figure of the Obsession Master clad in a purple suit, forcibly ejected from his psychic camouflage. The peculiar smile on his face vanished entirely, replaced by a contorted expression of excruciating pain and disbelief. He was sent airborne by that powerful kick imbued with spider strength, crashing heavily to the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. "Well done, Spider-Man." Li Shuo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the intangible, cement-like weight of the psychic restraint that had bound him had abruptly lifted, completely dissipating. His body had returned to his control. Almost simultaneously, the illusory North American street scene began to shatter violently, like broken glass. Colors twisted and blended, swiftly fading away, revealing the familiar ruins of the expo. Shattered glass, contorted metal, and swirling smoke became vividly apparent once more. The psychic illusion had been utterly shattered. Chapter 50, Aerial Combat Flashpoint. Flashpoint. Can you hear me? Respond. Su Zhao's anxious voice pierced through Li Shuo's consciousness, still disoriented from his recent liberation from the psychic illusion. A corner of the tactical visor displayed life sign monitoring and neural connection status, which had just stabilized from abnormality. Li Shuo shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel the last remnants of mental intrusion, and quickly replied, "Ling Dai, I'm here. I've just broken free. There's a highly ranked psychic capable of creating incredibly realistic illusions." His words flowed rapidly, his keen gaze sweeping over the wreckage of the exhibition hall, searching for the culprit, the obsession master in the purple suit. Yet, that corner lay empty. Apart from the shattered glass and twisted metal, there was no trace of that madman. He had vanished, as if dissolved into the ocean like a drop of ink. Never mind that for now. Su Zhao's voice suddenly escalated, imbued with an unprecedented urgency. "Leave the building at once." Immediately, the structural sensors indicate that the dome of the main exhibition hall and the 3 supporting floors above are severely compromised, with the load capacity reaching its limit. A complete collapse could occur at any moment. I repeat, the structure is on the verge of catastrophic failure. Li Shuo's heart plummeted to the depths. Instinctively, he yearned to relay this dire information to Spider-Man, who was not far away. At that moment, Spider-Man too lifted his gaze, peering through the shattered dome, torn apart by mechanical monstrosities, resembling a gaping wound against the somber sky. The unsettling hum of these mechanical creatures intensified, becoming increasingly aggressive, their crimson sensors flickering like the eyes of demons beneath the murky heavens, clearly poised to unleash a more ferocious assault. "Spider-Man, ignore those creatures. Move quickly. The building is about to collapse." Li Shuo shouted toward Spider-Man, his voice hoarse with urgency. He recalled that Spider-Man had recently endured a profound psychological ordeal and worried that he might not yet be fully recovered to respond promptly. Upon hearing the call, Spider-Man turned, his white lenses fixated on Li Shuo. In an instant, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hands, aligning his wrists with the intact steel structures on either side. Whoosh, whoosh, the familiar motion. He was about to execute that powerful launching maneuver, but this time, the objective was not aggression. Rather, he intended to propel himself like a projectile into the relatively safe expanse outside. Meanwhile, Parker, seated before the computer screen, heard Su Zhao's warning and Li Shuo's cry. He promptly prepared Spider-Man for the launch. However, just as he pressed the button and Spider-Man was about to push off the ground, a shadow swooped down with incredible speed from a visual blind spot, like a wraith. Its velocity surpassed that of any mechanical creature encountered thus far. It seized the precise moment when Spider-Man was just taking off, caught in the precarious transition between old strength and new, rendering him unable to adjust his form. Cold, iron-like claws clamped shut, gripping Spider-Man's waist and thighs with vice-like intensity. The overwhelming force yanked him off the ground, soaring into the sky. "Damn it!" Li Shuo exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. What chilled him further was that this sudden assailant, with its astonishing speed, bore a massive, gaping hole in its chest, remnants of charred edges and exposed wiring. Clearly the same creature he had previously dispatched with a spatial grenade, obliterating its head from within. How could it still be operational? It appeared to have been clumsily reactivated. How formidable must the logistics of its controller be? A shiver ran down Li Shuo's spine. This transcended conventional machinery. It resembled a form of undying, spectral creation. Upon the completion of this task, I am determined to compose a comprehensive report of 10,000 words, strongly advocating for the headquarters to provide all field personnel with standard heavy equipment. Furthermore, It should be mandated that, even for a simple excursion to procure a cup of coffee, one must be equipped with basic combat gear. As Li Shuo mentally ranted, a surge of brilliance ignited in his eyes. In an instant, his body vanished from its position, reappearing precisely on the back of the mechanical bird that was swiftly ascending with Spider-Man ensnared in its grasp. "Hey there, dear little bird. I am well aware of my charm. Yet your enthusiasm for human companionship is rather overwhelming. Might you consider releasing me? Let us engage in a more civilized manner of communication." Despite being firmly grasped, Spider-Man maintained his sense of humor, attempting to wriggle his body and pry the icy metal claws apart. However, the grip was so formidable that escape proved exceedingly difficult. Now was hardly the moment for jest. Li Shuo was astounded by this fellow's optimism. He steadied himself, gripping a protrusion on the bird's back with his left hand, while his right hand swiftly drew forth a high-frequency, vibrating particle dagger from his thigh. The dagger hummed to life, its blade vibrating at a frequency that produced a piercing shriek, distorting the surrounding air. He aimed for the joint of the metallic claw that held Spider-Man captive and plunged the dagger with force. Huzzah! The forced aerial combat level was unlocked. Alas, my fortunes seemed lacking, as I failed to draw the Iron Spider or the third-generation Spider-Man's equipment. Meanwhile, Parker at the computer quickly acclimated to the situation, even exhibiting a hint of excitement. He endeavored to maneuver Spider-Man's struggles, realizing the need for a rapid succession of keystrokes. At that moment, the mechanical bird beneath them appeared to sense the threat on its back in Spider-Man's resistance, abruptly commencing a chaotic, erratic spin and dive, akin to a wild stallion attempting to dislodge a flea. Whoa! Li Shuo was caught off guard, flung away by the tremendous centrifugal force. The high-frequency dagger merely left a shallow gash on the bird's claw, failing to sever it. To make matters worse, during its tumultuous rotation, the creature's head twisted at an unnatural angle, and the energy concentrator in its mouth ignited. Zing! A searing energy beam shot directly at Li Shuo, who was uncontrollably tumbling through the air. Utilizing his remarkable reflexes and spatial awareness, he desperately twisted his body to evade. Yet the speed of his descent and the prediction of the shot left him a fraction too slow. The scorching energy ray grazed his left shoulder. The tactical jacket and embedded ballistic layer were instantly melted and vaporized, sending waves of indescribable agony coursing through his skin and muscles, as if seared by a branding iron. He could even smell the acrid scent of charred flesh. The excruciating pain momentarily clouded his vision, nearly rendering him unconscious. And the mental energy he had gathered to initiate a spatial leap dissipated in an instant. This is dire. Li Shuo's mind was ablaze with alarm, his body helplessly plummeting through the air, the intense pain nearly consuming all of his capacity for thought. He understood the urgency of immediate evacuation, yet each time he concentrated, the excruciating pain in his shoulder surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming his resolve. "Mr. Flashpoint," Spider-Man shouted anxiously. In that critical moment, Spider-Man seized the fleeting opportunity when the mechanical bird let its guard down due to its attack, and Parker successfully executed a series of maneuvers. With a fierce roar, Spider-Man's muscles tensed to an unprecedented degree beneath his red and blue suit, channeling every ounce of strength within him. He gripped the metallic claw with all his might, and with a spine-chilling sound of twisting metal, he gradually pried the closing talons apart. The instant he broke free from his constraints, Spider-Man acted without hesitation. Calculating the trajectory of Li Shuo's fall, he pushed off the mechanical bird with great force, launching himself towards Li Shuo like an arrow released from a bow. In midair, Spider-Man adjusted his position and caught the disoriented Li Shuo, who was reeling from the agony. Simultaneously, his other wrist swiftly raised, and with a soft pop, especially designed, compressed web shooter cartridge was discharged, rapidly expanding in the air, transforming into a vast, resilient white web resembling a parachute. This web effectively caught the air, significantly slowing their descent as they began to drift gently downward. Spider-Man clutched Li Shuo tightly, preventing him from falling. However, the warm blood oozing from Li Shuo's shoulder inevitably splattered, staining the lower half of his mask and leaving glaring crimson streaks beneath the white lenses. Yet, the peril was far from over. In the surrounding sky, at least 7 or 8 other mechanical birds, their crimson sensors glinting ominously, locked onto the two as they descended. Nearly defenseless, they emitted a threatening hum, converging from all directions like sharks sensing blood, forming a deadly encirclement. The chilling intent to kill once again loomed overhead like dark clouds. Chapter 51. Do what I could do, get out of here, Li Shuo, Flashpoint, murmured weakly, leaning against Spider-Man's arm. Dazed from blood loss and pain, he mustered his last ounce of strength to speak haltingly. Although he wished to suggest that Spider-Man abandon him for his own safety, he knew that this stubborn fellow would never heed such advice. Find a sturdy corner to hide. My companions will arrive soon. Spider-Man did not respond immediately. The blood-stained portion of his mask reflected the chaotic sky above, where the mechanical birds screeched wildly, regrouping and diving towards them. Their crimson optical sensors glimmered ominously, reminiscent of cursed stars heralding destruction. Just as the tension reached its peak, a lively and somewhat cartoonish voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Do. Crisis alert. Super Moose is here. Immediately after, a small, furry figure shot out like a cannonball from a nearby window. It possesses merely the size of an ordinary doll, its appearance somewhat comical. Yet the velocity and strength it exhibits are astonishingly formidable. With precision, it strikes a mechanical avian beast that was about to pounce upon Spider-Man and Li Shuo, its diminutive fist crashing against the metal beak with a resounding thud, diverting it from its trajectory. The Super Moose has officially entered the fray, utilizing its extraordinary strength, speed, and unpredictably agile movements. It engages in a fierce aerial battle with several mechanical monstrosities, its small figure weaving through the massive metallic constructs, colliding with them, and momentarily gaining the upper hand. Li Shuo, striving to maintain consciousness, hazily perceives a toy-like moose figure battling the menacing mechanical creature, momentarily causing his mind to falter. Am I hallucinating due to blood loss, or has that psychic power user? Li Shuo begins to seriously doubt the clarity of his own mind. Meanwhile, from the horizon comes a heavy, reassuring roar of rotor blades. Two heavily armed helicopters, adorned with insignias, pierce through the clouds like colossal steel eagles, emerging into the battlefield's airspace. The multi-barreled rotary cannon beneath their noses immediately locks onto the rampaging mechanical beasts above, unleashing a furious torrent of fire. Tot. The dense barrage of armor-piercing rounds strikes the swarm of mechanical fowl like the whip of death, swiftly quelling their ferocious onslaught, while metallic shards and sparks rain down like droplets from the sky. Observing this from behind a computer screen, Parker promptly makes tactical adjustments. The airborne moose holds its ground. Little Spider, focus on rescuing. He swiftly shifts his operational focus to the Super Moose. Meanwhile, under Spider-Man's guidance, maintaining basic operational logic, he tightly clutches the increasingly disoriented Li Shuo, utilizing his webbing to agilely swing between the various crumbling anchor points, racing towards the ground at the utmost speed. Upon landing, Spider-Man notices that the streets surrounding the expo have been entirely cleared and sealed off. A line of black, heavily armored tactical vehicles, emblazoned with distinctive insignias, forms a temporary defensive line. Numerous members of tactical squads, clad in full-body heavy protective gear and wielding futuristic pulse rifles, stand at the ready. When the unregistered superhero Spider-Man suddenly appears, cradling their injured comrade, nearly all weapons are instinctively raised, pointed warily at him. A chilling hostility and tense atmosphere swiftly permeate the surroundings. Just then, a figure, as imposing as an iron tower, emerges from behind a command vehicle. It is Zhao Gang Rock. He dons a specially designed combat suit that accentuates exaggerated muscular lines, his bronze skin and rock-like, resolute visage exuding a powerful aura of intimidation. With a simple wave of his arm, as thick as a typical person's thigh, he commands in a deep voice, "Stand down." The tactical squad members promptly comply, lowering their weapons, though their vigilant gazes remain fixed on Spider-Man. Zhao Gang's gaze swiftly swept over Spider-Man, who was cradling the pale-faced Li Shuo, his shoulder a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Frowning deeply, he immediately bellowed to those behind him. "Medical team, hurry. Flashpoint requires urgent attention." Two medical personnel clad in white armor, equipped with portable life support devices, promptly rushed forward with a stretcher. Spider-Man carefully laid Li Shuo onto the stretcher, his movements gentle, a stark contrast to the ferocity he had displayed moments before in battle. Throughout the entire process, he uttered not a single word. However, the bloodstained mask and his silent demeanor conveyed a weighty sense of pressure. Asli Shual, on the brink of unconsciousness, whispered with a faint breath, "Know your limits. Do not overexert. The people of our world are not as fragile as you imagine. We can fight too." Spider-Man watched as he was swiftly taken away, giving a slight nod in response. He turned to prepare to launch himself into the air once more, ready to rejoin the fight against the mechanical monstrosity. Yet, Zhao Gang's imposing figure loomed like a wall, stepping forward to once again obstruct his path. The man, as solid as rock, crossed his arms and scrutinized the vigilant hero before him. "Are you intending to return to the battlefield?" Zhao Gang's voice resonated with a deep, unwavering seriousness that brooked no dissent. "Listen, you're under no obligation to do this. You simply possess strength and have chosen to wield it. We are grateful for all you have done to protect the populace and aid our comrades. However, there is no need to be reckless at this moment. You do not control the air. That is not your domain." Though his words were candid, even somewhat brusque, they bore an underlying hint of counsel, perhaps even a semblance of approval. Images flashed through Zhao Gang's mind of reports from the logistics department detailing Spider-Man's numerous uncredited interventions to thwart anomalous events. Spider-Man paused momentarily, raising a hand and aiming his web shooter at a nearby skyscraper that had yet to fully collapse. The white lenses of his mask reflected Zhao Gang's serious countenance as he spoke in a voice altered by his device, devoid of emotion. "Well, it seems that next time I encounter a situation that requires aerial support, I ought to invest in a rocket backpack." Zhao Gang was taken aback by this sudden jest, a rare crack of surprise appearing on his stony visage. Accustomed to straightforward orders and reports on the battlefield, or the fearful gazes of enemies, he was not particularly adept at handling such humor, especially in this context. "I merely wish to do what I can. Nothing more," Spider-Man declared, and without further delay, he flicked his wrist, retracting the web, and with immense force, was propelled skyward, his red and blue figure resolutely swinging into the perilous aerial domain of gunfire and chaos. Zhao Gang stood rooted in place, gazing up at the direction in which Spider-Man had vanished, his expression complex. At that moment, his earpiece crackled to life with Lin Kuei's calm inquiry. "Pillar, what is the situation on site?" "Report. The heavy-lift helicopter squadron has arrived at the battlefield and is currently engaging the anomalous mechanical units, establishing temporary suppression. According to the observations from the intelligence personnel stationed at the rear, a diminutive, humanoid unknown entity is engaging in a coordinated assault, demonstrating remarkable combat prowess. Flashpoint has sustained injuries and is currently receiving urgent medical attention, although his life is not in jeopardy." As for Spider-Man Zhao Gang, he paused momentarily, seemingly weighing his words. He had just delivered Flashpoint to a safe zone before making the decision to return to the battlefield. A few seconds of silence ensued on the other end of the headset, as if processing this intricate information before command was issued. Acknowledged. The aerial unit's firepower may not be sufficient to entirely neutralize those mechanical entities, which possess extraordinary defensive and regenerative capabilities. All ground units are to maintain the highest level of vigilance, ready to provide fire support and to guard against potential crashes or ground infiltrations. Meanwhile, Parker is wholly absorbed in maneuvering the Super Moose. After switching control characters, he excitedly discovers that in the vast expanse of the sky, the Super Moose's petite stature and exceptional agility are finally being showcased to their fullest potential. "See, I told you so. The Super Moose is remarkably reliable," Parker exclaims as he deftly navigates the Super Moose through astonishing sharp turns, short bursts of speed, and delivers powerful strikes with its diminutive fists, causing several mechanical avian foes to become disoriented, dispelling any former complaints about its mundane tasks and mortality. However, challenges soon arise. The Super Moose lacks the spider sensibility of Spider-Man, which provides predictive and evasive assistance. Having long relied on this almost supernatural warning capability, Parker now finds himself needing to depend entirely on his own reflexes and skills to evade the onslaught of energy beams and claws from all directions, resulting in a sudden surge of pressure. On the screen, the green energy bar representing the Super Moose's health begins to diminish slowly, yet steadily, due to several unavoidable scrapes and collisions. "TSK. I must be more cautious," Parker murmurs, his actions becoming increasingly meticulous. Just as the battle reaches a stalemate once again, an unexpected variable forcefully intervenes. From the distant horizon, a sound unlike the whir of helicopter rotors pierces the air, a sharper and more piercing roar of thrusters. A sleek, silver-black silhouette descends with astonishing speed. It is a humanoid mech suit of strikingly futuristic design. Its body is primarily adorned in matte silver and profound black, with joints and energy conduits embellished with streamlined light strips emitting an ethereal blue glow, exuding both a sense of advanced technology and formidable power. The head design resembles that of a poised eagle, boasting sharp, aerodynamic contours and a striking yellow beak-like faceplate. Most captivating are the massive mechanical wings that unfurl from its back, composed of countless metallic feathers, each edge glimmering with a dangerous sheen, while the thrusters expel radiant blue ion streams. This sudden appearance of the eagle-headed mech suit dives into the battlefield like a deity descending from the heavens, with arms raised. The exterior of its arms transforms to reveal two advanced high-energy pulse cannon barrels, locking onto the nearest mechanical avian foes without hesitation or warning. Buzz. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A precise and lethal high-energy pulse beam, akin to the Grim Reaper's summons, cleaved through the expanse with astonishing efficiency, striking its target with unerring accuracy and unleashing a series of dazzling energy explosions. A new force has joined the chaotic aerial battle. Chapter 52. White Wing. Within the confines of a luxurious sedan, Nora sat in contemplative silence against the soft leather seat. Her gaze drifted over the rapidly passing urban landscape outside the window, ultimately settling upon the silver-white custom alloy briefcase at her feet. The White Wing lay quietly within, her trump card in this increasingly uncontrollable world. The world outside the car appeared ordinary, bustling with throngs of people and a steady flow of vehicles. Yet, an unexpected scene caught her attention. A young couple, hand in hand, guided their babbling daughter, their faces radiating simple and unadulterated joy. The little girl wobbled along, clutching a colorful balloon, the tableau exuding warmth reminiscent of a classic commercial. Nora's expression momentarily dimmed, a subtle wave of melancholy washing over her azure eyes. Such ordinary warmth had long since become a distant and extravagant dream for her. The world she inhabited was rife with boardroom intrigues, laboratory data, and increasingly frequent anomalies that demanded the intervention of White Wing. Miss, the driver's voice crackled through the car's communication system, tinged with a hint of tension. We've just received police communication regarding an incident at the main venue of the expo. Nora instantly reined in her emotions, straightening her posture as her sharpness and decisiveness returned. What is the situation? The police did not provide specific details, but informed us that the exhibition venue and surrounding areas had been temporarily requisitioned, advising all personnel to vacate immediately. I understand. Nora's heart sank. Her premonition had proven correct. Something had indeed gone awry, and it was far from a mere security breach. Those entities had resurfaced. Once the vehicle halted at a relatively safe distance, Nora hesitated not a moment. Stop here. Return to the company immediately without waiting for me. Her tone left no room for argument as she opened the door, hefted the heavy briefcase, and stepped onto the sidewalk. Rather than flee, her keen gaze scanned the surroundings, swiftly locking onto a nearby office building tall enough to provide a vantage point. She required an elevated position, a relatively concealed launch site. With the briefcase in hand, she entered the empty stairwell and ascended to the rooftop with a speed that surpassed that of the average woman. The biting wind tousled her dark hair as she crouched down, placing the case flat on the ground and swiftly manipulating the combination lock. The lid slid open soundlessly, revealing the intricate and sophisticated cushioning structure within, alongside a streamlined pearlescent armor. She did not don the armor immediately. Instead, she first retrieved a signal jammer the size of a matchbox, affixing it to the side of the case and activating it. A faint electromagnetic pulse radiated from the box, creating a momentary disturbance. Nearby public surveillance cameras flickered briefly, their internal programming temporarily rewritten, directing their lenses towards inconsequential directions, thus fabricating a fleeting visual blind spot. Nora inhaled deeply, the last vestige of hesitation dissipating, replaced by an unwavering resolve akin to steel. I can do this, she affirmed to herself, a blend of encouragement and command. With practiced precision, she pressed another prominent red button within a box. Click! A delightful mechanical whirring ensued. as the internal structure of the box seemed to come alive, unfolding, reconfiguring, and elevating with remarkable speed. The process was not instantaneous. It was executed with great swiftness. Her legs, torso, and arms were seamlessly locked into place, culminating with a full-cover helmet featuring an eagle-like visage, its eyes aglow with a ghostly blue light. The foldable winged thrusters behind her deployed with a resonant sound, filling the air with a deep hum of energy. White wing, armor complete. The interface within the visor illuminated instantaneously, presenting a succinct yet comprehensive array of information. Energy status, weapon systems, environmental scans, and basic tactical assistance. It detected anomalous energy signals and sound sources in the vicinity. Nora issued commands through the neural link. Command confirmed. High energy reactions and irregular explosive sound waves detected 12 kilometers to the southeast. The auxiliary system promptly responded, marking the direction and distance within her visor's view. Without hesitation, Nora maneuvered the thrusters behind her. Boom! A powerful blue ion stream erupted, granting her immense initial lift. Ascending like a true hawk, she swiftly acclimated to the balance of flight and sped toward the designated airspace. As she drew closer, the explosive sounds, the shriek of energy beams slicing through the air, and the metallic cacophony grew increasingly distinct and jarring. Upon finally arriving at the battlefield, the sight before her, despite her mental preparation, was profoundly shocking. Several heavily armed helicopters adorned with official insignia unleashed a torrent of fire, their pulse cannons weaving a web of death. Their adversaries were 10 grotesque avian constructs, a sinister fusion of machinery and the undead. Even more astonishing was the sight of a fluffy moose plush toy, seemingly plucked from a children's program, darting through the chaos with incredible speed and strength. Was it fighting? Nora rapidly connected the armored reconnaissance system to the nearby, yet intact, civilian or traffic surveillance network, swiftly replaying and analyzing fragments of the event. Considering the armed intervention of the heavy helicopters and the overt aggression and destructive intent of the mechanical birds, she swiftly concluded these mechanical entities were unequivocal hostile targets, aberrations disrupting order and posing a threat to life. In analyzing the current scenario involving the heavily armored helicopter and the peculiar doll, it appears that I can only maintain a stalemate without recklessly intervening. Nora, beneath her cold metallic visor, took a deep breath, feeling the empowerment that the armor provided, her gaze sharpening. White Wing System, engage full power. I officially joined the battle. Before the computer screen, Parker was frantically maneuvering the Super Moose, observing the blood level on the screen plummeting to half. Along with the game's visuals depicting the once splendid coat of the Super Moose now charred and revealing glimpses of internal cotton, he winced in dismay. Indeed, if he were to acquire any gear in the future, it must be for the Moose. As Parker deftly dodged an energy ray, he lamented, it should be a powerhouse, a steel-bodied superhero archetype, yet in practice, it feels like a high-attack, low-defense comedic character. This is not right. Just then, a friendly green indicator flickered at the edge of the screen, signifying the arrival of new allied units on the battlefield. What is this? A character from the Super Squad? Or perhaps a local hero? Parker was astonished to witness a strikingly futuristic eagle-headed mech charging into the fray. Its high-energy pulse cannons swiftly dispatched 2 mechanical avian foes that were besieging the Super Moose, alleviating the Moose's predicament just in time. A new companion. Under Parker's control, the Super Moose joyfully circled around the newly arrived armored figure, greeting it with its eternally cheerful voice, as if they were an amusement park rather than a battleground for survival. Within the armor, Nora found herself momentarily speechless at the results of the automatic scan displayed on her visor. Target unit analysis, suspected sentient construct, external materials, high-strength cotton fibers, unknown resilient sugar crystals, mixed textiles, internal energy response, extremely high, nature unknown, cotton and sugar. Nora felt her worldview and scientific understanding being profoundly challenged. Here she was, piloting cutting-edge technology, battling a horde of mechanical monstrosities of unknown origin, while one of her temporary allies was an entity composed of cotton candy and plush toys, yet boasting extraordinary combat prowess. Had she inadvertently stumbled into the filming of a children's animated series? Beneath the visor, Nora, this young titan of technology, was engulfed in profound confusion. Chapter 53. The battle continues. Spider-Man returned once more to the glorious battlefield. Parker, with spirited enthusiasm, shouted a popular catchphrase while skillfully switching control back to Spider-Man. On the screen, the red and blue figure moved without hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, whoosh, a milky white web accurately ensnared the base of a mechanical bird-esque wing, soaring high in the sky. The immense pulling force instantly lifted Spider-Man off the ground, swinging towards the chaotic melee with the speed of Tarzan. Do-do-do. The Super Moose's companion had arrived. The jubilant voice of the Super Moose resonated at just the right moment. It appeared to possess an innate synergy with Spider-Man, as its diminutive form executed a swift turn in midair, deftly grasping the unbroken web strand shot by Spider-Man, acting as a living anchor that stabilized his swinging trajectory amidst the expansive void devoid of towering edifices. "Thanks, partner," Spider-Man shouted into the high-altitude currents, his tone still laced with his signature nonchalance. With the additional support provided by the Super Moose and his own formidable core strength, Spider-Man performed a myriad of astonishing acrobatic feats in the air. His legs whipped out like a tempest, repelling the approaching mechanical avian creatures. His hands alternately unleashed webbing to disrupt enemy movements and seized opportunities to deliver powerful blows to the vulnerable sensors or joints of the monstrous birds. Thus, within the invisible webbed radius centering on the Super Moose, Spider-Man efficiently dispatched the encroaching foes. Meanwhile, Nora piloted her armor with precision, maintaining an impressive and accurate barrage of firepower. Each pulse from her high-energy cannons left searing wounds on the mechanical birds, while the missile nest behind her occasionally deployed small tracking missiles that effectively repelled the advancing swarm. Within the interface of her helmet, a segment of the screen was dedicated to real-time analysis of Spider-Man's combat data, estimating strength, agility, and web properties, while her main view remained fixated on the most threatening target. "Wow, this armor is incredible. The aerodynamics, the efficiency of the thrusters, and the weapon systems." Spider-Man's voice suddenly pierced through the external microphone of the armor, brimming with unabashed enthusiasm and curiosity. "Excuse me, sir or madam, what kind of energy source drives this? Cold fusion? High-density batteries? Or some form of interdimensional energy core yet to be discovered? What's the energy conversion efficiency? How long can it last?" As Parker observed the sleek, powerful figure clad in armor, executing movements with impeccable precision, he found it challenging to discern the pilot's gender, as the advanced technological exoskeleton obscured all distinguishing features. This equipment appeared to surpass even the standard gear of the Flashpoint, suggesting the presence of a native black tech hero from this world, akin to Iron Man, while maneuvering Spider-Man to evade an attack with a backflip. Parker speculated whether this was yet another peculiar traveler from some bizarre realm, bringing along their own unique technological advancements. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, considering my actions of remotely controlling the Spider-Man template through a terminal, could this be seen as a form of an unconventional traveler from that world? Although to me it is merely a realm of games, I undeniably find myself influencing and participating in the evolution of that world. Parker's mind began to reminisce about the scenarios depicted in the clandestine web novels he had previously perused, where the protagonists often manipulated the game in tandem with the world they inhabited. Gazing at a screen, Parker expressed a blend of relief and regret. At least with my current abilities, the world I occupy remains that magnificent yet ordinary realm, devoid of superpowers or the necessity for superheroes. On the battlefield, Nora had already gleaned a preliminary understanding of the loquacious vigilante's erratic thought processes during her brief observations in the recent instance of Spider-Man rescuing Li Shua. She had anticipated that amidst such intense conflict, he might temper his exuberance. Yet, to her astonishment, he appeared to have the leisure to engage in technical interviews amidst the hail of bullets. Nora took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to remind him through the external speaker to keep the channel clear during combat. Instead, she tightened her grip on the trigger, responding with a series of intensified pulse cannon fire, hoping he could decipher the chilling silence of the metallic barrage. Spider-Man seemed to grasp her sentiments. His white visor shifted towards the white winged armor, as if he could penetrate the mask to perceive the driver's speechless expression, and promptly acquiesced. All right, I understand. The little secrets of engineers and scientists. Let's discuss it after the battle. maintain an air of mystery. He seamlessly returned to the fray, as though he had never been the one to pose incessant questions. However, as the battle raged on, Parker's brow began to furrow with increasing concern. He keenly discerned an anomaly. The mechanical avians on the screen exhibited a rapid decline in their health bars upon being attacked. Yet whenever the intervals between assaults exceeded a few seconds, or they soared beyond a certain distance, their health bars commenced a slow but visible recovery. What could this mean? Self-regeneration? Or perhaps an underlying repair mechanism? Having immersed himself in various games for years, Parker's instincts sharpened. Such a configuration typically suggests either the presence of hidden healing units requiring focused fire or the necessity to trigger specific narratives or environmental interactions to halt the recuperation. Alternatively, it could indicate an issue with their core energy sources, necessitating particular methods for total destruction. While continuing to maneuver Spider-Man into a series of attacks, he meticulously scrutinized the battlefield for any suspicious clues. Were there hidden mechanical units in the distance emitting repair beams? Did these mechanical birds gravitate towards certain energy sources? Perhaps the destroyed podiums? Or was the elusive obsession master covertly augmenting them from a shadowy corner? Have I yet to trigger some concealed mechanism? Parker murmured, his actions becoming increasingly cautious and purposeful. He abandoned the pursuit of inflicting massive damage in the short term, knowing they would regenerate, and instead began to target various joints, sensors, and suspected energy cores, remaining ever vigilant for any unusual changes on the battlefield. The aerial combat seemed to have descended into a stalemate. If a means to halt the self-repair of the mechanical monstrosities cannot be found, their efforts are likely to be an exercise in futility, merely exhausting their stamina and munitions. Chapter 54. The extraordinary Spider-Sense. Parker held his breath, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the keyboard. On the screen, Spider-Man did not immediately join the fray. Instead, he remained poised like the most composed of hunters, his left hand and foot clinging to a wall marred by bullet holes and shard marks, his body slightly crouched, as his white, mask scanned the chaotic battlefield with rapid intensity. He was meticulously observing the enemy's patterns, the flow of energy, and the potential advantages of the environment. His gamer's mind racing at high speed. Meanwhile, the Super Moose continued to execute the most straightforward command: attack. Its furry form charged fearlessly towards the roaring mechanical bird. Each collision singeing its fur further, seams bursting as white cotton and colorful candies spilled from the ruptures, cascading down like confetti. It was on the verge of disintegration, its movements becoming unsteady, yet the button-sewn eyes still sparkled with unwavering determination, bellowing in a cartoonish tone. Evil tin can. Taste the righteous charge of the Super Moose. Doodle doodle. All right, omnipotent Spider-Sense. Please assist me once more. Parker muttered, his gaze fixated on the corner of the screen, yearning for that decisive prompt. This arcane ability, which in various Spider-Man tales could foresee peril and guide the way, now required him to await the illumination of a chilling system icon. It seemed that Lady Luck had smiled upon him once again. In the next moment, a clear white ripple icon flashed above Spider-Man's head. Here it comes. A smile crept across Parker's lips as his fingers swiftly pressed the corresponding key. The Spider-Sense was truly invaluable. I hope I don't grow dependent on it. On the screen, Spider-Man's perspective abruptly shifted. Everything around him appeared to be digitized, the cacophony of the battlefield fading away, the flames ejected from Nora's armor, the cotton spewed by the Super Moose, and the sparks erupting from the joints of the mechanical bird all became mere background elements. His gaze pierced through the chaos, as if drawn by invisible threads, abruptly locking onto the roof of an inconspicuous commercial building on the eastern side of the battlefield. There, a faint yet persistently radiating point emitted peculiar waves. It resonated perfectly with the energy frequency of the mechanical bird's core. Someone is playing hide and seek. Spider-Man's low voice resonated through the mask, laced with excitement at the discovery of prey. Super Moose is preparing for a landing. Ground support required. Repeat, support needed. The Super Moose soared overhead Spider-Man, its battered body still fulfilling the duties of a true superhero. Nora accurately captured Spider-Man's movements and words. The icy blue eyes behind the tactical visor flickered, and she instantly grasped his intent. Allow me to take over the distraction. Her voice emanated through the external speakers. Calm, as ever. Your partner requires respite. Spider-Man, Go do what you must. The armor plating on her shoulder suddenly slid open, revealing additional honeycomb-like launch ports, instantly amplifying her firepower in a precise metallic storm that forcefully suppressed the mechanical avian foes lunging at Spider-Man. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, it seems I might need to explore that nearby building. As Spider-Man's words trailed off, he flicked his wrist, and with a swift motion, a pearly web shot forth, adhering flawlessly to the designated grappling point on Nora's reinforced shoulder. "I've secured it," Nora stated succinctly. The thrusters behind her erupted with a more intense azure flame, producing a powerful thrust that propelled Spider-Man away from the wall, akin to a stone hurled from a catapult, soaring through the air towards the eastern building. Simultaneously, on the battlefield below Rock, the analysis is complete. The rapid-fire voice of Blue Abyss echoed through the communicator, accompanied by the sound of frantic keystrokes. In the eastern direction, within a range of 300 to 500 meters, we detected a persistent, anomalous energy signal. It's charging those iron birds. Apologies. The interference is too strong for precise localization. We can only lock onto this direction. Immersed in his rocky form, Zhao Gang delivered a powerful punch, crashing a struggling mechanical bird into the ground, his heavy stone head abruptly turning towards the east. His gaze instantly captured the conspicuous red and blue figure being whisked away by the armored individual, rapidly heading toward the commercial building. On the other end of the communicator, a barely noticeable pause in Blue Abyss's breath preceded his voice, now tinged with complex emotions. It appears our amicable neighbor possesses intuition that rivals cutting-edge devices, or perhaps even superior intelligence sources. This composed analyst, for once, exhibited a rare hint of discontent and deeper curiosity as Spider-Man's performance consistently surpassed his predictive models. High above, Parker maneuvered Spider-Man, utilizing Nora's pull to swiftly approach the target building. The spider sense flared wildly. This is it. Without further ado, as he neared the rooftop, Spider-Man abruptly retracted the web line, using the momentum to leap into the air, executing an impeccable superhero landing. With tremendous force, he kicked towards an ostensibly empty shadow at the edge of the rooftop. Wow! A pained yet astonished feminine gasp resounded, as if the very fabric of space were torn apart, and a figure stumbled forth from an uncanny optical camouflage, clad in a sleek, dark gray combat suit that perfectly accentuated her athletic and powerful physique. The most striking feature was her specially designed mask, where the right eye was obscured by cold, intricately patterned silver metal, while the left eye shone with a wild and piercing light, reminiscent of a leopard in the night. The cadre of Entropy Nightmare, Shadow, the charming little spider, nursing her shoulder that had been kicked, interjected with a tone of mockery, disrupting a lady's poised observation. Hardly a gentlemanly act. In an instant, Nora adjusted her stance midair, swiftly switching the weapon module on her arm. The capture net launcher, crackling with blue arcs of electricity, aimed at the shadow below. However, at that electrifying moment, a piercing shriek rent the air. Several mechanical avian monstrosities, which had been previously besieging the Super Moose, had somehow extricated themselves from their entanglement, charging forward with astonishing speed like suicide bombers from the flanks. Nora's tactical visor barely managed to capture the foremost mechanical bird, its metallic beak clamped tightly around a dusty, mangled remnant of the Super Moose. Nora's pupils constricted. Boom! The tremendous impact slammed against her armor. Despite the armor's exceptional stability, she found herself uncontrollably veering off course, crashing into a lower floor of the building amidst a cascade of sparks and the jarring sound of metal grinding. The glass curtain wall erupted in a thunderous explosion, a salute to the Super Moose. Such inhumanity shattered once again. Parker, watching from the screen, couldn't help but rub his forehead, feeling a mix of sympathy and amusement. The demise of this doll-like hero was an inevitable occurrence in every battle. On the rooftop, only Spider-Man and the Shadow remained. Wow, you're both adorable and dangerous. Spider-Man struck a classic combat pose, his voice emanating through the mask. If you would kindly set aside that troublesome remote control for a moment, we could have a proper chat. A limited edition signed photo of Spider-Man might also be up for consideration. Not a chance, the Shadow replied with a light laugh, shaking the intricately structured prismatic device in her hand. Beneath her feet, an unstable rift shimmering with violet-black light had manifested. You've won this game of hide and seek. As a reward, let this tedious firework display come to an end. No sooner had she spoken than her figure leaned back and vanished into the rift, disappearing without a trace. The web shot by Spider-Man once again sailed futilely through the air. Well, it seems this battle will have to await the next version update, Parker remarked with a smirk, not overly surprised. Parker glanced at a notebook beside his desk, where he had diligently recorded various characters and events from the game he had recently played, akin to a student taking notes. He shifted his gaze to the street below. With the shadow's disappearance and the device's shutdown, the mechanical birds, once struggling to regain flight, had their red lights extinguished abruptly, resembling toys with their power source cut off. Yet, they soon righted themselves, preparing to attack everything around them once more. Spider-Man exchanged a glance with Nora, who had just risen from the rubble, her armor marred with scratches. Together, they turned their attention to the swirling, heavy transport helicopters above, some still emitting black smoke, and the special task force members below, commencing the cleanup and aiding the injured. Countless shattered mechanical remnants littered the streets, the acrid smoke still lingering in the air. Unbeknownst to each other, the two individuals instinctively resumed their combat stances, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Although the incident appeared to have concluded, the enigmas and shock it left behind far outweighed the troubles that had been addressed. The true contest may have only just begun, and now they needed to eliminate the remaining mechanical monstrosities. Chapter 55. Acquiring new gear in the battlefield where the smoke had finally cleared. Zhao Gang stood resolute like a mountain. His stony visage betrayed no emotion, yet his gaze tracked the two swiftly retreating silhouettes on the horizon, silver-gray armor trailing a cerulean blaze, accompanied by a vibrant red and blue form that swayed with classic grace, quickly melding into the urban skyline. Recover all debris. Not a single gear should be overlooked. Secure the site. This is the utmost priority, he commanded in a voice as formidable as colliding boulders. The team promptly sprang into efficient action. Zhao Gang's gaze lingered momentarily in the direction where Spider-Man had vanished before he turned to resume his command. This enigmatic vigilante brought forth variables that consistently surpassed expectations. Meanwhile, in the real world, Parker's apartment. Finally, it's done. Parker exhaled deeply, lifting his slightly trembling hands, numb from high-frequency operation, from the keyboard and mouse, vigorously shaking them. On the computer screen, the icon representing the mission gradually dimmed, replaced by the gleaming word completed. He chuckled to himself as he surveyed his somewhat sparse and silent bachelor apartment, unable to suppress a self-mocking grin as he spoke to the emptiness. With hands on the verge of cramping, I've potentially saved countless lives in another world. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you say? The king of cost-effectiveness, that me. His laughter echoed in the quiet room, striking a discordant note, yet brimming with pure satisfaction and ease, the reward for overcoming a challenging feat now. The thrilling moment of unboxing had arrived. He rubbed his hands together, reacquired the mouse with a sense of anticipation, and clicked on the gleaming golden treasure chest icon in the taskbar. Task reward processing. Experience points distributed. Spider-Man template level increased to 5. Super Moose template level increased to 2. Minor increases in basic attributes. Spider Silk strength capacity enhanced. Acquired new equipment. Spider motorcycle blueprint unlocked X1. Acquired new item. Spider signal belt X1. Acquired equipment accumulation points. Acquired hero character draw card. A flurry of notifications flashed by, and Parker gazed with satisfaction as the experience bars for both Spider-Man and Moose surged upward. Yet the main event was always the equipment. Here it comes. His eyes sparkled as he eagerly clicked on the motorcycle icon glimmering with metallic sheen. Equipment name: Spider Motorcycle. Source: Ultimate Spider-Man, sponsored by the Technology Department of S.H.I.E.L.D. System modified version. Equipment description: a vehicle of striking futurism. This motorcycle is cloaked in a matte black finish, adorned with dazzling red fluorescent patterns resembling a spider's web. The front showcases a commanding white spider emblem, exuding an aura of impact. Wall crawling. Utilizing advanced adhesion technology, it traverses vertical and even inverted surfaces with ease, defying the constraints of terrain. All-terrain mode. Capable of switching to a four-wheel stabilization mode. It excels in navigating complex landscapes with remarkable traction. Web slinging. The front wheel can launch specially designed high-strength webbing, enabling the motorcycle to glide swiftly between skyscrapers, delivering an exhilarating experience. Emergency flight. Equipped with a short-range booster at the rear, it allows for explosive short-distance flights or jumps, ideal for evading lethal attacks or crossing vast chasms. Energy-efficient and eco-friendly. Effectively conserves Spider-Man's web fluid and physical stamina, making it suitable for long-distance pursuits or carrying heavy objects. Wow, the Spider motorcycle. Parker could hardly suppress a whistle, his face radiating unrestrained excitement. It's absolutely fantastic. Some may question the necessity of a motorcycle when Spider-Man can scale walls and leap through the air. Initially, the animated version of Spider-Man shared this sentiment, deeming the motorcycle superfluous. However, Parker's perspective is refreshingly straightforward. Come on, a motorcycle that can climb walls, soar through the sky, and swing between buildings is undeniably cool. This is the epitome of what a superhero should embody. As for the practicality of conserving web, fluid, and stamina, it seems the Spider-Man Parker embodies does not concern himself with such limitations. Instead, it becomes secondary. After all, looking cool is a lifelong pursuit. He reveled in admiring the sleek, technologically advanced design of the motorcycle for a while before reluctantly clicking on the next reward, a rather retro-looking belt. Item name: Spider Signal Belt. Source: Spectacular Spider-Man Animated Universe. Handmade by Peter Parker, classic replica. Item description: a somewhat aged leather belt featuring a metallic Spider-Man emblem at its center. High-intensity projection. When activated, it projects an exceptionally bright, focused image of the iconic Spider-Man emblem over a wide area, suitable for illumination, signaling, or briefly blinding adversaries. Environmental adaptation. The special seal design and high-energy battery ensure functionality in extreme environments, such as underwater or in short-term vacuum conditions. Psychological deterrent. Projecting the immense spider image suddenly into an enemy's face is said to effectively undermine their morale, instilling fear within. Effectiveness varies by individual. The Spider-Man belt. Parker scratched his head, his expression somewhat ambiguous. The functions of illumination and signaling are indeed useful, but the psychological deterrent seems to have a limited effect, better than nothing. I suppose. Spider-Man truly is an exceptional animation, with its fight scenes and narrative beyond reproach. Parker couldn't help but express a quiet lament for the untimely demise of such a remarkable work. It has always been the case that no corporation genuinely comprehends superheroes. It is those producers who approach their craft with sincerity and contemplation that truly understand them. This thought led Parker to reflect on the production circumstances of Spider-Man by those two companies. A wave of fatigue washed over him. After an intense session of mental focus and gameplay, he finally relaxed, feeling the strain in his fingers and eyes. Well, the Hero Experience card has expired for today. He stretched languidly, his joints emitting a subtle crackle, saved his progress, and logged off. It was time to indulge in instant noodles, catch up on the news, and relish the tranquility and safety of his real life. With deft movements, he operated the system to save his game, then reclined comfortably in his chair, as if the heroic figure who had just saved a city amidst towering skyscrapers in another realm was entirely unrelated to him. Yet, on the computer screen, the sleek Spider motorcycle and the retro belt icon continued to flicker softly in the inventory, heralding new possibilities for the next adventure. Chapter 56. Temporary conclusion. Parker stretched again, his joints emitting a gentle pop. He rose to the kitchen to prepare a cup of instant coffee, the rich, inexpensive aroma wafting through his modest apartment. Outside, the sky had grown utterly dark, with the city's neon lights illuminating the cold yet vibrant contours. The streets below were a tapestry of flowing traffic, the cacophony of voices and honking horns subtly permeating the air, infused with the essence of lively existence. Yet this bustle belonged to others. Leaning by the window, Parker took a sip of his bitter coffee, feeling a familiar, dissonant sense of alienation amidst the surrounding vibrancy. The lively atmosphere felt as though it were separated by a thick pane of glass, with him merely a quiet observer. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that bizarre game world. The swinging between skyscrapers, the electrifying battles, the valiant charge of the Super Moose, and the enigmatic armored figure known as White Wing. This wretched game truly has a lingering effect, he muttered to himself, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth despite his complaints. The exhilarating sensation of wielding immense power, of acting justly, and being needed by others was a potent allure that easily overshadowed the weariness and solitude of the real world. Just a little longer. I'll complete a few daily tasks and then log off, he murmured to himself, setting down his coffee cup and returning to the computer. Fortunately, he had the foresight to pause the game, thus avoiding the lengthy loading times. The screen flickered to life, revealing Spider-Man perched quietly on the edge of a skyscraper, his red suit glimmering in the virtual moonlight with a sea of lights below. Parker's mouse cursor precisely clicked on the enticingly glowing hero summon interface. The vast expanse of the starry sky began to spin once more, with countless familiar and unfamiliar hero silhouettes whizzing by. Let's go. This time, surely a formidable hero must emerge. Parker held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the spinning wheel. Superman, Batman, Iron Man, Thor, any one of them. Allow me to experience the exhilarating feeling of unrestrained power. His eyes seemed to capture the silhouette of a figure clad in a billowing cape, a bat-shaped outline. A dazzling armor of gold and crimson. Even a flicker of lightning sent his heart racing with excitement. As the wheel gradually slowed, it ultimately came to a laborious halt on a seemingly rotund, plump white silhouette. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new hero, Baymax. Parker exclaimed. Huh? A brand new card materialized at the center of the interface. The card depicted a round and adorable white figure reminiscent of an inflatable robot, with a head and body nearly identical in shape, featuring merely 2 black dots for eyes, exuding an aura of innocence, and perhaps even cuteness. Hero, Baymax, Origin, Big Hero 6 movie universe, medical assistance robot, abilities, medical diagnosis and care, core program, possessing an exceptionally robust medical knowledge base and precise scanning diagnostic capabilities. Inflatable armor 1, high-strength vinyl fiber skin, offering a degree of shock resistance. Inflatable flight, capable of slow-speed aerial movement. Martial arts 1, karate posture uploaded. Can learn and master combat skills through chip integration, though currently at a low level. Emotional support, passive, programmed to care for the user's physical and mental well-being. Hello, I am your personal health assistant. Weakness, fear of sharp objects, air leakage, extreme temperatures may affect performance. Combat, can equip upgraded gear. For details, click here. Note, though he may not appear as a combatant, he will use love and a dash of karate to pacify, physically, foes. Parker gazed at the screen, displaying the chubby, innocent-looking giant, then glanced at the equally quirky super moose in the inventory, sinking into profound silence. Have I inadvertently aligned my hero pool with a children's channel in Disney? Parker covered his face, torn between laughter and tears. Where's the promised iron-willed warrior? Where's the cool armor? A healer? No, a caregiver? What does that even mean? It seems I will need to endure a while longer in the spotlight of Spider-Man. Reflecting on the other 2 heroes he had drawn, Parker realized they seemed ill-suited for solo missions or combat. It appears that if this were a television show, the current situation would be aptly titled Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. He could almost foresee the next crisis, with Spider-Man and the Super Moose fiercely battling ahead, while a leisurely Baymax drifted along behind, cheerfully stating, detecting your vital signs indicate a need for rest and a cup of hot tea. The scene was too idyllic to contemplate. In the game world, Nora hovered in the air, her silver-gray armor reflecting a cold luminescence under the moonlight. She did not depart, but silently observed the figure atop the distant skyscraper. Spider-Man quietly perched at the edge of the rooftop, his crimson silhouette stark against the vast urban backdrop, exuding an air of rare solitude. He remained utterly still, seemingly merging with the cityscape, silently gazing down at the dazzling, tumultuous sea of lights below. This tranquility stood in stark contrast to his usual loquacious demeanor. Are you not going to rest? Nora finally could no longer contain her curiosity, her voice emanating from an external speaker, drifting through the night breeze with an ethereal quality. Spider-Man appeared to awaken from his reverie, turning his head, the white lenses of his mask blinking to life, instantly regaining his vibrancy. He seemed to just notice Nora's presence and, adopting a casual tone, replied, Oh, don't worry about me. I am indeed the good neighbor Spider-Man, strictly adhering to the 10:30 curfew. It's still early. Nora furrowed her brow beneath her mask. She sensed his fleeting distraction followed by an immediate facade of nonchalance, a deliberate lightness that only heightened her suspicion, yet she chose not to confront it. She also noticed the faint silhouettes of small black dots in the night sky. The official surveillance drones were approaching stealthily. Nora silently activated the advanced wide-spectrum disruptor integrated within her armor. An invisible wave radiated outward, and the drones, as if encountering an unseen barrier, abruptly altered their trajectories, wandering aimlessly in circles, unable to lock onto this airspace. "So how should I address you, my stylish armored friend?" Spider-Man stood up, nimbly performing a backflip to land closer to Nora, his tone reverting to its usual playful cadence. "Let me guess, Eagle Guy, Falcon Knight, or Captain Whitehawk? Your gear is simply fantastic." Nora rolled her eyes beneath her mask, feeling exasperated. Those names sounded like they had escaped from some second-rate comic book. "White Wing," she succinctly stated, revealing her temporary alias. "Wow, White Wing. Cool." Spider-Man's mask seemed to widen in astonishment, perfectly mimicking the gleaming eyes of a boy who has just spotted his dream toy, giving a thumbs up with exaggerated enthusiasm. At that moment, however, a completely unfamiliar access request chime suddenly echoed within the encrypted communication channel of Nora's armor. Almost simultaneously, a processed, slightly electronic young male voice resonated in her ear. "Ahem, testing. Miss Whitewing, can you hear me? How is the signal clarity? This is your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Nora's heart raced with alarm. Her communication channel was one of Nova Dynamics' highest-level encrypted lines. How could it be so easily infiltrated without warning? She shot a glance at Spider-Man, only to find him playfully tapping his ear, a cheeky gesture despite the mask obscuring his expression. "Your threshold for technological access is astonishingly high," Nora remarked, her voice laced with disbelief and profound vigilance. She resolved that the first order of business upon her return would be to instruct the tech team to upgrade the firewall to military-grade standards. The weariness of her body had triggered the armor system to emit a red alert. Instead of immediately severing communication, she swiftly maneuvered her controls, sending a coordinate through an encrypted data packet. "I have sent you a temporary access key to an address," she stated, her tone returning to a calm and formal demeanor. "If you're interested in further communication, feel free to visit at your convenience. It is sufficiently secure." Having spoken, she did not wait for Spider-Man's response. The thrusters behind her white-winged armor suddenly ignited, expelling a dazzling azure stream of particles. She cast a deep glance at Spider-Man before turning away and transforming into a silvery streak, swiftly vanishing into the night sky of the city. Once again, Spider-Man found himself alone on the rooftop. The night breeze caressed the folds of his suit as he gazed toward the direction where the white wings had disappeared, the white eyes of his mask narrowing slightly as he seemed to plunge into contemplation. Parker observed Spider-Man on the screen, clicking into his daily life, continuing to be the friendly neighbor of this world. Chapter 57. The villain's communication in an indistinct location, seemingly suspended in the void, lay a secretive space. Surrounding it was an impenetrable darkness, with only the central area illuminated by a cold, unnatural light source, akin to a solitary spotlight on a stage. Beneath the beam, the obsessionist, a man clad in an exquisitely tailored purple suit with a disturbingly exuberant smile, was engrossed in gazing upward. Before him, a colossal holographic screen replayed a captivating scene, the exchange between Spider-Man and Ben, a tale entitled The Essence of a Hero. Ha! What a dazzling struggle this light is. What an astonishing hue. The obsessionist spread his arms wide, as if appreciating a magnificent opera, letting out a sharp, neurotic laugh. "It's beautiful. Pure heroism spiraling through a labyrinth of despair. Could there be a more splendid drama?" His laughter echoed hauntingly in the silence of the space, sounding particularly jarring. "Enough of your artistic appreciation time, you lunatic," remarked the shadow, lazily leaning against a couch that materialized from data streams. The silver mask over her right, I reflected the screen's cold glow, while her left, I rapidly scanned the complex, angular device in her hand, which displayed a stream of rolling data. "The analysis report is in," she said, her tone carrying an imperceptible weight. "While certain events have yielded substantial gains, the macro data indicates a declining trend in the overall collection efficiency of negative emotions recently." She lifted her gaze, her sharp eyes darting toward the close-up of Spider-Man frozen on the screen. "The source of the fluctuations is likely related to this suddenly emerging friendly neighbor and his equally irrational companions. They have, to some extent, diluted the inherent despair of this city. Is that so? The obsessionist exaggeratedly sighed, as if a child whose excitement had been dashed. Yet the curve of his mouth showed no signs of diminishing delight. After all, to thoroughly taint a perfect work of art or to obliterate a path already destined for destruction, one always encounters a few minor disturbances. The process is long and arduous, is it not? Yet, this precisely attests to the value of our endeavors. The wraith paid no heed to his nonsensical ramblings. Her slender fingers danced swiftly through the air. In an instant, several diminutive, translucent, three-dimensional holographic models of cities materialized from the darkness, akin to fragile crystal orbs suspended in the cosmos. They emitted a faint glow, yet upon closer inspection, most of the models revealed a dismal grayness, marred by web-like cracks. At present, communication remained stable, and there were confirmed signs of significant life emanating from the sanctuary. The wraith's voice grew somber. Instinctively, she clenched her fist, her knuckles paling from the pressure. Yet her tone endeavored to maintain an analytical calmness. Perhaps only around 5 remained. This figure seemed to plunge the temperature of the environment even further. This world had long been ravaged, with the vast majority of areas succumbing to desolation or being consumed by incomprehensible anomalies, leaving but a few isolated islands to struggle in despair. Tragically, the ordinary individuals sheltered within the sanctuary were largely oblivious, continuing to lead their lives under the delusion of normalcy. How fared Vivian in her mission? Did she enjoy herself? Or was it a failure? The obsessionist abruptly turned towards the empty, shadowy corner, posing her inquiry with an air of frivolity, as if inquiring about a trip to an amusement park. Shadows writhed as if ink were dropped into water. Soon, a slender figure silently emerged. The weaver, Vivian. Her pallid skin appeared nearly translucent under the cold light. And her living robe, woven from countless delicate threads, moved without wind. Her vacant gaze lacked focus, and her voice was chillingly devoid of inflection. There was no failure. However, the coordinates revealed an unexpected variable: many strange individuals. They attack indiscriminately, devouring their kin, exhibiting rigid behavioral patterns, their eyes vacant and rolling, inefficient and clumsy, presenting an unseemly visage. Vivian tilted her head slightly, as if conducting some form of assessment. I have yet to commence weaving according to the established plan. Yet the primal fear burgeoning within that city has reached the threshold for collection. Upon hearing this, the wraith immediately raised her hand, pointing towards one of the dimmest city projections, which flickered ominously with a blood-red alert. The model rapidly magnified, revealing the grim state of its internal streets, shadows of wandering figures, crumbling ruins, and billowing black smoke. This city ought to be designated as Isolation Zone Number 7. The wraith swiftly perused the accompanying data stream that had popped up beside her and sighed. It seemed unfortunate that the background setting for that area had been distorted by the underlying rules into a post-apocalyptic zombie crisis. Official forces had entirely abandoned it, enforcing the highest level of physical quarantine. Weaver, you merely stumbled upon the spontaneous unfolding of this narrative. Ha ha ha! The obsessionist erupted into another fit of laughter, as if she had heard the most amusing joke in the world. It is fine. Absolutely fine. In this world, regardless of whether it unfolds as a heroic comedy, a tragic apocalypse, or a terrifying silent play, it ultimately cannot escape the fate of the curtain falling and the audience dispersing. All struggles and narratives merely serve as footnotes to the inevitable destruction. The only distinction lies in the tempo at which the symphony of annihilation is orchestrated. He laughed uproariously, nearly gasping for breath. Vivian stood quietly, her hollow gaze fixed upon the obsessive master, only speaking once his maniacal laughter gradually subsided, her voice remaining flat and unperturbed. So, may I seek out my kind? Wow, the shadow exclaimed, blinking in surprise, as if the silver mask over her right eye gleamed momentarily. You found your kin in this desolation? That is indeed news worth celebrating. A hint of genuine curiosity tinged her tone. The weaver of nets nodded slightly, his grayish-white visage still devoid of expression, yet a barely perceptible confusion lingered in his voice. Indeed, although the current observational data presents numerous contradictions, I cannot comprehend why my kin exhibits such pronounced red and blue visual characteristics. The shadow and the obsessive master tilted their heads in perfect synchrony, their faces revealing an identical, pure perplexity. The madman in the purple suit and the lady in the silver mask both found themselves momentarily baffled by this excessively abstract response. The terms red and blue struck an oddly familiar chord, enveloping the darkened space in an eerie silence. Only the holographic screen continued to display Spider-Man in a phantasmic loop, silently replaying his exploits. Chapter 58. Sorensen's transformation. The afternoon sun streamed through the classroom window, casting warm patches of light upon the open exercise book. Sorensen leaned slightly, his finger tracing a complex geometric proof as he patiently articulated the use of auxiliary lines and theorems to his female classmates seated beside him. Thus, by connecting these 2 points and employing the properties of isosceles triangles, we can easily prove that these 2 angles are equal. Do you understand? He lifted his gaze to meet hers. The girl's face lit up with realization, a joyful smile breaking forth. So that is how it is. Thank you so much. Sorensen, you explain it even more clearly than the teacher. Sorensen felt a tinge of bashfulness as he smiled modestly, shaking his head gently. It's nothing. I'm just glad to be of assistance. At that moment, his deskmate, who had once excitedly boasted in class about how Spider-Man had helped him solve problems, though unspoken, Sorensen was nearly certain of it, nudged him with an elbow, an exaggerated expression of astonishment on his face. Hey, Sorensen, seriously, you've changed so much lately. You used to get confused explaining things, and now you've become a straight-A student? What gives? Have you suddenly unlocked some hidden potential, or have you been struck by an extraterrestrial knowledge repository? Upon hearing this, Sorensen's smile broadened, imbued with a secret radiance that only he understood. He turned his head and softly spoke to his deskmate. Perhaps it is because I have encountered a truly exceptional teacher. He imparted not only methods for solving problems. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if he were reliving that enchanting night, the sweetness of the cake, the charming demeanor of the doll, and the vibrant red and blue figure suspended from the ceiling that bestowed upon him the most significant encouragement. Wow, that sounds incredible. His desk mate's eyes sparkled with excitement, and though the full meaning eluded him, he was nonetheless inspired by the positivity in Sorensen's tone. With a sudden clap on the practice book, he exclaimed with fervor, "All right, let us strive together to conquer the monstrous entity known as mathematics." Indeed, Sorensen nodded vigorously, feeling a long-lost warmth and motivation swell within his chest. He straightened his posture, yet his thoughts quietly drifted back over the past few days. Since that extraordinary birthday night, he had resolved to no longer be the invisible Sorensen, cowering in the corner. His voice faint as a whisper, often overlooked or misnamed during introductions. He yearned for transformation. He aspired to embody the spirit of Spider-Man, maintaining an optimistic demeanor in the face of adversity, willing to lend a hand to others despite his own limited strength. The first step proved arduous. He deliberately raised his voice during class discussions, even as his heart raced like a drum. He proactively inquired whether classmates struggling with difficulties required assistance, despite initially appearing clumsy and stiff due to nervousness. Surprisingly, those around him did not mock. Instead, they cast astonished yet encouraging glances his way, and classmates discreetly gave him a thumbs up when he successfully answered a question. His name, Sorensen, was finally remembered and pronounced correctly. These small yet positive affirmations, akin to droplets of water, gradually coalesced into a stream that supported his ongoing transformation. With each successful interaction and every expression of gratitude received after helping others, the seed of confidence within him flourished. The catalyst for all this change pointed back to that miraculous night, to the urban hero who had instilled hope and direction within him. "Excuse me, Sorensen, could you please help me with this problem again?" A slightly bashful voice interrupted his reverie. Sorensen looked up to find yet another female classmate, holding her practice book and pointing to a familiar geometry problem. Zula," he replied, momentarily taken aback, yet he nodded gently and accepted the practice book. This marked the 6th time that day a female classmate had approached him with that identical question. How peculiar, he mused internally, unable to suppress a hint of confusion. Why must everyone come individually when we could all listen together? Is there something different in my explanations each time? Just as this thought surfaced, he chastised himself in his mind. "Sorensen, how can you think that way? Assisting others should never be seen as a bother. Spider-Man has helped countless individuals without ever complaining. You must learn his spirit, rather than quibble over trivial matters. He swiftly suppressed any lingering doubts and slight impatience, re-energizing himself to elaborate with even greater detail. His face still adorned with a patient and friendly smile. As the school bell rang, Sorensen bid farewell to his classmates, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out of the school gate with a buoyant stride. The setting sun cast a golden halo around his silhouette. He did not head home directly. Instead, driven by an almost pilgrim-like anticipation, he hastened toward the city center, quickening his pace until he nearly broke into a run. He fervently hoped to witness it, to see him whispering to himself, breathless as he ascended a grand bridge spanning the canal. This place offered a splendid vantage point. He leaned against the railing, eagerly gazing into the distance at the skyline of towering skyscrapers. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In the distance, amidst the high rises, a diminutive yet striking figure clad in red and blue swung gracefully through the air using webs, defying the laws of physics with an astonishing elegance and sense of power. Carving remarkable arcs high above, with each swing, he paused to assist those trapped on precarious scaffolding, deftly retrieving items on the brink of falling, his movements fluid and harmonious, as if that were his inherent dance. It was Spider-Man, the city's friendly neighbor, tirelessly aiding those in need. How splendid! Sorensen leaned over the railing, captivated, his face radiating pure admiration and exhilaration. He yearned to shout out, to share his transformation with Spider-Man, to express what that birthday night meant to him, to convey that mere words of gratitude were insufficient to capture his appreciation. He truly aspired to embody the essence of Spider-Man, cheerful, optimistic, and dedicated to bringing hope to others as a superhero, even though he might forever remain an ordinary person, possibly never having another opportunity to communicate with Spider-Man. Understanding that Spider-Man was a busy figure with countless others depending on him, he believed that, despite the distance, Spider-Man could surely sense his heartfelt intentions. For what Spider-Man bestowed upon him was not merely assistance, but the courage to change and the determination to shine. Under the sunset, the youth's eyes sparkled with longing, a yearning for heroes and an infinite anticipation for his own promising future. Chapter 59. Companions as another gentle white light dissipated within the system interface. Parker's inventory of hero cards increased by one. Eagerly, Parker dragged it into the battle slot. The scene on the screen momentarily stuttered, as if loading for a brief moment. Then, under the curious gazes of Spider-Man and the Super Moose, a soft, inflating sound resonated, followed by a hissing noise. A large, rounded white robot materialized out of thin air, gracefully landing on the rooftop surface. It was entirely composed of a smooth vinyl fiber, resembling an oversized, inflatable, adorable doll. On top of its round head, two black dots glimmered with a gentle blue light, serving as eyes. Hello, it spoke in a calm, soothing, and somewhat endearingly naive electronic voice, tilting its plump head slightly. I am Baymax, your personal health assistant. It is delightful to see you appear to be in good spirits. Wow, cool. Spider-Man's reaction was almost instantaneous. Like a child discovering an intriguing new toy, he excitedly circled around Baymax, his white eye mask exaggeratedly widening. He even cautiously extended a finger to poke at Baymax's seemingly soft belly, feeling the unique resilience of an inflatable object. Wow, Baymax, you're so adorable. What principle governs your movements? Is it a pneumatic system or some form of biomimetic electricity? Your skin texture is fascinating. How resilient is it? Can you scale walls like I do? Spider-Man's curiosity unleashed a torrent of scientifically inclined inquiries, a reflexive response from his tech-savvy persona. However, Baymax's programming appeared to prioritize other directives. Its chest panel illuminated, revealing a series of intricate life sign icons and data streams. As its black dot eyes conducted a swift scan of the approaching Spider-Man. After a soft beep, Baymax interjected in its steady voice, "Hello, I have conducted a rapid scan. Multiple mild soft tissue contusions have been detected in your body, with muscular fatigue levels exceeding normal thresholds and elevated levels of adrenaline. Immediate physical pain relief and soothing care are recommended." It raised a chubby arm, displaying several options on the panel: cold compress massage, ultrasound therapy, soothing gel spray. Oh, it's nothing really, just a minor issue. Spider-Man quickly waved his hand, attempting to demonstrate his well-being. To prove his point, he deliberately struck a classic muscle-flexing pose, tightening his red and blue suit. Though his physique was defined and brimming with superhuman strength, he bore a more lithe and fluid appearance, akin to that of a gymnast, rather than appearing bulky. This pose, coupled with his form-fitting attire, rendered him disarmingly approachable, even a tad charming. Do. A new companion. I'm Super Moose. Nearby. Super Moose fluttered with excitement, despite the unstitched rips and dust clinging to its form. Yet, it still endeavored to exude a hospitable demeanor, welcoming Spider-Man to the fight against evil. Do. On the screen, Parker watched with a paternal smile as this trio, transcending the boundaries of their respective worlds and styles, engaged in their inaugural dialogue, a wonderfully harmonious interaction. This sensation was extraordinary, as if he had crafted a small, unique family with his own hands. Ultimately, succumbing to the diligent care of the health assistant, Spider-Man accepted Baymax's simple treatment. The game system streamlined the process, merely manifesting as a gentle flash of blue light. Parker observed the slowly regenerating health bar of Spider-Man, and suddenly, its recovery rate surged slightly. Hooray! It's not just a healer, it's a healing guardian. Parker clapped his hands joyfully, warmly welcoming Baymax's addition. From now on, during their adventures, whenever health became precarious, he could summon Baymax to restore vitality. Perfect. However, he also noted that apart from the fully leveled core skill, medical care, Baymax's other abilities, such as inflatable flight, slow, martial arts combat, beginner, and, most crucially, carbon fiber armor, locked, remained at a very rudimentary stage. Gazing at the screen displaying the rotund, chubby, and seemingly innocuous balloon robot, Parker found it difficult to envision it charging into the fray alongside mechanical avian foes or swarms of insects. It seemed that, at this stage, Baymax would have to remain in a support role, he mused, stroking his chin. Yet, this did not dampen his spirits. He looked at the three figures standing side by side on the screen. The flamboyant red and blue Spider-Man, the tattered yet spirited plush Moose, and the round and gentle white medical robot. Should I come up with a team name now? Parker thought whimsically, cheerfully talking to himself. With three superheroes already assembled, why not call it the Trio Squad? Ha ha ha. He chuckled at his own playful reference to the Trio Squad from Ultraman Tiga. Why call it the Trio Squad? Because, when you think about it, the one behind the screen, orchestrating everything, himself, should count as a member of the team too. But aside from himself, no one else knew. How wonderful. Yet, Parker's smile gradually faded, replaced by an unmistakable tinge of envy and a faint sense of melancholy. On the screen lay the vibrant, camaraderie-filled world of heroes that he controlled, bustling and warm. Outside the screen, however, stretched the silent depths of night, with only the hum of the computer fan accompanying him. The cold light of the screen illuminated his solitary figure, starkly contrasting with the solitude of reality, creating a suffocating dichotomy. He glanced at his phone, which indicated it was already past 2 in the morning. Extended periods of intense concentration and emotional fluctuations brought about a strong aftereffect. His mind felt like a sponge, drained of moisture, heavy and drowsy, while his eyelids began to battle each other. His body persistently signaled its discontent, urging him to rise from the chair and surrender to the embrace of his bed. All right. Parker stifled a large yawn, stretched languidly, and heard his joints crack softly. The inaugural assembly of the Trio Squad was a resounding success. It was time to save and log off. He deftly maneuvered the mouse and clicked the save option. Watching the red and blue figure wave goodbye before the screen gradually dimmed, he ultimately froze the image on the game's main menu. The room fell into complete darkness and silence, leaving only the distant, blurred background noise of the city outside, mingling with the complex emotions of achievement and solitude that stirred within him. Chapter 60. Werewolf? For several consecutive nights, Sorensen found himself besieged by an inexplicable sensation. Each evening, he would descend into a vividly surreal dreamscape. In these nocturnal visions, he transformed from a timid, diminutive boy into an entity of immense power and swiftness, as if he could rend the darkness and chase after a fateful objective. He could perceive myriad scents carried by the wind and hear the faintest whispers of the city, with strength surging through every sinew and fiber of his being. Yet, with each dawn, the specific details of his dreams faded like the receding tide, leaving behind only a fervent yet hollow aftertaste, accompanied by a persistent, nebulous image in his mind, the peculiar belt, quietly resting within an old cardboard box. That evening, the setting sun bathed the room in warm orange hues. Sorensen sat at the edge of his bed, palms open, staring blankly. The sensation of power from his dreams seemed to linger faintly. "Are you calling me?" he whispered, as if addressing an unseen companion. Ultimately, curiosity and a yearning for change overwhelmed all else. Drawing a deep breath, he bent down and extricated the dusty, old box from under his bed. Inside lay the toy-like belt, its metallic buckle reflecting a faint, enigmatic glimmer in the slanting sunlight. Sorensen furrowed his brow slightly. In recent days, during his commutes to and from school, he had once again caught a whiff of that nauseating, sweet yet rusty scent, identical to that of the vampires he had encountered before. He had attempted to convey this terrifying aroma to a passing police officer, describing the dreadful scent. But the adults merely chuckled and patted his head, remarking on the vivid imagination of children, where they earnestly warned him against spinning tales. Lacking a mobile phone, he had no means to capture evidence. Relying solely on olfactory descriptions was insufficient to convince anyone. He longed desperately to reach out to Spider-Man. Yet that red and blue figure was elusive, and merely catching a glimpse from afar was fortunate, let alone engaging in conversation. "I can wait no longer." A glimmer of resolve flashed in Sorensen's blue eyes. He felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility, since he alone could perceive the monsters lurking within the crowd. It was up to him to take action. He once more grasped the cold belt, his fingers gliding over its incomprehensible, intricate patterns. This time, he hesitated no longer. He solemnly fastened it around his waist and carefully tucked it beneath the hem of his oversized shirt. As dusk approached, he stealthily slipped out of his home and ventured into the secluded alley behind the community, a place rarely visited, littered with discarded debris. His heart pounded like a drum within his chest. He inhaled the air, tinged with refuse and dust, closed his eyes, and endeavored to recall the sensation of power coursing through him in his dreams, hoping to commune with the strange artifact at his waist. "Please, if you truly possess any power, assist me." At first, nothing transpired. As Sorensen was on the brink of being engulfed by despair, suddenly, a menacing and regal wolf-shaped pattern flashed before his tightly shut eyes. Following that, an indescribable, tearing pain surged from one of his upper canines. It felt as though that tooth was growing wildly, sharpening and protruding beyond his lips. He could not suppress a low groan of agony. Simultaneously, a torrent of searing yet icy energy erupted from his belt, instantaneously enveloping his entire being. A stream of dark, purple energy, akin to burning flames, gushed forth from his waist, swiftly wrapping around every inch of his skin. A violent transformation overtook him. His body visibly expanded, becoming robust. Fine black fur pierced through his skin, growing wildly to cover him entirely. His nails thickened, elongated, transforming into sharp, dark hooks. His facial structure reshaped, with his mouth and nose protruding forward to form a wolf's muzzle, while his ears elongated to a pointed shape. An ancient, spiked, dark armor materialized upon his skin, solidifying into existence. This entire metamorphosis was completed in the blink of an eye. The dark purple energy swiftly receded into his body like a receding tide. Standing in place was no longer the blue-haired, frail human boy Sorensen. Instead, he had transformed into a nearly 2-meter-tall, densely furred, muscular werewolf warrior, clad in dark metallic armor that shielded his vital areas. He wielded a blade capable of effortlessly tearing through steel, his beastly eyes ablaze with a molten glow, shimmering with wild and fierce light in the dim alleyway. Sorensen, bewildered, raised his armored and clawed hand, gazing in disbelief. He gently flexed his fingers, the sharp claws scraping against one another, emitting a sound that sent shivers down the spine. An unprecedented sense of power coursed through him. His senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. He could distinctly hear the news playing on a television 100 meters away, and detect countless scents in the air that he had previously overlooked. After the overwhelming shock, a realization washed over him. "It seems I have undergone a remarkable transformation." A deep, hoarse voice, laced with a distinctly bestial growl, emanated from his wolfish maw, reverberating through the silent alley. This voice belonged to him, yet felt utterly foreign. In the early morning of the city, a kind-faced, silver-haired Grandma Zhang was busy in her narrow yet tidy kitchen, tying her apron. On the stove, a fragrant meat sauce simmered, accompanied by a smooth dough that had been kneaded to perfection. A satisfied smile graced her face as she carefully placed the freshly made, sauce-laden hand-pulled noodles into a brand-new, patterned disposable eco-friendly box, thoughtfully adding a soft-boiled egg and blanched greens. While she worked, she occasionally glanced out the window, her eyes filled with anticipation. Soon, the familiar sound of an approaching aircraft could be heard, drawing closer. Good morning, everyone. The vibrant red and blue figure, akin to the heartbeat of the city, made its timely appearance, gracefully swinging between the skyscrapers, energetically greeting the elderly and children who awaited him at their windows. Spider-Man's voice, transmitted through his mask, remained as cheerful as ever, dispelling the last remnants of morning drowsiness. Kids, look over here. Look over here. Grandma Zhang, with some effort, leaned out, waving her wrinkled hand, her voice robust. Spider-Man's keen hearing instantly caught the call. With a flick of his wrist, he altered his trajectory, leaping lightly to affix himself precisely to the wall outside Grandma Zhang's window, hanging upside down, his mask's white eyes darting animatedly. Good morning, Grandma Zhang. Is there anything I can assist you with? His words flowed rapidly, imbued with the youthful enthusiasm characteristic of his age. Do you need me to fetch a package? Or perhaps pick up some medicine from the pharmacy? Or send a message to an old friend? Or maybe there's an appliance at home that needs fixing? I've recently been delving into electrical circuits. He enumerated the possible requests, ready and eager to roll up his sleeves for action. No, none of that. Grandma Zhang chuckled, shaking her head, her wrinkles softening with her smile. Lately, I've seen you tirelessly helping Mr. Lee repair his roof, searching for little Wong's lost cat, and retrieving kites from the trees, leaving you no time to rest. It pains my heart to see you so busy. She lifted a heavy, steaming lunchbox, straining to extend it towards Spider-Man. So, I prepare a bit of breakfast for you. You, dear child, running around in such tight clothing every day, must be feeling the heat under the sun. Are you eating well? You're at that age where you need to nourish yourself. You must not go hungry. Spider-Man was evidently taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, momentarily stunned. He instinctively accepted the warm lunchbox, the comforting weight palpable even through his suit. In that moment, words eluded him. He simply squatted there, holding the lunchbox with a dazed expression. Quickly, take it. Eat it while it's hot. We mustn't waste food. Grandma Zhang's tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable insistence. Thank you, he finally managed to utter, his voice emerging from beneath the mask, slightly deeper than usual, tinged with an imperceptible quiver and profound gratitude. Before the screen, Parker observed this heartwarming scene, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips, a wave of warmth surging within him. This genuine and direct kindness from an ordinary person always managed to pierce through the screen, profoundly moving him. He guided the somewhat dazed Spider-Man, with that precious gift in hand, to elegantly swing and land on the edge of the rooftop of the tallest building nearby. Spider-Man cautiously sat down, as if cradling a fragile treasure. He gently opened the lunchbox lid, the rich aroma of the food seemingly wafting through the screen. From somewhere, he produced a pair of chopsticks and carefully lifted the lower part of his mask above his nose, revealing his mouth and chin. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and, after blowing gently on the noodles, began to eat them with small, deliberate bites. The sunlight bathed him, making his red battle attire appear particularly vibrant. In this moment, he was no longer the acrobatic superhero, but resembled an ordinary youth relishing the affection of his elders on a bustling morning. Parker observed this scene, and an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Is there a story of Peter Parker beneath the mask within this game? The allure of a superhero extends far beyond the dazzling prowess displayed in combat. It lies in the struggles, growth, joys, and sorrows of the ordinary individual concealed beneath the mask. It is the mundane moments and the warmth of human connections that truly empower a hero to persevere. Parker realized that the world of this game seemed even more vast and profound than he had imagined, brimming with countless corners and narratives waiting to be uncovered. Just then, his stomach began to rumble. Chuckling softly, he remarked, I woke up thinking about playing this game, and yet I haven't even had breakfast. His light laughter echoed throughout the room. Chapter 61. Spider Motorcycle in the Real World. Evening fell. Parker emerged from the corporate building, dragging with him a sense of exhaustion, as if he had just fought an unspoken battle. Rubbing his dry, swollen eyes vigorously, he let out a long yawn toward the overcast sky. Ah, the survival task is accomplished, and the reward is a few hours of freedom alongside a nearly empty wallet. He muttered to himself as he walked toward the convenience store across the street, waiting for the red light to count down. He instinctively pulled out his phone, the screen illuminating to reveal his meticulously chosen wallpaper. Spider-Man, striking a remarkably cool pose while hanging upside down from a skyscraper, with the dazzling city skyline in the background. His photo album was filled with an array of Spider-Man screenshots, fan art, and even his own meticulously organized notes about the superhero. All right, I confess, sometimes I truly envy the protagonists of those novels. Parker whispered to himself as he gazed at the wallpaper, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible emotion. Whether it be an unexpected system grant or a direct crossover, they could save the world without the grind of a 9-to-5 and even amass a collection of magical artifacts. Attractive companions and loyal sidekicks, unlike him, who had to clock out before saving a city, with the reward being instant noodles and a sausage. Although the tales of most novel protagonists often left Parker feeling disheartened, this fleeting thought was soon brushed aside. He shook his head, a hint of relief and even gratitude gracing his features. Enough of that. Parker, he chided himself inwardly. Do you not know yourself? If you were to wield that kind of world-shattering power, could you guarantee that you wouldn't sneakily enhance your boss's coffee or orchestrate a mishap for that annoying colleague? Or worse, he possessed a keen awareness of his own ordinary, darker inclinations. Power is akin to a magnifying glass, amplifying the desires that lie within. Though this world may appear mundane at times, occasionally suffocating, it is, on the whole, orderly, with a majority of individuals striving earnestly and embodying kindness. Those extraordinary powers that exist solely in fantasy, rather than being blessings, resemble unstable bombs capable of shattering the existing equilibrium. In this manner, experiencing the life of a hero through a screen might indeed be the most fitting way for him. With this complex yet pragmatic sentiment, he stepped into the convenience store, deftly grabbing a few packets of the cheapest instant noodles. After a moment of hesitation, he indulgently added a sausage and a can of cola to celebrate his survival for the day. Upon returning to his familiar yet desolate apartment, Parker set his purchases aside, almost diving towards his computer. The morning had merely been a warm-up. Now was the true Parker time. He rubbed his hands together, the fatigue vanishing from his face, replaced by a sparkle of excitement. On the screen, Spider-Man stood quietly atop a skyscraper, his red suit seemingly ablaze in a virtual sunset. Parker moved the mouse, filled with the anticipation akin to unwrapping a new toy, opened the inventory, selected the sleek icon of the Spider motorcycle, and clicked Summon. With a hum, a flash of light appeared, and a futuristic motorcycle materialized on the rooftop platform. Its matte black base was adorned with web-like red luminescent patterns that seemed to breathe, while a massive white spider emblem boldly marked the front, exuding an aura of dominance. Spider-Man's movements were as fluid as if rehearsed countless times, with a swift maneuver. He mounted the bike, gripping the handlebars firmly. The engine emitted a deep and powerful rumble, not the roar of an ordinary motorcycle, but rather the anticipatory buzz of a high-tech engine primed for action. Original work by Shotaro Ishinomori. Parker exclaimed with a grin, invoking the classic catchphrase as if it would lend a greater sense of ritual to this ride. He pressed the acceleration key on the keyboard. The rear wheel of the Spider motorcycle spun wildly for a moment, generating a few sparks. Following this, Spider-Man pressed a unique button on the handlebars. With a whoosh, an exceptionally resilient, milky white web shot from beneath the motorcycle's chassis, adhering precisely to a distant, taller building. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Spider motorcycle seemed to defy gravity entirely, racing along the nearly vertical web as if accelerating on flat ground, wildly dashing forth. It sped along the glass facade of the skyscraper, the wheels perfectly aligned with the smooth surface, as if gliding effortlessly. Oh! The white eyes on Spider-Man's mask narrowed into excited arcs, and he let out a joyous cheer, reveling in the rush of wind and the unprecedented experience of high-speed climbing. And this was not the end. Parker pressed another button marked with a turbo icon. With a roar, two small thrusters suddenly emerged from the rear of the motorcycle, unleashing vibrant blue particle flames. The powerful thrust propelled the motorcycle away from the wall and the cobwebs, soaring through the air like a crimson comet, briefly etching a dazzling trajectory in the city's skyline as it engaged in a low-altitude flight. Below, scattered pedestrians were startled by the roar of the engine and the fleeting shadow above, instinctively looking up. Wow, what is that? Is it Spider-Man? Has he switched to a motorcycle? Can it fly? Capture it. Quick, take a picture. Amidst the vague exclamations, one could discern Spider-Man's exhilarated voice. Diluted by the wind, yet unmistakable. This is fantastic. But next time, I do prefer a rocket backpack. It will be far more agile. Atop the Nova Power Building, in a private laboratory on the top floor, Nora was seated before a colossal luminous screen, her slender fingers dancing swiftly across a virtual keyboard, cascading lines of intricate code like a waterfall. She was diligently upgrading the communication firewall system of her white-winged armor. A small window on the screen displayed a recent online sentiment report concerning Spider-Man, compiled by the cybersecurity department. Nora's icy blue eyes scanned the report, her brow furrowing slightly. He remains remarkably active, and yet the official organizations have conspicuously refrained from taking any coercive measures. A sense of perplexity washed over her. This was inconsistent with her understanding of bureaucratic entities accustomed to controlling every aspect. She clicked through several major social media platforms and news websites. Indeed, as the report indicated, the mainstream media, renowned for their credibility, scarcely mentioned Spider-Man, as if he were a mere figment of imagination. Occasionally, videos capturing Spider-Man's exploits would surface, only to vanish quietly once their popularity reached a certain threshold. The collective memory of the internet is fleeting. Under the deliberate control and guidance of official narratives, dissenting voices began to gain traction. Comments suggesting special effects, influencer hype, and extreme measures for the sake of attention were ubiquitous. Yet, Nora also noted that within the ruins of those video comment sections and in the recesses of niche forums, there remained a steadfast group of individuals who firmly believed in Spider-Man's existence. They shared experiences of assistance received, and although their descriptions were vague and devoid of evidence, their gratitude and conviction were palpably genuine. As she pondered the implications, Nora contemplated whether, as the number of witnesses increased, coincidences piled up beyond rational explanation, and trust in him coalesced into an undeniable collective. This meticulously maintained facade of a normal society might be torn asunder. But she quickly shook her head, a sardonic smile tugging at the corners of her lips. I am overthinking. If an entire city can vanish without a trace, conveniently explained away as a massive geological shift, and if the collective disappearance of so many can be brushed off as accidents and waves of immigration, what could a solitary vigilante clad in spandex truly alter? Perhaps, in the end, he would merely become another forgotten or rationalized urban legend. She cast aside the tumult of thoughts, redirecting her focus to the code before her. The pressing concern was to prevent that tight-clad boy from infiltrating her private channel, as if it were his own backyard. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with increased velocity, crafting new encryption protocols and identification barriers. In this technological duel, defeat was non-option. Chapter 62. Werewolves and vampires on the outskirts of the city. The abandoned industrial zone lay shrouded in a heavy twilight, its rusted factories resembling the skeletal remains of colossal beasts, dark and oppressive. The air was thick with the mingled scents of rust, dust, and the decay of machine oil. Yet, Sorensen's keen nose discerned a nauseating aroma amidst this, a sweet yet metallic scent, unmistakably the blood scent of vampires, intermingled with the fear of fresh human blood. The source lay ahead, within the largest factory, its shattered windows gaping like black holes. This is it, Sorensen murmured to himself, a flicker of resolve igniting in his golden eyes. Instinctively, he reached for the cold, hard object tightly secured at his waist, the belt that bestowed upon him strength. It also bore the weight of uncertainty. Before arriving, he had summoned the courage to approach the patrolling officers, urgently describing the dreadful scent and speaking of vampires and abductions. Yet, the outcome was always the same. Adults either chuckled and tousled his hair, admonishing him not to indulge in too many horror films, or wore serious expressions, warning him against making false reports. He even contemplated fabricating a more plausible excuse, perhaps claiming to have heard cries for help or seen suspicious figures, to coax the police into investigating. But that thought was swiftly quelled. What if the officers arrived and were unable to confront those monsters, endangering themselves in the process? A profound sense of responsibility restrained him from making a choice that could entangle innocence in peril. He yearned to find Spider-Man. Yet that red and blue hero was as elusive as the wind, omnipresent yet difficult to grasp. Relying on his sense of smell for tracking? In this vast city, it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. All paths seemed obstructed. The only ally he could depend upon was himself and this enigmatic power, both terrifying and captivating. No more hesitation. Sorensen inhaled the frigid air deeply, abruptly closing his eyes, concentrating all his thoughts on the belt. He sought to communicate with that wild, primal energy. The familiar, tearing pain surged once more from his canines. A torrent of dark violet energy erupted, engulfing him. Bones stretched, muscles swelled, fur erupted. An instantaneous transformation completed in a heartbeat. When the energy dissipated, standing in place was no longer the frail, blue-haired boy, but a towering werewolf warrior, nearly 2 meters tall, cloaked in thick black fur, sinewy muscles rippling, and sharp claws poised. His molten gold eyes blazed with a cold fury in the darkness. Upon his transformation, the world around him underwent a profound metamorphosis in his perception. Everything within the darkness became astonishingly vivid. Even the minute particles of dust suspended in the air became discernible. A myriad of scents surged into his nostrils like a tumultuous tide: aged iron, decayed wood, the acrid stench of rodent urine, and most pungently, the fador of vampiric blood mingled with the sweet metallic aroma of human blood. His hearing sharpened to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to distinctly perceive the muffled sobs emanating from the depths of the factory, accompanied by a low, nauseating murmur of indistinct voices. A growl erupted from the depths of the werewolf's throat, deep and menacing. He advanced with powerful limbs, covered in coarse fur and hardened skin, his claws treading silently upon the shattered concrete floor. Like the most seasoned of hunters, he traced the most repugnant scent and stealthily approached the shadowy entrance of the factory. Deep within the factory, on a cleared patch of ground, a middle-aged man, dressed in an expensive suit yet now appearing utterly disheveled, was tightly bound to a dilapidated wooden chair. His face was a canvas of tears and terror, trembling in fear. "Please, I beg you, let me go. I am wealthy, exceedingly wealthy. I can offer you anything. I swear, I will not tell a soul. Just pretend this never happened," he pleaded hoarsely. Surrounding him were several pale figures with sinister gazes. Their pupils glimmered with an ominous red light in the darkness, and sharp canines were faintly visible at the corners of their mouths. "Money?" One of the vampires scoffed, his voice laced with a chilling mockery. "Mortal, open your eyes and behold. We are already noble bloods, long transcended from the base desires of your kind for mere riches. What we seek is far more precious. What opportunity could possibly allow me to serve you, esteemed lords of the blood?" The man, as if clutching at a lifeline, strained to produce a smile more grotesque than his tears. Another vampire stepped forward slowly, his crimson eyes fixated on the man as if appraising an object. "It is quite simple. The location of your company is particularly special, situated at one of the city's intersections, and the structure of the entire building is quite intriguing." His icy fingers traced the man's trembling cheek. "You merely need to ensure that all your employees voluntarily remain at work during the next full moon. The rest we shall handle. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, I shall comply. I will ensure everyone stays." The man nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain, willing to acquiesce to anything for the sake of his life. "Excellent," the first vampire remarked with a satisfied, cruel smile. He leaned closer, his sharp fangs glinting ominously in the dim light as he approached the man's jugular. "Now, before the plan commences, allow me to bestow upon you a small favor, to help you better comprehend our magnificence." "No, please, spare me, my lord." The man erupted into a desperate scream, struggling with all his might. But the ropes held him firmly bound. In the chilling moment, just before the icy fangs made contact with flesh, a resounding thud echoed from the direction of the warehouse entrance. It was as though an immensely heavy object had been forcefully slammed against the rusted iron door. All the vampires were startled, abruptly turning their heads towards the source of the commotion. Instantly, a shadow surged forth with a speed far beyond their visual perception, carrying an aura of primal ferocity and oppressive menace. What could it be? An enemy attack? The vampires barely managed a few shocked shrieks before two of their outermost companions were sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing into a pile of discarded machinery with a horrifying sound of shattering bones, momentarily incapacitated. The shadow swiftly penetrated to the center of the space, coming to a steady halt. Illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the broken window and the vampire's crimson eyes, everyone present finally discerned the figure's appearance. It was a nearly perfect embodiment of slaughter, cloaked in dense black fur, with muscles as solid as rock, glinting with a metallic sheen, sharp claws, and a pair of beastly eyes ablaze with molten fury in the darkness. He slightly lowered his posture, emitting a deep, threatening growl from his throat, a palpable wild pressure radiating from him, instantly overpowering the vampire's chilling presence. The man bound to the chair was utterly paralyzed with fear, mouth agape, but unable to produce a sound. The suddenly emerged werewolf warrior coldly surveyed each vampire with his inhuman golden eyes, finally locking onto the vampire leader who had almost bitten him. A confrontation beyond mortal comprehension, a clash between dark creatures, was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 63. Labeled a monster within the abandoned factory, the standoff in the darkness was rife with palpable tension. What was this? A new breed of guard dog? Or a werewolf? One vampire regarded the unexpected intruder with uncertainty, his pale face betraying a tremor not born of elegance for the first time. The other vampires exchanged glances, witnessing the same astonishment and a subtle hint of fear reflected in each other's crimson eyes. Yet they quickly suppressed their emotions, baring their sharp fangs, their human-like nails suddenly elongating and hardening, gleaming with an obsidian-like coldness, menacingly directed at the werewolf in the center. The werewolf, Sorensen, felt the tumultuous and nearly frenzied power surging within him, granting him courage. He suppressed his anxiety, deliberately deepening his voice, rough and resonant, attempting to intimidate his adversaries. Should you choose to surrender or scurry away with your tails between your legs, I might consider binding you in a slightly more comfortable manner. This overtly disdainful remark ignited the vampire's fury. What arrogant beast! The leading vampire shrieked. We have transcended into the noble bloodline, endowed with eternal life and strength. How dare you speak to us in such a tone? Tear him apart. At the command, all the vampires, akin to hounds responding to a call, lunged simultaneously from all directions toward the werewolf. Their speed was so swift that it left behind fleeting shadows. Their sharp claws sliced through the air with a piercing sound, targeting the werewolf's eyes, throat, and other vital points. However, the subsequent scene plunged the hearts of all vampires into despair. A sound akin to the clashing of metal rang out. The vampire's claws, capable of rending steel, merely sparked against the werewolf's densely furred body and its peculiar armor, leaving not even a white mark. The werewolf's defensive prowess was unimaginably formidable. What? This is impossible. Before the vampires could finish their exclamations of shock, the werewolf sprang into action. It seemed that these trivial attacks had incited its anger, or perhaps awakened the primal instinct for battle within. It let out a deafening roar, the tremendous sound wave nearly threatening to lift the roof of the factory. Following this, its claws, shrouded in dark armor, struck out with a ferocity that belied their simplicity. With terrifying speed and power, they slashed through the vampire's seemingly resilient skin, unleashing dark crimson blood that resembled that of a lifeless entity. One vampire shrieked in agony as 3 deep claw marks, visible down to the bone, appeared on its chest, sending it sprawling to the ground like a rag doll. Struggling to rise, the werewolf's eyes, glowing with molten gold in the darkness, became the most terrifying sight in the eyes of all vampires, cold, vicious, as if they were gazing from the abyss. With every swipe of its claws and every movement, it exuded an overwhelming force. The vampire's assaults were futile, while every counterattack from the werewolf was sure to draw blood. Meanwhile, in the real world, Parker reclined comfortably in his chair, humming the unmistakable theme melody of Spider-Man, the animated series, 1994, skillfully maneuvering Spider-Man through the virtual city's nightscape. It occurred to him that despite playing for so long, he still did not know the name of this city. The previous mission briefing seemed to have mentioned it briefly. Parker suddenly pondered this question and paused momentarily. His thoughts drifted slightly. The Spider-Man he controlled seemed to continue the storyline from the beginning of Ultimate Spider-Man, yet the dialogue felt as though a traveler had arrived in this world. But why would they traverse? What was the purpose of their crossing? The game's background seemed to have omitted any mention of this. He attempted to untangle this logic, but soon relinquished the effort. Never mind. Why overthink? Being able to swing as Spider-Man, undertake missions, experience the thrill of heroism, and witness various Spider-Man stories was already exhilarating enough. As for the background settings, let them be considered hidden Easter eggs. Just then, a familiar mission icon in the corner of the screen flickered urgently. Vampire Nest Rescue. Oh dear, the task has arrived. At last, a coherent vampire storyline has emerged. Parker, invigorated, swiftly maneuvered Spider-Man towards the coordinates of the derelict factory marked on the map. Vampires, your good neighbor has arrived, he exclaimed. Gazing at the familiar factory icon on the map, he couldn't help but quip. Have these vampires signed a long-term lease with abandoned factories? Why do they so relish causing chaos in such places? His sardonic remark echoed in the tranquil confines of a small room, met with silence. Within the factory, the battle unfolded in a decidedly one-sided manner. What manner of creature is this? A vampire gasped, clutching his mangled chest, where claw marks had nearly cleaved him in two. Dark crimson blood seeped incessantly, rendering his once proud regenerative abilities painfully sluggish. Curse it! Their strength and defense far exceed our expectations. We must retreat. We cannot contend with this monster. A fellow vampire, witnessing his companion's dire state, was overwhelmed with an acute desire to flee. The werewolf, overhearing their dialogue, emitted a low, authoritative growl, seeking to instill further psychological pressure. Thinking of fleeing? Then be quick about it, before I change my mind. His voice reverberated through the cavernous factory, laden with a chilling sense of oppression. Yet beneath the werewolf's fearsome exterior, Sorensen's heart was a tempest of panic and uncertainty. What to do? What to do? Did I strike too hard? That claw seemed to penetrate too deeply. Will they bleed out? I merely intended to frighten them. Killing in self-defense is a crime. But then, should they be considered monsters? If I inadvertently slay a monster, is that a crime? The youth, confronting such peril for the first time alone, harbored but a singular goal: to rescue that individual. He had not anticipated the vampire's tenacity. Though they were gravely wounded by his claws, they refused to surrender easily. If they do not flee, must I truly incapacitate them all? How much force is required to render them unconscious? But I brought no ropes. What to do? At that moment, the man bound to the chair, overwhelmed by sheer terror and the pungent scent of blood, experienced a complete psychological breakdown, unleashing a hysterical wail and sobbing uncontrollably. I just wanted to clock out for a drink. Why am I so unfortunate? Encountering vampires was not enough. Now there's a werewolf. Monsters. All of you are monsters. You want to devour me. Help! His incoherent cries were accompanied by streams of tears and snot. Amidst his anguished screams, a red and blue figure descended silently like a specter through a hole in the factory roof, gracefully hanging upside down, curiously observing the chaos below. Parker, watching the scene unfold from his vantage point, blinked in surprise. Has this quest introduced a werewolf ally? The objective was crystal clear: prioritize the rescue of the hostage. Noticing that the battleground between the werewolf and the vampires had temporarily strayed from the hostage's location, Parker promptly set Spider-Man into action. Spider-Man descended silently like a feather, nimbly slipping behind the emotionally distraught man. All right, my friend, calm down, take a deep breath. He spoke in the most amiable and reassuring tone he could muster, gently patting the man's shoulder. Look who is here. It's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Everything will be fine. I'm here to rescue you. Spider-Man. Is it really you? The man, akin to a drowning soul grasping at a lifeline, abruptly turned his head, his eyes widening in excitement at the sight of the iconic red and blue suit. Quick, please save me. Those vampires. And that werewolf. They're monsters. Terrifying monsters. They want to eat me. Relax. I'll help you untie those ropes, Spider-Man reassured him, as he deftly tugged at the coarse cords binding the man's wrists. However, the man's earlier cries, filled with terror and misunderstanding, had already resonated throughout the factory, inevitably reaching the ears of the werewolf and vampires locked in confrontation. The vampires exchanged uncertain glances at the sudden appearance of Spider-Man, complicating the situation further. Meanwhile, the werewolf, Sorensen, abruptly turned his head. His golden, fiery eyes pierced through the darkness, locking onto the man who had just been freed and was now pointing at him, shouting monster, as well as the Spider-Man who was offering him comfort. In that instant, an indescribable, chilling sensation, like an invisible dagger, pierced deep within the massive form of the werewolf. Monster? Is he calling me a monster? I was the one saving him. I defeated those true vampires. I protected him. Yet he calls me a monster? Like those vampires? The molten gold of his eyes narrowed slightly. The fury and wildness boiling within seemed to freeze for a moment, revealing a fleeting glimpse of shock and hurt. Within the formidable shell of the werewolf, the heart of a boy who had mustered all his courage to save another felt the first profound, chilling crack as a result of an unintentional word born from fear. Chapter 64. Transformation. The battle within the factory faltered as the werewolf momentarily hesitated, creating a fatal gap. The remaining vampires keenly sensed this moment of doubt. Their instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. They unhesitatingly abandoned their offensive, scattering like frightened bats, transforming into pale shadows as they rushed towards the dark corners and exits of the factory. "Oh, this simply won't do, dear vampires." A vibrant voice rang out mockingly from above. "The party has only just begun, and the guest of honor hasn't even arrived yet. How can you leave early?" Before the words had fully left his lips, Spider-Man swiftly raised his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several strands of webbing, shimmering with electric blue arcs, shot forth like precise hunting nets, instantly ensnaring every vampire attempting to flee with astonishing accuracy. Crackle, snap. A surge of blue and white electricity erupted instantaneously, illuminating the dim factory with dazzling halos of light. The overwhelming, paralyzing effect rendered the vampires incapable of uttering more than half-hearted screams, their bodies convulsing violently as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats. They fell rigidly to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke, temporarily stripped of all agency. Meanwhile, the werewolf remained motionless as a statue. The man's monstrous cry pierced through the fervor and courage that accompanied his first transformation like a cold dagger, leaving him engulfed in confusion and self-doubt. Indeed, in this form, covered in dark fur, with sharp claws and fangs, and eyes gleaming like a wild beast, he appeared far more like a villain from a horror film than a beloved superhero soaring through the skies. Had he frightened the man? His intention had been to save him. Was he truly unsuited for the role of a hero? All he seemed to do was exacerbate the situation. Despondency washed over him like a tide, so overwhelming that he failed to notice Spider-Man deftly ensnaring the incapacitated vampires in white cocoons with additional strands of webbing. Nor did he observe that the overly startled man had already fainted. At that moment, the lively voice broke the suffocating silence. "Hey, buddy, look over here." Spider-Man had finished securing the scene and stood at a safe distance, curiously examining the rigid werewolf with an unmistakable spirit of exploration. With hands gesturing animatedly, he spoke with excitement rather than fear. "Wow, you're so cool. That look, those muscles, that armor. Are you the legendary werewolf? The real deal? Transforming on a full moon? With built-in gear? How fashionable." Spider-Man cautiously circled the werewolf, inspecting him from head to toe. "Hey, you can communicate, right? Do you speak human?" The werewolf's massive form shifted slightly, molten gold pupils turning to regard the chattering red and blue figure. Observing the werewolf's reaction seemed to invigorate Spider-Man further. He slowed his speech and pointed to the white eyes on his mask, exaggerating his mouth movements. "Hello, I'm Spider-Man. Do you understand? I won't harm you. How are you?" The werewolf opened his mouth, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his furry visage. Faced with this torrent of questions and the childlike manner of communication, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "All right," Spider-Man exaggeratedly sighed, tapping his mask. "Maybe I should invent a universal translator or find a friend who speaks animal languages. Do I know anyone who can talk to animals?" Meanwhile, Parker, observing from the screen, noted the werewolf's icon on the mini-map had turned a friendly green, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh, indeed an ally. It seems we have a hidden local hero here. What an exhilarating concept." Just then, the werewolf appeared to have made up his mind. A low, indecipherable gurgle emanated from his throat as he lifted a claw covered in armor, pointing toward the glowing belt at his waist. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Black-purple energy surged forth once more, but this time it did not explode outward. Instead, it receded rapidly back toward his belt as if drawn in by the tide. His massive form swiftly diminished amidst the swirling black-purple orbs, his dense black fur retracting beneath his skin, claws transforming back into human fingers, and the fearsome wolf visage reverting to that of a handsome, albeit alarmed, boy with dark hair. In mere seconds, the terrifying werewolf warrior vanished, leaving behind a slightly oversized shirt and a pale-faced youth named Sorensen. My voice, tinged with the clarity of adolescence and a palpable sense of unease and shyness, identified me as Sorensen. Spider-Man's reaction was nothing short of classic. The white eyes on his mask widened in sheer astonishment, transforming into two enormous circles. He stumbled back a step, clasping his head with both hands, as though witnessing the most incredible phenomenon imaginable. Wait. What's happening? A living transformation? Or is this some high-tech holographic disguise? A magical metamorphosis? But you were just so huge a moment ago. Spider-Man's voice soared in pitch, his words tumbling out at a breakneck speed. His gaze darted between Sorensen's ill-fitting clothing and the now-dimmed belt. Parker, observing the scene on the screen, marveled at the boy with the belt, exclaiming, "What is this? A common Haida? This is so cool." A transformation is happening. Yet almost immediately, his scientific instincts plunged him into a fresh quandary as he circled Sorensen, tapping his chin. No, this doesn't add up. If it were merely exoskeletal armor or bio-boosting, how could the size change be so drastic? What about the law of conservation of energy? Where did the matter come from, and where did it go? And why is your clothing intact? What material is this made of? Is there molecular recombination technology at play? What is the underlying principle here? A flurry of questions erupted from him like a rapid-fire barrage, each one probing the very core of Sorensen's knowledge gaps. Under the scrutiny of his idol, faced with a barrage of questions he could not possibly answer, Sorensen's face flushed crimson. He lowered his gaze in embarrassment, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his shirt, and muttered in a voice barely above a whisper, I don't know. It just can do that." A subtle silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the distant, unconscious groans of vampires bound like dumplings. Chapter 65. The superfan Spider-Man stood on a secluded rooftop outside the factory, watching as the special operations vehicles glided silently down the street below. Dressed in uniform and equipped with advanced gear, the action team members swiftly and professionally entered the factory, escorting the vampires, tightly bound by webbing and scorched by electricity, one by one to the vehicle. Alongside them, the unconscious hostage was carefully lifted onto the ambulance. Only when the scene was confirmed to be completely secured, leaving no trace that could incite public panic, did Spider-Man let out a slight sigh of relief, his body relaxing. Task accomplished. Parker leaned back comfortably in his chair, contentedly observing the task list where Vampire Nest Rescue was marked with a golden check, and the reward experience points and game currency were automatically credited to his account. What captivated his attention even more was the number on the equipment lottery interface, which finally reached a figure that tempted him enough to participate. Parker rubbed his hands together, yet he restrained the impulse to draw immediately, as another task notification continued to blink. Communicate with the unidentified superpowered individual, Sorensen. Parker gazed at the screen, where the blue-haired boy stood a short distance behind Spider-Man, appearing quite anxious and uncomfortable. He made an effort to recall. It dawned on him. It was that boy from the birthday party. So was him. A peculiar sense of connection surged within him. A chance encounter, a system-triggered neighborhood task, had surprisingly led to the discovery of a child with supernatural abilities. The narrative linkage in this game was rather intriguing. The next phase should be the classic mentorship moment, right? Parker stroked his chin, a smile of anticipation spreading across his face. Spider-Man teaching the little werewolf how to be a hero. Wow, this storyline truly resonates with me. Just thinking about it excites me. On the screen, Spider-Man turned to face the boy, Sorensen, who had been quietly waiting, nervously fiddling with the buckle of his belt. The night breeze brushed past them, creating a moment of silence in the atmosphere. Spider-Man seemed to gather his thoughts before speaking in as gentle a tone as possible. All right, kid, if I'm not mistaken, your name is Sorensen, right? Such a simple sentence seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing Sorensen to abruptly lift his head. his golden eyes sparkling with incredulous delight and excitement. His idol remembered his name. Yes, yes, Mr. Spider-Man, he nearly shouted, his voice stammering due to overwhelming emotion. His face flushed. Thank you. Thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday last time. And in the Super Moose. I'm your biggest fan. Really. It seemed he had expended all his strength to utter those words, and then he anxiously gazed at Spider-Man, as if awaiting judgment. Spider-Man's reaction was unexpectedly endearing. He appeared momentarily stunned, then, seemingly a bit shy, raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, causing slight wrinkles in the material of his mask. His tone carried a hint of genuine modesty. Wow. Thank you for your support. Honestly, it's the first time I've heard someone call themselves my super fan. It feels quite extraordinary. Before the screen, Parker couldn't help but chuckle, interjecting into the microphone with playful mischief. Hey, little brother, mind forming a line? I'm the #1 fan of this Spider-Man. The very first. Moreover, I am his, exclusive technical support. Parker himself found his words amusing. After the jest, Spider-Man's tone grew slightly more formal as he gestured towards the belt at Sorensen's waist. So, Sorensen, perhaps we could have a serious discussion regarding your ability to transform into that formidable creature? It sounds intriguing, yet demands utmost caution. Without a hint of hesitation, Sorensen eagerly divulged everything he knew, akin to pouring out beans. This belt is a keepsake from my parents. I had always thought it was an ordinary toy. Recently, I've been plagued by strange dreams, featuring shadows of wolves and a sensation of running. I discovered the belt's transformative power, and how my enhanced sense of smell led me to uncover the presence of vampires. As Parker listened, he nodded thoughtfully at the screen. A keepsake from parents, dreams as guidance, the awakening of bloodlines. This young lad's narrative template is quite classic, reminiscent of certain coming-of-age tales. Within the screen, Spider-Man attentively absorbed the information, occasionally nodding in agreement. Upon hearing Sorensen describe his failed attempts to seek adult assistance, ultimately deciding to confront a pack of dangerous vampires alone, his voice grew somber, imbued with a subtle concern. So, you informed the adults, yet to no avail, and ventured forth with this belt, the specifics of which you were uncertain, solely because you believed you possessed this ability? Indeed, Sorensen fervently nodded, though his expression soon dimmed, his voice dwindling. I've researched it for a while and discovered that the transformation seems to lack a time limit. It can last for quite some time. My sense of smell is particularly acute. I sensed that Uncle was in danger, but I couldn't reach you, Mr. Spider-Man, so I thought I should give it a try. His head bowed lower, fingers fidgeting anxiously. But it seems I messed up. I looked far too frightening and scared that Uncle into unconsciousness. I hardly resemble a hero. Rather, I feel like a monster. The last few words were barely audible. His speech brimmed with frustration and self-doubt. Memories of being overlooked or even scorned due to his introversion and lack of eloquence surged forth, enveloping him once more. The rooftop fell into a momentary silence, pierced only by the distant hum of the city. Listening intently, Spider-Man finally spoke. Child, your kindness and courage are commendable. However, you mustn't take such reckless risks. You are right, Mr. Spider-Man. You two arrived here swiftly and resolved the vampire situation while rescuing that uncle. My presence seems to have only caused disruption, Sorensen lamented, his head hanging low, wrapped in a shroud of negativity. Spider-Man gazed at the boy before him, gradually approaching, crouching down to gently pat his shoulder, and said, We must reward brave and kind-hearted boys. Would you care to join me for a swing? The words of Spider-Man reached the boy's ears, and he looked up, somewhat bewildered. Chapter 66. Discouragement? Wow. Sorensen's voice, nearly cracking with excitement, was torn by the gust of wind that met him head-on, stretching and merging into the cacophony of the urban night. At this moment, he clung tightly, exerting all his strength around Spider-Man's neck, his entire being sprawled across the hero's broad and trustworthy back. A profound sensation of weightlessness and gravity alternated, accompanied by the roaring wind by his ears, and the cityscape before him spun like a kaleidoscope, soaring upwards and then plummeting suddenly. Spider-Man, utilizing his most iconic method, shot resilient webbing from his wrists, daringly swinging at breathtaking speeds between towering skyscrapers. Each leap traced a thrilling arc. Each descent seemed destined to crash to the ground. Yet at the last moment, the webbing elegantly caught him. This sensation was entirely different from his cumbersome leaps relying on werewolf strength. It was an epitome of freedom, agility, and exhilaration. Incredible. Sorensen buried his face in the fabric of Spider-Man's suit, feeling the astonishing velocity, his voice trembling with excitement and wind pressure. This was 100 times cooler than the chaotic feeling of rampaging as a werewolf. This was the superhero he had always envisioned. What do you think? Spider-Man's vibrant and cheerful voice cut through the wind, steady and calm, as if this thrilling action was merely a stroll for him. Would you like to experience something even more exhilarating? Hold on tight. Yes. Sorensen responded without a moment's hesitation, gripping tightly and his voice brimming with complete trust and anticipation. In the real world, in front of the screen, Parker watched the cityscape rush by in a first-person perspective, constantly flipping and changing, observing the excited, thrilled, and joyful emojis popping up beside Sorensen's avatar on the minimap. A complex emotion surged within him. Although he was the one controlling Spider-Man and experiencing this virtual thrill, for some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of genuine envy for the boy in the screen who could be carried by Spider-Man, personally experiencing all of it. Really? Parker lamented to the empty room, adopting an exaggerated tone reminiscent of a dramatic character from a soap opera. Am I actually starting to envy a character in a game? I also want to truly feel what swinging on webs is like. Why is it him and not me? After expressing his feelings, Parker couldn't help but chuckle at his own dramatic performance and shook his head. Yet this yearning was a genuine longing for unrestrained freedom, not merely the operation through a screen. Within the game, Spider-Man received an affirmative response, and his actions grew bolder. With a sudden burst of strength, he tightened the webbing and, utilizing a remarkable swing from a great height, launched himself and Sorensen toward the radiant moon. It was a breathtaking vertical ascent. The moonlight acted as a spotlight on a stage, instantly illuminating the vivid silhouettes of the red and blue hero and the boy upon his back, as if frozen in a captivating tableau against the night sky of the city. Absolutely astounding. Sorensen tilted his head back, gazing at the seemingly reachable moon and the city below, which appeared as a miniature model, left in a state of awe, uttering nothing but a single exclamation of admiration. The shock and beauty of this moment were sufficient to be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Spider-Man found a secluded rooftop, unnoticed by anyone, and landed with the grace of a feather, as steady as a mountain. Sorensen reluctantly slid off Spider-Man's back, his legs somewhat weak. A radiant blush of extreme happiness and excitement adorned his face, and his eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness, as if his expression conveyed, even if I were to die right now, this life would have been worth it. After this exhilarating experience, his previous feelings of frustration and self-doubt were nearly obliterated. He began to feel that if he had not mustered the courage to attempt a rescue, despite the mishap, he would not have exchanged for this intimate encounter with his idol and this unforgettable experience of soaring through the skies on webbing. However, Spider-Man's next words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, drenching him from head to toe. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, with his back to the dazzling city lights, Spider-Man turned to Sorensen, his white-eyed mask conveying a rare solemnity and seriousness that contrasted sharply with his usual playful demeanor. "Listen, kid," Spider-Man began, his voice, muffled by the mask, resonated with a somber tone. "Regarding your abilities in this belt, what are your thoughts for the future?" Here it comes. The classic pivotal moment. Parker straightened in his seat, eagerly rubbing his hands together, anticipating his favorite segment with Spider-Man as a mentor. The lesson that with great power comes great responsibility was about to unfold. Take notes, Sorensen, still basking in the thrill of the previous experience. Sorensen's blue eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without hesitation, he responded in a soft yet resolute voice. I want to be like you, Spider-Man. I want to use this power to become a superhero and help those in need. He awaited his idol's encouragement and approval. Yet, Spider-Man's subsequent reaction left everyone astounded. Instead of the expected look of appreciation or encouragement, Spider-Man fell into silence. This silence starkly contrasted with his usual loquacity, even appearing somewhat heavy. He turned to face the distant flow of traffic on the street below, paused for a moment, and then spoke a line that completely contradicted his friendly neighborhood persona. "Listen, kid," Spider-Man's voice was soft, yet struck Sorensen's heart like a heavy hammer. "I think you should return to a normal life. Forget the power of this belt. Or at least cease to contemplate its use in superhero endeavors. The joyful smile and radiant expression on Sorensen's face instantaneously froze, shattered, and then completely vanished. He stood there, utterly dazed, his golden eyes brimming with profound astonishment, confusion, and helplessness, as if he had failed to comprehend the meaning of those words. Simultaneously, Parker in the real world widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly leaping from his chair. He gazed incredulously at the dialogue bubble on the screen, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Wait, is this how the script was written? Parker's exclamation echoed in the silent room, laden with shock and bewilderment. The anticipated fervent Minter scene did not unfold. Instead, it was met with a bucket of icy discouragement. Chapter 67. With greater power, both within and outside the screen. Silence reigned. Parker observed the boy on the screen, who, upon receiving a word of discouragement, lost all his brilliance, as if abandoned by the entire world. He glanced at the silent red and blue figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. Indeed, being a superhero is far from a straightforward, passionate affair. Parker reclined in his chair, exhaling gently. The boundary between reality and the game blurred at this moment. For him, it was merely a game in which he would not truly suffer. He could effortlessly alternate between supporting his family and embodying a hero, devoid of any psychological burden. Yet, his thoughts involuntarily merged with the Spider-Man on the screen. If he truly were Peter Parker, every choice would weigh heavily. To forsake his studies, work, and time with loved ones to uphold justice could lead to chaos in his real life. Conversely, prioritizing a mundane existence might render him absent from a tragedy unfolding in some corner, irretrievable due to his neglect. This dilemma encapsulated the cold reality behind the heroic facade. Alas, poor child, his heart was on the verge of breaking. Parker could foresee the forthcoming developments, his mind racing through countless heart-wrenching scenarios reminiscent of those in heroic comics. Within the game, Sorensen's mind was a blank slate, immense disappointment and grievance washing over him like a frigid tide, swiftly drowning all previous excitement and joy. The surrounding world seemed to lose its color and sound, becoming bleak and silent. Why? Had I done something wrong? Am I too useless, a burden to him? Is it my frightening appearance that startled that uncle? Or was it my ferocity in battling those vampires that led him to perceive me as a bad child? I am so sorry. I truly did not anticipate this outcome. I will certainly change. I implore you, do not be disappointed in me. Do not despise me. Countless thoughts and feelings of guilt collided violently in his mind, nearly tearing him apart. His complexion paled, his body trembled slightly, and ultimately he could no longer bear it. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold concrete floor. He buried his face deep into his knees, tightly wrapping his arms around himself, curling into a small ball as if this posture could shield him from the world outside, including the unbearable gaze that those white eyes might cast upon him. I'm sorry, Mr. Spider-Man. IV caused you trouble." The choked, fragmented apologies emerged muffled between his knees, imbued with helplessness and despair. The belt around his waist seemed to sense the tumultuous emotions of its owner, beginning to emit a faint, unstable glow. Parker, observing the small figure huddled on the ground through the screen, felt a pang of sympathy. He controlled Spider-Man, deliberately slowing his movements, approaching gently, step by step. Spider-Man crouched slowly before the boy, extending a hand. After a moment's hesitation, he gently patted Sorensen's trembling shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. "Listen, Sorensen." Spider-Man's voice filtered through the mask, striving to sound lighthearted, yet the weight of his words remained palpable. "You have done remarkably well, truly. When you first gained your powers, you did not think of boasting or benefiting yourself, but rather, you unhesitatingly sought to save others. That is profoundly commendable." Sorensen's sobs momentarily faltered. Spider-Man paused, a hint of complex, almost self-deprecating amusement lacing his tone. "Unlike me, when I first acquired this power, all I could think about was how to exploit it for personal gain." "Exploit?" Sorensen suddenly lifted his head, disbelief etched across his tear-streaked face, his voice still quivering with emotion. "How could that be? You were Spider-Man." In all the information he had gathered through various channels and personal encounters, Spider-Man epitomized kindness, bravery, and selflessness. He could not reconcile the notion of exploitation with the hero before him. No one is born perfect, nor do they instinctively know what to do. "Parker, watching this exchange unfold, sighed softly once more. He understood that according to the classic narrative, the next moment would involve unveiling scars and sharing pain. This simulation of Spider-Man's core tragedy was profoundly poignant, yet it was precisely this depth that rendered Spider-Man so authentic, so captivating. In the game, Spider-Man did not directly respond to Sorensen's question. He gently grasped the little boy's hand, lifting him from the ground, guiding him slowly to the edge of the rooftop. Spider-Man assumed an iconic pose at the precipice of the high building, maintaining perfect balance, gazing down at the vibrant tapestry of the city below, composed of countless lights and flowing streams of traffic. Sorensen stood beside him, the night breeze drying the traces of tears on his face. He gazed upward, mesmerized by the moonlight and distant neon lights outlining Spider-Man's silhouette, the white eyes of the mask appearing almost alive in the dim glow, silently watching him. When I was a child, my parents passed away in an accident. The voice of Spider-Man resonated with a calmness, as if recounting a tale both intimately personal and yet distant from his own heart. It was my Uncle Ben and Aunt May who nurtured me through my formative years. Though our household was not affluent, they were the kindest, most virtuous souls one could ever encounter, instilling in me the values of integrity and righteousness. Sorensen felt a stirring within, unexpectedly touched by the revelation that even someone as formidable as Spider-Man shared a childhood marked by the loss of parental figures. Much like his own, at school, I was rather unremarkable, a touch shy, often buried in books, embodying the quintessential bookworm. During those days, there was always a bully who delighted in tormenting me, frequently locking me in a locker. Spider-Man's tone carried a hint of nostalgic laughter, yet the sentiment behind it was known only to him. Eventually, as is the fashion of many tales, a peculiar spider bit me, endowing me with extraordinary strength and agility, allowing me to scale walls like an arachnid. Spider-Man raised his hand, casting a glance at the uniquely designed web shooters on his wrist. Then came the fateful day when I encountered a robber wielding a gun. Witnesses called out, urging me to intervene. Spider-Man's voice paused for a few seconds, the wind atop the rooftop seeming to hold its breath. Yet I did not act. My mind echoed with questions. What does this have to do with me? Why should I risk my safety? I chose to turn a blind eye. Sorensen held his breath, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he was hearing. Then, Spider-Man's voice deepened, imbued with a weight of sorrow that time could not entirely dissipate. I returned home to find my beloved Uncle Ben lying there. Having attempted to thwart the robber, he did not continue with his words, yet the profound regret and anguish permeated the silence, resonating clearly. Sorensen fell into a deep silence, his small hands unconsciously clenching tightly. It dawned on Sorensen that Spider-Man's admonition against using his powers to become a hero was not due to a lack of ability, but rather a heart-wrenching lesson inscribed in the blood of loved ones. Subsequently, countless events unfolded. I chose the path of Spider-Man, yet proved to be a treacherous journey. Spider-Man continued, his voice laced with fatigue, explaining how the nocturnal patrols led to tardiness in class, missed pivotal examinations. I would neglect friends, leading them to feel I was indifferent to our camaraderie. I caused Aunt May sleepless nights, burdened by her fears for my safety. I was perpetually caught in the delicate balance, precariously teetering between a mundane existence and the weighty responsibilities of Spider-Man. Turning his gaze, Spider-Man's white lenses seemed to penetrate Sorensen's soul. Thus, Sorensen, being a superhero, is far from the effortless and glamorous depiction in comics. It entails sacrifice, misunderstanding, loneliness, and the constant shadow of risk and guilt. You too have acquired power, yet in your inaugural use of it, you made a choice that was more righteous and courageous than my own in years past. Therefore, there is no need for you to feel any sense of inferiority or remorse. You have performed admirably. Spider-Man extended his hand, gently resting it upon Sorensen's frail shoulder, his tone becoming profoundly earnest. It is precisely for this reason that I wish for you not to bear such burdens so early. You need not rush into a decision regarding whether to become a superhero. Please take a moment. Wait until you have matured further, until you have experienced more of what it means to live as an ordinary person, until you are able to contemplate more calmly and comprehensively what this power signifies and the myriad consequences it may entail. Before the screen, Parker fell into a prolonged silence. He reflected deeply on Spider-Man's words to Sorensen, feeling a swell of emotion. Indeed, To proclaim that with great power comes great responsibility at the outset resembles a form of heavy moral coercion and psychological burden. Instead, sharing one's scars and lessons, imparting the weight of such a choice, and then returning the decision to the individual is the essence of true guidance and responsibility. Spider-Man, you are truly remarkable. This was all Parker could articulate. Chapter 68. See you tomorrow on the return journey. The wind continued to howl in the air, while the city's dazzling lights flowed rapidly beneath their feet. Yet this time, Sorensen, perched upon Spider-Man's back, felt none of the excitement and exhilaration he had earlier. His small brow was furrowed, and his golden eyes brimmed with complex thoughts, deeply immersed in his own world. Spider-Man's weighty and sincere words resonated within him like a stone cast into the heart of a lake, stirring ripples of contemplation. The sacrifices, solitude, and dilemmas hidden behind the superhero facade were realities he had never deeply contemplated at his young age. The night breeze could not dispel the fog of confusion in his mind. It seemed that only a brief moment had passed when Spider-Man's swift movements brought them quietly to the rooftop of Sorensen's residential building. This place was tranquil and familiar, a stark contrast to the battle-scarred and tumultuous abandoned factory they had just left, as if they belonged to two entirely different realms. Spider-Man alighted gracefully, crouching slightly to allow Sorensen to steady himself. "All right, you should be safe here," Spider-Man announced, rising to his full height while instinctively perching at the edge of the rooftop like a vigilant guardian of the city. He waved to the boy, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, his tone returning to its usual lightness. "You have experienced a great deal today. Go home, take a warm bath, and get some rest. Don't think about anything else, all right?" Sorensen nodded absently, his voice barely audible. He turned and instinctively made his way toward the staircase leading down, his steps somewhat sluggish. Just as his hand was about to grasp the cold, iron doorknob, Spider-Man's voice resonated once more from behind him, imbued with a hint of hesitation and concern. "Oh, by the way," Sorensen halted, puzzled, and turned back to face him. He observed Spider-Man scratching his head beneath the mask, seemingly organizing his thoughts before continuing. "You have tomorrow off, right?" Sorensen's face was instantly overtaken by surprise and profound confusion. He had already anticipated the implications of this statement and what was to follow. Spider-Man observed his reaction, adopting a more serious tone. "I understand that for an ordinary person, especially a child like you, suddenly acquiring such extraordinary powers makes it nearly impossible to ignore, to refrain from exploring, or to comprehend its true nature. Resisting the urge to satisfy your curiosity and wield this power requires immense willpower, which is quite unrealistic." Parker, seated before the screen, nodded in agreement with this analysis. Indeed, such reactions were entirely human, especially for a child. Consequently, Sorensen's heart began to race, as an incredulous yet exhilarating speculation formed in his mind, causing him to stutter with excitement. Spider-Man seized upon his words, shifting to a lighter and more anticipatory tone. "Tomorrow is Sunday, right? No school. Perhaps we can meet again? What do you think?" "Yes, I'm completely free," Sorensen nearly shouted, the clouds of doubt dissipating from his face, replaced by a radiant surprise. "When? Where shall we meet? Is there anything I need to prepare? Should I bring food?" A flurry of questions bubbled forth, leaving him a bit flustered with excitement. "Calm down. Steady yourself. My enthusiastic fan," Spider-Man chuckled, quickly gesturing for a pause. "Tomorrow morning, around 9? Just wait here for me. Remember to bring your belt. We need to study it properly. Oh, and if you haven't finished your weekend homework, you can bring that along too. Perhaps I can assist you as well. After all, Spider-Man's academic performance is quite commendable." Rising from his seat, Spider-Man clapped his hands and turned with a flourish his back to Sorensen, glancing over his shoulder with a playful curve to his white lenses. "So it's settled then? See you tomorrow?" "Yes. See you tomorrow, Mr. Spider-Man. Goodbye." Sorensen joyfully waved his arms, exuberance radiating from him until he watched the vibrant red and blue figure leap away, vanishing between the buildings. Only then did he lower his arms, a smile of uncontainable delight plastered across his face, practically bouncing down the staircase. In the real world, Parker's apartment. As Parker gazed at the final frame of Spider-Man against the night sky on the screen, his spirits lifted. The feeling of guiding a young protege and forging a connection brought him a sense of accomplishment as a player. "All right, sentimental time is over." He rubbed his hands together, redirecting his focus to the system interface. Now comes the thrilling moment of unboxing. No, the lottery segment. Let us see what treasures await this time. With eager anticipation, he clicked the extraction button, watching the screen illuminate with a dazzling animation, his heart brimming with excitement. As the radiance fades, the results of the lottery are unveiled. Superhero chip from Medical and Combat Adaptive Program. Source: Big Hero 6 Animated Season 1. Effect: can be loaded on a Baymax's core processor. Once loaded, it can automatically switch between medical care mode and basic superhero combat mode, according to environmental demands. In combat mode, it can slightly enhance Baymax's fighting skills, calculating efficiency and localized strength of inflatable armor. Note: I'm not a combat robot, alright? I could be something else sometimes. Parker gazed at the prize with a somewhat ambiguous expression, neither entirely disappointed nor completely satisfied. Well, at least it should prove somewhat useful. He certainly understood that the Baymax he had drawn was still a purely medical assistant, lacking the dazzling carbon fiber red armor from the film. This chip would likely enable Baymax to transition from being utterly defenseless to barely capable of a few defensive moves. Speaking of which, it was only recently that he discovered there was an animated series following the Big Hero 6 movie. As Parker reminisced about the continuation of his childhood classic, he deftly dragged the newly obtained superhero chip into his inventory, equipping it onto Baymax's persona. The screen flickered as Baymax's chest panel illuminated briefly, revealing a brand new icon adorned with elements reminiscent of shields and fists before fading away. All set. Now, Parker, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm shimmering in his eyes, was ready to undertake a few daily tasks with the newly upgraded Baymax to earn some experience points. First, he aimed to level up. He had quite the strategy for nurturing his character. Chapter 69. Baymax initially known as a hero. In a buoyant mood, Parker hummed the classic theme song of Ultraman Mebius, his gaze curiously fixed upon the computer screen. On the screen, a somewhat comical, red mini-mechanical device with a row of small wheels was leisurely traversing the city streets. This was Baymax's portable sleep-charging pod, currently serving as a means of transportation, while the round and plump Baymax nestled securely within. Seriously? Parker exclaimed, scratching his head in mild frustration as he glanced at the task list. Even Baymax has an independent daily task line now. Super Moose, take a look at him. Wait a minute. It seems I haven't given away many of those Super Moose plushies. Can I stuff that entire backpack of plushies into Sorensen's hands? He would surely adore it. As Parker grumbled about the game's task design, he began maneuvering Baymax toward the first daily task point marked on the map, an elderly gentleman who had inadvertently twisted his ankle while resting on a park bench. Hello. Baymax glided to the elderly gentleman's side, gradually revealing his rotund form, and spoke in his signature calm tone. I am Baymax, your personal health assistant. I detected a painful sound emanating from you just now, and I observed mild swelling and signs of muscle strain in your right ankle. I can assist you with scans, providing recommendations for ice compresses and elastic bandaging, which can effectively alleviate your discomfort. The elderly gentleman was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the talking inflatable robot, eyeing it with suspicion. What on earth is this? A robot? Get away. I don't need your help. Who knows if you're safe? Regardless of how Baymax attempted to explain in a gentle and rational tone, the old man merely waved him off impatiently. Ultimately, a gray mark labeled failure appeared next to the task of assisting the injured elderly man. It seemed Parker's mission had started off poorly, and he felt a pang of disappointment as he watched the first task go awry. For a while, the situation did not improve. Baymax tried to offer soothing suggestions to a woman who was coughing incessantly, but was perceived as an odd disturbance. He attempted to analyze the cause of dark circles for an apparent sleep-deprived office worker, only to be met with an irritated exclamation of crazy, followed by a hasty departure. Seriously? Parker slumped in his chair, gazing at the series of failure notifications on the task list, feeling a wave of helplessness. Was it true that only Spider-Man could accomplish these mundane tasks? Parker completely understood the reactions displayed on the screen. If he were to encounter a strange, rotund, inflatable robot on the street, his immediate response would undoubtedly be skepticism and rejection. Building trust requires time, and Baymax clearly lacked the urban reputation that Spider-Man had cultivated through numerous encounters. Forget it. Let us switch back to Spider-Man for the daily duties, Parker sighed, moving his mouse to prepare for the hero switch interface. However, just then, the situation on the screen shifted dramatically, and the markers on the map changed. "Hey guys, look over there. What is that?" a voice exclaimed. "Has that mascot outside the mall come to life?" A group of unruly youths clad in studded leather jackets and sporting multicolored hair had noticed the solitary Baymax parked by the roadside. They jostled one another, grinning maliciously as they swaggered over. "Hey, ISNT, it hot wearing that inflatable costume in broad daylight, buddy?" The leader, with a toothpick in his mouth, pulled out a spring-loaded knife from his pocket, snapping it open with a click and brandishing the blade at Baymax with a sinister grin. Baymax calmly turned to face them, his chest panel illuminating with a blue health index icon, and responded in his usual serene tone. "Hello. I have detected significant fluctuations in your emotional states, exhibiting tendencies of excitement and aggression. Would you like me to provide suggestions or assistance for emotional relief?" "Well, would you look at that? Quite articulate, aren't you?" another thug replied, raising an eyebrow in surprise as he leaned in closer, attempting to peer into Baymax's facial panel. "Hey, do you think there's actually a person inside? Or is it just a fancy recording device? Who cares?" The third thug grinned, his gaze turning perilous as he brandished a knife, eager to test whether the plump figure would deflate with a satisfying pop. How amusing it would be. The surrounding ruffians unsheathed their small blades, while the large white robot tilted its head slightly, seemingly perplexed by the approaching assailants. Parker, seated before the screen, witnessed this sudden turn of events, and, rather than feeling tense, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. At last, he had encountered a classic street thug scenario. Parker was almost moved to tears. Until now, controlling Spider-Man had involved battling otherworldly zombies, sorcerers, and mechanical monstrosities, all impressive foes, yet something essential had been missing. Today, he finally faced the most rudimentary of villains, devoid of any superpowers. This was the essence of Spider-Man tale. Parker observed the mini-map where the thugs encircling him were marked with clear red icons indicating hostility. His excitement palpable. It was time to summon his main force. Without hesitation, he moved the mouse, ready to switch to the hero interface, prepared for Spider-Man to make a dazzling entrance and teach these miscreants a lesson, perhaps even enact a heroic rescue of the robot. Big Hero 6, Red Edition. Parker smiled, acknowledging that while the robot had acquired a superhero chip and combat skills, without armor it remained merely a medical assistant, its fighting prowess limited. Parker had even begun to imagine Spider-Man swinging down while quipping, "Hey gentlemen, bullying a medical robot isn't exactly the hallmark of manliness. Shall I provide you with a psychological massage?" The cursor hovered over the Spider-Man button, poised to instruct the hero to discipline these troublemakers. "What are you doing?" A cold female voice interrupted. Just as the thug's knives were about to descend upon the suddenly motionless robot, someone intervened. Both the robot and the thugs turned to see a woman with black hair and blue eyes, named Nora. Chapter 70. Long-term mission who invited you to meddle? Get lost. Don't be a nuisance. One thug, adorned with exaggerated metallic earrings, was the first to react, glaring at the unexpectedly appearing Nora. "We're just having some fun here. Can't you see? Be smart and leave." The others chimed in, their tones hostile. Among them, the tallest and most imposing thug, a menacing grin on his face, stepped closer to Nora, attempting to intimidate her with his bulk and fierce expression. "Little girl, if you don't want to end up with a split face or missing limbs, you'd best turn around and walk away now. Don't make trouble for yourself." He sneered, reaching out with a filthy hand to grab her shoulder, intending to push her aside with brute force. However, his fingers barely grazed her trench coat. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Nora's gaze sharpened, and without uttering a single superfluous word, she exerted force in her lower body, delivering a swift and precise sweeping kick that struck the hefty thug's lower body with blinding speed. Thud! Ack! The robust thug had barely comprehended what had transpired when he felt a searing pain in his ankle, his center of gravity lost. His massive form fell to the ground like a felled tree, crashing onto the cold concrete with a pained howl. This sudden turn of events left all the small-time thugs momentarily stunned, including Parker, who watched from behind screen. In that fleeting silence, the previously quiet robot, dubbed Big White, suddenly sprang into action, moving to the side of the groaning thug. The panel on Big White's chest illuminated, emitting a gentle scanning light. As it spoke in its characteristic calm and caring tone, "Greetings. I detected your vocalization of pain and noted a slight sprain and soft tissue bruise in your right ankle. I will now commence a pain level assessment. Please select a level that reflects your actual experience so that I may provide the most suitable pain relief plan. The hefty thug. An intelligent care robot? Nora raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the peculiar white robot before her. She had glimpsed this out-of-place creation from a distance while driving by, along with the group of thugs that had gathered around it. Her instincts told her this was no ordinary promotional puppet, and she had been correct. Damn, this audacious woman dares to strike. To hell with it. Let us show this chubby fellow and this reckless woman a thing or two. Do they really think we're pushovers? The remaining thugs finally snapped out of their shock, their faces contorted in rage as they brandished knives and other weapons, preparing to charge forward with menacing expressions. Just as tensions escalated, a vibrant and slightly teasing voice floated down from above, like a celestial melody. Wow. Is there a special street party happening here? Is a costume and props required for entry? Everyone, including Nora, instinctively looked up. There, hanging silently from the side of a nearby building, was Spider-Man. Arms crossed over his chest, head tilted, his mask's white eyes curiously surveying the chaotic scene below, swaying gently in the breeze. Spider-Man? A flicker of surprise crossed Nora's eyes. She had not anticipated encountering him here in such a manner once more. The reactions of the small-time thugs were even more comical. What on earth is that? How is he stuck to the wall? One thug exclaimed. His eyes, wide as his knife, nearly slipped from his grasp. Bro, haven't you seen the short videos? So many people online are dressing up as that spandex freak lately. They're making all sorts of special effects videos. To be fair, some are so realistic they're a hit. Another thug earnestly attempted to enlighten his leader. Upon hearing this, Nora felt a pang of understanding, accompanied by a tinge of melancholy. It is evident that the authorities, in an attempt to obfuscate the truth, have resorted to a strategy of information pollution, transforming Spider-Man into an urban legend. These youths engrossed in street brawls have unwittingly become a part of the very mechanism that upholds the principle of concealment, both laughable and tragic. With a graceful front flip, Spider-Man landed as if weightless, positioning himself protectively before Nora and Baymax, his red and blue figure shielding them. The wide eyes of his mask scanned the group of brash thugs before him. All right, the party's over, fashion enthusiasts, he declared, striking a classic fighting stance. Please, put away your toys, would you? We wouldn't want to frighten the children or the medical robots. The battle commenced. Parker flexed his fingers in front of screen, his gaze sharpening with focus. This is the allure of gaming. Whether one is a cosmic deity or a street thug, once the combat mode is activated, it is skill and mechanics that prevail. Parker understood well that a single misstep could lead to downfall, even against mere ruffians. Though the odds were slim, the possibility remained. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense, yet infused with Spider-Man's unique flair. Though the thugs were fierce, their fighting lacked finesse, relying solely on brute strength and aggression. Spider-Man navigated among them like a butterfly flitting among flowers, deftly evading wildly swung knives and fists, occasionally ensnaring their wrists and ankles with webbing or tripping them clumsily. Hey, watch it. Your knife is about to slice through your buddy's trousers. He quipped. That punch had some power, but your aim is lacking. Perhaps consider enrolling in a boxing class for systematic training. He continued. Honestly, you all should coordinate your hairstyles and outfits. This chaotic look lacks a sense of team cohesion. Amid Spider-Man's incessant banter, within a mere minute or two, all the thugs found themselves ensnared in resilient webs against the wall, resembling an abstract piece of art. Futilely struggling and cursing, Parker gazed at the subdued thugs on the screen, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Now that is more like it. A classic display of Spider-Man street justice, brief yet indispensable. Just then, a brilliant idea struck him. Wait. After receiving a thorough beating from Spider-Man, surely the thugs must have sustained some minor injuries? Wouldn't it qualify as completing a daily medical assistance task if Baymax were to attend to them? He felt like a genius, having discovered a novel approach to task completion. Eagerly, he shifted his focus to Baymax and excitedly opened the task list. However, to his dismay, no treatment tasks related to these thugs appeared on the list. Well, that is a bit disappointing, Parker mused, attempting to console himself. Perhaps Spider-Man was judicious in his strikes, merely incapacitating them without inflicting actual harm. Thus the system deems treatment unnecessary? Just as he finished speaking, a crisp system notification chimed. A brand new task prompt box, adorned with a shimmering golden border, gradually emerged at the center of the screen. Its title stood out prominently: Long-Term Treatment Task, Restoration of the Mind. The task description was clearly presented. Treatment objective: Nora, White Wing. Task aim: to alleviate the long-standing severe psychological trauma and paranoid state of the target through continuous, non-invasive health monitoring and psychological counseling, guiding her towards a gradual restoration of social functionality and emotional equilibrium, ultimately achieving a definable standard of normal psychological health. Task objective introduction: the target attributes her continuous significant losses to some unknown supernatural or conspiratorial forces. She has fallen into an extreme paranoid state, characterized by an excessive pursuit of personal ability and control, rigorous physical training, development of high-risk non-lethal weaponry, profound distrust towards social structures and official institutions, emotional isolation, difficulty in establishing or maintaining intimate relationships, and mild self-destructive tendencies. Her behavioral patterns have deviated severely from healthy standards. Yet she refuses to acknowledge her condition or seek professional help. Task requirements: activate Baymax, its long-term health management module for continuous, low-intervention companionship, monitoring, and gentle guidance. Task rewards: dependent on recovery level. Options: accept, decline. Parker gazed at the long-term task introduction, lost in contemplation. On the screen, Spider-Man continued to impart light-hearted wisdom to the thugs on the wall, while Nora quietly stood nearby, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Spider-Man and Baymax, betraying little emotion. Sunlight bathed her, yet it seemed unable to penetrate the depths of her icy blue eyes. Parker's finger hovered over the mouse, poised between the accept and decline buttons. Chapter 71. Official discussion within the strategic analysis room. Deep inside the headquarters, the lighting was not as dim and oppressive as one might expect, but rather gentle and bright. The enormous circular screen wall was currently displaying a macro-energy flow chart of the city, with data cascading silently like a waterfall. Lin Kuei gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, she entered. Her steps were steady, exuding a professional demeanor, yet a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes upon observing the room situation. The room was not empty. An elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed in a tailored Zhongshan suit, with meticulously groomed hair and a vigorous demeanor, stood with his back to her, hands clasped behind him, gazing at the data flow on the screen. Flanking him on either side were two attendants in dark suits, their presence exuding an aura of unapproachable depth. Merely standing there, they naturally formed an undeniable presence. "Deputy Director, you summoned me?" Lin Kuei inquired, standing firm, her tone respectful, yet subtly tinged with confusion. She had not anticipated the Deputy Director, Zhou Zheng, would suddenly visit this division and directly request her presence. The elderly man slowly turned to face her, his expression embodying a serene and benevolent smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemingly brimming with wisdom. Xiao Kuei has arrived. No need to be nervous. Please take a seat." He gestured towards the chairs beside the conference table, his tone as casual as a friendly chat, as if there were no significant matter at hand, merely a passing visit to check in and exchange a few words. Zhou Zheng, a founding elder and the most powerful and esteemed deputy director of the Bureau, always brought an air of gravity with his presence. Lin Kuei complied and took a seat, her posture erect, hands resting on her knees, her gaze sharply fixed upon the elder. "Deputy Director, if I may speak candidly, your personal visit to this city at this juncture, does it signify some extraordinary situation that has escaped our grasp?" Tension subtly coursed through her, as she recalled the recent unusual activity of Spider-Man and the enigmatic organization known as the Entropy Nightmare. Zhou Zheng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively as he settled into the main seat, while the two bodyguards remained as motionless as statues in the shadows. "Do not perceive the situation as overly dire. My visit is largely motivated by a personal interest. I wish to discuss the young man clad in the red and blue spandex, Spider-Man." "Spider-Man?" Lin Kuei's brows knitted together, her expression growing more solemn. "Has there been a new development regarding his social impact assessment? We have executed the highest contingency plan, deploying a considerable number of personnel to disseminate misleading videos online, steering public opinion towards viewing it as mere entertainment or a collective prank. Simultaneously, we have imposed stringent controls over all mainstream and influential media channels. Current data indicates that the vast majority of the populace tends to perceive it as a meticulously orchestrated influencer marketing stunt or a collective hoax. Her report was coherent, brimming with professionalism and decisiveness. Haha, well done. I have always been confident in your efficiency. Zheng nodded approvingly, but then shifted the conversation, a flicker of depth flashing in his seemingly gentle eyes. Yet, all of this is ultimately just a stalling tactic, Xiao Kuei. He sighed softly, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls, envisioning a more distant future. Paper cannot contain fire, especially when the fire possesses its own will and continuously manifests before people's eyes. Eventually, the accumulation of questions will outweigh the guided perceptions, and the public will spontaneously, with all their might, seek to unearth, to piece together, and to believe in the obscured truth. Lin Kuei's heart raced. The deputy director's words nearly grazed the most core and sensitive points of contention within the organization. Instinctively lowering her voice, she tentatively inquired, "Deputy Director, are you indicating a stance?" She was acutely aware that discussions regarding the principle of concealment had never ceased among the upper echelons. One faction staunchly defended the status quo, believing that informing the public would only incite panic and chaos, while another faction gradually embraced the notion that, in an era of frequent anomalies, limited and controlled transparency might offer a better alternative, even harnessing public power. Could the esteemed Deputy Director, Zhou, be inclined to support the latter stance? Zhou Zheng slowly shook his head, a complex nuance emerging in his smile. No, Xiaokui. At least at this stage, I believe maintaining the current order remains the best choice for protecting the majority. To blindly tear apart everything may lead to disaster. He paused, his voice deepening, imbued with a weight that transcended time and space. However, we must comprehend that when a genuine, undeniable crisis strikes, what individuals face is not merely fear and danger, but rather they should be endowed with courage. They have the right to know the truth, to understand that this world is not as tranquil as it appears on the surface. Yet, they must also not forget, nor can they ever forget, that regardless of the most desperate circumstances, there will always be a group of individuals willing to step forward, standing at the forefront, confronting unimaginable crises, silently shouldering all burdens. His gaze grew distant once more, as if he were staring into a vision that did not exist within the confines of this room, much like the world from which I hail. Lin Kuei fell into silence, aware of the deputy director's unique identity as a traveler from a world vastly different from their own. Through his exceptional abilities, selfless dedication, and unwavering protection of this realm, he earned the respect of all and ultimately reached the core of power. His very journey is a legend in itself. Indeed, Zheng slowly rose, pacing towards the immense circular screen, which had just transitioned to a blurry snapshot of Spider-Man swinging by. Yet his gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, reaching into a more distant past. At my age, one often finds oneself reminiscing about bygone days. However, certain images, regardless of how much time has passed, remain as vivid as yesterday. I still cannot forget that day when my home world was engulfed by a darkness that swept across the globe. His voice was calm, yet it resonated with immense emotional power. The human organizations of that world poured forth their global might, employing every conceivable means, even wagering the future of civilization, solely to rescue a giant who fought for us, a hero of light. Yet we failed. The radiance dissipated, and the entire planet was plunged into unprecedented despair and silence. Darkness devoured all hope. Zheng inhaled deeply, as if he could still feel the chill of that moment. Then his tone shifted abruptly, infused with an almost miraculous warmth and strength. However, at the very moment when all believed the end had come, a miracle occurred. As a child, I, along with countless other children and even adults, did not abandon hope. The belief within us for light and hope transformed into a tangible brilliance. The radiance emanating from countless souls was akin to scattered sparks, ultimately converging into an unceasing galaxy. They merged with the fallen hero, and in the end, we all became light, dispelling the darkness and heralding a true dawn. Lin Kuei listened intently, even though she already knew the outcome. Hearing this mythical, epic recounting once more stirred her heart profoundly. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and upon reopening them, Her gaze was filled with admiration. Indeed, Deputy Director. The world from which you hail, a realm guarded by heroes emblematic of hope, where humanity ultimately sets aside its differences to advance hand in hand, and even transforms into a realm of radiance, is indeed an aspiration that our world ought to revere and emulate. Ah, it is a dream that approaches the utopian. Zhou Zheng sighed softly, his breath imbued with boundless nostalgia and a hint of undeniable melancholy. Alas, as time ebbs away, the intricate details of that world gradually fade in my memory, and I am acutely aware that I can never return. Lin Kuei remained silent. This sentiment is a shared, profound sense of helplessness and sorrow among most traversers. They find themselves ensnared in the crevices of time and space, eternally exiled. Zhou Zheng suddenly chuckled, shaking his head, seemingly aware of his own sentimentality. He pointed to the image of Spider-Man frozen on the screen. Thus, every time I behold this young man, seeing him misunderstood, solitary, and his powers far from invincible, yet still choosing to swing between skyscrapers, aiding every soul he can, inexplicably reminds me of that giant of light. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. It is curious. I assenti it. One so immense, the other so diminutive. One like a deity, the other akin to the boy next door. They appear entirely dissimilar, yet I always sense a kindred essence within them. Lin Kuei seemed to grasp the profound implication of the Deputy Director's visit, carefully choosing her words. Then, Deputy Director, should we adjust our attitude and strategy towards Spider-Man in our division? Zhou Zheng raised his hand gently, interrupting her with warmth. I have thoroughly reviewed your action report and analytical recommendations. Your judgment to maintain observation, avoid unnecessary conflicts, and endeavor to establish unofficial communication channels is both astute and crucial. His tone grew gravely serious. Our existence is for order and protection, not for domination, especially concerning such a luminous being. We may guide and cooperate, but we must never attempt to control or tame him. In dealing with heroes, we must always uphold the most fundamental respect. Chapter 72. Turmoil in that moment, the city's cacophony seemingly pressed the mute button. Dressed in his red and blue attire, Spider-Man alighted gracefully at the alley's entrance, effectively obstructing Nora's path. With an exuberant wave, the friendly arc of his white eye lenses gleamed through his mask, his tone brimming with unmasked familiarity. Hello, madam. What a coincidence. Long time no see. Nora's steps were instantaneously rooted to the spot. Confronted by this sudden and overly enthusiastic greeting, her entire physique seemed to tense slightly. A flicker of swift calculation and vigilance passed through her icy blue eyes. But more prominently was a sense of unexpected rigidity. Since that incident, she had grown accustomed to conspiracies, scheming, cold data analysis, and armed confrontation. Rather than this kind of natural warmth reminiscent of an impromptu reunion with an old friend, especially from someone so tightly wrapped and erratic in behavior as a vigilante. Spider-Man appeared wholly unconcerned by her silence, shrugging nonchalantly and even exaggeratedly shivering, the white eyes on his mask narrowing in a grotesque expression. All right, I comprehend, my lady. Encountering me so suddenly is likely to remind you of that rather unpleasant insect-themed disaster at school. Good heavens, I must admit, even now, my stomach churns at the recollection. The visual spectacle was simply overwhelming. Before the screen, Parker observed the shimmering prompt in the center of the game interface. Long-term treatment task, healing the mind, accompanied by the options accept and decline. He couldn't help but voice his discontent to the screen. Seriously, dear system, after such an arduous wait for a task of this significance, am I really allowed to decline? Come on, I'm a player. When necessary, I could effortlessly transform into a ruthless task-grinding machine. No problem at all. Muttering to himself, he decisively clicked accept with the mouse. Immediately, he shifted his focus from Spider-Man to another unit on the scene, Baymax. Almost simultaneously with Parker's confirmation, the once quiet white robot illuminated its eyes with a soft blue glow and spoke in its characteristic, soothingly Navi electronic voice. Hello, I am Baymax, your personal health assistant. Nora's gaze darted quickly between Baymax and Spider-Man, her mind operating like the most efficient processor. Spider-Man's demeanor indicated that he perceived me merely as a casual bystander who appeared during the previous school incident. He likely has not connected me to the White Wing armor. This is fortunate, My identity remains concealed. Unbeknownst to her, outside the screen, Parker retrieved a notebook filled with dense notes, flipping to a page adorned with a simple relationship chart and annotations. Nora, armor codename White Wing, possesses strong combat abilities, exhibits a cool demeanor, and appears to have a backstory to be explored. Parker, somewhat elated, remarked, "I never expected to encounter a local superhero so soon." You may wonder how Parker knew this. The system teammate identifier directly displayed the name, offering the player a godlike perspective. The panel on Baymax's chest began to manifest a gentle halo and waveform representing vital signs as it continued in its steady tone. "I've conducted a preliminary scan. Elevated heart rate detected, heightened electrodermal response, and slight muscle tension observed. A comprehensive analysis of multiple physiological indicators indicates that you are currently experiencing stress and anxiety. This may impact your judgment and overall well-being. Would you like me to provide some health recommendations to alleviate your stress or conduct a more detailed physiological examination?" As it spoke, Baymax ambled forward with its somewhat clumsy, yet endearingly charming short legs, moving steadily and purposefully toward Nora. Its rotund body exuded an aura of harmlessness. Yet the persistent programming driving its desire to assist created a peculiar sense of pressure. Nora instinctively stepped back a pace. Over the years, she had encased her innermost thoughts in layers of ice, arming herself with absolute rationality, a cold demeanor, and efficient action. She had nearly forgotten how to respond to such unadulterated, perplexing concern devoid of ulterior motives. Whether it was Spider-Man's overly natural enthusiasm or the robot's unabashed diagnosis, both were akin to pebbles cast into the tranquil waters of her heart, awakening within her a long-buried emotion known as panic. This left her even more disoriented than when she faced the mechanical monstrosity. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, Baymax. Stop right there. Spider-Man reacted swiftly, deftly stepping between Baymax and Nora, arms outstretched as if to shield a startled creature, even though Nora looked anything but startled, halting Baymax's advance. "Hey, buddy. I understand your programming is designed to assist anyone in need, which is fantastic, truly. But you must give the patient a bit of psychological space and time, all right? Sudden closeness can be alarming, especially since this lady seems to, value her personal space." Spider-Man carefully chose his words. Upon hearing this, Baymax, displaying remarkable understanding, paused. His large head tilted slightly as if processing the directive. Then he nodded. "Understood. Respecting personal space and the patient's comfort is fundamental to establishing a sound medical relationship." Spider-Man regarded the plump, well-meaning robot before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Honestly, the creator who designed you must possess an exceedingly gentle heart." This unintentional remark sent a faint electric ripple through Nora once more. Her internal analysis module sprang into high gear. He knows this robot and appears to hold respect for its creator. Clearly, this robot is not his creation. What other unknown technological forces lie hidden within this city? A series of unexpected events and emotional fluctuations beyond her calculations compelled Nora to make a swift decision. She must evacuate immediately. She could not engage in effective communication under such uncontrollable circumstances. Today's encounter had exposed her irrational panic in the face of non-threatening social situations. A significant misstep and unprofessionalism in her view. Upon returning, she resolved to enhance the intensity of her situational simulation training. She chastised herself sternly in her mind. Simultaneously, a clearer, more aligned plan swiftly took shape to depart from this place, don the white-winged armor, and return to engage with Spider-Man in a formal capacity as a clear, powerful, and controllable ally or inquirer. With her mind made up, Nora felt no further hesitation. She cast one last glance at Spider-Man and Baymax, her gaze quickly regaining its customary coldness and sharpness, as if the moment of wavering had never transpired. She remained silent, abruptly turning on her heels, the sharp sound of her high heels striking the cold floor echoing crisply and urgently. Her figure swiftly vanished around the corner of the street, leaving Spider-Man and Baymax exchanging glances, frozen in place. Chapter 73. Inside and outside the screen within the screen, the exquisite and icy emblem representing Nora, accompanied by the resolute footsteps of her high heels, ultimately faded at the edge of the city map, crystallizing on an icon denoting an upscale residential area or private domain. Parker felt neither surprise nor dismay. He stroked his chin, contemplatively gazing at the task list containing the recently accepted mission. Its border shimmering with a distinctive golden hue. Long-term therapy task, healing the mind. Indeed, it was a long-term undertaking. The difficulty was evident, far beyond mere errands or defeating a few minor foes. Leaning back against his chair, Parker murmured to himself in the tone of a seasoned player analyzing a dungeon strategy. Drawing from his years of immersion in various open-world games, coupled with the general information provided by the system, he had formed a preliminary, poignant understanding of the therapeutic target. Nora. His gaze shifted to the screen, where Baymax, the endearing medical robot he had just equipped with a new chip, sat quietly in standby mode, seemingly enveloped in a special aura. "Oh, Baymax," Parker mused, as if speaking to himself or confiding in the robot on the screen. "You were designed to warm the hearts of others." Even in the film, the version of you that initially executed only programmed tasks ultimately became Hero's greatest companion, healing his sorrow and anger with a simple embrace. This time, you too shall succeed, shall you not? You will undoubtedly become a true superhero in this world, helping her emerge from the shadows. Parker envisioned a future moment when Nora's frozen visage would meld away under the warmth and companionship of Baymax, revealing a glimmer of genuine joy. This thought imbued him with a profound sense of sacred mission regarding the forthcoming task. Parker refocused his attention on the game map. Although the cursor representing Nora remained stationary, her location had been recorded and highlighted by the system. The top floor of Nova Dynamics, or rather, her private domain. He noted this location. It seemed that to advance the mission, he would need to devise a way to encounter her there. Simply barging in was out of the question. He would need a suitable reason or to wait for her to reappear as White Wing. He temporarily stored this plan in the back of his mind as a task to be revisited, for the greatest pitfall of a long-term mission was impatience. Just then, Parker's smartphone, resting beside his computer, vibrated incessantly, the screen illuminating as multiple notifications suddenly popped up on the lock screen. Instinctively, Parker reached for the phone, his fingertip gliding across the screen, revealing the notifications clearly before his eyes. The series you're following has updated to Episode X. The channel you subscribe to has uploaded a new video. Title: The subscription you follow has been updated with the latest chapter. One after another. These notifications serve as the source of his daily mental sustenance, providing him with solace and a refuge from the monotony of his busy life. Ordinarily, he would eagerly click open the updates, immersing himself in the vibrant worlds crafted by others. Yet, at this moment, as he gazes at these familiar notifications, an inexplicable complexity stirs within Parker's heart. Grasping his phone, his fingertips unconsciously glide over the cold screen as a phrase, originating from an unknown source but now resonating clearly within him, echoes in his mind. "I love this small screen. Everything I cherish is encapsulated within it." This sentiment pierced through the numbness of his daily existence like a delicate needle, unleashing an ineffable sense of loneliness and confusion that quietly surged within him, akin to a cool tide. Indeed, this diminutive screen bears the weight of all his emotional connections and entertainment. The beloved characters from his favorite anime, the series he avidly follows, the gaming streams he watches, the novels he reads, the creators he admires, all that brings him joy, excitement, and anticipation is ensconced within this cold rectangle of glass and metal. But beyond the screen, his gaze gradually shifts from the glowing display, lifting his head to scrutinize his surroundings with an acute sense of reality. Silence. A deathly silence. Aside from the faint hum of the computer fan, no other sound permeates the air. The room holds no other breath, no cacophony from the television, no warmth from the kitchen, and even the distant sounds of traffic outside seem muffled and indistinct. The cold walls, monotonous furniture, and the remnants of instant noodles piled in the corner juxtapose sharply with the flickering virtual world on the screen. Here, he finds himself utterly alone. This has been his existence. A profound, almost suffocating emptiness suddenly envelopes him. The illusion of connectivity through his phone and computer, which once felt vibrant, now starkly accentuates the coldness and solitude of the physical world around him. Parker unexpectedly chuckles softly, the sound reverberating oddly in the empty room, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. He sets his phone down, allowing the screen's brightness to fade, turning his body towards the peculiar superhero control terminal that has altered everything. He muses aloud, But it seems different now, doesn't it? His gaze brightens as he speaks to the cold machine, sensing that a sudden wave of negativity has found an outlet for release and transformation. Now, besides its small screen, I seem to have gained a grand companion. His fingers gently dance across the keyboard, his tone growing resolute and imbued with emotion. A friend that can lead me to a more authentic, exhilarating world that needs me. That is you. His eyes blaze with fervor, ignited by a rekindled sense of determination and belonging. In that world, I was no longer a mere passive observer, a solitary bystander. He inhaled deeply, striking his cheeks with vigor, producing a crisp sound as if to dispel all confusion and despondency, concentrating all his attention and spirit. All right, cheer up, Parker. The individual seated before the computer is no longer the ordinary office worker fretting over tomorrow's report. His voice rose slightly, imbued with a sense of theatrical declaration. Instead, it is Parker, the legendary player capable of traversing two worlds, controlling Spider-Man, and safeguarding another city. As his words echoed, his fingers deftly tapped the keyboard, executing the switch command. The perspective on the screen shifted instantly, the icon representing Spider-Man illuminating, accompanied by a cascade of blue data streams, as Spider-Man's red and blue figure materialized vividly on the city map. Meanwhile, Baymax transformed into a soft blue particle of light, vanishing from sight, recalled to the system's hero space to await further instructions. Next, Parker's voice brimmed with enthusiasm as he maneuvered the mouse to click on the taskbar. Among a plethora of quotidian tasks, helping an elderly lady cross the street, thwarting a convenience store robbery, retrieving a lost cat, one task stood out, prominently marked with a friendly exclamation point. Special agreement, task objective. Proceed to the designated location agreed upon with Sorensen. Fulfill the mentoring promise. Explore the mysteries of his enigmatic belt together and guide him in understanding and utilizing this newfound power. Task prompt. Perhaps start with a lighthearted conversation. Don't forget to bring along the commitment to assist with his homework. A smile graced Parker's lips. Indeed, it was time for the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man and a novice hero mentor. His heart swelled with anticipation, eager to guide a young man who had just acquired superpowers, filled with both confusion and enthusiasm. This experience promised to be far more engaging than merely battling foes or completing routine tasks. He began to envision the unfolding narrative, contemplating how to approach Sorensen, the boy whose eyes sparkled with admiration for Spider-Man, as a seasoned mentor. A new gaming day had commenced. Chapter 74. Sorensen's joy. The morning sunlight bathed the old residential rooftops in a golden gossamer, gently illuminating them. Sorensen, carrying his somewhat faded blue backpack, cautiously pushed open the iron gate leading to the rooftop. He had scarcely slept the previous night, excitement, anticipation, and a hint of nervousness causing him to toss and turn, replaying various scenarios in his mind about what might transpire today. In this moment, he inhaled the cool, fresh morning air, feeling invigorated. He meticulously inspected the contents of his backpack, the cold and enigmatic belt that had altered the course of his destiny. Carefully wrapped in soft cloth and securely placed in the innermost compartment, his weekend assignments, a mathematics workbook and a draft of an essay, neatly organized within the dividers, along with a bottle of water and a small packet of biscuits, provisions he had prepared for himself. Twirling the keychain around his finger, he gently closed the door behind him. The house was devoid of life. His uncle and aunt had long departed for work, and his younger cousin had gone to a weekend math tutoring class. On such Saturday mornings, he would either find himself dawdling over his homework in a small room or reclining on the old sofa in the living room, gazing at the barren ceiling, allowing boredom and drowsiness to consume him. The absence of a television and the lack of a mobile phone, unlike the one provided to his cousin, rendered his world quiet, filled only with the sound of his own breathing. Yet today, everything was different. He briskly made his way to the rooftop of the building, as per their agreement etched in his memory. The view was expansive, allowing him to gaze far into the silhouettes of the skyscrapers of the city center. As the sun ascended slowly from behind the glass curtain walls, its rays warm yet gentle. Approaching the concrete railing at the edge of the rooftop, he rested his hands on it, peering into the distance, his heart swelling with an indescribable and refreshing hope. He chose the most conspicuous spot, ensuring that Spider-Man would see him as soon as he arrived. Then he waited. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity. The sunlight grew brighter, and the sounds of the awakening city began to drift in. Sorensen felt no impatience. The fervent anticipation within him sustained him, rendering him as still as a statue. His eyes fixed on the sky in search of the red and blue figure. He lost track of time, perhaps only a few minutes passed, but to Sorensen, it felt like a century. "Hey, Sorensen, good morning. How are you feeling today?" That vibrant voice, radiating like sunlight, dispelling all shadows, filled with mirth, unexpectedly resonated from above him. Sorensen gasped, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. There, Spider-Man descended with an effortless grace, landing just a breath away from him, upside down, the white eyes of his mask curving into a joyful arc, directly meeting his gaze. The rising sun illuminated the scene, casting a dazzling golden hue upon his red and blue suit. At that moment, to Sorensen, Spider-Man shone brighter than the very sun in the sky, embodying an allure beyond compare. "Great, just great!" Sorensen nearly shouted, a radiant, unclouded smile bursting forth on his face, his golden eyes sparkling with pure delight. A few minutes later, on the outskirts of the city, a vast abandoned lot adjacent to a dense forest. The low roar of the engine melded with the rush of the wind. Spider-Man soared through the air on his remarkably futuristic spider motorcycle, executing a flawless drift before coming to a gentle halt in the center of an open space. Sorensen clung tightly to Spider-Man's waist, his small face flushed with excitement and exhilaration from the high speed. The wind tousled his azure hair as it whipped back. He could scarcely dare to open his eyes. Yet he was reluctant to miss a single moment of this thrilling experience. "What do you think? My spider motorcycle is pretty impressive. Isn't it?" Spider-Man turned off the engine, balancing on one foot, his tone infused with a hint of pride and boastfulness. "So cool." Sorensen leaped off the back seat, his steps a little unsteady as he surveyed the entirely unfamiliar natural surroundings, his eyes wide with wonder. "This is my first time riding a motorcycle. It's so fast. It feels like I'm flying." His voice brimmed with enthusiasm. In the past, during his commutes to and from school, he had always walked alone, watching motorcycles zip by and gazing at classmates who clung to their parents' waists on the back seats, harboring a subtle envy that was not easily discernible. Now, however, he found himself not only riding a motorcycle, but one that belonged to the extraordinarily cool Spider-Man. The sensation was nothing short of dreamlike. He imagined that he must now be the object of envy in the eyes of others. Meanwhile, Parker, seated in front of the screen, observed Sorensen's exhilarated expression within the game and the rapidly passing wilderness in the background. In stark contrast to his dimly lit room, illuminated solely by the glow of his computer, he could not help but lament into the microphone with exaggerated despair. "I'm so envious. I want to ride the spider motorcycle too. I want to feel the wind. Why must I be stuck here pressing buttons? All right. The training base number 1 will be established here." Spider-Man dismounted from the motorcycle, stretching his limbs and surveying the area. This location was sufficiently remote, far from civilization, expansive, and surrounded by woods, serving as a natural barrier, making it indeed an ideal spot for testing unstable superpowers. "Yes." Sorensen nodded vigorously, standing straight like a little soldier, his eyes filled with anticipation and trust as he gazed at Spider-Man, waiting for his mentor to issue instructions. "All right, kid." Spider-Man approached him, hands on his hips. Though masked, his voice conveyed a smile, laced with a hint of caution. "I must say, you are remarkably brave and rather naive to place such trust in a spandex-clad stranger whom you've only met a few times, coming all this way with me. This trust is precious, but next time, don't be so reckless, or you might find yourself deceived by a nefarious character wielding nothing more than a lollipop." Spider-Man is not a stranger. He is definitely not a bad person, Sorensen quickly retorted with utmost seriousness, his small face taut as he earnestly sought to convey that he was not naive. "Teachers always educate us to be aware of safety and not to go with strange bad people. I know that, but you're different." In his heart, Spider-Man was a hero, an idol, a beacon of warmth and hope, an entity absolutely worthy of trust. All right, I cannot argue with you." Spider-Man was amused by his eager demeanor and couldn't resist reaching out to tousle his soft hair. Truly, he was my number 1 super fan, with clarity of logic and unwavering conviction. Then he deliberately elongated his tone, building suspense. Meanwhile, Parker, sitting before the screen, suddenly noticed a new, semi-transparent interactive window quietly sliding into view at the edge of the game interface. A line of small text above the window prompted, "Please enter the preliminary assessment test plan." Is this about me? Parker raised his eyebrows in surprise, immediately intrigued. He quickly reached for the thick notebook adorned with a spider emblem that rested beside his computer. This notebook was his treasured possession as a hardcore player, containing not only various clues, monster information, and character profiles discovered within the game, but also meticulously categorized excerpts from countless comics, animations, and novels regarding superpowers, transformations, and classic hero meta tropes. He firmly believed that drawing inspiration from the essence of other works would undoubtedly aid him in better comprehending and predicting the narrative trajectory of this game. Swiftly flipping to the pages analyzing the origins of mysterious transformation props, he pointed at the densely packed text with his finger, muttering softly as he quickly skimmed and filtered through. The safety assessment of the unknown transformation props is paramount. First, it is essential to confirm the transformer's dependency on the props and their independence. Also, distance testing. Parker murmured to himself while beginning to input commands in the interactive window. Test plan input 1. Subject separation test. Request Sorensen to remove his belt and observe whether there is any energy sensing or automatic return phenomenon at varying distances. Record both physiological and psychological responses. 2. Physiological and psychological monitoring in transformation state. Guide him through the transformation, meticulously documenting the duration of the transformation process and the manifestations of energy. After the transformation is complete, inquire and record any sensory changes, strength perception, and emotional states, noting any increases in aggressive emotions such as excitement, anger, or bloodlust. 3. Preliminary ability assessment. In a safe environment, conduct initial tests on the foundational abilities in wolf form, strength limits, speed, agility, endurance, and application of special senses. 4. Detransformation and after effects observation. Document the detransformation process and the time required. Immediately after, ask about physical sensations such as fatigue, muscle soreness, and hunger, while observing whether emotions stabilize. Parker input several entries based on various superhero archetypes, striving to present himself as both professional and thorough. Within the game, Spider-Man seemed to receive the instructions. The white eyes on his mask glimmered slightly, and the earlier light-hearted demeanor shifted into a more serious tone. Directing his gaze toward the eager Sorensen, he said, "We shall first embark on a comprehensive mutual understanding between you and your new friend." Spider-Man gestured towards Sorensen's backpack. "Do not worry. The process will be quite enjoyable, akin to playing a game. First, could you please take out your belt? We must observe whether the two of you will miss each other intensely after being apart for a while." Sorensen, though only partially comprehending, nodded earnestly in absolute trust and solemnly opened his backpack, retrieving the belt carefully wrapped in soft cloth. "The test is about to commence.